I swung a simple slash at the beast, but it shocked the entire combat squad. Even the battle-hardened regiment leader looked at me with newfound respect, because this wasn't the strength a mere cook should possess. What they didn't know was that I had the ability to analyze the innate talents of beasts. Not only could I instantly spot their weaknesses, but I could also perfectly replicate their divine abilities. Just yesterday, I was still an ordinary person. My younger sister suffered from a strange illness. Eating 10 meals a day still left her starving, and only beast blood could barely sustain her life. Even the lowest grade beast blood costs 50,000 yuan and lasts only about 10 days. To continue treating my sister, I decided to join the demon suppression army as a cook. Not only was the pay good, but I could also come into contact with beasts daily, maybe even get my hands on some beast blood. Right after reporting for duty, I saw several people handling a massive creature, a wild boar. Knowing its end was near, it struggled desperately, and for a moment, 3 grown men couldn't hold it down. Seeing this, the old man who brought me here quickly stepped forward and slapped it down with one palm. The boar's legs stiffened, and it passed out instantly. "Good thing you came, old squad leader. We really couldn't handle this thing," they praised, and the old man basked in the flattery. Waving them off, he called me over. "This is Lin Feng, our new addition to the cooking squad. Take care of him." The other 3 also looked at me curiously. Young faces were rare at the demon suppression pass, usually reserved for the lofty awakened ones. The old squad leader hurriedly urged, "All right, stop staring. What's so interesting about a living person? Little stool, get this kid a butcher knife. Today we'll make sure he gets an eye-opener." Without hesitation, I took the knife and made a cut on the wild boar's neck, then quickly placed a wooden bucket underneath to catch the beast's blood. "Ha, not bad. At least you know beast blood is valuable." The old squad leader nodded approvingly. What he didn't know was that I was all too familiar with blood. Essence blood was different from ordinary blood. It concentrated the life force of a beast. A whole bucket of blood might only yield a few drops. Having often prepared beast essence blood for my sister, I had also picked up some purification techniques, but at that moment, the bucket of blood didn't catch my attention. Instead, it made me freeze in place because a virtual panel suddenly appeared before me, analyzing the ironback boar. After successful analysis, it displayed, Beast Profile, Ironback Boar, Level, Non-tiered Beast, Weakness, Neck Cartilage, Innate Ability, Savage Charge. The Ironback Boar had already been butchered by the kitchen squad, and a white crystal was floating above its body. I glanced around. It seemed only I could see it. Curious, I reached out to touch it. The crystal rippled rapidly and flew straight into my body. I was about to scream in terror, but a line of text before my eyes instantly dispelled the thought. Learn Talent Ability, Savage Charge. What? Analyzing an ironback boar grants its talent ability? My mind reeled, not daring to think further. As I was lost in thought, the old squad leader beside me hurriedly urged, "Stop daydreaming. Mealtime is coming soon. Get moving." I snapped back to reality and quickly joined the other cooks in preparing. Seeing the shock in my eyes, Xiao Dengzi raised an eyebrow and said, "These are just the most ordinary ingredients. Wait till you see the real stuff." The old squad leader glanced at Xiao Dengzi and remarked, "Still chatting? The special forces will be here soon. Hurry up and clean up. We can't afford any delays." Hearing this, Xiao Dengzi nodded repeatedly, speeding up his chopping with the kitchen knife. The old squad leader turned and pointed at me. "And you, kid, familiarize yourself first. We'll throw you a welcome dinner tonight." Just as I was about to leave, the old squad leader suddenly remembered something. "You can handle this bucket of blood yourself. Take it to the trading hall and sell it. How much you get depends on your skills." I thanked him and took it, rushing back to my room eagerly. Staring at the bucket of blood, my heart swelled with excitement. Forget the trading hall. I'll purify it first. With that thought, I pulled out my tools and got to work. An hour later, as I held the crimson liquid in my hand, my face lit up with indescribable joy. The small bottle alone would be enough to sustain my sister for half a month. The demon-suppressing pass truly was a land of fortune, so I packed up my equipment and headed to the mailing station, planning to send it to my sister first. But the moment I stepped outside, someone suddenly called out to me, "Hey kid, are you from the mess squad?" The speaker was a middle-aged man in combat gear, splattered with the blood of some unknown beast. He looked utterly exhausted, as if he'd just retreated from the battlefield. Puzzled, I replied, "I just reported to the mess squad today." His face brightened at my words, and before I could react, he grabbed me and dragged me forward. But when we arrived, my eyes nearly popped out of my head. It was a land bear. A massive beast with an overwhelming presence approached, its nearly 3-meter tall body blocking the sunlight. Good. This is a first-tier ferocious beast, the earth bear. We went through a lot of trouble to capture it. 4 bear paws, 2 for braising and 2 for steaming. Let Chef Lu handle them personally. Our squad has been craving this meal for a long time. The earth bear now lay collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds, tightly bound by ropes as thick as an arm. To subdue the earth bear to this extent, truly worthy of the demon-suppressing army, I thought in admiration. Just then, A team member nearby suddenly whispered, "Captain, there's an emergency in Zone 13, we need to head over." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he snapped, "Can't even let us have a moment's peace. Little brother, I leave the Earth Bear to you. It's still hanging on by a thread, and the anesthetic hasn't worn off yet. Remember to call old Lou." With that, the group of 5 hurriedly left. The Earth Bear's blood dripped drop by drop, forming a pool at its feet. My heart ached at the sight. This was all money. Just as I was about to fetch a bucket to collect it, I suddenly noticed the dying bear's aura growing stronger by the second. Could my luck be this bad? Has the anesthetic worn off? But the moment this thought crossed my mind, the Earth Bear's muscles bulged explosively. With 3 loud bang sounds, the hemp rope snapped instantly. My heart leaped into my throat at the sight, and under the pressure of a first-tier ferocious beast, I didn't dare even breathe. The Earth Bear's pain drove it into even greater frenzy. Sensing a threat, it began struggling wildly to break free, but its wounds made its movements sluggish. Each struggle was accompanied by agonized roars. As an earth-shaking roar pierced the sky, the Earth Bear instantly activated its innate divine ability, Beast Blood Boil. In an instant, the Earth Bear's body was enveloped in a bloody aura, its power multiplying several times over. Terrified by the sight, I gulped and tried my best to stay still. I didn't think I could outrun it. Its keen sense of smell seemed to catch my scent, and it let out a deafening roar before swinging its massive paw directly at me. My pupils contracted as I dodged to the side just in time. The spot where its paw landed was instantly blasted into a huge crater. I was shocked in my heart. This Earth Bear truly lives up to its reputation for strength. With every move the Earth Bear made, its wounds would tear open further, and in its beast blood boil state where it burned its blood, it clearly couldn't hold on much longer. Then a bold idea suddenly occurred to me. Perhaps I could take it down. Before long, the Earth Bear's speed weakened, and the red glow on its body began to fade. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed my newly learned brutal charge, channeling all my strength into my right arm as I slammed into it. To my surprise, the bear was actually knocked back several steps, and the wound on its abdomen burst open. The power of this strike far exceeded my expectations. Analyzing Earth Bear. Analysis successful. Beast profile, Earth Bear. Rank, first-tier beast. Weakness, particularly fond of honey. Mixing in some sedatives will work. Will experience a period of weakness after use. Innate ability, Beast Blood Boil, burns blood. Significantly enhances individual strength. Followed by a period of weakness. Note, will experience a period of weakness after use. Soon, a green crystal floated in the air, displaying the message innate ability learned, Beast Blood Boil. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. My guess was right. I really can acquire the innate abilities of all beasts. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. What's going on here? A group of people hurried over, looking at the defeated Earth Bear. The leader's eyes turned cold. A first-tier Earth Bear. How did it get into the rear area? Since I was in the backup resource zone, it was clear such a massive creature couldn't have sneaked in unnoticed. A team member whispered a few words into the leader's ear. Upon hearing them, the leader became furious. What is Li Guang doing? Bringing a live creature into the rear area? Doesn't he know the dangers it could cause? Not to mention a giant Earth Bear. Lin Feng stood to the side and didn't say anything. He couldn't intervene in this kind of thing. The patrol had already surrounded the area, and the crowd was a little scared as they watched the Earth Bears turn the surrounding area upside down. Most of the rear can be the majority of ordinary people, even if the awakening, but also related to the life of the medical aspects. If this makes any mess, they cannot eat. The leader came to Lin Feng and said with slight respect. Hello, I'm Patrol Squad Leader Zhou Wanqing of the 3rd Patrol Squad. May I ask which combat team you're a member of? I'll be sure to apply for a commendation for you from above after this incident. Zhou Wanqing's expression was extremely serious. Just now after testing it, he learned that this Earth Bear had used its natural aptitude once before it was born. The activation of the beast blood boiling strength of first-order beasts was exponentially stronger, and the fact that Lin Feng was able to kill it without any injuries was already enough to prove his strength. Lin Feng was a bit confused by Zhou Wanqing's words, so he could only respond truthfully, that what, I just reported for duty today. So it's a student from a college. Worthy of the younger generation. Zhou Wanqing's eyes revealed a fiery color. All the major universities would send many students to Jin Demon Pass every year to practice, and there was no lack of people with strong strength, and it was obvious that Zhou Wanqing had already treated Lin Feng as a student of the university. Lin Feng sniffed and waved his hands. No, I'm not a college student, I just reported for duty today, I'm a cook soldier. The crowd froze at these words. Zhou Wanqing even raised his voice incredibly. Cooker? Obviously he didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to pull out his identity card and hand it to Zhou Wanqing. Zhou Wanqing took it and compared it to Lin Feng's face 1-to-1. What a cooker! Zhou Wanqing's face was unbelievable. A cook soldier was able to mess with an Earth Bear? How is this possible? The group in the cooking class can be a bunch of ordinary people, what else can they do besides cooking? The rest of the team also looked at Lin Feng with a shocked face, an unbelievable look on their faces. How could this be possible? How could such a young cook come to the cooking class? Lin Feng saw their doubts and explained, Li Guang was already seriously injured when they sent this earth bear, and the earth bear wouldn't have lasted long activating the beast blood boiling. As for the explosion of the earth bear's body, Lin Feng didn't explain too much. His own abilities were somewhat terrifying, he didn't want to reveal them at will. Zhou Wanqing looked deeply at Lin Feng and nodded silently. Tough luck, if something like this happens again be sure to look for our patrol. A discerning person can see at a glance that Lin Feng did not say it all. Everyone has their own secrets, and Zhou Wanqing does not intend to pursue the root of the matter. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and looked at the mess behind him. If there's nothing else, I'll haul off the big earth bear first. After saying that, Lin Feng found a tow truck and pulled the big earth bear away in front of the patrol. Captain! A team member quickly ran to Zhou Wanqing. The earth bear's beast Dan is missing. Zhou Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder this kid didn't tell the truth, he took the beast Dan away. Forget it, let's count it as his payment. If it wasn't for him, there might have been some kind of chaos. As for Li Guang's side, I think he won't say anything. At the thought of Li Guang, Zhou Wanqing let out a cold snort. When Li Guang and the others retreat, immediately have them come see me. Yes. Coming to the cookhouse, Lin Feng unloaded a mess of rotten meat from the trailer. Earth bear? The little stool, his shiny head glistening with oil, saw the mess of rotten meat and ran over with a kitchen knife. Lin Feng, where did this come from? The remaining few also heard the commotion coming this way. Lin Feng had to answer truthfully, of course hiding things about himself. Master Lu's hands of smoke barred, took a look at this big earth bears cannot help but scolded, how all this has become a mess of mud. How can I do it? Small table you guys a couple of hand, chopped into puree, boiled meatballs at night to eat it. Seeing that the crowd didn't notice him, Lin Feng approached Master Lu and asked, Master Lu, can I ask you something? Master Lu was wearing a yellowish apron and glanced at Lin Feng. Have a fart. My sister has a strange disease, no matter how much she eats she can't get enough, only by eating essence and blood can she maintain her normal nutritional needs. Do you know anything about this strange disease? I'm just a cook, there's nothing you can do if you ask me. I see you've been in this army for so long, you must have seen a lot, don't you think so? Lin Feng implicitly sent the essence blood he had just extracted in his hand to Master Lu. Ouch. Master Lu raised his eyebrows and smiled, not expecting this kid to be quite on the ball. Strange disease in our army to see a lot. Every year on the battlefield a lot of soldiers have some problems, although I have not heard of appetite big this strange disease, but you go to the resident library in case you can find a solution. Our cooks are free to enter, just show your ID badge when you go. Originally, the Ironback Pig Essence Blood was going to intend to mail to Lin Linger, but when he saw Li Guang and the dying Earth Bear, Lin Feng suddenly realized that this isn't a Jin Demon army. The Jin Demon army can be the strongest human strength, perhaps. Lin Linger's strange disease was able to find a way to eradicate it here. As for who to ask, the first thing that came to Lin Feng's mind was Master Lu. This guy had been working within the Demon Suppression Army for 30 to 40 years. No one was more familiar with the Demon Suppression Army than him. After getting the answer he wanted, Lin Feng hurriedly excused himself and rushed towards the library. Master Lu, this brat is also too blind, isn't he? The small table was a little dissatisfied, looking at Lin Feng's distant back. The earth bears were covered in treasure, and it was hard enough for 5 people to handle them, but now that another one was gone, it was even harder to handle them down. Use your mind, get a grip and do your job. Master Lu cursed back, only the corners of his mouth were smiling as his hand fumbled with a bottle of red liquid. The sky outside the compound darkened quickly, and it was completely dark by 7 o'clock. Lin Feng walked out of the library tiredly, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Because in his hand was a book, a collection of strange diseases. Weird Diseases Collection. Bulimia. Bulimia is a serious eating disorder in which the sufferer will often feel out of control with eating and eating abnormally large amounts of food. Symptoms include feeling unable to control their eating behavior and that simple food energy is no longer enough to satisfy the sufferer, requiring extremely powerful energy-containing essence blood. The right medicine, 1,000 years of Moro-thirsty milk. Last seen in Wasteland 89. Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the transcribed introduction in his hand. Linger is saved. Chapter 4, Handling Fierce Beasts, Large Amount of Essence Blood. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed his agitated feelings. The most important thing now is to send essence blood to his sister. But there's no essence blood on hand now. When he thought about it, he was a little bit worried. What should he do now? I don't have any money left if I buy it, and I've given away the essence blood I got today, so I'll have to send essence blood to my sister tomorrow. Ah. He sighed and shook his head. Hey, it's done, let's get back to work. Lin Feng decided to go back to the cooking class first. Maybe he could meet the corpses of the ferocious beasts that had been transported back again. Just as he walked out of the library, a soldier looking around in the distance saw Lin Feng. His eyes lit up and he trotted over at a quick pace. You're Lin Feng, aren't you? The soldier stood and spoke. Lin Feng nodded back. Yes, I am, what's up? The soldier's face showed joy at his words and he grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Ouch. Great. Come with me, our captain is looking for you. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. Captain, Zhou Wanqing from the patrol? Without waiting for him to be inquiring, the soldier pulled Lin Feng and ran all the way into a compound. Before he could get inside, he heard a yell coming from him. Quickly! Why don't you get a bucket? There's blood all over the floor. Lin Feng followed the soldier into the house. The yelling became clearer and he also smelled a pungent odor of blood. A bunch of rice buckets. Even old Sun Tu who cleans the house is better than you. As soon as Lin Feng came in, he saw Zhou Wanqing, the leader of the patrol, spitting and commanding the soldiers, disposing of the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were all over the ground. The soldiers were tired and sweaty, covered in animal blood. The whole thing looked like a murder scene. Zhou Wanqing looked at the mess all over the ground and felt like the sky had collapsed. He broke down and yelled, "Can you guys do it or not? Where the hell is little Li? Why haven't you brought him here? Here it comes. People have been brought." Shaoli, the warrior who had brought Lin Feng here, hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. Zhou Wanqing turned around violently at the sound of his words, and when he saw Lin Feng, his face showed joy. Egu. Finally, we're here, quick, 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 old Lu said you'd purify the essence blood, hurry up and help us. Lin Feng sniffed and frowned. Why did the old squad leader say everything to the outside? On second thought, the frown stretched out. In fact, to is not a big secret, we'll refine the essence of the blood of the sea went. He nodded back. Well, I do refine, but the quality can't compare to those top refiners. Zhou Wanqing's heart was greatly settled when he heard the words. It was just not as good as a senior refiner. That could be too much. He grinned. Hey. We're not in the drug business, we don't use high quality, the army relies on quantity to feed the troops. All get out of the way. Remember to give Lin Feng a hand. Zhou Wanqing told the soldiers in the room to get out of the way. Lin Feng took the tools from the warrior on the side and walked over to the corpse of the ferocious beast. Looking at the blood all over the floor, he frowned in pain. It's a waste of. Then he hurriedly walked to a ferocious beast and greeted the soldiers around him. Come, help me carry it to the platform. Bump! The heavy beast carcass was thrown onto a metal platform by several warriors. Lin Feng picked up the knife and skillfully began to bleed. And glowing with cold light, the blade sliced through the animal's skin, separating the layers of fat and finally severing the arteries. The foul-smelling blood of the beast spurted out and flowed into the bucket that had been prepared long ago. Bring a few more buckets. Seeing that the blood flowing out of the huge beast corpse couldn't even fit in one bucket, Lin Feng hurriedly greeted the soldiers to help. With the clatter of the bloody night, Lin Feng's movements flowed like water, bleeding all the corpses next to each other. Bump! As the last iron bucket was filled with blood and placed on the ground, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew! How tiring! Lin Feng pinched his sore arms. The flesh of these ferocious beasts was incredibly hard, handling them was really a physical job. After doing this, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. How come I didn't hear the system prompt? Lin Feng had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that only ferocious beasts killed by one's own hand could be parsed? As he was mulling it over, a gasp rang out from inside the house. That's amazing, to have disposed of all those bodies by yourself. Look at this skillful movement, it's at least an intermediate level refiner, isn't it? A cook is that versatile? Lin Feng smiled slightly at his words. I'm a cook, yes, but do you really think I can only burn and cook? Alright, you guys look after these corpses, I'm going to start refining the essence blood. Lin Feng said to Zhou Wanqing. Oh, yeah, get out of here, all of you. Zhou Wanqing sniffed and hurriedly told the soldiers to leave the room. This technique of refining essence blood wasn't really difficult, it was different for everyone, but it wasn't something that could just be shown to outsiders. Seeing that Zhou Wanqing was so sensible that he took the soldiers out before he even opened his mouth, Lin Feng revealed a satisfied expression. He then began to refine the essence blood. After a while, Lin Feng opened his mouth and said to the outside, "Alright, I'll come in." As soon as the words fell, the door was pushed open and Zhou Wancheng walked in with his men. So many. He looked in shock at the small bottles containing essence blood that were neatly arranged on the counter. The transparent glass bottle contained dark red essence blood, and looking at the translucent color, it was obviously of the top quality. Looking at the quantity, there were a dozen bottles. Lin Feng spoke with a smile. "Fortunately, Captain Zhou." Zhou Wancheng picked up the bottle and looked at the essence blood in the bottle for a moment in awe. Holy, the quality! He thought that the old squad leader had told him that Lin Feng would refine the essence blood, and only in desperation did he intend to let Lin Feng take the top. But the essence blood that he got his hands on was really out of his expectation. That's a better deal than going and hiring a high-level refiner. Afterwards, he took out 3 small bottles and shoved them directly into Lin Feng's arms. "These are your payment. Let old Lu come and take care of the corpse in a while, and if there are any materials you fancy, you can pick a few pieces too." Lin Feng looked at the essence blood in his arms and couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. That's too generous. It was important to know that although these essence bloods were not as good as the ones that had been refined from the blood of living ferocious beasts before, they could not be more. This bottle of essence blood was as good as 2 bottles of essence blood that had been sent to the old squad leader earlier. "Don't chatter, we don't care about cost benefits in the army." Zhou Wancheng patted Lin Feng's shoulder and grinned. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to accept it. "There's another ferocious beast, and this time it's not alive, is it?" Suddenly, the old squad leader's voice rang out of the door. He pushed open the door and walked in, waving when he saw Lin Feng. "Come on, let's take this meat back to the cookhouse," the old squad leader said as he pointed to some of the ferocious beast meat that the warriors had handled earlier. Zhou Wancheng quickly spoke up. "Old Lu, don't be in a hurry, you help me deal with these corpses first, you and Lin Feng pick a few materials." The old squad leader sighed at his words and said, "You're really good at finding things for me to do. First of all, most of these beast corpses have already been destroyed, there aren't many that can be made out of the whole material." Zhou Wancheng hurriedly nodded in agreement. The old squad leader picked up the chopper and started to get busy. It didn't take long for some of the working parts to be disassembled by him. After some busy work, he wiped his sweat and said to Zhou Wancheng, "Alright, there's no more business for the 2 of us here, Lin Feng and I will go back first." "Okay. I'm really troubling your cooking class today." The old squad leader waved his hand and led Lin Feng away. On the way, he suddenly asked Lin Feng, "By the way, have you found a solution for your sister's illness?" Chapter 5, Second Order Fierce Beasts Attack. Chapter 5, Second Order Fierce Beasts Attack. Aha! Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Found a cure." "Oh? You found a cure so quickly? Tell me, what is it? How do you cure it?" It could be seen that the old squad leader was really happy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't hide anything and told him everything. When he heard that he needed 1,000 years of Maro-thirsty milk and that he needed to go to Wasteland Area 89, the old squad leader, however, froze. A sigh of regret followed. Wasteland Area 89 isn't easy, at least with our skills, going there is a no return. Your sister. Alas, it might be possible to hire a few awakened people to go, but awakened people have high eyes and it would take quite a bit of money to hire them. The joy on the old squad leader's face was gone, and he felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to go to Wasteland Area 89 to retrieve the medicinal herbs in his life. "Why don't I make some connections for you? I've been in the cooking class for decades, and I do know quite a few people, so I can ask them to give you a hand." The old squad leader picked up a cigarette and lit it, then gave Lin Feng ideas. Lin Feng listened and was touched inwardly. He and the old squad leader had only just met and had no relatives, and the old squad leader actually took care of himself so well. "No need, I can go by myself," Lin Feng said with a smile. "You? Can you do it?" The old squad leader's face was all disbelief. "How are you a match for the ferocious beasts with this fine skin?" "Alright, I'll go back and cook first, aren't you going to sell your essence blood?" "Go!" Lin Feng nodded at his words. Yes, it was getting late, he had to hurry up and go send the essence blood back, his sister was still waiting to use it. All the way to the trading hall, Lin Feng first went to the mailing office and handed the 2 essence bloods tightly wrapped in boxes to the staff. It was sent back to the city. The staff member nodded, took it, and began filling out the information. "Well, this package will be in the city by tomorrow night at the latest." "Trouble," Lin Feng said and left the trading hall. "It's mealtime, time to get back to work." all the way back to the cookhouse. I just walked in and saw the guys working feverishly. "You kid, finally you're back, come on, help me cook the meatballs." The old squad leader took a leaky spoon, wiped his sweat, and said to Lin Feng, who had just walked in. Lin Feng sniffed and walked over to the tablet, only to see that the meat of the earth bear had already been made into meatballs. The bright red raw meat pinched together with a mixture of spices looked oily and inviting. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get off the pot." The old squad leader saw Lin Feng froze and didn't move, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to urge him. "Oh, right away, right away." Lin Feng sniffed and hurriedly lowered the raw meatballs into the pot, and when they floated up, he started stirring them with a spoon. There was a smell of meat, and everyone in the room began to shrug their noses. The meat of this big earth bear is so flavorful. After cooking the balls, Lin Feng picked up the pot. "Squad leader, I'm going to feed the soldiers," he said to the old squad leader. "Well, go on, and don't forget." The old squad leader nodded. The old squad leader was about to say a few more words when suddenly there was a thick, pale, hissing sound from the rear, a sound that penetrated straight into the sky. Ouch! It's, the sound of a tiger. Second-ranked Fire Fiend Tiger. How did the Fire Fury Tiger appear here? The old squad leader's face changed dramatically, his eyes panicked. He had been on the front line for decades and could accurately determine the origin of a ferocious beast just by listening to its roar. That was why he was so alarmed when he only heard a tiger's roar. A second-ranked Fire Fury Tiger required a battle group to surround it in order to defeat and decapitate it. This ferocious beast. It's rushing to their cooking class quarters. Ouch! There was a quick and heavy running sound. Only to see a ferocious beast as tall as a one-story building, covered in crimson stripes and with a vicious face running out from the dark woods. No one needed to give an order, everyone in the cooking class immediately crouched down in the emergency trench, everyone's eyes panicked. How could this happen? How could a second-ranked Fire Fiend Tiger come here? Isn't this the rear? Next to him, the burly man from the cooking class called Little Stool gritted his teeth. The old squad leader was well informed and quickly forced himself to calm down while analyzing the current situation. "I'm afraid that a second-ranked ferocious beast ran in because the frontline defense line had a loophole at night. Let's not panic and hide. This tiger roared just now, it's sure to attract the patrol. Everyone in the patrol is at least a D rank awakened. When the patrol comes, we'll be saved." At that moment, the second-ranked Fire Fiend Tiger gazed, looking in their direction, sniffing its nose that was as big as a fist. Everyone in the cooking class instantly felt their scalps explode. Don't even dare to move. If they were to be discovered by a second-ranked Fire Fiend Tiger, with their battle prowess, they would not survive 10 deaths. One could only pray that the Fire Fury Tiger never found them. But right at this moment, the Fire Fiend Tiger seemed to have discovered something, striding and running towards them. Just when everyone in the cooking class was scared and ready to die heroically, they saw a group of people coming quickly from the side. 6D rank awakened, 1 patrol team. Seeing the patrol team coming, the old squad leader of the cooking class was overjoyed and shouted excitedly, "The patrol team is coming, we are saved. Leave the ferocious beasts to us, you guys go." The patrol gave them a reassuring look. Afterwards, he immediately rushed to the second-ranked Fire Fiend Tiger and engaged in a battle with the second-ranked Fire Fiend Tiger. However, the Fire Fiend Tiger was actually not the least bit afraid or disadvantaged under the cooperative siege of the 6 people. Lin Feng lay on his back at the edge of the trench, watching the battle. The Fire Fiend Tiger was quickly injured, but this aroused the Fire Fiend Tiger's ferocity even more. Under the continuous swings of the huge tiger claws, it actually knocked the 6 patrol members back in defeat. Not long afterward, these 6 patrolmen who had hurriedly arrived had already fallen into a disadvantage. It could only respond in haste and was no longer able to attack. At this rate, with 6 patrolmen, defeat is certain. Patrol members who are in the middle of a battle naturally understand their situation better. Hastily turning his head, he shouted, "Comrades of the cooking class, run away, we can't hold out much longer. You guys quickly go and call the Special Warfare Company, there's a battle-experienced and very powerful second-ranked Fire Fury Tiger here." The old head of the cooking class, seeing the patrolman in a crisis so soon, was sweating with anxiety and shouted in a loud voice. "What about you guys? What about you guys? Let's stall the Fire Fury Tiger so it can't do more damage." With a single careless move, one of the patrol members was sent flying by a claw of the Fire Fiend Tiger, dying from serious injuries. The head cook exclaimed as he watched. But now they had no choice but to run away quickly to deliver the message. Go! Go! The head cook cried out, and the other cooks prepared to run for their lives. However, Lin Feng was unmoved. Chapter 6, Fighting. Chapter 6, Fighting. Are you scared, silly? Hurry up and go. The head cook came to Lin Feng, ready to pull him away. However, Lin Feng stood in place like a pillar. The battle between the Fire Fury Tiger and the patrolman is about even. Just add a little more battle power and we can even the odds. I'll go help. Lin Feng clenched his fists in battle. After the previous battle with the Earth Bear, he already knew that he was somewhat powerful. At the very least, dabbling in this battle with the Fire Fiend Tiger would not be a problem. What's more, when he fought the Earth Bear, he only had one savage punch talent. After disintegrating the Earth Bear, he had already gained the Beast Blood Boiling Talent avatar again. The combat power was already several notches stronger than before. Just as Lin Feng was about to rush up, he was grabbed by the head cook's hand at once. You're crazy, you're a cook who cooks. What's the point of going into battle? People will die. Don't pussyfoot around if you don't have the ability on the battlefield. The head cook pulled Lin Feng and was ready to leave the place. Lin Feng, however, broke away from his hand and said seriously, "Trust me, I can do it. This patrol is here to save us, since I have the ability, I can't just watch them die. The situation is critical and a second's delay could result in someone's death." Therefore, after saying these words, Lin Feng didn't have any more nonsense and directly charged up. The old squad leader looked at Lin Feng with a bewildered face as he fearlessly rushed up to the figure. Lowering his head again, he looked at his hand, which was still a little raw. He was an ancient martial artist, and although his combat power was not comparable to that of an awakened person, he was an existence that could fight dozens of people one by one among ordinary people. But the force with which Lin Feng had shaken off his hand just now had actually made it so that he couldn't even pinch it. It was as if it was facing an awakened person. It's hard to believe that Lin Feng is actually still an awakened person? No way, he's an awakened. What kind of cook is he here to be? The head cook muttered incredulously. Squad leader, let's go. What are you standing here for? Just then, the voices of the other cooks came from the side. The head cook took a deep breath. Then, with a clench of his teeth, he said, "You guys go, I'll take a look here. In case there's a need for me, I'm still an ancient martial artist, so I can go and help." The main reason he was here was that he still wanted to see if Lin Feng was really capable. What? You're not leaving, squad leader, so we're not leaving either. At that moment, Lin Feng had already rushed to the front of the Fire Fiend Tiger. Prepare to find a moment to insert yourself into the fight. When several patrol members saw Lin Feng, they all froze for a moment, then shouted in alarm. What are you doing here? Go away, it's dangerous. I'll help you. Lin Feng shouted. He stared daggers at the Fire Fury Tiger, replying as he searched for a moment to join the fight. You're a cook, and you're not ready to come to battle, so don't hold us back. Get lost, get lost. Although the patrol members' words weren't very nice, these were the words of someone who was worried about Lin Feng's safety under panic. Lin Feng didn't have time to talk to them. No longer bothering with them. Boom! Lin Feng used the Beast Blood Boiling talent. He could visibly feel himself becoming more deaf. The power in his body, too, became stronger. According to the introduction of the Beast Blood Boiling Talent avatar, after using Beast Blood Boiling, one could strengthen all aspects of the body's abilities. Just then, Lin Feng saw the opportunity to strike. The Fire Fury Tiger's back was turned. Savage Punch. Lin Feng let out a furious roar and used the Savage Rush skill at the same time. The body was like a boulder sliding down a high slope, carrying an unstoppable force as it rushed towards the Fire Fiend Tiger. Because this was a natural divine ability, it was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, it rushed behind the Fire Fiend Tiger. The Fire Fiend Tiger didn't seem to expect that Lin Feng, who had been watching the battle from the side, would suddenly strike. And so fast. The Fire Fiend Tiger couldn't react in time and was instantly knocked over and fell to the ground. The twisted leg bones seemed to indicate that it had already had its leg broken by Lin Feng's savage charge. A few of the patrolmen next to him saw a cook soldier suddenly go on a rampage, and their eyes glazed over from their sockets. Big shocker. Are all cooks this fierce in this day and age? They didn't think much of it. In the next instant, they seized the fleeting opportunity to fight and swarmed. Various attacks hit the Fire Fiend Tiger's body solidly. A wailing sound rang out from the mouth of the fire fiend tiger. Click, in the next second, Lin Feng's hand rose up and a decomposing ferocious beast's bone-cutting knife chopped at the fire fiend tiger's neck. A large amount of blood soared out. It sprayed onto Lin Feng's face, staining it red. Phew! Looking at the large amount of blood rolling out, thinking that his sister's disease still needed ferocious beast essence blood, Lin Feng, how could he afford to waste it? Hurriedly, he brought a bucket from the side and placed it at the neck of the fire fury tiger to catch the blood. The fire fiend tiger's body temperature was extremely high, and the blood flowed into the bucket as if it were boiling water puffing out a hot aura. And that's when those patrolmen next to him reacted as an afterthought. A cook soldier had actually killed a second-order fire fury tiger. This is unbelievable. Cooks, aren't they just cooks who know how to burn fires and cook? When did you actually have such a strong fighting spirit? Even more so than them. They felt incredulous. They all looked at Lin Feng with a look of a monster. And the head of the cooking class, who was in the back, barely managed to get his eyes out of their sockets. He had guessed that Lin Feng might be an awakened. But he had never thought that Lin Feng was actually this powerful. With a single charge, he knocked over the second-ranked fire fiend tiger. Then his hand rose up and killed the fire fury tiger in a sharp manner. Same as a special ops warrior. Luckily, he had thought that Lin Feng was a skinny little doll before. It turned out that Lin Feng was actually still an awakened person. There were thoughts in his mind that he didn't know what to expect. There was both the elation that he was not the only powerful combatant in the cooking class, and a bit of despondency that he would be upstaged in the cooking class. It doesn't matter what people around you think. But now Lin Feng had started to feel a little weak in his body. The effect of the beast blood boiling talent avatar passed. While the beast blood boiling talent aptitude is in effect, you can drastically increase your combat power. Once the effects of the talented avatar passed, the entire person would become extremely weak. The current Lin Feng was the one who felt a wave of dizziness and his feet were floating. He took several deep breaths before he was able to stabilize himself and didn't sit on his but on the ground. But at that moment, Lin Feng saw that there was a green crystal on the body of the fire fiend tiger. There are still light curtains in front of you. Chapter 7, Talent Avatar Fusion. Chapter 7, Talent Avatar Fusion. Analyzing Fire Fury Tiger. Parsing successful. Beast file, Fire Fury Tiger. Level, Second Order Beast. Characteristics: the fire fury tiger's fur is like fire, and it can protect itself from fire, and its claws and teeth carry the power of flames, which can produce scorching and explosive damage with every swing and bite. Weakness: neck cartilage. Talent aptitude: inflammable tiger explosive strength. The power of the fire fury can be condensed in the limbs, and when attacking, not only is the power greater, but it also comes with additional explosion and burning damage. This fire fury tiger was killed by him, so there was a reward. Lin Feng reached out and touched it, and that green crystal, which only he could see, immediately drilled into his body as if it had felt gravity. At the same time, the system's voice appeared in his ears. I've acquired a natural aptitude, Inferno Tiger Explosive Power. Lin Feng studied the new talent divine ability he had just obtained. It was actually a D-grade divine ability. Although the D grade was very low, but at least it was an avatar with a grade. Lin Feng was smiling as he killed more and more ferocious beasts. His own strength, too, was getting stronger and stronger. As long as he killed 2 more ferocious beasts, he would soon be able to head to Wasteland Area 89 to collect medicine himself. Sister, wait for me. Lin Feng secretly clenched his fists and thought excitedly. Just then, those patrol members just now have already assisted the hand of the companion. It's nothing serious. These kinds of injuries are all too common on the battlefield. Just send it to the military hospital for 2 days to convalesce. The captain of the patrol walked up to Lin Feng. With a grateful face, he said to Lin Feng, "Thank you, comrade, for stepping in to help. If you hadn't stepped in to help us today, I'm afraid we would have fallen to the fire fury tiger." Speaking of which, the patrol leader still had a look of fear on his face. Their situation just now had been extremely dangerous. If Lin Feng hadn't stepped in and killed the fire fiend tiger, they would have lost their lives under the claws of the fire fiend tiger in less than 2 minutes. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, waved his hand and said, "We are all soldiers on the battlefield, we are comrades in arms help each other, how can we still say thank you? And for the record, it was your patrol that saved us. If you guys hadn't arrived so quickly, we would have truly perished at the mouth of the fire fiend tiger." The patrol leader said humbly, "We're soldiers in charge of fighting, that's what we're supposed to do. The patrol leader was suddenly curious. He gazed at Lin Feng for a couple of moments, then finally couldn't resist his inner curiosity and inquired, "Rather, it's you, the cook who's responsible for burning the fire and cooking. How come you're also so capable of fighting?" When Lin Feng heard this sentence, he was instantly a bit offended. Muttering, he said, hey, do you really think that all cookbook soldiers do is burn fires and cook? We cooks are pretty good at it too, okay, in order to get the meals out properly. That patrol leader froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to actually answer like this. Hasn't the cooking class always been at the bottom of the fighting heap? He then laughed twice and nodded his head. Indeed. Right, we can't chat much here. There must be a reason for the second-ranked Fire Fiend Tiger to appear behind the defense line. We must immediately go and report on this matter, checking to see what went wrong. I'll leave this Fire Fury Tiger to you guys. Make some tiger paws and tiger whips to come out tomorrow. As for the Beast Dan. Beast Dan was a good thing that made many people red in the eyes, especially the Beast Dan of a second-ranked ferocious beast. But, after pondering for a moment, the patrol leader still said very generously to Lin Feng, "You killed this Fire Fiend Tiger, so you can have the beast pills." Lin Feng nodded his head with a slight smile at his words. There was no politeness either. Now he has to raise his strength and save his sister. He would not let go of any opportunity to improve his strength. Since they were willing to give in to each other, they themselves deserved it. Soon, the carcass of this second-ranked ferocious beast, the Fire Fiend Tiger, was broken down by several people from the cooking class in a neat manner. Just waiting to take it out and cook it tomorrow. And that one most precious fierce beast Dan was naturally given to Lin Feng. Ding! Second-ranked beast pills detected. Can use the beast pill fusion talent aptitude. Currently, you can fuse the talent aptitude, Flame Tiger Explosion Power, Beast Blood Boiling. Surprisingly, he was able to fuse natural aptitudes. But now is not the time. Lin Feng, it's late today, we should return to camp and rest. The old squad leader walked up to Lin Feng and shouted at him with a smile. In the tone of the old squad leader's voice, there was a lot more respect in addition to love. Good. Lin Feng put away the fierce beast Dan, then followed the cooking class and went back to camp to sleep. The campground is large. Considering the privacy of each soldier, and the many questions about the avatar gift is. So every soldier has his own room. It's not a big area, but it's a good space for privacy. Lin Feng had been brought to his dormitory when he first arrived at the barracks. And, get all the necessities ready. After returning to his dormitory, Lin Feng closed the door to his room. Coming to sit on the bed, he adjusted a comfortable sitting position. He then took out the second-ranked ferocious beast's ferocious beast Dan. Use the beast pills. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a force that flourished and exploded inside his body. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly saw that the light curtain appeared again in front of his eyes. The second-rate beast pills have been used. The natural aptitudes begin to merge and evolve. Beast's blood boils, Yenhu Bakujin has fused. Fusion into C-grade avatar, Tiger Fury Inferno Body. In the next second, there was information about the Tiger Fiend Inferno Body's natural aptitude that appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This was a natural divine ability that fused Beast Blood Boiling and Yin Tiger Explosive Power. Taking the best of the best and removing the worst of the worst makes it several times more powerful. Its rank, actually, had reached C-grade. And without the side effects of the beast's blood. Now, after he used the Tiger Fiend Inferno Body, he could still increase his strength significantly. But after the effects of the natural aptitude had worn off, he would no longer be weak. Lin Feng opened his eyes were full of joy and he clenched his fists. This system can actually fuse low-grade innate aptitudes into stronger ones. It's just surprising that you need beast pills as materials. Getting a beast pill meant killing a ferocious beast, all at your own risk. But fortunately, in the Demon Suppression Pass, the most numerous beasts were ferocious beasts. Phew, go to sleep. Prepare for tomorrow's sunrise. After a busy day of slaughtering 2 ferocious beasts, even if he let a special warfare elite come, he couldn't stand it, and Lin Feng was a bit tired. After a yawn, he fell into a deep sleep. And at that moment, the other of the barracks. An officer with a rank on his shoulder looked up with a startled expression and asked, "What? There's actually such a great cooker? Chapter 8 Do you know the consequences of refusing me? Chapter 8 Do you know the consequences of refusing me? Cooker? Such a great cooker?" The regimental commander thundered, slapping the thin report on the table with a hand that rattled the alloy desktop. The scarlet ink on the report stung his eyes. It was a second-order fire fury tiger. A ferocious beast that an ordinary soldier in a squad of 10 might not be able to retreat in one piece was solved single-handedly by a new cook soldier? The regimental commander's thick sword brow twisted into a pimple that could almost pinch a fly. He rose abruptly, his military boots making a dull sound on the ground, and like a beast ready to strike, he took large steps in the direction of the cooking class. He wanted to see what kind of god this Lin Feng was, whether he was really capable, or whether he had something else to say. Inside the cooking class, the heat was steaming and the aroma of the meal was overflowing. Lin Feng was humming an out-of-tune, but the movements in his hands were flowing smoothly, not seeing any rustiness. The sharp blade was like life in his hands, the cabbage was sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, the potatoes were peeled into even hobnail pieces, each cut was precise, with a sense of skillful control. He inverted the frying pan, the flames flipping like a fire dragon under the wave of his arm, wrapping the ingredients in it, moistening and intensifying the aroma. "You're Lin Feng?" A voice as thick as thunder exploded, shaking the beams of the cooking class as if they were trembling. Lin Feng's hand lurched and he looked back. A stout, middle-aged man in a straight military uniform appeared in the doorway, the general's star on his shoulder badge glittering in the dim light. That weathered face, every groove seems to be engraved with the traces of the years, adding a few points of iron-blood majesty. An air of long-suffering irony came over him, and the feeling of oppression was overwhelming. Lin Feng put down the shovel in his hand, turned around, stood at attention and saluted. His movements were clean and in one go. "Report, I'm Lin Feng." "Good boy. You really have extraordinary hands." The regiment commander walked into the cooking class with a dragon's stride, his sharp gaze like a falcon looking Lin Feng up and down. Lin Feng stood straight, his spine erect like a pine, his eyes clear, without the slightest fear, and without the constraints and fawning that unusual soldiers had when facing their officers. This kid, not simple. The regimental commander secretly praised in his heart. The head of the regiment's eyes were poisonous, and the calm temperament of Lin Feng's body, as well as the thin layer of calluses on his hands, all indicated that he was by no means an idle person. To be able to dance a kitchen knife with the momentum of a murderous knife is not something your average cook can do. "Are you interested in coming to the reconnaissance company?" The regimental commander opened the door and went straight to the point. "With your strength, it's too much to be nestled in the cooking class." Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He obviously didn't expect the head of the group to personally come to dig him out. He was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering as if weighing something before he finally shook his head. "Report, I like to cook." The regimental commander seemed to have expected Lin Feng to refuse and didn't show too much surprise, only his face sank and his gaze sharpened. "Do you know the consequences of refusing me?" Lin Feng still shook his head, his expression calm. "Report, I know." Inside the cooking class, the atmosphere was steeply tense. The regimental commander was silent, just staring at Lin Feng, with that kind of look as if he wanted to see through him. Lin Feng also met the headmaster's gaze without flinching. The two of them confronted each other wordlessly. A smell of gunpowder filled the air. It was a long time before the chief let out a long sigh, his tense face easing a bit. "That's just it, you kid is really greasy. Since you like cooking so much, I can't force myself." He paused and turned his words around. "Let's put it this way, old Lu is getting old and should retire. How about you take over as cook squad leader and bring up the new recruits along the way?" "Taking new recruits?" Lin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat hesitant. He liked to cook, but not to manage people, much less take on pampered recruits. The regimental commander detected the words and immediately added, "Old Lu has also paid a lot for the regiment over the years, and he's always wanted to find a reliable successor before he can retire in peace. If you don't agree, I'll have to let him stay on and work for a few more years." Lin Feng's heart fluttered. Old Lu is the old squad leader of the cooking class, a simple and honest person, who has always taken good care of him. After spending the last few days together, he had already treated old Lu as his own family. If he refused, old Lu would have to continue to work hard, which made him a bit reluctant to do so. "Report, I agree." Lin Feng finally nodded. The regimental commander smiled with satisfaction. "Good boy, with commitment. Old Lu will be leaving today, so you hurry up and hand over." After saying that, the headmaster turned to leave. Lin Feng found Lao Lu. "Did the headmaster's side tell you, Lao Lu, I might have to take over your position?" Old Lu was first stunned, then he patted Lin Feng's shoulder in relief. "Good boy, you've got it made. Now I can finally go home to see my granddaughter." Before he left, old Lu rummaged under the bed and handed a yellowed booklet to Lin Feng. "This is the iron fist that I practiced when I was young. although it's not a profound martial art, it can be used for self-defense when practiced well. Lin Feng solemnly received the booklet and watched old Lu leave. In the afternoon, Zhou Wanqing came to the cooking class with a first-order rift lizard. Squad leader Lin, this is the rift lizard that was just hunted today, it's still fresh. Zhou Wanqing's voice was booming, and the muscles in his arms were gnarled like an old tree root, full of explosive power. Behind him, a huge earth-splitting lizard was bound by thick vines, more than 3 meters long, its scales glowing with a metallic luster under the setting sun, and although it was already dead, it still exuded a ferocious aura. Lin Feng smiled and took it. It was heavy in his hand, the scales were rough and cold. He weighed the portion and laughed, "Good work, Captain Zhou. Let's have lizard meat hot pot tonight and treat everyone well." Zhou Wanqing grinned, revealing snow-white teeth. "That would be great. Your craftsmanship, Captain Lin, is top-notch." The cookbook warriors cheered at the news. They had been on missions in the wilderness for years, eating and sleeping in the wind, and it was rare for them to get a fresh meal of meat, let alone the meat of the ferocious rift lizard. Lin Feng told the warriors to carry the lizard to the courtyard, while he himself took out a sharp military knife. He didn't rush to make a move, but circled the lizard twice, his eyes sharpening as he surveyed it. This earth-splitting lizard looked extremely strong, with thick scales, a thick tail, and claws that glowed with a cold light. Lin Feng's expression was serious, and information about the earth-splitting lizard flashed through his mind quickly. Split-ground lizard, a first-order demonic beast, known for its strength and defense, thick skin, infinite strength, and specializing in earth evasion, it was a difficult opponent in the wilderness. Lin Feng took a deep breath and gripped his saber tightly, his eyes became focused and stern. He knew that every time he dissected a demonic beast, it was a chance to learn about their body structure, and if he was lucky, he might be able to explode divine power crystals. He slashed open the lizard's abdomen and a fishy odor hit his nose. Lin Feng didn't even frown, skillfully peeling away the thick layer of fat to reveal sturdy muscle tissue. Rift lizard being analyzed. Parsing successful. Beast file, rift lizard. Level, first order fierce beast. Characteristics, sharp claws and teeth, and hard scales. Weaknesses, eyes and abdomen. Talented aptitude, earth escape can vanish into the earth for a short period of time. As the parsing was completed, a green crystal emerged from the corpse of the rift lizard. Lin Feng looked at the green crystals on the corpse. His face was happy. There were actually crystals. It seems to have just been decapitated and is still very fresh. Lin Feng hastily reached out and touched it. The crystal didn't enter the body, and a system alert sounded. "I've learned the gift of earth escape." After dealing with the earth-splitting lizard, Lin Feng was about to refine his essence blood when a group of young men came in aggressively. "This is the cooking class?" A yellow-haired young man at the head of the group asked impatiently. "I'm the squad leader, what's the matter?" Lin Feng put down the work in his hands and looked at the group. "You're the class president? How come you're so young?" The yellow-haired youth looked Lin Feng up and down with contempt. "We were assigned to the cooking class by the regimental commander. Hurry up and go to the regimental commander and transfer us." Lin Feng frowned. "You guys are students of the college?" "Nonsense. We're all elites, why should we come to cook in the cooking class?" Another girl said shrilly. Lin Feng sneered, "Go back where you came from, I don't care." The yellow-haired young man rushed up aggressively, his fist wrapped in the wind and headed straight for Lin Feng's face. He had a sardonic smile on his face, as if he had already seen Lin Feng's miserable state when he was knocked down by one of his punches. However, Lin Feng moved. His movements were as fast as lightning, and with a slight side of his body, he easily dodged the powerful punch. The yellow-haired youth's fist grazed the tip of his nose, picking up a breeze. The yellow-haired young man froze, and before he could react, he felt a fiery pain in his cheek. Pop! A crisp ringing sound echoed through the cafeteria. Lin Feng backhanded a slap, solidly slapped on the yellow-haired young man's face. The huge force slapped the yellow-haired young man in a circle, and then with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Agoo! The yellow-haired youth screamed miserably, covered his face, and didn't get up for half a day. Silence. The entire cafeteria was dead silent. All the students froze, their mouths were wide open, their eyes rounded, like a group of puppets that had been cast with a fixation spell, staring blankly at Lin Feng. I didn't see it wrong, right? That kid actually beat up Yellow Hair? A skinny student stammered, his tone filled with incredulity. How is this possible? Yellow Hair has practiced. I heard that his dad is also a martial arts school instructor. Another student also exclaimed. This cook. Is also too fierce, right? Slapping yellow hair away with a single slap? This kid, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. After a short silence, the cafeteria exploded. The students were talking and looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of shock and awe. They then realized that the seemingly ordinary cook soldier in front of them was actually a deep-seated expert. Lin Feng stood expressionlessly, his eyes coldly sweeping the circle, and the surrounding students were instantly silenced, lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Stop! Just then, a loud voice exploded in the doorway, as if it were a flat thunderstorm, shaking the eardrums of the crowd. The noise in the cafeteria came to an abrupt halt, and everyone followed the sound. Chapter 9 Come to Gild the Lily? Go ahead and cook. Chapter 9 Come to Gild the Lily? Go ahead and cook. What are they all doing? Lin Feng turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged man with a gloomy face standing in the doorway, looking unhappily into the room. A schoolgirl saw him and opened her mouth to exclaim, "Chief." The regimental commander stepped into the house, and with a sweep of his eyes, he probably understood in his mind what was happening. These brats, they must be dissatisfied with themselves for transferring them to the cooking class and looking for Lin Feng to make trouble. Stand up for me. What's it like to be on the ground? The regimental commander said to the yellow hair on the ground. Chief. This cook soldier, he hit me. Yellow hair stood up and walked over to the headmaster to complain. Right. Just now this cook soldier could have given yellow hair a good beating. The surrounding students opened their mouths to agree. The regimental commander frowned in displeasure at his words. What cooks? That was your squad leader, you're the cooks now, understand? Hearing the headmaster's yell, the group of students shrunk their necks and didn't dare to speak at all. You should know that the headmaster was not only powerful, but also the highest person in charge of this compound. They dared to stagger with Lin Feng, but they really didn't dare to choke on a word with the headmaster. But we want to be on the front lines killing the enemy too. Yellow hair lowered his head and muttered under his breath. The regimental commander's eyes widened at this and he said nonchalantly, You're still on the front line, I can see you're struggling to serve food. He continued, I let you guys come here because I have my considerations, so listen to me carefully. Either obey Lin Feng's orders or pack up and get out now. After the regimental commander finished speaking, he didn't pay any attention to the students, and walked over to Lin Feng in diameter, and said with a soft expression, Lin Feng, I came to talk to you about this, I'm going to let you take them for a period of time first. Lin Feng saluted at the head of the regiment, then shook his head and said, Head of the regiment, I really can't take these students, they're from colleges and universities and can't look at the cooking class, besides what can they learn from me, cooking? The regimental commander sniffed and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, speaking, All right, still pretending with me, if others don't I know how capable you Lin Feng are? He also turned back and pointed at the students and said to Lin Feng, Don't worry, it's just for you to lead for a while, lately the front line is too tight, you've seen what kind of goods these students are, they're just serving food to the ferocious beasts when they go to the front line. Lin Feng still frowned after hearing this, he really didn't want to bring these young masters and young ladies. If you have that kind of time, wouldn't it be better for you to refine more essence blood and analyze your natural aptitude? My sister is waiting for her cure. Seeing that Lin Feng was still not happy, the head of the regiment spoke up, I won't let you work for nothing, if you have any requests, just speak up, as long as they're reasonable and compliant, I'll do it for you. Lin Feng thought for a moment and slowly spoke, That's fine. The old squad leader's pension and compensation should be sent to him quickly. The regimental commander sniffed and spoke, That's it, nothing else? Although he knew that because of certain people in the urban area, the compensation for the fighters would be given a delay for a while, but for that matter, he didn't even need to call the urban area, he could just ask the messenger to notify him. Lin Feng had a moment to think and spoke, I want to know detailed information about Wasteland Area 89. The regimental commander thought for a moment and nodded his head and spoke, Yes, I'll have someone organize a file for you tomorrow and send it over. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't have any more requests, he spoke, All right then, these little brats are all yours, no need to think that just because they're college students, just let them do what they need to do, and if they don't obey, then beat them up. With that, the chief turned his head to the students and yelled, Do you all hear me? The students hastily stood at attention and returned, Understood. The regimental commander nodded in satisfaction as he pulled out a nameplate from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Here's the updated nameplate, don't lose it. Lin Feng took it, only to see that the information on the nameplate had been updated, and it had become Lin Feng, the head of the cooking class of the Jin Demon Army. Well, I have something else to do there, so I'll be going now. After saying that, the headmaster turned around and left the room. The students in the room stood and stared at each other, reluctantly speaking. Ben, class president, what are we going to do now? Lin Feng swept a glance at them and spoke indifferently. Doing what? Of course it's cooking. Really cooking? Yellow Hair, who had just been taught a lesson by Lin Feng, opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. Lin Feng ignored them, but called for the little stool and said to him, you teach them, and in a moment I'll give you a hand first. Alright, I'll leave first, yell at me if anything happens. After saying that, Lin Feng left. The little stool stroked his clanking bald head and said with a smile, hey. You guys got here just in time, I'm just too busy right now. Come. I'll familiarize you with your surroundings. The little stool beckoned to the students, signaling them to come with him. At that moment, a group of students stared in disbelief. This bald man was really nonchalant. Yellow Hair couldn't help but speak. A bunch of us college students, giving you a hand job? Little Stool sniffed at Lin Feng's departing back and opened his mouth to shout, squad leader, look at them. Okay. Isn't it okay for us to do it? Seeing this bald man shouting at Lin Feng, they hurriedly opened their mouths to stop it. Lin Feng glanced at them and shook his head and left. All the way back to his residence, Lin Feng took out the ancient martial arts secret book that the old class president had given him and carefully studied it. Now that he had his own natural aptitude down, he had even fused it to reach C rank. But his own family knew his own business. Lin Feng, this C rank, was not like other awakened people. This talent aptitude has a grade as soon as it is awakened, and some even just awaken to be ranked, but subsequent upgrades are required to be cultivated. Awakened people absorbed the black mist energy through the Tuina method, slowly improving their physical quality and divine ability level, but the Tuina method was something that only existed in colleges and universities. Ordinary people usually practiced ancient martial arts to absorb the black mist energy, but except for the top ancient martial arts techniques, most of them progress slowly, such as this book of Iron Fist given to him by the old squad leader. But it's better than nothing. Lin Feng muttered. After the incident of the second order ferocious beast breaking into the rear, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of crisis. This time it was a second order ferocious beast. What about the next time? Even if you stay in the back, it's not absolutely safe. Anyway, practice first. This martial art, although the old squad leader himself said that it wasn't anything advanced, but to be able to practice to the point of condensing chi in the palm, he thought that it wouldn't be too bad. Let's see, to find the chi sense first. Chi sense? Talking about black mist energy, I think. Lin Feng felt that this ancient martial arts secret book was a bit of a riddle to people, and directly said that absorbing the black mist energy was not on the line. This wasn't difficult. Lin Feng, who had already gained the avatar, had long since had his body strengthened by the black mist. As the black mist energy continued to enter the body, a warm current began to circulate through the body. Slowly, a faint white gas emerged from Lin Feng's body. His eyes snapped open. It's done! Chapter 10, Ancient Martial Levels, New Fierce Beasts. Chapter 10, Ancient Martial Levels, New Fierce Beasts. Lin Feng looked at the prancing white chi around him and showed a happy face. The gas wasn't as solid as the old squad leaders, but it was also freshly practiced for a reason. Because of the fact that he possessed a C-ranked innate aptitude, he was able to absorb the black mist energy faster, and the quality of the condensed true chi was also higher. This is still an unimpressive martial skill, if it was a more advanced martial skill. Lin Feng's heart was stirred. He then ran his true chi and tried to gather it into his palms like the old squad leader. True chi condensed on the palm of his hand, and he slashed hard at the wall. Wow! The concrete wall was directly scratched with a deep mark. What a strong power! Lin Feng marveled. It seems that this ancient martial art is not without its redeeming qualities. Not to mention, the ancient martial arts polish the body in all directions without any dead ends. If the cultivation speed could be faster, maybe martial arts would be the mainstream for humans now. Phew! Lin Feng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi and the white chi around him slowly disappeared. Now that the martial skill had just been practiced, the true chi had yet to grow, and the strike that cut through the wall just now had consumed a lot of true chi. Let's wait for the night to cultivate, and try to open up a few more acupoints. Lin Feng muttered as he looked at the secret book in his hand. This book of Iron Fist was simple, but it had everything it should have, from chi invocation methods, to martial arts stances, and even recorded the levels of practicing ancient martial arts. Iron Fist cultivation involves opening up acupoints and storing the black mist energy absorbed into true chi in the acupoints. The more acupoints you had, the more true chi you could store, and opening 9 acupoints was the limit of Iron Fist. According to the records of cultivation to 9 acupoints, the true chi is unceasing, and the flesh can destroy gold and break stone. Then according to this, it's almost able to reach the level of a C-class awakened person. Lin Feng looked at the records on the secret book and sighed a little. If it wasn't for the fact that regular people practiced extremely slowly, this mass-produced C-ranked awakened person feature alone would have definitely been vigorously promoted. And Lin Feng said and opened the Tiger Fiend Inferno body avatar. His hands lit up with flames, and his true chi and flames entwined with each other, becoming extremely violent. For a moment, the temperature in the room rose a few degrees. Feeling the raging power in his hands, Lin Feng showed a happy face. Sure enough it can. This ancient martial true chi was coupled with the talented divine ability, and with the power of the two added together, it unexpectedly exerted the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. This move is out of the ancient martial Iron Fist, so let's call it Inferno Fist. Forcibly resisting the urge to blast out his Inferno Fist, Lin Feng took a deep breath and dispersed the blazing flame in his hand. Not here, try the training ground. As soon as he said he would do it, Lin Feng directly left the room. Crossed the path to the training ground, which was now deserted. Just as well, everyone's busy at this hour, and I'm the only one who has the time to spare. The training ground was a wide sandy area with simple training equipment. Soldiers usually train here. Lin Feng walked to a scrap tanker and touched the worn but still firm and thick armor. Let's take this and try the power. Words closed, Lin Feng ran his true chi and then opened the Tiger Fury Inferno body. Phew! Intense flames flared up from his fists, and scorching temperatures continued to emanate. Inferno Fist. Lin Feng took a stance and struck out viciously with a swift punch. Boom! In an instant, violent flames erupted from his fist, engulfing the entire tanker in the blink of an eye. The explosive force from the Tiger Fury's inflamed body even hit the heavy tanker and shook it violently a few times. As the flames gradually faded, Lin Feng's eyes widened. The power! Only the body of the tanker had been scorched black, and a smoking fist mark appeared on the armor. This blow has caught up with heavy firepower. They shouldn't have to use this tank, should they? Lin Feng looked at the destruction he had caused and glanced around somewhat sheepishly. Never mind, time to get back to cooking. After saying that, Lin Feng trotted away. Not long after he left, a soldier with a bucket, humming, arrived at the training ground. Time to get the tank serviced, it's so worn out. As he said that, his eyes slowly widened, only to see his beloved tanker covered in black smoke as if it had been bombarded by a rocket. My tank! Which goddamned person used it as a target? The wailing spread throughout the camp at once. As soon as he returned to the cooking class, Lin Feng heard a yelling sound. It's not possible that those students are making a scene again. Lin Feng frowned and hurriedly walked in. Upon entering, the strong odor of blood came through. What's going on? Where are the people? Lin Feng hurriedly shouted. Hey! Coming! Little Stool Clank's bald head poked back out of the kitchen. Lin Feng watched as he came out of the kitchen, his white apron covered in blood. What is it? What did you do to those students? Lin Feng spoke with some uncertainty. The little stool touched the clanking brain and said with a smile, Squad leader, you're also too high on me. What can I do to people as a cook? They're college students. Then what is this? Lin Feng asked suspiciously, pointing at the blood on the little stool. The little stool was about to open his mouth when a shriek came from the kitchen. Ouch! How did it move? Hold it down. I'm not holding it down. Is that a press? You're on top. When Lin Feng heard the sound in the kitchen, he hurriedly took a step and lifted the curtain to go in. As soon as he entered, the fishy smell burst into his nostrils. Only to see a few students, covered in blood, pressing down on a ferocious beast. They were sweating profusely, but they just couldn't restrain the ferocious beast that kept struggling. Why, it's alive again. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly walked forward and ripped away the yellow hair lying on the ferocious beast. This is a first-ranked ferocious beast, the iron-skinned rat. Lin Feng shouted in shock as he looked at the large rat on the stage that was trapped into a dumpling and constantly chrysalis. How did Li Guang bring live bodies back to the rear again? Not bothering to be shocked, he hurriedly ran his true chi, the white chi gathered in his fist, and he punched at the tin rat's head. Z! The fist, which was entwined with a prancing white gas, struck the tin rat's head, but it made a dull metallic clanging sound. So hard! Lin Feng marveled. He then took a deep breath, his true chi wrapped around both hands, and his fists fell like rain. Dang! 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 Accompanied by a gust of beating iron, the tin rat's head was deflated by Lin Feng. Squeak, squeak! The tin mouse squeaked feebly as it was punched by Lin with tears in the corners of its eyes. Hey yeah! This doesn't even die? Lin Feng spoke in surprise. The students behind him, however, were even more surprised than he was. Ancient martial artist? This is too strong. It's a bit outrageous to even break the defense of a tin rat. Yeah, it's the drugs that combat squads are using to put it in. Yellow Hair dumbly looked at Lin Feng, who kept torturing the tin rat, swallowed a mouthful of water, and tremblingly opened his mouth. Squad leader, why don't you give it a pain? It's also strange and pitiful. Chapter 11 Parsing the Tin Mouse, Clues in Wasteland Area 89. Chapter 11 Parsing the Tin Mouse, Clues in Wasteland Area 89. Lin Feng glanced back at Yellow Hair at his words and spoke unhappily. What are you guys standing around for? Go get the bucket. When he finished speaking, he exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. This tin rat's defense was the strongest he had encountered so far. However, it was fortunate that the iron-skinned rat possessed a defense that was inferior to that of even a second-ranked ferocious beast, so its attack power was not high, and its strength was not strong enough to break its bonds at all. Otherwise, by the time he returned, these students would have become rat turds, I'm afraid. Oh, we're on our way. Yellow Hair hurriedly climbed up and went out with the other students to look for a bucket. Seeing the students go out, Lin Feng quietly opened the Tiger Fury Inferno body. The flames were fueled by the true chi and the temperature kept rising. Lin Feng merged his hand into a handblade and chopped down hard. Squeak! As the tin rat sent out a relieved cry, it was finally killed by Lin Feng after being punched to the point that it was not in the shape of a rat. Parsing. Parsing successful. File of ferocious beasts, tin rat. Level, First Order Fierce Beast. Characteristics, extremely strong for defense, but not much strength. Weaknesses, the ferruginous rat has a poor tolerance for poison and can be killed with poison. Talent, hardened skin, which greatly strengthens defense after use. Along with killing the tin rat, a green crystal that only Lin Feng could see levitated out from the beast's corpse. Lin Feng hastily reached out and the crystal didn't enter his palm. Learn talent, hardened skin. Another good natural aptitude. Lin Feng's face showed joy. His hand rested on the tin rat's chest, blocking the blood that was about to gush out. Looking at the students who hadn't returned yet, he frowned. If he dragged it on, the beast blood wouldn't be fresh, and the quality of the refined essence blood would be greatly reduced. No, why does it take half a day to get a bucket? Be numb. Lin Feng shouted to the outside. Coming, coming. Yellow Hair ran in with a slop bucket. The tin mouse was killed. Yellow Hair exclaimed as soon as he came in. Looking at Lin Feng, who had stabbed his palm into the tin rat's chest, his eyes almost glazed over. Cut the crap and give me the bucket. Lin Feng signaled to Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair sniffed and handed over the slop bucket in his hand. Ing. Lin Feng looked at the slop bucket that Yellow Hair had handed over and immediately felt like the sky had collapsed. He slammed the bucket on the ground and yelled, I told you to get a bucket and you get a slop bucket? Yellow Hair shrunk his neck and spoke in a small voice, it's a barrel not on the line. Lin Feng crumbled and said, I'm taking the bucket and then the beast's blood. Not to feed you slop. Class president, I took a barrel. A girl off to the side spoke up. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to know that there were still normal people. Taking the barrel, he let go, and the steaming beast's blood flowed into it. Not enough, bring another bucket. Lin Feng turned his head to the students. After receiving the bucket, it was filled with another large bucket of animal blood. After doing so, Lin Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. What's with this tin rat? Lin Feng asked to the small stool that had just walked in. The little stool took a towel and wiped the blood from his face as he replied, Oh, this one was just sent over by the combat squad for us to help with. Lin Feng smiled and realized in his heart that it was really Li Guang. Little Stool opened his mouth again and added, their captain also said that they want to eat iron-skinned mouse stew, and apart from the beast pill, the rest are for you to look after. Captain Li is also really bringing the living body to the rear, not to mention, but he didn't even notify me. Luckily nothing serious happened. Lin Feng said with some trepidation after hearing what the little stool said. Alright, you guys wait for a while, I'll go purify this beast blood. Lin Feng finished speaking and took the 2 buckets of beast blood and left. As soon as Lin Feng left, the room exploded. Lin Banzai is surprisingly so strong. To be able to break through the tin rat's defense. What a cook with that strength. He even refines essence blood. Looking at the shock of these college students, the little stool immediately straightened his back, as if it wasn't Lin Feng but him who was praising him. He held his head high and said in a godly manner, "Humph. Do you still look down on the cooks now? All learn well." Yellow Hair looked at the small stool speechlessly and spoke, "Okay, we recognize that the class president is powerful, what's the matter with you?" Little Stool's face instantly turned red at his words, even his clanking bald head flushed with blood as he shouted with a strained neck, "So what? The squad leader being great means we're great too." The students burst into laughter at this. Lin Feng carried the beast blood and returned to his place. He grabbed his purification tools and got to work. Not long after, 2 with glassware essence blood was taken into Lin Feng's hands. The purity of this. Looking at the crystal red color in the vessel, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a gasp. I didn't expect that this iron-skinned rat wasn't big and didn't have much blood, but the purity of the refined essence blood was so high. He felt happy from the bottom of his heart now. This was the first time he had been so generous with essence blood on hand. Now, my sister won't have to suffer from hunger every day. The essence blood provided to his sister in the past was just enough to satisfy her daily needs, and although she always said that she was already full, but with that yellowish face, how could she tell Lin Feng to believe that she had eaten enough? The 2 with high purity will be mailed back in the morning, and the bottle given by Zhou Wansheng will be kept first as a precaution. Lin Feng glanced at the sky. It was almost mealtime. He had to hurry back to deal with the tin rat corpse. He took out a box from under the bed and carefully placed the 2 essence bloods inside. The one left behind from the previous bottle was also in it. Putting the box away, Lin Feng left the residence and went all the way back to the cooking class. As soon as I walked in, I saw the little stool that was mopping the floor. "What about that group of students? Why don't you let them work?" Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked. Little Stool sniffed and pointed to the kitchen and said, "They're disposing of the corpses of ferocious beasts in there." Lin Feng frowned after hearing that. What the hell? They dispose of the bodies, that's not a joke. Then hurriedly rushed into the kitchen, and as soon as he entered, he saw Yellow Hair with a saw, standing in front of the tin rat, busy with something. "What are you doing?" Lin Feng yelled. Yellow Hair shuddered in fear and nearly dropped the saw to the floor. He stammered back, I'm dealing with ferocious beasts." "Get out of the way. You're still dealing with ferocious beasts." Lin Feng kicked Yellow Hair aside and cursed. He then rushed forward to examine the body of the tin rat. Phew! It's okay. Seeing the intact beast corpse, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Yellow Hair, the rice bucket, was wasteful enough to not be able to help the body of the iron-skinned rat, or else it would be useless to beat him to death if he broke the iron-skinned rat. Lin Feng turned back to look viciously at Yellow Hair and spoke, "If you dare to mess with the corpses of ferocious beasts while I'm not around again, I'll break your legs. Get the hell out of here and mop the floor." Yellow Hair sniffed and slipped out. If he had dared to choke a few words at first, but after seeing Lin Feng's strength, the last trace of defiance in his heart disappeared. Walking outside to take the mop handed to him by the little stool, he looked at the other man with a smirk of hatred. Yellow Hair was just about to open his mouth to say something when a warrior ran in from outside and interrupted him. "Captain Lin." Chapter 12 Clues in Wasteland Area 89. Chapter 12 Clues in Wasteland Area 89. Squad Leader Lin, this is the document the headmaster asked me to deliver to you. I'll be leaving now that the stuff has been delivered. With that, the warrior trotted off. Lin Feng opened a corner of the file and briefly glanced at it, and in his heart he said, "News from Wasteland Area 89, so fast. The regimental commander is a real thunderbolt." He said tomorrow, but the news came in the afternoon. Forcing himself to resist the urge to check it out right away, Lin Feng put the dossier bag away. "Deal with the ferocious beasts first, it's almost mealtime, we can't starve the warriors." Lin Feng waved at the little stools in them and opened his mouth to command, "Go and take the students to wash the vegetables and steam the rice." He wouldn't dare to let this group of college students be idle any longer, and if he didn't give them a whole lot of work to do, God knows what else they could do. Sending the team members away, Lin Feng began to concentrate on dealing with the corpses of the ferocious beasts. "This skin is too hard to eat, keep it and sell it." Lin Feng looked at the skin of the iron-skinned mouse and made a decision. With difficulty he peeled the skin off, revealing bright red muscle. Meat and bones are not hard to handle for braising and stewing. As Lin Feng moved like water, the tin rats were disintegrated one by one. After braising the bones, he began to make the red meat. Before long, the tantalizing aroma spread out of the kitchen. This rat meat unexpectedly smells so good, it's making me crave for it. Sniffing the fragrance in the air, Lin Feng shook his head and said. As the dish came out of the pot, Lin Feng wiped his sweat. Alright, time to hit the rice. Lin Feng carried the pot all the way to the cafeteria, where there was a surprisingly long line early. The counter where the rice was played, small stools, small tables, had been set up with rice and some vegetarian dishes. Agoo. It's finally done, I've been craving this for a long time. Lin Feng sniffed and looked, only to see Li Guang standing at the front of the line with his bowls and chopsticks, his eyes glowing as he stared at the pot. He smiled and spoke, Captain Li, I've already made the iron-skinned rat, you'll send someone to get the beast Dan in a while, and also, the next time there's a living ferocious beast, you'll have to notify me about it. Li Guang just nodded his head with a stream of harumphs at his words. Right now he only had the meat of the tin rat in his eyes. Lin Feng shook his head at the situation and didn't say anything else. He directly filled the bowl in Li Guang's hand that was similar to a basin with tin rat meat. Thank you, Class President Lin. Li Guang finished his meal, didn't stay in the cafeteria, and directly left. As Lin Feng uncovered the lid of the pot, the smell of meat wafted through the cafeteria and the soldiers all swallowed their saliva. From what Captain Li said, that's the meat of a first-ranked ferocious beast. Now there's a mouthful. Hurry up in front. With all the warriors having finished their meals, the only sound left in the cafeteria was the sound of wolfing down their food. Alright, you guys clean up, let the students wash the bowls, I'm leaving. Lin Feng left after instructing the little stools and the others. All the way back to his place, Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the dossier bag and start checking the information on the document. But the more he looked, the more his brow furrowed. Because the files show that Wasteland 89 completely fell 3 years ago. Now that it was the lair of the ferocious beasts, humans couldn't go there at all. What can be done about this? Lin Feng frowned as he continued to look down. The exploration team found 1,000-year-old Moro thirsty milk in the warring areas, but didn't bring it back because of the ferocious beasts encamped? Looking at the words recorded on the file, Lin Feng's tightly wrinkled brows slowly stretched. It's nice to have results, but this engagement zone is too far forward. It's almost at the very edge of human defenses. It was said that there were no ordinary people there at all, and that even the cannon fodder were D-rank awakened. There's no way out for now. Lin Feng rubbed his aching brain and muttered. Maybe we can get in touch with that exploration team. Lin Feng thought so, but he felt a little guilty. The exploration team were all awakened people from the main city, not to mention whether or not they could meet them. Even if they did, what would they use to exchange information with those high-minded awakened people? Essence blood? Those who can return from the engagement zone in one piece, how can they look at this amount of essence blood? Still not strong enough? Lin Feng sighed. The clues are there now, but none of them are going anywhere at the moment. At least, when I reach B rank and have some power of self-preservation. Lin Feng put down the file and made a decision in his mind to wait until he was at level B, then he would look for the exploration team to find out information. It's better to practice first now. Following the Chi attraction method in Iron Fist, Lin Feng sat down with his legs crossed and began to slowly absorb the black mist energy. Between one exhale and one inhale, the black mist energy was continuously inhaled into Lin Feng's body, and then turned into true Chi that continuously circulated in his meridians. Then, it began to gather towards the heart. The true Chi continued to converge, and the acupoints at the heart slowly opened up. Gradually, the acupoints were filled up and Lin Feng was about to open the next one when he heard the bell of the morning exercise. His eyes snapped open, only to find that it was already light. How come it's so fast? Lin Feng spoke in surprise. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it can't be helped. It's morning already, time to go to the cookhouse in case there's another ferocious beast today. Feeling the filled true Chi in his body, and his spiritually full body, Lin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. It seems like there will be no need to sleep in the future, it's just as well to cultivate directly. After casually washing up, Lin Feng came to the cooking class. As soon as he came in, he found Yellow Hair moving things around. What for? Tearing down the house. Lin Feng reprimanded him. Yellow Hair was frightened and opened his mouth to explain, No, squad leader, it was Little Stool who asked me to move it. Little Stool came over carrying a cauldron and nodded at Lin Feng. Squad leader, someone from above informed us this morning that the front line is advancing and we need to keep up. Lin Feng frowned at his words, the front line advanced? No wonder when I came over, I didn't see a single person, feelings have long gone. Any word on where to move to? The little stool replied, "It's the new camp up ahead, not very far from here." "That's okay, you all pack up, don't lose anything," Lin Feng instructed to the small stool. When he finished, he tapped his head. He hadn't packed his things yet. "Wait for me for a while, I'll be right back," Lin Feng said and went all the way back to his place. He took the box out from under the bed and opened it to check. The essence blood is still there. After confirming that the most important things weren't lost, Lin Feng left with his personal belongings. All the way back to the cooking class, Lin Feng began to help the group pack up. Phew! Finally finished moving. The little stool plugged in, sighing with relief. Lin Feng checked it one last time, nodded his head and spoke, "Well, let's go." With all of the cooking class's household goods moved onto the transport trucks, this rear camp was completely empty. As Lin Feng sat in the car, a tank covered in charred black slowly pulled out from the back. Looking at the fist mark on the tank's armor, Lin Feng immediately came down in a cold sweat. Wasn't this the one that he had used to test the power of the Inferno Fist? So the tank wasn't scrapped. He turned his head sheepishly, pretending not to see. Suddenly, there was a roar from up ahead. Chapter 13: The Fierce Beast That Stops the Road. Chapter 13: The Fierce Beast That Stops the Road. Roar! A high roar came from the front, and Lin Feng instantly changed his face. What's going on? How can there still be ferocious beasts when the front line has advanced? In the car, the members of the cooking class all showed horror, although they had seen a lot of ferocious beasts on weekdays, but they were either dead or bound, and it was the first time that they were blocked on the road like this. "Don't be afraid, drive the car back first," Lin Feng calmly gave the order. The little table driving the car turned around in a hurry. Suddenly, a behemoth glided through the air and slammed hard into the front of the transport. Roar! The ferocious beast roared up to the sky, its robust body glowing with a faint metallic luster in the sunlight. That's a first-ranked ferocious beast, the iron-winged tiger. Yellow Hair shrieked, his face showing horror. This ferocious beast he had seen in his textbook. What to do? This is a living first-ranked ferocious beast. Oh, I don't want to die yet. Where's the combat team? Squad leader, say something. The car was a mess. Don't be afraid, comrades, watch me blast him. A sound came. Lin Feng turned his head to see that it was the charred black tank with a head coming out of it shouting at this side. Don't go over there. Dangerous. Lin Feng hurriedly shouted to stop it. But the tankman didn't listen. His head burrowed back into the vehicle, his tracks turned violently, and he charged towards the iron-winged tiger. Boom! The tank fired a shell, a violent explosion raising smoke and fire engulfing the ferocious beast. Bingo! Yellow Hair in the car yelled excitedly. Roar! A deafening roar came, and the body of the iron-winged tiger appeared in front of the crowd. Its body was glowing with a silver metallic luster, and it was obviously opening its natural aptitude. Phew! The iron-winged tiger lifted its wings and swung, a gale of wind blew by, and the smoke and dust stirred up by the cannonballs violently dissipated. Its eyes were red and a small crater was dented in its head as it looked angrily at the culprit who had injured itself. Then with a staged jump, his body slid through the air for a while and crashed into the tank. Bump! The heavy body of the iron-winged tiger crashed into the tank, directly overturning it. Lin Feng looked at the iron-winged tiger that lifted the entrance, intending to drag the tanker out. His pupils shrunk and he jumped straight down. Look this way for me! Lin Feng yelled loudly. Instead, the iron-winged tiger just looked at him, humanized mockery leaking from its eyes, and continued to stick its claws into the tank. Don't you dare! Lin Feng's eyes wanted to crack and he instantly turned on savage punch and hardened skin and charged towards the iron-winged tiger. Dang! There was a sound of metal crashing, and Lin Feng slammed into the iron-winged tiger like a wild boar that had gone berserk. The impact brought about by the savage collision instantly gushed out, and the heavy body of the iron-winged tiger was directly knocked away by Lin Feng. Boom! The heavy body of the iron-winged tiger rose and fell several times, and fell hard to the ground. That's a natural aptitude. Isn't the squad leader an ancient martial artist? The eyes of the crowd of students widened when they saw the scene of Lin Feng crashing through the iron-winged tiger. The Yellow Hair in the car was even more excited as he flipped in place, shaking the car's floorboards as he yelled, "I'll help you." Then he jumped out of the car and rushed towards Subei. While running, he was also flooded with a cold aura, and in his hand, the cold aura gathered and transformed into an ice dagger. Get lost! What are you doing here to make a scene? Lin Feng yelled to stop him. Yellowhair's face turned red as he excitedly shouted, Squad leader, I'm also an awakened, I can help you fight. He was running when a gust of wind came from behind him. Ugh. He looked back, only to see a claw with a cracking sound slapping viciously towards his head. Seeing that Yellowhair's brains were about to bleed all over the place, the students on the bus closed their eyes in intolerance. Yellowhair would surely die a horrible death next. Yen fist. Lin Feng's loud roar came out. Boom! The fierce flames instantly engulfed the iron-winged tiger. The violent explosive force erupted violently. Roar! The iron-winged tiger let out one last roar, and its massive stance fell to the ground with a loud thud. Parsing. Parsing successful. Beast file, Iron-winged tiger. Rank, First Order Fierce Beast. Characteristics, strong body, sharp claws, can briefly glide through the air. Weaknesses, body metal content exceeds the standard, extremely conductive, afraid of strong electric current. Talent, metallization, when opened, skin and bones are metallized, bringing great strength and defense. Lin Feng looked at the green crystals on the iron-winged tiger, and when he reached out his hand, the crystals didn't enter his palm as if they were being pulled. Learned talent, metallization. Scared silly? Hurry up and stand up, Lin Feng said to the yellow hair on the ground. Yellow hair was half lying on the ground in an enchanting position. He propped himself up and stared blankly at Lin Feng. What was that move just now? That flaming fist killed the ferocious beast straight away. How many natural aptitudes does he have? The students on the bus were completely numb. They had felt more shocked today than in their previous lifetimes combined. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. Lin Feng shouted at the crowd in the car. Coming. Little Stool ran down the car with the cooking class students and walked over to Lin Feng. Save the comrades over there first. Lin Feng said as he pointed at the overturned tank in the distance. A group of people rushed over and yanked the soldiers out of the tank, and the 3 tank soldiers inside were all just a little bit injured and not seriously hurt. Squad leader, what about this ferocious beast? Yellow hair pointed at the iron-winged tiger on the ground and opened his mouth to ask. Lin Feng glanced at him and spoke, what to do? Take it away, of course. I'll warn you first, if you dare to touch the ferocious beast's corpse, I'll bolt you to the back of the car and drag you to the campground. Yellow hair shivered at the words and silently put away the ice dagger in his hand that he intended to dissect the ferocious beast in a while. Lin Feng walked over to the overturned tank and watched as the little stool threw off his arms and shone 2 slaps at the unconscious tank soldiers, one by one. Ouch! The tank man snapped awake, covering his burning face in a bit of a daze. Seeing that they were awake, Lin Feng went to the tank and tried it without lifting it. No, so heavy? He thought he could lift this tank now. That's right, try the new talent aptitude. Lin Feng turned on metallization and hardened skin, then ran his true chi. Bump! The heavy tanker was lifted by Lin Feng, and with a strong push, the tanker instantly righted itself. Come on, you guys, let's see if it can still drive. Lin Feng beckoned to the tankmen. No problem, the tank is leathery, as long as the tracks aren't broken, it drives as usual. The tank soldier gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng nodded and spoke, alright, bring the corpses of the ferocious beasts and let's keep going. The people worked together to move the ferocious beast onto the transport truck, and the small table went to the driver's side and started the vehicle. The battered tanks slowly followed them as well. Lin Feng stood on the beast corpse and frowned. All this blood will be wasted if we don't get rid of it soon. Chapter 14 New Camps. Chapter 14 New Camps. Any barrels? Lin Feng turned to the crowd in the car and inquired. There. The yellow hair at the side sniffed and instantly handed over a barrel. Looking at the barrel in his hand, Lin Feng gave him a somewhat surprised look. How did this guy suddenly become so normal? I only saw yellow hair rubbing his hands continuously like a fly, smiling and saying, Hey, class president, can you let me have a good time? At these words, the air in the car froze for a moment, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Lin Feng, who was catching the beast's blood, sniffed his hand and almost spilled the blood on the ground. He stared in surprise and spoke, What the hell? When yellow hair saw the faces of the crowd, he knew it was a misunderstanding and quickly waved his hands to explain, No. I mean, I want to dissect the ferocious beast. Seeing the flushed yellow hair panicking and explaining, Lin Feng's heart was clear. So he wanted to dissect the ferocious beast. This bastard had been trying to get his hands on it before, only to be stopped by himself. Lin Feng, who had wanted to scold Yellow Hair, stopped when his words reached his mouth. He suddenly remembered the way Yellow Hair had risen to help himself just now, and although he had helped, at least his heart was good. Wait first, the blood hasn't even finished draining, what's the rush? Lin Feng said indifferently while receiving the beast blood. Yellow Hair, who had been prepared to be reprimanded for a while, froze for a moment when he saw Lin Feng agree, then burst into ecstasy. Thank you, squad leader. He excitedly coalesced an ice dagger and leapt at the beast corpse. Lin Feng shook his head when he saw this. At least he's from a college, why does he like dissecting ferocious beasts so much? After releasing the beast's blood, Lin Feng took out his refining tools. It was an emergency, he was going to refine the essence blood directly in the car. I'm going to refine my essence blood, so watch carefully if you want to learn. Lin Feng spoke to the crowd in the car. This technique of refining essence blood was not a big secret, and none of the people in the car were outsiders, and the college students were not necessarily able to look at it. As expected, when Lin Feng started refining, apart from the little stool staring intently, the students on the bus were not very interested, but it was Yellow Hair who was also very interested. Only Yellow Hair swallowed his saliva and came over to Lin Feng. His head was about to be stuck into the bucket containing the beast's blood. Seeing this, Lin Feng pushed his head away and said breathlessly, "What do you want to drink? Get up off the ground." Yellow Hair hemmed and hawed and walked to the side, scratching his head. "I'm not curious." Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention to him, his hands didn't stop moving, and in a short while, he refined the essence blood. Looking at the two essence bloods in his hand in a glass container, Lin Feng had a smile on his face. Now that there was more and more essence and blood on hand, my sister's life was getting better. Ban, class president, I can't help it. The Yellow Hair at the side looked like he was holding in his urine and stammered out his mouth. What's the rush? I have to straighten out the beast Dan first. Lin Feng signaled Yellow Hair to hold it for now and opened the iron-winged tiger's brain to look for the beast Dan. As the beast Dan entered his hand, a system alert sounded. First-ranked beast pills detected, can be used for fusion of natural aptitude. Current fusion aptitude, metallization, hardened skin, savage punch. Another ability to fuse natural aptitudes. Lin Feng's heart was stirred, he didn't know what powerful talent aptitude he could fuse this time. To know that the Tiger Fiend Inferno body, which was also fused out, brought an immeasurable increase to itself. But not yet, wait until we get to the new campground. Class President. Yellow Hair looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Lin Feng sighed when he saw this and said helplessly, "Come here, I'll teach you how to lay down a sword." Good. Yellow Hair stood up fiercely and ran over in a hurry, even tripping because he ran too fast. Not bothering to get up, he crawled right over. The crowd in the car looked at Yellow Hair, who was crawling on the ground, and all tacitly moved away from him. No, as far as you're concerned? Lin Feng looked at Yellow Hair speechlessly. Then looked at the ice blade in his hand with some surprise. You show me the knife. Lin Feng signaled Yellow Hair to hand him the knife. Lin Feng had just noticed that this Yellow Hair could actually condense ice out of thin air. It's not easy. Surveying the crystal clear ice blade, it was cold to the touch, without a hint of melting, and it was hard as hell. Come on, cut from here, don't go too deep. Lin Feng returned the ice blade to Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair was decomposing the beast corpse according to Lin Feng's instructions. The ice blade in his hand was incredibly sharp, and in no time he had decomposed it. Lin Feng looked at him unexpectedly. This kid, his hands and feet are quite nimble. How's it going, squad leader? I'm doing pretty well, right? In the future, if there's a ferocious beast corpse, just leave it to me. Yellow Hair slapped his chest. Lin Feng laughed and scolded, get lost, this time it's a special case, you're not allowed to move the corpses of ferocious beasts without my permission. Squad leader, the new camp is here. The small table handle driving the car shouted back. Alright, drive the car in. Lin Feng ordered. The small table sniffed and drove to the front of the camp with a kick of the gas. The two soldiers standing guard at the front, seeing the transportation vehicle pulling the ferocious beast, hurriedly stopped it. Comrade, wait a minute, what division's combat squad are you from? The little table driving the car spoke up and replied, we're the cooking class, don't you recognize me? Cooking class. How can that be? The warrior almost stared his eyes out at the words as he pointed at the fierce beasts on the cart and said, then what's going on here? The front line just advanced, and there were no ferocious beasts shipped back. The ferocious beasts were killed by us. Lin Feng jumped out of the car and walked over to the two warriors. Hey! Captain Lin! It's really our cooking class. Seeing Lin Feng, these two warriors instantly relaxed. One of them pointed at the transportation truck and asked, "So what's with the ferocious beast?" "I was going to ask you patrols, with the front line advancing, how come you didn't clear the perimeter and let this head block us in?" The soldier's cold sweat bristled at his words, and just as he was about to open his mouth to explain something, a hand rested on his shoulder. "Little Li, go ahead and stand guard," Zhou Wanqing said as he stood behind him. "Yes." The soldier saluted and returned to his post. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Wanqing, who was covered in blood, and spoke in confusion, "Captain Zhou, what are you?" Zhou Wanqing sighed and shook his head, "Hey. Don't mention it, we went to the front line early in the morning, it was hard to fight for an advantage, we went to help." He pointed at the iron-winged tiger on the car and said, "I'm really sorry, Class Leader Lin, this is really our negligence, it's lucky that you're here or else I'd be guilty of a great deal." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Forget it, nothing major has happened anyway, but I'll have to dispose of this ferocious beast with full authority." "That's of course, since you killed them, Class Leader Lin, of course they are at your disposal." Zhou Wanqing finished speaking and turned around to signal the soldiers to open the barrier. "All right, we'll go in first," Lin Feng said and returned to the car. Right now, he was looking forward to going to the camp and settling down, then fusing his natural aptitude. Chapter 15 New Divine Ability, Shock Blasting Fist. Chapter 15 New Divine Ability, Shock Blasting Fist. After driving all the way into the campground, Lin Feng jumped out of the car. In the camp, the soldiers were still busy moving things around. When they saw the transportation vehicle pulling the ferocious beasts, they burst into a gasp of surprise. "I'll be damned, the front line just advanced and killed the ferocious beast? Wait, isn't that the cooker? Did they kill the ferocious beast? What a joke!" Listening to their exclamations, Yellow Hair popped up onto the front of the car, stood on the roof and shouted, "That's right. The ferocious beast was killed by our cooking class." A soldier spoke disdainfully, "Just blow it off. A bunch of fire burners and cooks are still up in the air." "Hey! I Nima." Yellow Hair sniffed a burst of dissatisfaction, and immediately intended to jump out of the car to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Lin Feng scolded, "Get down here. What's it like?" "Squad leader," they looked down on the cooking soldiers. Yellow Hair muttered in aggravation, oblivious to the fact that he himself used to be one of them. Suddenly, a helmeted soldier rushed out behind Yellow Hair, yelling as he ran, "Go you!" A vicious flying kick followed, knocking the disdainful soldier down. "It's the tank man." He rode the outspoken soldier and framed him in the face. "Brother! What are you hitting me for?" The beaten soldier's face was full of defiance. The tank man yelled, "What am I hitting you for? How can you talk to the person who saved my life? If it weren't for squad leader Lin, I'd be ting my pants at this point, caused by a ferocious beast." When these words came out, the surrounding soldiers who were watching were in an uproar. Still really killed by the cooker? Don't cooks just burn fires and cook? Lin Feng hadn't wanted to take it personally, but when he heard what the soldier next to him said, he was instantly disgruntled. "Hey, who says cooks can only burn fires and cook?" Hearing Lin Feng's disgruntled opening, the soldier who had spoken hurriedly waved his hand and apologized. "Alright, stop messing around, let's go and place our things as well." Lin Feng opened his mouth and instructed the cooking class. After following an early arriving soldier all the way to the quarters reserved for the cooking class, Lin Feng and his group began to busy themselves with moving things. Yellow Hair was like a chicken blood, almost all the work was done by him. The cook's family was quickly placed. "Okay, now that things are settled, everyone take your nameplates and find your rooms, dismissed." Lin Feng left the cooking class after saying that. He grabbed his personal belongings and searched his way to his new digs. Ooh! It's so big? Lin Feng looked at his new place and marveled a bit. After double-checking, I realized that this is where I live. The chief is really generous, this is almost as much as the place he lives in. Taking the key and pushing open the door of the room, Lin Feng realized that it was very well furnished. After placing his belongings, he couldn't wait to take out the beast Dan. Ding! Detected a first-order beast Dan, can be used for fusion of natural aptitude. Fusion. Lin Feng said silently in his heart. Fusion successful. Gifted aptitude, metallization, hardened skin, and savage ramming to fusion. Fusion, body of steel. Body of steel, normal defense is strengthened. When turned on, the defense is greatly strengthened, and the body can store kinetic energy to generate shockwaves. Lin Feng showed a happy face and surveyed his hands. He felt that his defense and strength had become stronger, and he could not open any natural aptitude right now. It can store kinetic energy? Lin Feng looked at the system's description with some confusion. He stood up and had just taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a force coming from under his feet. This is... Lin Feng hurriedly stomped his foot when he saw this. Sure enough, as he moved, power continued to come from the soles of his feet, and a wave of energy was stored in his body. Even the reaction force of walking can be absorbed. Lin Feng instantly understood. He stretched out his hand, and a wave of fluctuation came out violently. Buzz! In an instant, the chair on the far side of the room was in pieces, and the floor was shaken out of a small crater. This was still the result of Lin Feng's deliberate control. Ouch! My furniture! As he watched the chairs in the distance being shattered, Lin Feng felt a great pain in his heart. It's all money. Lin Feng didn't dare to move at once. He was afraid that he would have to change places just after moving into his new home. After a while, he carefully stepped out of the house. Feeling the very stable power in his body, Lin Feng slowly let out a sigh of relief. Scared me to death, this automatic kinetic energy absorption aptitude, it's still not comfortable. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered that true Qi could work with the Tiger Fury Inferno body, so what about with the body of steel? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This time he learned his lesson, and instead of going back to the training grounds, he ran out of the campground to a small river. After looking around to make sure no one was there, Lin Feng began to run his true Qi. Tendrils of white gas emerged from his body, much more solid than at first. Body of steel. Lin Feng shouted lowly and opened his innate aptitude. Instantly, his skin turned silver, and the sudden increase in weight crushed 2 craters out from under his feet. As the shockwaves in his body coalesced in his hands, the true Qi attached to his fist slowly turned a light silver color. Lin Feng then threw a punch towards Xiaohe Boom. The light silver-colored air mass flew out of the fist at high speed and didn't enter the water, bringing up a slight splash. Lin Feng frowned at this. It shouldn't be so weak? While he was talking, the water began to fluctuate and became more and more violent. Boom! An explosion followed, and the water was flooded with violent splashes as if it had been blown up by a high-explosive grenade. The force of the tremor continued to spread, and a large school of dead fish with their bellies turned over slowly surfaced in the river. So it was a delayed explosion. Lin Feng was dumbfounded as he looked at the destruction he had caused. Then he spoke in surprise, "Hey? There's fish." Lin Feng looked at the light silver-colored Qi mass in his hand. He was a bit puzzled. What was going on with this move? With that thought, he raised his hand and threw another punch, blasting it at the large tree next to him. Looking at the big tree that just trembled, Lin Feng was a little disbelieving. Boom! As the shockwave erupted violently, the large tree was cut off from it and slowly fell down. So it's penetrating the defense and then blasting. Lin Feng instantly realized. Shockwaves mixed with broken wood chips shot at Lin Feng's body and were blocked by the body of steel as much as possible. Let's call this move the Shocking Blast Fist. Lin Feng muttered as he dispersed his true Qi. He looked at the fish floating on the river and thought, it can't go to waste, bring it back for stew. Lin Feng got the fish onto the bank, braided a rope out of reeds and threaded it. Looking at dozens of fat fish, Lin Feng happily left. As soon as he returned to the cooking class, the little stool saw the fish in Lin Feng's hand. He rubbed his clanking bald head and said suspiciously, "Squad leader, how did you know there was a fish pond in the campground?" "I was just about to go catch some fish to make soup. Hey, this is just right." The little stool finished and took the fish in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng froze in place when he heard this. Fish pond? I blew up the fish pond. Chapter 16 Unconvinced Soldier, Barracks Competition. Chapter 16 Unconvinced Soldier, Barracks Competition. Looking at the figure of the little stool carrying the fish away, Lin Feng wanted to open his mouth to stop him, and stopped just as soon as his hand reached out. He really didn't have the face to open his mouth. Was he going to tell the little stool that he had experimented with his moves and blown up the mermaid pond? Lin Feng slowly sighed. Hey, it's done, let's cook first. Seeing that it was almost mealtime, it was time for him to go and cook for the soldiers. Lin Feng walked into the kitchen and looked at the processed iron-winged tiger meat, thinking about what to cook. Steam the tiger claws, soak the tiger whip in wine, and make a messy stew of the meat. As soon as he clapped his hands, Lin Feng started to get busy. As Lin Feng got stronger and stronger, his cooking speed also got faster and faster. When the little stool came back, what he saw was Lin Feng, who was cooking with the flames of the Inferno Fist. Back, is the fish stew ready? Lin Feng asked to the small stool. Feeling the scorching temperature inside the room that baked his skin raw, Little Stool stared at the raging flames in Lin Feng's hands, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and spoke shiveringly, "Squad leader, you have to control it, don't blow up our cooking class." He had seen it before, how powerful it was. That was a punch that killed a first-order ferocious beast. "What are you afraid of? It's a stable move," Lin Feng said, as if he wanted to prove his words, and the flames in his hands exploded violently. "Ah!" The little stool let out a scream and fell to the floor in shock. Looking at the inferno fist that just blew up with no afterward, the little stool felt like his soul flew out. It was too scary. He had just thought the squad leader was going to blow himself up. Lin Feng looked at the little stool and couldn't hold back his laughter, walking forward and helping him up. "Ah, just kidding, look how scared you are. Let's go, it's mealtime, let's go and feed the soldiers." Lin Feng turned around and picked up the pot, signaling the little stool to follow. Just outside, there was a clamor in the distance. "Convinced or not? I'm asking if you're convinced." In the distance, Yellow Hair rode a small, not-so-young warrior and slapped his face as he asked. "No." The young warrior's voice remained hard, even though his face was beaten into a pig's head. Yellow Hair sniffed and glared, raising his arm to strike again. He was interrupted by a burst of laughter from Lin Feng. "Stop." Yellow Hair instinctively scrunched his neck at his words and turned his head to see that Lin Feng was staring at him with a dark face. Lin Feng ripped Yellow Hair away and helped the warrior on the ground up, his voice easing as he asked, "Little warrior, it didn't break you, what's going on here?" Yellow Hair saw this and rushed to stop it, but it was still a step too late. The little warrior sniffed in a godly manner and pushed Lin Feng's hand away. He tilted his face like a pig's head and said, "What? You say what? I'll tell you, you fire burners and cooks are less likely to brag about your greatness in the camp. You're the most useless ones in the entire rear. All day long you've been cowering in the rear like an asshole, and you're daydreaming about killing first-order beasts. If you don't have the ability, don't push." The little warrior's mouth was like a ballad, instantly spewing out words, and as he said that, he even had to take his hand to slap Lin Feng's face. "Go! Yellow Hair, give him 2 more slaps." Lin Feng dodged the little warrior's hand and pointed at him and said to Yellow Hair. "Pop! Snap!" Yellow Hair rushed up and slapped him twice, gagging all the rest of the little warrior's words. "Squad leader, now you know why I hit him, right?" Yellow Hair said helplessly. "Holy woo-woo." The little warrior was about to open his mouth to spray something, but was directly covered by Yellow Hair. At once, his only source of output was cut off. Lin Feng's lips trembled with anger as he looked at the little warrior whose mouth was covered. He was kind enough to help him, but not only did he not appreciate it and gave himself a spray, but he also wanted to hit his own face. How can this be tolerated? The faces of the surrounding soldiers who were watching the event showed an expression of not being surprised. This squirt doesn't usually get cleaned up, but today he's kind of in the middle of a gunfight. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the angrier he got. If it wasn't for the crowd around him, he would have wanted to go up and kick the squirt twice. "Huh, Captain Lin, don't be angry, this person is called Jet, usually loves to pick fights in the barracks, just clean up a meal." A voice came out and Lin Feng looked over to find that it was Zhou Wansheng. He came over from the distance, saw the squirt with his mouth covered, shook his head and said, "He's been cleaned up all day, and he hasn't learned his lesson yet, so he came to mess with his comrades from the cooking class." "Woo! Woo woo!" Jet saw Zhou Wansheng's mouth trying to say something, but with Yellow Hair covering his mouth, he couldn't say anything at all. Zhou Wansheng ignored him and walked over to Lin Feng. He said to Lin Feng, "Squad leader Lin, this new camp has just been resettled, and it just so happens that there's nothing to do right now. Why don't we have a friendly match after dinner? And let these defiant pricks see if the cooking class can fight or not." Lin Feng sniffed and thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, it's idle anyway, so we don't need them to have nothing to do when they're full of food and net looking for trouble. Alright then, I'll let the headmaster know, let's gather at the training ground later." Zhou Wansheng saw Lin Feng agreeing and happily left. The Yellow Hair beside him covered the squirter's mouth and spoke excitedly, "Squad leader, let me go on later. I'll make sure those grandsons are obedient." Lin Feng thought about it for a moment. Now in the cooking class, in addition to himself, is really the strongest Yellow Hair, himself on a bit of a bully. "Let's go and get some food first, we'll talk about it later." Lin Feng carried the pot towards the cafeteria. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, and then looking at the squirt he had strangled, Yellow Hair felt a little difficult. He spoke viciously, "Now I'm going to spread you around, and if you spew any more, I'm going to seal your anus." Jet nodded, signaling Yellow Hair to let go of himself. As Yellow Hair let go, Jet breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew! Dog stuff can suffocate the master. Jet finished and ran, but where he could not outrun Yellow Hair, who was awakened, was kicked over and pressed to the ground for another brutal beating. Lin Feng went from one to another in the cafeteria and gave the soldiers their meals, and in a short while there was the bottom of a pot left. Little table, you clean up, little stool come with me. Lin Feng instructed the little table beside him and left with the little stool. All the way to the training ground, the soldiers who heard that there was something lively to see had long since surrounded this. Squad leader, I heard it was going to be a tournament? The little stool asked suspiciously. Lin Feng nodded. The little stool touched his bald head, even more puzzled. Then why did you bring me here? Lin Feng glanced at him and said with a slight smile, of course I'm letting you on. What? The little stool stumbled at the words and shouted incredulously at the top of his voice. What, wimped out? You've grown this big, thick physique for nothing. Lin Feng laughed and scolded. He patted the small stool's sturdy shoulders and spoke, it's not like I'm asking you to fight the awakened, can you even bother to make a spray? The little stool's heart settled a little at his words. Oh, that squirter. That spray, that's good to say, I at least followed the old class president, learned a couple of hands, beat him certainly no problem. Although he thought so in his heart, he still spoke with a goated mouth, squad leader, I'm a fire burner and cook, I can't beat them either. The two of them were chatting when they suddenly heard a round of applause from the front. Good. Flip two more. Awesome. Good for you. Lin Feng followed the voice and hung on for dear life. Chapter 17 The crowd being slapped in the face, hidden troops? Chapter 17 The crowd being slapped in the face, hidden troops? Only to see that in the center of the training ground, a figure looked like a wind and fire wheel, constantly flipping over and over, and due to its speed, the air brought up bursts of residual shadows. Yellow Hair! You're stepping on a monkey! Lin Feng yelled. Hearing Lin Feng's collapsing yell, the wind and fire wheels on the field stopped spinning. Due to stopping too quickly, only hearing an ouch, the figure was directly thrown out by inertia and rolled a few times on the ground, stopping right at Lin Feng's feet. There was silence in the arena for a moment, then laughter broke out. Squad leader, you're here, huh? The yellow hair on the ground snapped and opened his mouth. Lin Feng looked at the people around him laughing uproariously and staring at the side as if they were looking at monkeys, and suddenly his face was riotously uncomfortable. With a black face, he gritted his teeth and looked at Yellow Hair and said, stand up for me. Isn't it humiliating enough? Yellow Hair immediately stood up with a carp, patted the dust on his body, and grinned, look, squad leader. I've subdued them all. Lin Feng laughed back in anger and said somewhat conspiratorially, that's not true, in a person's life, I've never seen a monkey that turns over so fast, can I not be subdued by you? Yellow Hair's face immediately turned red into a monkey's ass, embarrassedly speaking, I'm not looking to show my hands. Alright, don't embarrass yourself here. Lin Feng interrupted him and walked directly to the edge of the training ground. Not long after, Zhou Wansheng also arrived, he waved at Lin Feng and walked over. Squad leader Lin, have you thought about how you're going to do this later? Lin Feng nodded and replied, I won't go on, this side let Yellow Hair and Little Stool go on, you see to the rest of the arrangements, it's supposed to be an after-dinner activity, there's no need to make a fuss. Alright then, consider this as practical training. After saying that, Zhou Wansheng walked to the center of the training ground. He shouted at the top of his lungs, I know that right now, everyone has an opinion about the comrades in the cooking class, thinking that the cooking class is blowing awesome all day long, so right now, those who are unconvinced should just come up and let's use strength to speak. As soon as the words fell, a soldier came straight out of the line and shouted, report. I want to go on the field. Zhou Wansheng took a look, it was a soldier from the combat squad, and he rank awakened person, so he turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng spoke to the yellow hair beside him, you're on. Be normal for me, don't make a mess. Yellow Hair patted his chest and swore with conviction as he spoke, squad leader, you can rest assured. You know my strength well. Lin Feng looked at him speechlessly, where was he worried about his strength, he was worried about his brain. It would be a joke if a D-rank awakened person from a college couldn't beat an ordinary soldier from a combat team. With Yellow Hair in the ring, the atmosphere in the training ground was on fire. The people around us started to get up in arms. Are you any good, Yellow Hair? I think you'd better turn a few more cartwheels. Go down if you can't, don't embarrass yourself. With the arching fire of the people around him, Yellow Hair gradually red warmed up. A cold aura flooded over him, and a thin layer of ice formed on the ground under his feet. Cold chi condensed in his hand and an ice blade appeared in his hand. At the sight of this scene, the field fell silent. The surrounding soldiers looked on in disbelief. No, this one's an awakened, huh? Then what monkey business did he just pull? That cold air. Even the ground is frozen. Yellow Hair only felt refreshed as he listened to the marveling around him, and he spoke triumphantly, how about it? Still looking down on the cook soldiers? The enemy in front of him directly froze. Looking at this performance, the opposite side is at least a D rank But thought on all up, so grey down, shall not give people laughed off the teeth, had to be hard on. As the battle begins, the field fights on a dime. The soldier who was prepared to be knocked down by a move found himself evenly matched with the opposite side. He revealed a joyful look at the situation, and with a faintly undetectable electric current in his hands, he continuously threw punches to suppress Yellow Hair. No, you don't just hide. You fight back. Lin Feng was in a hurry off stage. How did he not expect that Yellow Hair had such a waste, this natural aptitude of condensing ice out of thin air, hard to be played by him as a melee king slash. And on the opposite side were well-trained soldiers, his three-legged kung fu was directly played as a cutie. There was a chorus of boos from the field. Lin Feng yelled, you put the cold out, what are you chopping with an ice-breaking knife? When Yellow Hair heard Lin Feng's instructions, he hurriedly released his cold chi externally. Instantly, a white cold mist enveloped the area around Yellow Hair. The warrior who was still suppressing him with his moves was suddenly wrapped in the piercing cold and stiffened violently, and then his movements became slower and slower, his body gradually covered by the cold ice and did not move. The white cold air faded away, revealing the scene on the field. Yellow Hair was holding an ice blade in his hand with cold air coming out of his body, while that warrior had already been frozen into an ice sculpture. Lin Feng's soul was scared out of his body at the sight. He stormed to the center of the training ground, too late to reprimand Yellow Hair, and rushed up to check on the warrior frozen into an ice sculpture. Lin Feng turned on the Tiger Fury Inferno body and ran his true chi. He stretched out his hand and fierce flames flared up, the scorching temperature kept coming out. The ice sculpture melted instantly. That's a talent aptitude. The temperature is horrible too. Why do I feel like I'm going to blow up? I can't run. The surrounding soldiers' eyes were glazed over as they watched Lin Feng make the Inferno Fist. Achoo! As soon as it was frozen, the warrior clutched his bladder and shivered continuously. Yellow Hair, why are you laying your hands on him? Lin Feng saw that the warrior was fine, then he turned around and reprimanded Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair was also a bit at a loss for words. He didn't expect that his outburst of cold air would be this strong. No, it's fine. It's my own skill that's not as good as mine. The warrior was shivering from the cold, but still opened his mouth to intercede for Yellow Hair. Seeing that the person was fine, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Alright, anyone else who is unconvinced can come up and continue. Zhou Wansheng, who was on the side, opened his mouth and shouted. But the arena was silent. Yellow Hair had already hit them in the face with his strength. And the heart-stopping flames on Lin Feng's hands just now made them realize how much of a crouching tiger and hidden dragon this little cooking class was. From the squad leader to the cook, surprisingly all of them are awakened. No. Has the cooking class always been made up of awakened? No way, then why haven't I heard about it? Is it hard to believe that cooks are some kind of hidden troop? Listening to the exclamations on the field, Lin Feng had a smile on his lips. Hey, do you guys really think cooks only burn fires and cook? Listening to Lin Feng's words, there wasn't a single person on the field who refuted him. Judging from the battle just now, even one of the cooks was a powerful awakened. Then the matter of killing a first-order alien beast must be true. To be able to kill a first-order ferocious beast without any injuries and still not delay cooking on time, this was something that even the elite of the scouting company couldn't do. Just as Lin Feng was planning to leave, a voice came from the side. I'm not convinced. Chapter 18, Sending Back Essence Blood, Clue of B Grade. Lin Feng turned his head to look and realized that it was the soldier called Jet. He topped his face, which had been beaten into a pig's head, and pushed his way through the crowd and walked out. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Feng felt as if his face was even more swollen than before. What's the matter with you? Stay where you are. Zhou Wansheng cursed and drove him away. Seeing this, Jet crossed his arms and was about to curse something, but considering Zhou Wansheng's strength and status, he still didn't dare to curse. Lin Feng saw that he was unconvinced and frowned impatiently. It was a waste of time to argue with him. People like this, just ignore him and you'll lose. Little stool, go beat him up. Lin Feng ordered to little stool. The small stool squatting on the ground stood up at the word and said with a smile, okay. As he watched the little stool walk to the center of the training ground, Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention. The opponent wasn't an awakened, the little stool was just enough to crush that squirt with that robust body alone. Captain Zhou, where has the office hall moved to now? Lin Feng walked over to Zhou Wanqing and inquired. Yesterday I intended to send essence blood to my sister, but it has been delayed until now. Zhou Wanqing returned, the new campground is quite large, I'll call a team member to take you there. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. On his way out, he glanced at the center of the training ground, where the little stool was violently beating the squirt while the other man's mouth remained hard. There's really no mistaking the nickname, it's really just a purely mouthy spammer. A soldier came out behind Zhou Wanqing and saluted at Lin Feng, saying, Captain Lin, I'll lead the way. Lin Feng first returned to his place, took out 4 essence bloods from the box under the bed, carefully wrapped them up and left the place. Follow the lead soldier all the way to the new office hall. Squad leader Lin, we're at the place, I'll leave first. The warrior said and trotted away. Gotta go to the mail place first and send the essence blood back. He had just arrived at the mailing office, but the staff said to Lin Feng, Comrade, there is a message here for. At those words Lin Feng was a bit puzzled, a message from his sister? He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button, but the voice in his ear was not his sister's. Hello Mr. Lin, the essence blood you have recently sent back is no longer enough to be used for treatment, please send back more as soon as possible. As the strange woman's voice disappeared from the receiver, Lin Feng frowned. How is that not enough? I had just sent back 2 large bottles myself earlier, and while the quality wasn't as good, how could it not even last a week? Is it possible that my sister's condition has worsened? Thinking about this, Lin Feng's heart was anxious. Gotta get to the quest team soon to get the scoop. At this rate, the demand for essence blood was increasing, and I was afraid that it would not be enough to supply it by then. Phew! Lin Feng took a deep breath and calmed down. It was now imperative to send these essence bloods back first. He handed the box storing the essence blood to the staff member and spoke, Wait, I want to ask, have all the previous packages been sent to the urban area? Wait a moment comrade, I'll show you. The staff member finished and started to get busy. After making a few phone calls, he spoke again, Comrade, I've asked about all of them, the packages were sent to the second sanatorium in the city, they've all been signed for. Lin Feng had to stop when he saw this, it seems that his sister did not receive the package. He really wanted to go and verify it for himself now. But, back in the city, you have to approve the paperwork. I don't know how much time it will take when the paperwork comes down and the rush is on. And my sister is in dire need of essence blood now. The only way to get it yourself now is to stay in the barracks. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's face was filled with gloom. Gotta raise my strength as soon as possible and get enough essence blood. Then go right back into the city to find your sister. But what does it take to get to B level? Lin Feng walked out of the office hall, his face full of sorrow. Right. Go to the library. Lin Feng suddenly said with a clap of his hands. It was at the library that the solution to my sister's previous illness was found. Lin Feng left the camp and went to the resident library. After showing his nameplate, he was let in. Looking at the wide range of books, Lin Feng was a little difficult. How to find this? There is no classification. Just as he was getting tangled up, a voice came from behind him. Gu. If it isn't Captain Lin, why are you free to come to the garrison? Lin Feng turned his head to look and realized that it was Li Guang, the captain of the combat squad. He walked over with big strides and held Lin Feng's hand. The two shook hands, and Li Guang asked curiously, What kind of books are you looking for in the library, Class Leader Lin? I come often, tell me about it and I'll help you find it. Lin Feng thought about it and replied truthfully, Oh, I'm here this time to look for some books on cultivation. Books on cultivation? Nua, that's over there. Li Guang reached out and pointed in a direction. Thanks, Captain Li. Lin Feng said thankfully. Li Guang grinned and said, Hey. It's a small thing, just save me a bite of the good stuff from the cooking class in the future. After bidding farewell to Li Guang, Lin Feng went to the area of cultivation books and started to check the information. After reading some basic books on cultivation, Lin Feng found a book that recorded cultivation levels. Natural awakening can only go up to level A, while even the lowest ranked awakened person can be upgraded through cultivation. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the records on the books. That still has to be upgraded through ancient martial arts techniques, but Iron Fist goes up to C rank. Is it hard to go and buy new feats? But how much does it cost to be able to cultivate an ancient martial arts technique up to level B? Lin Feng sighed and rubbed his head in agony. He counted the essence blood in his hand, and there was only one bottle left. Let's sell the essence blood first and look for any ancient martial arts techniques. Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart. Leaving the library along the way, Lin Feng arrived at the residence office hall. After entering the trading area, he found the official selling place, although the price would be higher if he sold it to an individual, but Lin Feng, who was in a hurry to use money right now, chose to sell it to the official in exchange for merit honors, and then use the merit honors to buy the technique. Turned in the essence blood and got 5 merit points. So little? Lin Feng asked the staff with a frown. Comrade, 1 point of merit is equivalent to $10,000, so this is the normal price. The staff patiently answered Lin Feng's questions. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, so it was like that. He opened his mouth and inquired, where do I have to look if I want to purchase an ancient martial arts technique? The staff thought for a moment and said, the trading machine over there was just updated yesterday, comrade, you can check it out. Lin Feng nodded his thanks and walked over to the trading machine. Putting the nameplate to the scanner, as the machine beeped, Lin Feng's personal information and current merit appeared on the screen. Clicking on the column of ancient martial arts techniques, Lin Feng began to pick them out. Feats were ranked from A rank all the way down to D rank. Lin Feng tried clicking on a grade A1, then immediately turned it off. Nothing else, can't afford it. Ignoring those high-level feats that he couldn't afford at first glance, Lin Feng clicked on a B-ranked one. Looking at the top of the screen showing the merit points required for redemption, his smile froze. No, why is it so expensive? Chapter 19 The Yellow Hair Who Was Beaten, Team-Up Mission. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in shock as he looked at the number of merits displayed on the trading machine. A grade B ancient martial arts secret book, it even cost 60 points of merit. Lin Feng felt a wave of absurdity. A bottle of ferocious beast essence blood could only be sold for 5 points of merit, and this was still a price that was only available if it was of good quality. But this ancient martial arts secret that is extremely difficult for regular people to practice, even though it can theoretically allow one to reach B rank. But only in theory, how it could be so expensive. Lin Feng frowned deeply, he really couldn't think of how he was going to come up with these merit points. If he relied on essence blood alone, not to mention his sister's increasing demand, he would have to gather 12 vials of high-quality essence blood by himself just to keep it the same. Hey! We can only go one step ahead and see what happens. Lin Feng sighed deeply and left the trading machine. He was going to go back to the cookhouse first. Lin Feng was walking down the hall when he came face to face with 2 men and a woman. The woman at the head of the group was tall, wearing a slim trench coat, leather boots, and a smile on her better googly-eyed face. She had a short-haired, fresh-faced teenager in her arms, while her other hand was groping the ass of a hunky man beside her. Yo, this match, is it a male model? Both men had pleasing smiles on their faces as the women joked and laughed. Lin Feng didn't hold back a second glance when he saw this odd combination. The other side wasn't soldiers, so it was mercenaries. An awakened person from the main city? Lin Feng secretly wondered in his heart. The merit badges for this mission were handed out, what do you want? The woman's voice came. Listening to the woman's inquiry, the teenager in her arms revealed a smile and said sweetly, Sister Bella, I don't have anything I want, so I'll use these merits to exchange them for equipment for you. The stocky man on the other side of the table frowned in displeasure at the words, but considering that the other man had said so, he had no choice but to agree, well, so do I. The woman named Bella, hearing the duo's words, gave a doting smile. She was about to say something, but then she saw the oncoming Lin Feng. She looked up and down, a contemptuous smile on her face. Bella looked at Lin Feng and let out a cold snort in mockery. Lin Feng saw this and didn't know why. What was wrong with this woman's brain? Coldly, he gave her a look. And the woman actually winked at him. Lin Feng snorted coldly and didn't pay any more attention to her. The other party didn't continue to look for trouble, and he wasn't going to fight a group of awakened people over this small matter, and the two sides rubbed shoulders. Rather, it was the other party's words just now that he cared about. Mission? It's a task issued by the clerk's office, right? Lin Feng said in his heart, right, since mercenaries can take on missions, why can't I? Thinking of this, he went to the quest release. This was the most conspicuous place in the office hall. In the past, Lin Feng had found it when he sent his sister's essence blood, just because at that time, he had neither the time nor the strength to take on a task, but now he could try it. Lin Feng walked over to the quest pickup. You have to form a team to take the quest, there's no single person? Lin Feng inquired with a frown as he heard the staff member's words. The staff patiently explained, Comrade, the solo quests are all high-level quests. Not only do you need to have completed the quest once in a group, but you also need to be C ranked or above in order to take it, and that's also for security reasons. Lin Feng had to stop after hearing that. Now he was strong enough, but where to find this teammate? While he was in trouble, an impatient voice sounded behind him, in front of you, get lost if you don't have the strength, don't delay my time. Lin Feng turned around and looked. It was one of the woman's male favorites from earlier, the robust man. At once, his eyes went cold. I didn't bother with them just now, and I've been standing here for less than a minute, but I've come back to pick a fight again. Do you really think you don't have a temper? Lin Feng mockingly opened his mouth. Yo, isn't this the male model brother? Where's the woman just now? What, the price didn't come close? You seek death. The man seemed to have been poked at by Lin Feng. Just as he was about to make his move, a guard in uniform somehow stood behind him. A hand on his shoulder, the voice slowly opened, the main city to the small comrades, what is so big fire have a word, let's sit down and talk. The gentle words behind him and the palm on his shoulder instantly made the man feel like he was on ice. It's fine. I was messing with him, huh? Cold sweat was left on the man's head, and he was shocked as to when this man had appeared. Oh, that's good, you can't fight in the office hall. The guard patted the other's shoulder and said with a smile. After saying that, he turned and left. The robust man stared at Lin Feng and spoke hatefully, don't come out of here if you're capable. After that, he left with a cold grunt. Lin Feng smiled disdainfully, striking out at himself in the resident office hall. He was really bold. Really think the guards here are for show? Forget it, don't bother with this, gotta hurry back and cook. Looking at the sky, it was almost evening. Lin Feng decided to go back to the camp first. By the time Lin Feng returned to the campground, it was already nighttime, and when he returned to the cooking class, he didn't see Little Stool and the others. Strange, did it go to fight for food? It's long past mealtime, Lin Feng looked at the empty cooking class and was a bit puzzled. Just as he was about to check out the cafeteria, there was a hustle and bustle from outside, where the plaza was located. Lin Feng hurriedly walked out to check, and when he came to the square, he found a circle of warriors surrounding him outside. I say, you guys don't bully too much. When our class president comes back, you'll have it coming. Little Stool's voice came from the distance. Lin Feng hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd and walked in, but the sight in front of him made him furious. Only to see Yellow Hair holding an ice blade in his upper hand, struggling to fend off a woman's attack. And the woman, empty-handed, easily overpowered him. As she moved, Yellow Hair grew unsupportable. Stop it for me. Lin Feng let out an explosive cry. The woman turned her head to look when she heard the voice, and Lin Feng's pupils shrank when he looked at her face. That's the awakened called Bella that the clerk met. When Bella saw that it was Lin Feng, she slowly stopped pressing Yellow Hair to beat him. Before Lin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, a mocking smile appeared on her face again. Suddenly whirling around, he kicked towards Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair hastily raised his ice blade to fend it off, but he was still kicked off. Ouch, fell to the ground. Lin Feng's eyes cracked at the sight and he instantly opened his Tiger Fury Inferno body. Mud! Don't you dare hit my men! Fierce flames ignited in his hands, instantly striking towards the woman. When she saw Lin Feng's movements, Bella's face changed drastically. This prowess! She dodged in a hurry, thrillingly avoiding the blow. Lin Feng's fist almost grazed her face. The fierce wind of the punch scraped a gash across her face. The heat from the flames made her hair burn. Just then, Lin Feng turned his fist into a palm. The big mouth with flames slapped violently towards Bella's pretty face. Snap! A crisp sound rang out and Bella's body flew backwards. Chapter 20: The Awakened in the Main City, Clearance Mission. After doing this, Lin Feng's gaze turned. Saw a man next to him with a panicked face. It's the male model brother. Walked right up and grabbed him. Burning fists toward his face. In the distance, Bella had just gotten up and saw the scene. The eyes widened at once. Don't you dare try to touch him. She chortled. Oh? So what if I move? Lin Feng sniffed and brought his fist closer. Instantly, the man who had been grabbed by Lin Feng let out an agonizing scream as his skin was roasted by the temperature emanating from Lin Feng's inflamed fist. Seeing that her beloved man was about to be roasted, Bella revealed a panicked look and hurriedly opened her mouth to stop, Wait. Don't be impulsive. Lin Feng spoke with a cold face, kneel down. Or else I'll burn him to death. Bella looked at Lin Feng unwillingly, obviously not wanting to be threatened. But look at the miserable state of your beloved. It just feels like the heart is bleeding. Just then a loud shout came, "What are all doing?" Lin Feng looked over and it was Zhou Wansheng. Seeing the tense air on the field, the opponent hurriedly came up to stop it. "Don't make a move, talk about what's going on." Bella grunted at the sight and stood up straight. Seeing Zhou Wansheng's, Lin Feng also withdrew his inferno fist. Zhou Wansheng was relieved to see this. This would have been troublesome if Lin Feng and Bella had fought in the barracks. "Captain Zhou, I still want to ask you what the hell is going on here. Why did a group of awakened people run into the barracks and beat up my team members?" Lin Feng questioned in a bad tone. Zhou Wansheng sniffed and asked Bella with a black face, "Bella, what the hell is going on here?" "This is the army, keep that arrogance you had in the main city down. When you come to the army, you obey your superiors in all matters. If there's a next time, you'll be court-martialed." Bella's face was a bit unnatural as she sniffed, and she waved her hand at the robust man beside Lin Feng. "Kyle, get over here." Kyle rushed to Bella's side, who embraced him in a hug, heartily caressing Lin Feng's burnt face. Looking at her beloved man's face being burned like this, killing intent kept surging in her heart. But that person who had injured Kyle was not below his own strength, and now that he was in the other party's territory, he can only endure it for now. At the thought, she took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her chest. Then he viciously spoke to Lin Feng. You wait for me. This isn't over." After letting out her harsh words, she left with Kyle and the teenager next to her. Lin Feng coldly watched the other party leave without stopping them. He turned around and inquired, "Captain Zhou, who the hell is this woman?" Zhou Wansheng sighed and said with a complicated expression, "That woman is a C-rank awakened from the main city, and this time she was sent from the main city side to assist us, but I really didn't expect her to be so lawless. But don't worry. This is in the barracks, I'll make sure she goes out sideways." When he learned that the other party was a mercenary, Lin Feng's face instantly turned cold. He didn't have an ounce of goodwill toward the gang. And that's not the way to settle the score. "Captain Zhou, I won't trouble you with this. What mission did that woman perform?" Lin Feng faintly spoke to Zhou Wansheng. "Class leader Lin, don't be impulsive, that woman is stronger than me. I'll call for a B-ranked booster and just her mother," Zhou Wansheng said, picking up the terminal and about to call Li Guang. "If you can't beat them yourself, why don't you shake them? This is the army, who is going to engage in personal force with you." If he really let her bully his own people and leave like that, then he could simply find a block of tofu and crash it to death. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped him when he saw this. Shaking his head, he said, "Captain Zhou, the front line is so tense, this matter is not enough to bother a B-ranked comrade. You can clean her up yourself." Then, he digressed and asked, "By the way, how did you find mercenaries to carry out the mission this time?" Seeing this, Zhou Wansheng had to say truthfully, "The new camp has just moved in, and there are still some scattered ferocious beasts in the surrounding area, and we just couldn't clean them up anymore, which is why we hired them." "How many orders of ferocious beasts are they?" Lin Feng asked after him. Zhou Wansheng replied back, "Basically all of them are of the first rank, but there are many of them, so there is not enough manpower." Lin Feng fell into a deep thought after hearing that. First rank? Then maybe give it a try yourself. "Captain Zhou, instead of hiring those outsiders, why don't you let me do it? After all, you know my strength well." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to Zhou Wansheng. "Really?" Zhou Wansheng sniffed with a burst of surprise. When the second order alien beasts had rushed in the camp before, it was Lin Feng who had come to save the day. The regimental commander found out about this and wanted to transfer him to the scouting company, but he didn't want to. He had to stay in the cooking class, so how come he's relented now? However, he still agreed in one breath, "Okay. I'll talk to the headmaster right away." Zhou Wansheng then left in a hurry. "How is it, can you still stand up?" Lin Feng inquired to the yellow hair on the ground. Yellow hair sniffed and suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's pants leg and directly cried out, tears and snot smeared all over his face. "Squad leader. I really can't handle that, whoops." Yellow hair cried with snot bubbles coming out of his nose, saying that he even wiped it on Lin Feng. "What's it like to cry? Hurry up and stand up for me." Lin Feng dodged Yellow hair's snot-stained hand and said in disgust. He looked at Yellow hair's neutral look, not like he was injured, and let go of his heart. "Alright, go back first, don't make people look at you funny again." Lin Feng pulled up Yellow hair and gestured for Little Stool to follow. On the way, Lin Feng inquired, "How on earth did you mess with that woman?" "It's not the little stool." He looked at that woman good looking, so he looked at her a few more times, but the man across the street came up to beat him, and I stopped him, and the man couldn't beat my girl, so he came up to take the lead. The small stool beside him sniffed and lowered his head deeply. This has been a soldier for a few years, and when he saw the sow, he felt that it was clear, and when he saw such a beautiful woman in the cold, he really couldn't help it. "Squad leader, I just heard you and Captain Joe say that you're going to join the mission?" Yellow hair came over his head and asked in a thievish manner. Lin Feng glanced at him and spoke, "Why are you inquiring about this?" Yellow hair hemmed and hawed, "Squad leader, as you know, we came here for gold plating, and ended up being placed here by the regimental commander, and even though I feel pretty good about being a cook now, I want to with the ferocious beasts, too." Lin Feng sniffed and fell into thought. Should we take them with us? This first order ferocious beast was not dangerous to himself right now, and right now he needed merit points. Yellow hair and the others wanted to be gold plated, so they had to complete the mission, so as long as they were ensured of their safety, it would be fine to try it out, just as a way to sharpen them. But it's okay to bring yellow hair. As for the other students, they are afraid that they are not strong enough. It's better to wait for Zhou Wanqing to come back and ask him about the specifics. After making a decision in his heart, Lin Feng spoke, "There's no rush now, first go back to the cooking class to treat your wounds." All the way back to the cooking class, Lin Feng had little stool find a medical kit. When he was about to apply medicine, yellow hair stopped Lin Feng. "Squad leader, I'm afraid this is a bit painful." Yellow hair looked at the alcohol-soaked cotton ball and spoke hesitantly. Lin Feng slapped his hand away and said, "Don't move, this doesn't hurt." Yellow hair gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay, I believe you." Lin Feng had just put a cotton ball on the wound on his temple when yellow hair directly jumped up. "Ah! I thought I said it didn't hurt." "Aya, why are you so afraid of pain?" "Sit down, I'll give you another one." Lin Feng held yellow hair down on the chair. Then took out a bottle of powdered medicine. Yellow hair saw this and broke out in a cold sweat and hastened to stop it. "Wait, squad leader, this doesn't hurt, does it?" Lin Feng spoke confidently, "Don't worry, this definitely doesn't hurt," he said and sprinkled the powder all over the wound. Then yellow hair instantly stood upright. He stood straight, his body tense, his hands clenched into fists, blood red climbing from his neck to his forehead. The body then lay straight down, and the body twitched every now and then. "Yellow hair. Are you okay?" Chapter 21 Yellow hair is dead. Chapter 21 Yellow hair is dead. Lin Feng rushed forward and slapped yellow hair's face, but the other party didn't react at all. Beside him, the little stool exclaimed, "Dead." Lin Feng sniffed and glared at him, "What nonsense? You can still die after taking a medicine." But looking at yellow hair's reaction is still a little strange. This wound is not deep. How to put a medicine so big reaction? Turning the small bottle in his hand around to the side where the words were written, Lin Feng scrutinized it carefully. It just says, "Chemical, do not touch skin." Lin Feng's cold sweat instantly came down. This is not medicine. Why is it in the medical kit? Little stool. Where did you find a medical kit? Lin Feng yelled and opened his mouth. The little stool was instantly jolted and spoke in a panic, "Just the kitchen turned up. That box was originally used by the small table to hold miscellaneous things." Holy! Lin Feng was speechless for a while as he sniffed. But there was no time to argue with him, so he ordered, "Go get some water." The little stool ran out in a hurry to find water. Not a moment later he came running in again, the kettle of hot water in his hand. Lin Feng looked at the hot water kettle in his hand and looked at the small stool in amazement, as if he knew him on the first day. "Can a small stool, deep hiding? You see yellow hair is not good for a long time, this is finally found by you the opportunity?" Lin Feng laughed back in anger. The little stool scratched his bare head, somewhat unable to understand what Lin Feng was saying. Puzzled, he spoke up, "I thought I was told to find water, this kettle has only just boiled and it's still hot." Lin Feng heard a burst of absurdity. He said in a conspiratorial manner, "Oh. Just burned. That's great, now yellow hair is blessed, just in time to fade him." The little stool tapped his head after hearing this and said, "Oops. Squad leader, you were going to wash the medicine. Then I took the wrong one." After saying that, he was about to run outside, but was stopped by Lin Feng. "Forget it, it's too late, if we don't wash the medicine off, I'm afraid it'll all be absorbed." Lin Feng frowned and said slowly. He took the kettle of hot water, opened the lid, and was about to pour it over yellow hair's head. Wow! The scalding hot water poured over yellow hair's head, washing away much of the powder. Suddenly, Yellow Hair's eyes opened as he was scalded. Ouch! Ah! His body violently recoiled and his head violently knocked off the hot kettle in Lin Feng's hand, and he popped up at once, scalding on the ground and flipping over a few times, and then his feet slipped and splintered because of the water that was spilled onto the ground. The small stool was also scalded by the water spilled from the overturned hot kettle and squealed. Only Lin Feng didn't feel a thing because of the strong defense brought about by his natural aptitude, but he was still drenched into a soupy mess. The air was quiet for a moment as the screams in the room faded. Lin Feng looked at the mess around him and directly laughed out loud. People really do laugh when they are speechless to the extreme. Squad leader, what's wrong with this? Yellow Hair opened his mouth dully, his face was red, and he didn't know if it was from the heat or the pain he had just experienced. Lin Feng quietly stuffed the bottle of medicine into his pants pocket, went up and wrapped his arms around Yellow Hair's neck and said, "Sleepy silly boy? Look at you, I was just giving you medicine and you fell asleep directly." Yellow Hair scratched his face in bewilderment. This, like this? Of course. The class president would still be able to lie to you. Little Stool hurriedly agreed. Lin Feng patted Yellow Hair's shoulder. All right, the medicine is done, go back to sleep. Yellow Hair nodded his head and said happily, good. By the way, squad leader, if you're planning on going to clear out the ferocious beasts, don't forget to bring me along. Okay, you go back. Lin Feng said. At that, Yellow Hair happily walked away. Looking at his silly face, Lin Feng always felt a little sorry for him. However, it was good that Yellow Hair was a D-level awakened. As long as it wasn't some kind of intense poison, it wouldn't harm his body. Some chemicals were just a minor problem. Squad leader, it's getting late, I'm going back to bed too. The little stool had tossed and turned all day, only to feel 10,000 times more tired. Lin Feng nodded his goodbye to the small stool and briefly cleaned the messy floor before turning off the lights and leaving. All the way back to his place, Lin Feng sat on his bed and started to cultivate. As the Iron Fist technique continued to run, the black mist energy was continuously sucked into the body and turned into true qi. Suddenly Lin Feng realized that his absorption speed was even faster. Surprised, he opened his eyes and surveyed his body, thinking in his heart, can it be that with a new innate aptitude, the body's cultivation speed will be accelerated? Wouldn't that be the same as being open? One's current cultivation speed was almost twice as fast as when one hadn't fused the steel body avatar. Then, as long as one kept parsing the talent aptitude, the speed of cultivation could get faster and faster. Thinking about this, Lin Feng hurriedly closed his eyes and started to continue cultivating. He didn't want to waste even a second right now. As Lin Feng breathed in and out, his true qi continued to grow and his acupoints slowly opened up. From 2 in the beginning, it slowly opened up to a 3rd and a 4th. It was just about to open a 5th when dawn broke. Lin Feng opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He smashed his mouth with intent. Not enough practice at all. Lin Feng chanted. It would be nice to be able to practice every day sometime. After simply getting up and washing up, Lin Feng left his residence. Upon arriving at the cooking class, Zhou Wansheng had long been waiting there. As soon as he saw Lin Feng, he waved excitedly and opened his mouth to shout, Lin Banzai, this way. Lin Feng walked over and saw that the other party was holding a file bag. What is this? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Zhou Wansheng grinned and spoke mysteriously, hey, you'll know when you see it. Seeing him selling out, Lin Feng lightly laughed and took the dossier bag to check it out. Just after looking at it for a while, Lin Feng frowned, and when he turned a page, he directly screamed out in shock. No, Captain Zhou, I didn't offend you, did I? I came to help you with good intentions, how could you harm me? Zhou Wansheng saw the situation and quickly opened his mouth to explain, don't misunderstand, this is not my idea, the head of the fight to promote you on the first day of the idea, this is not to blame me. Lin Feng sighed deeply. Good guy, I said how to insert the students for me, the feeling is waiting for me here. He was too small to change the chief's mind, I'm afraid. Lin Feng thought for a second that it wasn't really a bad thing, at least it wasn't too dangerous. Is there really no other way? Lin Feng asked, still somewhat undeterred. Zhou Wansheng immediately shook his head into a rattle. Don't make it hard for me, I'm just a squad leader, it's not like I'm in charge of the camp. Lin Feng had no choice but to stop when he saw this. He turned and walked into the kitchen, calling out the crowd that was busy. Come, I have an announcement to make. Lin Feng shouted. Chapter 22 Yellow Hair Lives, Explosive Change Student. Chapter 22 Yellow Hair Lives, Explosive Change Student. Lin Feng had them stand in a line while he himself stood in front of them. What's the matter, squad leader? The pot is still simmering with porridge, it'll get mushy in a while. The small stool stood at the front of the team and said suspiciously. Lin Feng glanced at him and remembered that it didn't seem to be his business, so he waved his hand and said, "It's fine, go play." After that, he pointed to the small table and said, "You two, go ahead and cook." Okay. The little stool went back to the kitchen. The small table, not being talkative, nodded and went back. After they left, only college students were left on the scene. Lin Feng sized up the three of them, the yellow hair with a flowing head of blonde hair, the short and stumpy fat guy, and the girl with short hair, Xiaonan. Looking at their clear and stupid eyes, Lin Feng sighed. Is this what the chief calls the elite? Just now, when he opened the dossier bag, Lin Feng realized that the head of the regiment had promoted himself to be the squad leader for a long time. Knowing that he could kill a second-order ferocious beast, and not wanting to go to the combat sector, he played a trick. The intention is to turn this cooking class of his, secretly, into a talent development department. In the future, if there are any good seedlings, they will all step in and stuff them in, letting themselves practice them until they can independently kill ferocious beasts before they can graduate. I just want to develop peacefully, why is it so hard? Lin Feng wailed in his heart. Hey! Lin Feng sighed. It wasn't exactly a bad thing. The headmaster had said on his file that he would be treated as a squad leader of a combat team from now on. You know, a frontline combatant is paid more than yourself, let alone a squad leader. Yellow hair couldn't help but scratch his head a bit when he saw Lin Feng calling them over and just sighing and not saying anything. Curious, he spoke up and asked, "Squad leader, what's going on?" The only girl among the students, Xiaonan, was also a bit nervous as she looked at Lin Feng. She also spoke weakly, "Yes, are we going to be expelled?" "Don't mention it, I'm still counting on going back to be a teacher after my internship." Fatty was instantly a little nervous, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing their uneasy looks, Lin Feng lightly laughed and opened his mouth to comfort them. "Don't worry, it's not good that you'll have to be cooking soldiers for the rest of your lives." Fatty let out a shriek of surprise at the words, "For the rest of my life." "Squad leader, are you holding us back?" Minami was on the verge of tears after hearing that. "Didn't we say it was temporary?" "Oh, I want to go home." "Ha ha ha. You guys can't go back. Just cook for me for the rest of your lives in the barracks." Lin Feng deliberately revealed an evil expression and said viciously. Xiaonan cried even louder at the sight, and Fatty was subdued. Only yellow hair scratched his head and looked at Lin Feng blankly. "Huh?" Lin Feng looked at them and nearly failed to tense up, clearing his throat and saying, "Alright, I won't tease you guys anymore." The cause was then explained to them. Yellow hair froze directly after listening to the hearing. He pointed to himself and said, I beat the beast, really? Do you have to kill a first-order ferocious beast to graduate?" Minami also had a difficult look on her face. Lin Feng saw their sad faces and opened his mouth to comfort them. "It's fine, the pension of the demon suppressor army is quite high, don't worry, with me, I definitely won't let those people in the main city swallow the money given to your families." Looking at Lin Feng patting his chest as if he had me, Xiaonan and Fatty's faces turned green. Seeing their appearance, Yellow Hair said disdainfully, "Isn't it just a first-order ferocious beast? Look how scared you are." "Ro! You're the best. Still not beaten by that woman on the ground." Fatty directly retorted. "Hey! I Nima." Yellow Hair's face turned red as he was choked. This wasn't the pot calling the kettle black. Seeing their appearance, Lin Feng spoke somewhat helplessly. "Alright, stop it, surely I won't let you guys go to your deaths. I'll take you guys to complete a few missions to sharpen your skills first." Upon hearing this, Xiaonan and Fatty let out a sigh of relief. Seeing their lack of confidence, Lin Feng was a bit speechless. They weren't actually weak, everyone was a D-level awakened, especially Yellow Hair. That natural aptitude of freezing ice out of thin air had extremely high potential. They were, to put it bluntly, lacking in combat experience after all. Those who could attend colleges and universities were geniuses that ordinary people needed to look up to. "Alright, go and cook first, don't delay the meal, we'll do the mission in the afternoon, dismissed." Lin Feng opened his mouth and ordered. A group of students had prepared their hearts for a fight, only to wail when they realized they still had to cook. Lin Feng was a bit helpless when he saw this. Tell you to go fight ferocious beasts and you don't want to really tell you to cook and you're not happy. With the students joining in, breakfast was soon ready. Letting the small stools and tables carry the hot porridge and buns to the cafeteria, Lin Feng called the students to the training ground. "This morning, your task is to play the talented avatar for me to understand. Do you hear me? Lin Feng stood in the center of the training ground and yelled at the yellow hair group in front of him. He intended to see just how far these elites had mastered their natural aptitude. Understood. The three students shouted back. Lin Feng reached out and pointed, Yellow hair, come out of the line and give a demonstration of your natural aptitude. Okay, Lu. Watch me. Yellow hair walked out excitedly. A cold aura rose from his body, and in his hand, the cold aura condensed and transformed into a foot-long short blade of cold ice. Then with a strange cry, he jumped to the center of the training ground and began to practice his sword technique. The ice blade cut through the air, bringing up bursts of air-breaking sounds, and the cold air that rose from the tip of the blade transformed into a white palette, which was surprisingly very nice to watch with Yellow hair's chopping attack that was faster than the other one. Xiaonan and Fatty burst into applause. Yes. It's okay, Yellow hair. Listening to the applause on the field, but Lin Feng frowned. Yellow hair knife skills look bluff. In fact, it is simply in the summer 8 cut. It was only thanks to the physical quality of a D rank awakened person, and the special effects added by the natural aptitude that it looked like that. Alright, stop, don't spin dizzy in a while. Lin Feng looked at the yellow hair on the field that was spinning into a gyroscope and covered his forehead. He really didn't have eyes to see. Yellow hair sniffed and stopped violently, and the ice blade in his hand accidentally came out of his hand and flew towards Xiaonan. Watch out! Fatty screamed out in alarm, but it was too late to stop him. Seeing that the ice blade was about to stab Minami to death, she closed her eyes in horror. Dang! Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of her, his hand wrapped in true chi, and he slapped the ice blade away. The ice blade spun several times in the air and plunged into the front of the crotch of yellow hair, who had fallen and sat on the ground, just short of splitting his little head in half vertically. Ah! 2 shrill screams rang through the air, one from Minami, the other louder from Yellow hair. Yellow hair sat on the ground looking at his crotch and kept falling back. Minami touched her head still and crouched down to cry. Ha! Lin Feng looked at the chaos on the field and was directly infuriated and laughed. He then yelled, All be quiet. Chapter 23 Yellow Hair's Disgusting Warfare. Chapter 23 Yellow Hair's Disgusting Warfare. The 3 people on the field shivered and stopped speaking. Lin Feng spoke with a black face, Yellow hair. If you step on my horse and let me see you playing with that ice-breaking blade again, I'll kill you. And you Minami. Why didn't you dodge just now? Don't tell me that you, a D-rank awakened person, can't dodge a knife. Lin Feng questioned again to Xiaonan who was crouching on the ground. Minami cried out, I forgot. Lin Feng felt all collapsed when he heard that, forgot? What a good one to forget. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Lin Feng kept chanting with his eyes closed. He then took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his chest. Yellow hair. Come over here dead. Lin Feng said viciously. Upon hearing this, Yellow hair, who was checking his crotch, hurriedly stood up, effaced the dirt on his body, and jogged over. What's up, squad leader? Yellow hair said as he ran over and froze. Lin Feng frowned unhappily and slapped Yellow hair on the shoulder, giving him a stagger. What do you say? Almost dead someone else's little south head out of existence. Don't apologize to her yet. Lin Feng said with a glare. After hearing this, Yellow hair hurriedly opened his mouth to Xiaonan. Nah, I'm sorry, I almost stabbed you to death. Ha ha. Xiaonan stood up, her face a little red, and gave Yellow hair a blank look. What are you talking about? Rascal. Ha? Yellow hair scratched his head, somewhat unsure. Seeing this, Lin Feng directly spoke impatiently, alright, keep training. He looked at Yellow hair and said with hatred, what a powerful aptitude you have here, hard to be played away by you. After saying that, he pointed at the ice blade on the ground and spoke, the cold ice you condensed is so hard, why don't you get a set of ice armor, just take a short blade and chop it in that summer 8. Yellow hair tapped his head and said, right. Why didn't I think of that? After saying that, the cold chi coalesced on his body, and a set of cold armor gradually wrapped him, which looked rough because he didn't understand the construction of the armor. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at this. He spoke, you now exude your cold chi and form a range, not more, not less. Yellow hair sniffed and obediently did as he was told. The cold white mist was released outside his body, forming a range of about 3 meters. Okay, don't move, ha. Lin Feng said to him. Words closed. A prancing white gas emerged from his body and instantly rushed towards Yellow hair. Yellow hair only had time to scream before Lin Feng had already appeared in front of him. Lin Feng fiercely slapped out a palm, a lightning-fast strike that directly imprinted on Yellow Hair's chest. Only after doing this did the violent and powerful wind scatter in all directions, scraping the sand and dust from the field. Bang! As a dull crash sounded, the students on the field reacted to what Lin Feng had done. Minami covered her mouth with both hands and stared at the scene in disbelief. Class president, Yellow Hair, he is not on purpose, not so. Fatty said with intolerance. With the strength of the class president, this strike, Yellow Hair is afraid. Surprisingly, it doesn't hurt at all. Yellow Hair's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaonan and Fatty sniffed and looked over, but saw a scene that shocked them. Only to see Yellow Hair standing properly in place, his body ice armor intact, only a palm print on his chest, palm print surrounded by all the traces of cracks. A closer look, the body ice armor was hit with thin cracks, but still not broken. Lin Feng stood at the edge and knocked on Yellow Hair's ice armor, making a clanging sound, then let out a light laugh and said, "See how scared you guys are, I'm still going to beat him to death." Xiaonan and Fatty were relieved to see this. Luckily, just now I thought the squad leader had gone berserk and beat Yellow Hair to death. Suddenly, they noticed that the ice armor on Yellow Hair was slowly recovering. I'll go, Yellow Hair can do it. Not to mention that he didn't die after taking this move from the squad leader, the ice armor on his body has even recovered. Fatty looked at Yellow Hair in awe. Minami's eyes also glowed as she spoke. Did Yellow Hair turn out to be so powerful? Seeing the compliments from the crowd on the field, Yellow Hair's tail was about to go up to the sky as he raised his head and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Hey. Isn't this because I was afraid of hurting your pride before?" He shook his head and continued, "Since I can't hide it anymore, I won't pretend. I'm a supreme genius and showing my cards." Lin Feng saw his look in his heart straight away. He directly knocked with his hand, shockwaves came out from his body and cracked the ice armor on Yellow Hair's body all at once. Ouch! Yellow Hair shrieked, covering his body that had lost its ice armor. He, who was originally bursting with self-confidence, was directly knocked back by Lin Feng's light knock. Lin Feng glanced at him and said indifferently, "Floating, huh? I was only using true chi just now, I haven't put out my full strength yet, see how dejected you are." "Haha, like this." Yellow Hair covered his head in embarrassment. Lin Feng said to Yellow Hair, "You will fight later, put the ice armor on your body to externally release the cold, so that the enemy can't break your defense, but will also be invaded by the cold all the time to get slower and slower, while the ice armor on your body will keep recovering, and by then the grinding will also grind the other side to death." Yellow Hair's eyes instantly glowed. This move could work. As long as the energy in one's body doesn't use up all the energy, and one isn't killed by a single blow by the squad leader like just now, one is invincible in the same class up. With that thought, he raised his head and a swaggering look appeared on his face, fantasizing about something, and every now and then letting out a giggle. Lin Feng directly gave him a kick and scolded him with a laugh, "Don't be beautiful. Go back you." On the field, Xiaonan and Fatty became so strong when they saw that Yellow Hair had only been instructed by Lin Feng. Some of it pressed. Fatty spoke up excitedly, "Squad leader. Why don't you show me too?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Alright, you make your natural aptitude out and I'll take a look, pay attention, don't injure your teammates by mistake like Yellow Hair." "Don't worry, class president, my natural aptitude is very stable," Fatty said confidently. Seeing him say that, Lin Feng also became a bit curious. This kid usually kept a low profile, and he really didn't know what his natural aptitude was. The fat man finished taking a few steps forward and took off his jacket, revealing a firm body encased in fat. Lin Feng nodded at the sight and thought, "Nice body, I guess he's a warrior type." "Ha!" The fat man suddenly shouted, his body's fat flesh trembling. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly stared at him with a serious expression, afraid of missing any details. After a while like this, the fat man still maintained the same position as earlier, not moving a muscle. "Nothing? That's it?" Lin Feng's head was full of black lines and he looked at Fatty speechlessly. Instead, Fatty said, "Squad leader, I've already turned on my natural aptitude." "So your natural aptitude is that you don't move at all and whoever moves is a bastard?" Lin Feng said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Fatty was not happy when he heard this, he wanted to show Lin Feng how powerful his natural aptitude was. With that thought, his body suddenly sped up and started running. Instantly, the world in Fatty's eyes slowed down, and everything around him became extremely slow like a slow-motion replay. Looking at the motionless Lin Feng and the others on the field, he smiled triumphantly. Hee, Fat Master, I usually keep a low profile, I really think I can't do it." Fatty thought smugly in his heart. He saw the immobile Lin Feng intending to go up and show off, and when the other party saw his sudden appearance, he would definitely be shocked. Fatty ran to Lin Feng and was just about to gently poke the other party, but suddenly stopped. Only to see that Lin Feng, who had been standing still, suddenly turned his eyes slowly as he looked ahead and stared directly at himself. Chapter 24, Meat Shield? Assassin. Chapter 24, Meat Shield? Assassin. Fatty only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Lin Feng grabbed his neck. The image in front of him suddenly changed from slow to normal. What the hell swished? Yellow Hair exclaimed loudly with a shiver of fear. He had just seen the fatty suddenly disappear, and when he reappeared he was grabbed by Lin Feng by the neck. It felt like the video screen had been frame jerked. Ahem. Class President, I was wrong, let go of me. Lin Feng pinched the fat man and watched his expression of pain and his body vibrating at high speed like a jerk every now and then, so he slowly let go of him. The fat man dropped to the ground, panting heavily. Bullet time? Not bad for a gifted aptitude. Lin Feng commented. Shannon covered her mouth and looked at Fatty in surprise, as if she couldn't believe that the other party looked so bulky and heavy, and that his natural aptitude was actually a rush type. But what surprised her even more was Lin Feng, that he could catch the fat man who had opened his natural aptitude, knowing that she hadn't reacted at all just now. She couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Squad leader, are you an awakened or an ancient martial artist? Shannon was really curious. Lin Feng's ancient martial arts cultivation was extremely high, and he also possessed a powerful innate aptitude, and by the looks of it, it was likely that there was more than one. Without waiting for Lin Feng to answer, Yellow Hair was instantly displeased as he spoke. I said, what are you prying blindly for? Powerful men are full of mysteries, what, curious? Shannon sniffed and spat lightly at Yellow Hair, and at the same time reacted to the fact that the question she had just asked was a bit offensive, so she didn't pursue it any further. After Yellow Hair interrupted, Lin Feng, who had prepared to say something, smiled slightly and didn't bother. He pulled the fat man on the ground up and shook his head. You're also too reckless. This ability of yours is for natural assassins, not for you to rush up and physically fight with the other party. It's fine if you're at the same level. Once you're one level stronger than you are, there will be a scene like the one just now, understand? Fatty blushed a little at his words. He had just wanted to go up and play a pussy with Lin Feng, but he didn't expect to be hit in the face instead. He coughed lightly and asked with a false sense of humor, Squad leader, then how should I develop it? In the past, I used to turn on my natural aptitude and just go straight to the top and hit while the other party couldn't react. Lin Feng didn't answer directly, but picked up a few small stones from the ground and handed them to the other party, signaling him to throw them out. The fat man took the stone, riveted his strength to throw it, and the stone was thrown dozens of meters away. No, you opened the talent aptitude to throw a... Lin Feng saw that his opponent didn't understand and opened his mouth to explain. Oh, okay. After the fat man finished speaking, his body began to ghostly twitch. He went into bullet time and threw the stone in his hand straight out with maximum force. Whoosh! With a violent hiss of air, the stone was thrown right out of the camp and flew off somewhere. Ouch! Sniper rifle! Yellow Hair's jaw dropped in shock. Fatty looked at the shocked Yellow Hair. His heart was secretly happy, then his limbs instantly turned into stumps. Whoosh! 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 With a blur of his body, all three stones were thrown out and disappeared into the sky. Also, it can still be fired continuously. Yellow Hair's eyes glazed over in shock. Lin Feng saw this and nodded with satisfaction. This is the correct use of haste. You are so fast, why do you still go up to the physical fight? Directly throw a flying dagger. That power and speed, who can block it? And the higher the level, the more powerful this becomes. The fat man looked at his hand and was incredibly excited. He really used to live on the dog. I can't believe I just found out about it today when it's used in such a powerful way. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when he saw that he was also showing signs of floating up. Here, throw a stone at me, he said faintly. Fatty sniffed and spoke with some hesitation. Class President, I know you're strong, but you've seen the power of this move. Come when you're told. What's the waste of words? Lin Feng said with an impatient wave. It's really drifting, thinking you can hurt yourself by learning a little trick. Fatty sniffed and gritted his teeth. Okay. Squad leader, I'm coming. Even though he said that on his lips, he still decided not to hit at Lin Feng for a while, in case he couldn't block it. Words closed, his body blurred violently and the stones instantly broke through the air, striking towards Lin Feng's side. The fat man in bullet time, seeing Lin Feng's lack of reaction to the stone that was about to graze the side of his face, couldn't help but be a little thankful that he wasn't aiming for the body. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll hurt the squad leader. Thinking about it, Fatty was about to exit the bullet time. Suddenly, Lin Feng moved. He suddenly raised his left hand and 2 fingers steadily caught the flying stone. Yellow Hair suddenly yelled out, scaring Nan at his side, who gave him a blank look. Yellow Hair shivered and pointed at Lin Feng. His mouth didn't hold back and spat out vulgar words, good fast ah. Lin Feng flipped his palm, his 2 fingers gently separated, and the rolling stone fell to the ground. His mouth suddenly wanted to spit out a line from a movie from his previous life, but he thought better of it. Fatty looked at Lin Feng dumbfounded and said incredulously, caught it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes when he heard this and said helplessly, you're still staying on, not to mention your little speed. It's just like that for someone who's stronger than you, and besides, it's just such a small stone that you actually think you can break my defense? Fatty blushed a little at Lin Feng's words. Alright, I figured out your fighting style from now on. You don't have a lot of strength, and that's because you're a haste type, so physical combat isn't for you. You'll need weapons that can utilize your speed, and throws are just one of them. Lin Feng spoke slowly to the Fatty. And Yellow Hair in the team was excitedly jumping up and down, frantically shaking Xiao Nan's shoulder beside him and said, Xiao Nan, did you see that just now? The class president is so handsome. The latter, unable to stand being shaken by him, impatiently pushed him with one hand. I saw it, stop shaking. When Fatty heard Lin Feng's words, he asked with some confusion, a weapon that can utilize my speed, what is that? You'll use the stones for now, and customize some flying daggers later. As for weapons, there's no rush first. Lin Feng listened to Fatty's question and slowly spoke. Okay, I'll listen to you all. Although the fat man was curious in his heart, it was still hard to resist. Watching Fatty return to the group, Lin Feng pointed at Xiao Nan again and said, come on, it's your turn. Xiao Nan hurriedly trotted to Lin Feng's front, but showed a squirming expression when she stood still. Need to go to the bathroom? Go and return quickly. Lin Feng saw her appearance and spoke faintly. At those words, Minami, however, spoke with a red face, it's not that. It's my ability that's a bit shameful. Lin Feng heard directly puzzled, not sis, let you show the talent aptitude, how to pull on the shame. Chapter 25 Minami's Ability. Chapter 25 Minami's Ability. Minami blushed bright red and said, squad leader, can you guys turn around for a while? What, you can still explode your clothes with this talent aptitude? Yellow Hair snapped his nostrils and said without a care in the world. Minami sniffed and glared at him, but didn't retort. No, it's really going to explode. Yellow Hair opened his mouth incredulously when he saw Xiao Nan's face. Lin Feng glared at the other party when he saw this, shut up, Yellow Hair. After saying that, he turned to Minami and said, do you need us to duck back for a while? Minami gently shook her head and said in embarrassment, you guys, just turn around first, my clothes are specially made and will be ready soon. After she finished speaking she looked at Yellow Hair and Fatty and spoke somewhat uneasily, you guys don't peek. Che, who cares to look? Yellow Hair said with disdain. He really didn't have a clue. Instead, it was the fat man with a blush on his face who stammered, don't worry, I definitely won't peek, hee. The crowd in the arena looked disgusted as they watched him look like a pig. Don't worry, Xiao Nan, if someone peeks out based on their speed, I'll slap them to death. Lin Feng said this, but his eyes went to Fatty. When the fat man saw Lin Feng's eyes, he was a bit weak. When Xiao Nan saw that Lin Feng had said so, she more or less put her heart down. As the crowd all turned around, the sound of a zipper being unzipped rang out behind them. Fatty couldn't help but swallow at the sound. Yellow Hair scratched his cheeks impatiently. Lin Feng stood still in his mind curious, what kind of ability was it, making it so mysterious? Okay. Ginami's voice came. With her voice, the crowd turned. The sight that came into his eyes made Lin Feng's eyes widen. Good, so big. Fatty exclaimed. Yellow Hair was shocked with a flying kick in place and shivered as he opened his mouth, ouch. Neza. Only Minami was wearing only a small black undershirt and training pants, and her originally petite figure became extremely tall. Her arms stretched out from behind his back, firm abs, streamlined muscles, and he looked like an athletic female panther. Lin Feng was also wide-eyed. He didn't expect that the normally soft and weak Xiao Nan's natural aptitude was actually a body-strengthening type. And it looks like it was developed well. Seeing the crowd on the field looking at her, Minami's face was red to the point of smoldering, feeling nothing but a deep sense of shame. She had her hands over her face, and each of her remaining 4 arms covered the rest of her body in a squirming manner. Not bad ability, It seems like you're different from them, you don't usually slack off. Lin Feng nodded and objectively commented. Yellow Hair looked at Minami's six-armed form and was so amazed that he walked forward and circled around her. Then looking up at the other woman, who was more than a head taller than he was a little offended and was just about to tap her on the shoulder to say something. Bump! Minami subconsciously waved his hand, and Yellow Hair flew straight out. Yellow Hair! Seeing this, Fatty hurriedly opened his innate aptitude and instantly ran to the distance to check on him. Ugh! It's okay. Yellow Hair, who had eaten a mouthful of sand, climbed up from the mound, stating that he was fine. Lin Feng looked at the Yellow Hair in the distance speechlessly and said, I told you to get your hands dirty, you've been beaten up. Ah, I'm sorry, Yellow Hair, are you alright? Minami looked at Yellow Hair, who had been sent flying by herself, and spoke with some concern. After she subconsciously waved her hand just now, she immediately regretted it. Her power after using her natural aptitude was too strong, so don't hit Yellow Hair out of the blue. Seeing Xiaonan's worried look, Lin Feng opened his mouth and comforted, don't look at Yellow Hair's skinny, that bastard is resistant to beatings. As soon as the words fell, Fatty ran over with a searching sound holding Yellow Hair. Looking at Yellow Hair being princess hugged by Fatty in his arms, Lin Feng didn't hold back his joy. No, what kind of look is this? Yellow Hair's slim body was held in Fatty's arms, looking very bird-like. Put! Ha ha ha! Minami directly burst out laughing. What are you hugging me for? Let go! Yellow Hair instantly broke away from Fatty's embrace unhappily. Seeing that the other party was ungrateful, the fat man cursed, good intentions are treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. Get lost! Cough, okay, stop it. Lin Feng said as he cleared his throat. He pointed at Xiaonan and said, are there any other aspects of this divine ability of yours that increase? Listening to Lin Feng's words, Xiaonan hadn't even said anything yet, but it was Fatty who was looking at him and muttering. He said, wide-eyed, that's a big increase right now. Lin Feng sniffed and directly gave him a kick and said, be serious. Xiaonan first blankly glanced at Fatty in a speechless manner, then softly spoke to Lin Feng, I have another ability, but it's not mastered very well. Oh? Make it out and I'll take a look. Lin Feng was instantly a bit curious. Minami said with some hesitation, I haven't fully figured out this ability either, I only know that it can bounce back attacks, and it doesn't always work. A rebound attack? Lin Feng became interested when he heard her say that. Then directly opened the Tiger Fury Inferno body, flames ignited in his hands, and he made a gesture to strike. Wait! Minami hurriedly stopped in horror. Her face went white when she saw the flames in Lin Feng's hands. This move could kill a first-rank beast in seconds. Lin Feng had no choice but to shut down the Tiger Fiend Inferno body and disperse the flames. This was only the ordinary flames brought about by the Tiger Fury Inferno body, not the Inferno Fist after mixing the true chi. Seeing Lin Feng's movements, Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief. She opened her mouth in hindsight and said, Squad leader, how can I possibly block your attack with this ability? It's better to get someone else. That's fine, Yellow Hair, you do it, pay attention Dao, don't hurt her. Lin Feng instructed to Yellow Hair who was beside him. Yellow Hair immediately rubbed his fists and walked forward, just now was beaten by Xiaonan to fly, he happened to face the face of it, the opportunity did not come. Hey, I'll be gentle, don't move. Yellow Hair said as a cold aura emerged from his body. Then with a lift of his hand, the cold air struck towards Xiaonan. Yellow Hair looked at Minami excitedly, he couldn't wait to see the scene of his opponent shivering from the cold. And the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Ouch! Yellow Hair exclaimed. Only to see Xiaonan athletically dodging the cold aura, then reaching out to grab it, the cold aura unexpectedly looked like a solid entity and was caught in her hand. This is? Lin Feng also looked at the other party in surprise. The cold air in Minami's hand was like white silk constantly fluttering, showing no signs of dispersing. Snap! Her hand flung out violently, and the cold air in her hand was like a whip, pumping the air with a crunch. Seeing that white cold air surrounded by Xiaonan, Fatty didn't hold back his dumbfounded mouth, it's so beautiful. Alright, I think I understand. Lin Feng cupped his chin and after thinking for a while, he slowly opened his mouth. He said to Minami, this ability of yours shouldn't be bounce, but touch. Chapter 26, Receiving the Quest, Fierce Beasts in the Swamp. Chapter 26, Receiving the Quest, Fierce Beasts in the Swamp. Saying that, he reached out his hand and stroked the white cold air that was grabbed by Minami, it was cold in his hand and felt like gel to the touch. Lin Feng continued, your ability should be to touch invisible substances and then manipulate them. Strengthening your physical fitness is incidental. The extra arms are to allow you to better utilize this, not to have a few extra hands to beat people. This, like this? Minami covered her mouth, her heart incomparably surprised. It turns out that one's ability is not in the enhancement category, but in the operations category. Then wouldn't he have practiced crookedly in the past? Seeing her appearance, Lin Feng opened his mouth and comforted her, you don't have to worry, it's right for you to hone your body first with this ability. After all, you need to come into direct contact with the enemy's attacks, just focus your practice on touch and operation in the future. Go back. Minami sniffed and returned to the group, her face flushed and she looked happy. Well, since you're all primed to master your abilities now, we'll be going on a mission this afternoon. Yellow Hair heard that he could do the quest and excitedly shouted, yoo-hoo! Next to him, Xiaonan and Fatty, who were startled by him, revealed hesitation on their faces. Would it be too hasty to practice for a while in the morning and then go to fight the ferocious beasts in the afternoon? Lin Feng didn't say anything when he saw their appearance, they were just feeling unprepared right now. But just give them 2 more days, they will hesitate as usual, this is just the first time to face the real battle of cowardice. Lin Feng left the training ground with them after he finished speaking. Along the way, Yellow Hair's hands were glowing with cold air, constantly gesticulating, and his mouth even dubbed his movements, seemingly fantasizing about how he would meet the ferocious beasts in the afternoon. When they returned to the cooking class, Little Stool and the others had already started working on lunch, and when they saw Lin Feng and his group return, their faces showed joy. Egu, squad leader, you guys finally came back, the 2 of us are straight up busy. Little Stool, wearing an apron and sweating profusely, opened his mouth. Yellow Hair didn't wait for Lin Feng's orders and went straight into the kitchen to start helping. What are you waiting for? Go cook. Lin Feng said to the hesitant Xiaonan and Fatty. The 2 sniffed reluctantly, grabbed their aprons, and went into the kitchen with sighs of relief. Lin Feng looked at the busy figures of the crowd and left with a light smile. He had to pick up a proper mission now and use it to sharpen Yellow Hair and the others. With the regimental commander's arrangement, he was now a cook soldier in plain sight, but his rights and treatment were now at the level of a squad leader. At least the quests issued by the camp, but there was no need to go to the resident office hall to receive them like those mercenaries. All the way to the patrol's quarters, Lin Feng found Zhou Wansheng. When the other parties saw Lin Feng, they immediately went forward in excitement. Class leader Lin, you're finally here. How's it going? Have you figured out which mission to take? Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, I'm going to take the students to familiarize themselves with combat first, for their safety, I won't take on any involving second-order ferocious beasts for now. No problem, right now the most is of first-order ferocious beasts, second-order ones we haven't mapped out the news yet, there's no rush. Zhou Wansheng cheerfully handed a pile of files to Lin Feng to pick from. Lin Feng took a look and spoke in surprise, so much? At the same time, in his heart, no wonder he would go to the mercenaries, so many tasks, that is to split Zhou Wansheng into 2 halves is not enough to be busy. Looking at Lin Feng who was checking out the mission, Zhou Wansheng was a little embarrassed and spoke, that, Lin squad leader that mercenary called Bella, I've already reported it to the head of the group, but... He paused for a moment and continued, the headmaster was angry when he learned of this, but she has taken the mission and can no longer cancel it according to the program, so you may meet her again later. Looking at Zhou Wansheng who was a bit embarrassed, Lin Feng spoke, it's alright Captain Zhou, I can't delay the camp's mission just for a bit of personal matters, I'll be careful not to clash with her when I meet her later. Hearing Lin Feng say that, Zhou Wansheng felt even more embarrassed as he spoke again, but don't worry, the headmaster said that in the future, that woman won't be able to receive any more assignments from the Demon Suppression Army. Alright, thank the headmaster for me, then the quest is this one. Lin Feng first opened his mouth to comfort the other party, then handed over the selected mission. There were several large words written on the task list, First Order Fierce Beast Red Viper. Hey, Class President Lin, you're really good at picking, this ferocious beast is considered to be one of the toughest of these missions, but it certainly won't be a problem for you. Zhou Wansheng finished and handed Lin Feng a terminal. He pointed to the terminal and said, the specific mission information is on there. Alright, then I'll go back first. Lin Feng said to Zhou Wansheng. Leaving the patrol station, Lin Feng returned to the cooking class, Little Stool and Yellow Hair they had already gone to the cafeteria to get their meals. After waiting for a while, Yellow Hair returned with the pot. The other party saw Lin Feng as soon as he came in and rushed over, asking excitedly, Squad leader. Did you receive a mission? Yeah, we'll go in a minute, hey. Don't do a somersault. The soup is spilled. Lin Feng was talking. When he saw Yellow Hair excitedly trying to somersault again, he quickly opened his mouth to stop it. Yellow Hair just came in front of him, and behind him, Xiaonan also came in with a slop bucket. Benji, now? She looked at her dress and hesitated a bit. You've just finished cleaning, you're still wearing an apron, and you're going to kill a monster? Lin Feng nodded and said, leave the rest of the work to Little Stool and the others, go get changed and gather in 5 minutes. After 5 minutes had passed, Lin Feng looked at the 3 people who were fully loaded and ready to go and opened his mouth and shouted, depart. According to the terminal, the target of this mission was a swamp not far from the camp. A warrior went missing when he went to fetch water, and after some investigation, it was discovered that a first-order ferocious beast called the Red Viper had done it. Lin Feng drove the SUV and took Yellow Hair and the others out of the campground and came to a stop in front of a swamp. Be smart. Observe the situation first, don't go in hard, understand? Lin Feng said to Yellow Hair and the others. Understood. The 3 returned in unison. Okay, Yellow Hair, go put this bait in the swamp in front of you, put it farther away. Lin Feng pulled out a small bottle that emitted a pungent odor and handed it to Yellow Hair. As soon as the other man took it, he was about to step forward. Lin Feng pulled him back and said breathlessly, there's a swamp in front of you, you dare to go over there without turning on your natural aptitude? Yellow Hair sniffed and tapped his head, then a cold aura emerged from his body before stepping onto the swamp. As he stepped, the top of the slimy swamp was covered with a thin layer of cold ice that didn't sink. Lin Feng nodded his head when he saw this. This was the reason why he chose to let Yellow Hair go up. His ability wouldn't be affected by the swamp at all, and that body covered in cold chi would be extremely difficult for snakes to detect. Looking at Yellow Hair's figure that had safely placed the bait and was about to return, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the calm swamp began to churn, as if something was rolling and churning in it. Yellow Hair, run! Chapter 27 The Yellow Hair Who Was Eaten. Chapter 27 The Yellow Hair Who Was Eaten. Seeing the churning swamp, Fatty hurriedly reminded Yellow Hair in a loud voice. Ah! Yellow Hair looked at the strange situation at his feet, shrieked in shock, and scattered his legs. But it was still a step too late, and as the swamp turned up in waves of mud, the unknown creatures in it suddenly showed themselves. The huge body of the snake flopped around in the mud, the exposed part alone was as thick as a bucket. Hiss! With a hissing sound, the huge snake's head stretched out from the mud, its blood-red eyes staring at Yellow Hair. That was the first-ranked ferocious beast, the Red Viper. Yellow Hair seized the road and fled, the ice stretching beneath his feet, looking back as he ran. But what he didn't see was that the Red Viper had already circled around in front of him, waiting with its fishy mouth open for him to run in on his own. Xiaonan was alarmed at the sight and shouted, Yellow Hair! In front of you! Ugh! Yellow Hair subconsciously turned his head to look ahead when he heard Minami's words, and his face instantly turned green. He instantly stopped running and rushed back, but was instantly wrapped around his body by the Red Viper's tail. The tail then curled around the Yellow Hair and was about to be shoved into the large mouth. Squad leader! You've got to save! Where's the man? Seeing that Yellow Hair was about to be swallowed in one bite, Fatty turned back to Lin Feng for help, only to find that the man was gone. And Minami directly threw away her jacket, invisible energy flowing from her body, opening her combat form and shouting anxiously at Fatty, it's too late. I'll go save him. After saying that, he was going to rush up. And even faster than her was Fatty, whose figure instantly disappeared and ran into the swamp. Wait! Minami subconsciously blocked it, but it was already too late. Fatty's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the swamp, his feet sinking into the mud. The Red Viper in the distance saw him and directly swallowed Yellow Hair in one gulp before charging towards him. You! Fatty's eyes went red at the sight, his body shook at a high speed and the mud was violently lifted off, breaking free from his feet. Xiaonan also let out a cry of alarm and reached out into mid-air. Invisible gases were grabbed by her, forming 2 air blades that rushed towards the Red Viper. And when the Red Viper saw the 2 of them rushing, it didn't entangle at all and directly disappeared into the mud. Don't run! Give me back Yellow Hair! Fatty roared and revealed himself, his feet sinking back into the mud as his natural aptitude was cancelled. Xiaonan, who had just rushed to Fatty's side, reached out a hand and tugged on his collar, and Xiaonan stepped on the swamp with her bare feet, and because of her natural aptitude for manipulating matter, she stood steadily on it without sinking. Yellow Hair! Minami looked at the place where the Red Viper had disappeared with tears in her eyes and despair in her heart. Bump! The fat man at his side slammed his fist hard into the ground, splattering mud spots. Yellow hair was eaten by the ferocious beast under their noses. Alas! It seems like I was too hasty. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. She sighed and stood next to the fat man, reaching out to pat his shoulder. The fat man looked up in surprise and shouted, "Squad leader! Yellow hair, he's been eaten." Xiaonan saw the suddenly appearing Lin Feng and spoke anxiously. Lin Feng picked up the terminal and glanced at the time and said, "It's fine, it's not a big problem, you guys wait for a while." After saying that, his figure violently disappeared into the swamp. Squad leader! The fat man was startled, then sat paralyzed on the ground. "It's over, now even the squad leader is trapped," Fatty said in despair. Xiaonan, however, could see the clues. Just now Lin Feng was instantly disappearing into the quagmire. It wasn't like he was trapped, but he had unleashed some kind of innate divine ability. She spoke up, "Don't worry, squad leader should have gone to save yellow hair." Boom! As soon as Minami's words fell, the quagmire in front of him suddenly exploded. As the roiling mud fell to the ground, a giant snake fell to the ground. Lin Feng's body slowly emerged from the swamp without a single stain. He walked up to the red viper, flames wrapped around his hand, and blasted out with a punch. Parsing. Parsing successful. Fierce beast file, red viper. Characteristics, huge size, strong defense, corrosive venom. Weakness, reverse scale at 7 inches. Talent avatar, poisonous miasma. When turned on, it can spew out highly poisonous gas. With the killing of the red viper, a green crystal emerged from its corpse. Lin Feng reached out and the crystal didn't enter his palm. Learn talent, poisonous miasma. Squad leader. Yellow hair is still in the belly. Fatty shouted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was just about to break open the red viper's stomach, but he suddenly paused. Only to see the red viper's belly bulging with something struggling inside. Pust. A section of the blade suddenly emerged from the scales at the red viper's stomach, followed by a fierce slash of the blade. Cold air erupted from the broken opening, and a hand covered in ice reached out from it. Agu, it's suffocating me. Yellow hair, who was wearing ice armor, crawled out of the red viper's stomach. Yellow hair. Great, you're not dead. Fatty and Nan in the distance shrieked out in shock. Lin Feng grabbed Yellow Hair's hand and pulled him up despite the disgusting slime on his body. Xiaonan tugged on Fatty's collar and ran to Lin Feng's side, and the two surrounded Yellow Hair. The fat man spoke with concern, "How is it? Is there anything uncomfortable on your body?" "There, I don't know why, I feel especially propped up." Yellow Hair covered his stomach and said with an ugly face. "Hold up?" Minami looked at Yellow Hair in shock. Lin Feng looked at Yellow Hair with pity. This unlucky kid, just now in the snake's stomach, he didn't drink a lot of acid. "Squad leader, I want to throw up, vomit," Yellow Hair was saying, and as soon as he bent over, he vomited. "Don't you spit on my feet." Fatty jumped out of the way in a flash, dodging Yellow Hair's spray. Minami pulled away with an ugly face and looked away. Only Lin Feng stood to the side, palmed Yellow Hair's back and sighed, "Spit it out, just spit it out." "Alright, go back to the shore first," Lin Feng was saying, but he suddenly paused. He jerked his head around to look into the woods next to him, where a tall, trenchcoat-clad woman stood at some point. "Bella!" Lin Feng coldly spat out her name. Lin Feng looked at her with a guarded expression and spoke, "What do you want?" With that, a prancing white aura emerged from his body, and flames flared up in his hands, readying himself for battle. Bella kept her head down and didn't say a word, the air around her twisting. Suddenly, she moved, taking one heavy step at a time. "Stop!" Lin Feng shouted lowly. And the other guy didn't listen and even went faster and faster. "Yellow Hair, you guys go first, this woman is very strong, I won't be able to take care of you guys in a fight later," Lin Feng commanded to Yellow Hair and the others beside him. Yellow Hair sniffed and hurriedly ran towards the shore with Xiaonan and Fatty. They knew very well that they would only get in the way here. Lin Feng looked at the crowd that had retreated into the distance and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then looking at Bella in front of her, she frowned and spoke, "Bella, think about it, this is the neighborhood of the barracks." Lin Feng said, but suddenly paused, then stared with wide eyes, an unbelievable look. All that was seen was Bella's legs going weak and knocking her head against herself to the ground. Chapter 28, Bella's Request. Chapter 28, Bella's Request. What the hell? Lin Feng was secretly shocked in his heart. He took a step back and looked at Bella in front of him in disbelief, wondering what she was up to. Lin Feng had been prepared for a vicious battle, but this woman suddenly knelt down for herself. How did that woman kneel down for the class president? The yellow hair in the distance's jaw dropped in shock. Fatty touched his chin and muttered, "It's hard to. She wants to bag the class president? What are you talking about? How could the squad leader say yes?" Minami glared at him. Lin Feng looked at Bella and frowned and spoke, "What the hell do you want to do? Don't play dumb there. My teammate Kyle was eaten by a ferocious beast, it disappeared into the swamp, I don't have a clue what to do, please help me." Bella spoke hoarsely. Lin Feng turned around and left after hearing that. He didn't want to care about the enemy's death, not to mention that it was just the other party's side of the story, whether it was true or not was unknown. "Slow down. As long as you promise me, I can fulfill any request you have." Bella hurriedly grabbed Lin Feng's pants leg and begged bitterly. The yellow hair in the distance was directly shocked and speechless when he saw Bella being so humble. This woman was clearly a picture of a high and mighty woman yesterday, trampling herself underfoot. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't react, Bella hurriedly spoke, "I saw that ability of yours to vanish into the mire. All you need to do is use your ability to find the exact location of the ferocious beasts. I'll go save them myself." Lin Feng looked at Bella's pitiful appearance and hesitated a little. The other party, as SC ranked awakened, did this to save her teammate, and one's heart admired her. Moreover, looking at her like that, maybe if she doesn't agree with her, she's going to go crazy, so it's okay to light yourself, but yellow hair and the others will be in danger. Thinking about this, Lin Feng sighed and spoke softly, "Alright, you get up first, I'll say it first, I'll at most help you go down and check the location of the ferocious beasts." When Bella heard that Lin Feng had agreed, her face immediately showed ecstasy, pulling him towards the grove. "Class president, that's a yes?" Yellow hair said in shock. He saw the duo in the distance say something, and Bella pulled the forest maple towards the forest with an excited look on her face. The fat man said sadly, "Is being good looking so desirable? You guys stop bolting, since there's no fight, hurry up and follow them to see what's going on." Seeing that the situation was not right, Xiaonan hurriedly followed. "No, you guys wait for me." Fatty saw that Xiaonan and Yellowhair were not affected by the swamp at all, as if they were walking on the ground. And he was stuck in the swamp, difficult to walk, he had to lie down on the mud, limbs constantly paddling, from a distance, like a big king. As if he didn't think it was fast enough, Fatty turned on his natural aptitude, and his limbs blurred for a while, bringing up gusts of residual shadows as he crawled towards the distance at high speed. In the forest, Bella ran anxiously, with Lin Feng following steadily behind. "Just ahead!" Bella shouted as she came to a breaking halt on the marsh, pointing to the open marsh ahead. Just a short distance away, a mud-covered teenager ran over yelling, "Sister Bella, did you find Brother Kyle?" The teenager's body slammed into Bella's arms, who heartily wiped the mud off his small face before speaking somewhat sternly, "Lin, didn't I tell you to go back first?" Bella felt a pang of fear. There were second-ranked ferocious beasts encamped here. Lin's face was covered in mud and his blue eyes were watery as he spoke weakly, "I'm worried about Brother Kyle." As he said that, he suddenly paused and looked at Lin Feng next to him, his eyes horrified. "It's the one that burned Brother Kyle's face off." "Don't worry, he's the help I got, Lin Feng, please." Bella comforted Lin and said to Lin Feng behind her. Lin Feng nodded and opened his Earth Escape avatar, directly escaping into the swamp. After disappearing into the mud, a unique field of vision appeared in front of his eyes. Through the mud that didn't have a trace of visibility, Lin Feng was able to perceive the outlines of the things around him. This was the ability brought about by the Earth Escape natural aptitude. This swamp is also too deep, no wonder it's able to harbor second-ranked ferocious beasts. Lin Feng moved at high speed through the swamp, detecting his surroundings. He looked around but did not detect any sign of the ferocious beast. "Strange, not here?" Lin Feng said in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, a pair of huge eyes suddenly appeared in his vision. Not good. Lin Feng was shocked and hurriedly had to float up. Boom! The quagmire instantly exploded and Lin Feng's figure flew out of it. And behind him, a huge crocodile bit toward him with its mouth wide open. "Get lost!" Lin Feng let out a roar, flames burning in his hands as he struck towards the crocodile's head. In an instant, ferocious flames engulfed its head. Hiss! The crocodile let out a hiss of pain, then was about to burrow back into the mire. Don't even think about it. Bella, who was far away, saw her opponent trying to vanish into the mire again and rushed forward to tug on its tail. She yelled, "Lin Feng, hurry up and help!" Lin Feng sniffed and jumped violently into the air, opening the steel body avatar, his body glowing silver. He then descended from the sky, his heavy body slamming into the crocodile's body with a force that was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, nearly breaking it at the waist. Hiss! The crocodile instantly rolled over in pain. Bella, who was tugging on its tail, was flung straight away. When Lin Feng saw that his opponent was going to re-drill into the mud, silver-colored true chi emerged from his hands. Shock blast fist. The fists entwined with true chi were like raindrops blasting out, containing blasting power chi clusters that continuously invaded the crocodile's body with Lin Feng's fierce attacks. Boom! As the concussive force erupted, the crocodile was instantly detonated, and with a violent shockwave, it was blown into several sections. Mud shot out in all directions, and the aftermath of the explosion was transmitted to Lin Feng's body and was absorbed as much as it could be, turning it into a new shocking force. Parsing. Parsing successful. Files of ferocious beasts, Blackwater crocodile. Level, second order fierce beast. Characteristics, huge size, powerful bite, strong defense. Vulnerability, internal oral. Talented aptitude, rapid regeneration, consume energy to restore wounds after injury. Lin Feng inhaled the green crystals from the black water crocodile's corpse into the palm of his hand. I've learned the talent, rapid regeneration. Squad leader. Yellow Hair's shout suddenly came from the distance. He came running wildly from a distance, a long path of ice condensing under his feet. Minami also stepped through the mud and followed him quickly. And behind them, an unknown creature wrapped in mud was crawling at a ghostly high speed, as if it was chasing after Minami and Yellow Hair. This damn thing is so fast. Yellow Hair is in danger. Lin Feng's pupils shrank at the sight and he directly rushed towards Yellow Hair. Chapter 29, The Male Model Brother in Absolute Digestion. Chapter 29, The Male Model Brother in Absolute Digestion. Seeing that the ghostly thing was about to catch up with Yellow Hair, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to warn him and directly rushed to his side. Then the left leg was drawn out like a whip, bringing up a gust of cracking sound as it kicked at the ghostly thing. Ah! The thing only had time to let out a short scream before Lin Feng kicked it away. Aha! Why does that sound so familiar? Lin Feng was puzzled in his heart. Yellow Hair looked at Lin Feng, who had kicked Fatty away, and was directly stunned. He spoke tremblingly, "Squad leader, Fatty, he cares about you too." Xiaonan covered her mouth and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. What? That's Fatty. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Feng's eyes instantly widened at his words. Yellow Hair said tearlessly, "You didn't ask either." Holy! Lin Feng was suddenly speechless. Not caring to continue pulling with Yellow Hair, he directly ran towards the fat man who had fallen a short distance away. Fatty! Hey! Wake up! Lin Feng scooped up Fatty in the mud and slapped his big face with his hand. Seeing that he was unconscious, Lin Feng directly threw off his bladder and slapped him hard on his big face. Snap! With a crisp sound, Fatty slowly opened his eyes. Squad leader? Where am I? Fatty said suspiciously. Lin Feng sighed and said helplessly, "You said you were so focused on running, didn't you see such a big wanker chasing you behind you? Luckily, I realized it. Thank you, squad leader. I said who hit me just now, this goddamned bastard." Fatty thanked Lin Feng gratefully, then cursed and climbed up. I damn it. Lin Feng sniffed and was about to retort, but then he stopped alive. He slapped Fatty's shoulder in a conspiratorial manner and said, "That's not true. This goddamned bastard, he can climb really fast." Fatty sniffed in a somewhat puzzled manner. Why are you filming me, asshole? Alright, first go and see if the male model brother has digested it yet, and dig out the beast Dan on the way. Lin Feng finished speaking to Fatty and walked towards the corpse of the black water crocodile in the distance. In front of the murderous beast's corpse, Bella and Lin had already started rummaging around inside its stomach. Yellow Hair looked at the other in surprise, not understanding what she was doing. When he saw Lin Feng coming, he asked curiously, "Squad leader, that barfed on the ferocious beast's stomach, is she looking for food to eat?" Lin Feng gave him a blank look and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Bella found something, and with a two-handed effort, she dragged out a plasma-covered skeleton frame. Kyle! She cried out as she broke down and took the skeleton frame in her arms, bawling. Lin Feng looked at her like that. His heart was also a bit complicated. This woman was quite infatuated. But as he looked at the skeleton in Bella's arms, he felt that the size was a bit off, so he spoke up, "I say, do you want to look again? That teammate of yours is quite tall, isn't he? This skeleton doesn't quite look like him?" Right. Brother Kyle must still be alive, let's look again. Lin hurriedly spoke to Bella. Bella sniffed and dropped the skeleton in her arms in a hurry, her eyes flooding with hope as she began to search again. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Lin Feng saw that there seemed to be a thicker piece in the intestines flowing out of the ferocious beast. Look over there in the intestines. Lin Feng pointed at the intestines on the ground and spoke. Bella sniffed and rushed forward to rip open the intestines, revealing what was inside. Inside was a dripping wet man. Lin Feng recognized him at once. It was the male model brother Kyle. Kyle! You wake up! Bella hugged the other man, stroking his face through tears. Kyle's tightly closed eyes slowly opened and he coughed up a mouthful of cloudy liquid. Ahem! Bay! La! Kyle weakly pronounced Bella's name. Bella saw this and hugged him tightly, not caring about the disgusting slime on the other man. She spoke in surprise, "You're still alive. Great, I'll take you back to the camp for treatment." Kyle, however, shook his head and said, "No need. I, for one, am running out of time." His hand cupped Bella's face and he spoke in a breathless voice, "Bella, do you love me?" Bella looked at her dying lover and cried, "Of course I love you." "Ugh. You lied to me. You stabbed me all day and wouldn't let me stab you and said you loved me." Kyle cried to Bella. Bella looked at her dying lover and only felt sorry for him in her heart, so she opened her mouth to comfort him. "Okay, it's all my fault, I'll never stab you again, you can do whatever you want from now on." "Really? So it's okay if I want to stab you?" Kyle jerked his head up. Bella thought about how her lover was dying and went along with it. She nodded at Kyle. "Aha! You can stab me if you want." "Good. That's what you said." Kyle sat straight up, where he still had the dying look from earlier. Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight, his heart shocked. Still? Bella almost didn't gasp at the sight, feeling like that dying look just now was all an act. With a dark face, she pinched Kyle's face and gritted her teeth. "Good for you. How dare you lie to me, let's see how I'll clean you up when I get back." Kyle slapped her hand away straight away and said in a cold sweat, You just promised me. You don't want to mess around." Bella reached out and shook the liquid off her partner's body, and said with a smile, "Come on, go back and take a shower first, I'm going to reward you properly tonight." After saying that, she said to Lin Feng, "Thanks, we'll go back to the camp first, as for the reward for you helping me, I'll give it to you when we get back." With that said, she took Kyle by the scruff of the neck and led Lin, the teenager beside her, away. As Bella left, Yellow Hair came up with an odd expression and said, "Squad leader, what did that Kyle mean just now?" "What do you mean, stab him all day?" Lin Feng glared at Yellow Hair and said, "Little kids pry less." He then sighed as he looked at the messy corpses of ferocious beasts all over the ground. "It's all a waste. There's blood all over the place that can't be refined anymore, it's all essence blood." Lin Feng was instantly greatly distressed. However, it was good that there were still beast pills. "Yellow Hair, give me a whole knife." Lin Feng reached out to Yellow Hair beside him. Cold air condensed in the opponent's hand, and a sharp ice blade coalesced and handed it over. Lin Feng took the ice blade and directly pried open the head of the ferocious beast. Ding! Second-order beast pills detected, can be used to fuse and upgrade the talent aptitude. Lin Feng put away the beast Dan and said to Yellow Hair, "Where's the beast Dan of the Red Viper?" "I can't get to it?" Yellow Hair said suspiciously. "Didn't I tell you not to follow me? You guys have the effort to come over and watch the fun, but you don't know to bring the beast Dan of the ferocious beast with you?" Lin Feng looked at the other party speechlessly. He then sighed and began to dismantle the Blackwater crocodile's body. But because of the shock blast punch, there was only a head and tail left intact. "Yellow Hair, you take the tail, Shannon take the head, let's go back." Lin Feng instructed the duo. Their abilities weren't affected by the swamp, they were the most suitable people to carry the ferocious beast's corpses. Shannon looked at the Blackwater crocodile's hideous big head and said with a hard look on her face, "Squad leader, can't we let Fatty move it?" "Move it how? Put it on him?" Lin Feng pointed at the fat man lying on the ground like a big bastard and said breathlessly. Chapter 30, Back to Camp, Attack of the Male Models. Chapter 30, Back to Camp, Attack of the Male Models. Alright, cut the crap and go. Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention to Shannon and directly turned around and walked away. Yellow Hair dragged the Blackwater crocodile's tail to follow. The fat man flopped down on the mud and flew away in a flurry of paddling limbs. Looking at the faraway crowd, Minami sighed and helplessly moved the large head of the Blackwater crocodile. Lin Feng went all the way back to the swamp where he started, and the red viper's corpse was still lying there nicely. Don't you like dissecting ferocious beasts? Come, this one is yours. Lin Feng pointed at the red viper in the distance and spoke to Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair said with a light in his eyes, okay. Leave it to me. He walked over to the red viper and got busy with his ice skates, deconstructing them while muttering divinely, I'll let you eat me. Ha ha. Die. As he moved, fishy blood splattered onto his face, and with the nervous smile on his face, it looked extremely bizarre. Fatty sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said, no, why is it so oozing? Yellow Hair, is he always like this? Minami looked at the other worriedly, frowning with embroidered eyebrows. Lin Feng sighed as he looked at the obviously out of sorts Yellow Hair. He had noticed before that this kid had an inexplicable hatred for ferocious beasts. But this was also human nature. After all, every year, ferocious beasts broke into the town from time to time. Perhaps Yellow Hair, he was also one of the victims. It's almost time, bring over all the ones you can use, let's go back to the campground. Lin Feng beckoned to Yellow Hair, who was getting up to it, telling the other party to hurry over. Yellow Hair sniffed and wiped the blood on his face with his hand, bringing the beast Dan and the parts of the red viper with him as he trotted over. Alright, move it all to the car. Lin Feng pointed at the distant SUV and said. The group carried the ferocious beast's corpse back to the car and started the vehicle. Buzz. The engine started, and the mud-covered SUV spewed black smoke and took off. Half an hour later, the rear camp. Lin Feng arrived at the patrol station. Zhou Wansheng heard the sound and hurriedly ran out of the office. As soon as he came out, he saw the SUV pulling the ferocious beast's corpse, and Lin Feng in the driver's seat. Squad leader Lin, isn't this a second-order ferocious beast black water crocodile? Zhou Wansheng ran next to Che Duzi and said in shock as he looked at the huge head of the black water crocodile. Lin Feng got out of the car and walked over to Zhou Wansheng, pointing at the snakeskin of the red viper in the car. We've already killed the red viper. As for the second-order black water crocodile, we came across it halfway. Zhou Wansheng nodded after hearing this and said smilingly, that's a good feeling. It's still you. Not only did you kill the difficult red viper, even the second-order black water crocodile you helped me clean up. I'll report it to you to apply for merit points. Alright then, we'll go back to the cooking class first, Lin Feng said to Zhou Wansheng. Lin Feng's body stank, he just wanted to go back and take a shower now. After bidding farewell to Zhou Wansheng, Lin Feng returned to his own place, took a simple shower and went back to the cooking class. Just as I entered, I saw the little stools and tables that were being worked on. Where are Yellow Hair and the others? Why aren't they there again? Lin Feng inquired with a frown. These guys, are they thinking they don't have to work after doing the mission? Little Stool took a towel and wiped the sweat from his head. While upsetting the pot, he said back to Lin Feng. Yellow Hair said he had a stomachache and went to the infirmary. Shannan and Fatty also followed. Lin Feng frowned after hearing that. Stomachache? Isn't this bull? Yellow Hair, a D-level awakened person, can't eat a bad stomach. This is lazy again. Lin Feng said to the little stool, you get busy first, I'm going to grab them back. With that, he left the cookhouse and hurried towards the infirmary. All the way to the infirmary, I saw Yellow Hair and Minami and the others standing outside the door from a distance. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and was about to reprimand, but was interrupted by the screams coming from the infirmary. Ah! It hurts! A miserable howl came. Aha! Why does that sound so familiar? Lin Feng had some doubts in his heart. Put! Ha ha ha! Yellow Hair covered his mouth and directly sprayed with laughter. Fatty and Nan beside him couldn't help themselves. What are you laughing at? Lin Feng slapped Yellow Hair on the shoulder. Yellow Hair shivered in fear, turning around and seeing it was Lin Feng, he stammered, I have a stomachache, I want to see a doctor. You still have a stomachache, say it straight if you look like you're lazy. Lin Feng glanced at him, in his heart he didn't believe it at all. He said to Nan and Fatty, what about you guys? Tummy ache too? The duo scratched their heads in some embarrassment, they were just accompanying Yellow Hair out to be lazy. Bump! Suddenly, the door to the infirmary was slammed open. Ah! I'm not healing. A man ran out with his pants up, and because his pants weren't up, he fell violently, pouting his ass down in front of Lin Feng. Ugh! What are you running for when you're changing your meds? Bella rushed out of the infirmary and shouted at the man on the floor. The man on the ground shivered violently when he heard Bella's voice. He didn't even have time to bring up his pants, and directly pulled the ground with both hands, struggling to move forward as a chrysalis. But he couldn't crawl any faster than Bella, and the other man caught up with him in a few steps. "You run again," Bella said viciously. Snap. She slapped the man's snow-white butt. "Whoops. That ass hurts," the man cried out as he lifted his head. Lin Feng looked at his face in surprise. "Wasn't this the male model brother Kyle?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Yellow Hair directly laughed like crazy as he pointed at Kyle on the ground, coming up for air and hammering the fat man. Ugh. People's butts heard Yellow Hair pinched his throat and made a shrill sound to mimic Kyle. Put. Minami couldn't hold back her laughter when she saw Yellow Hair's quirky look. Fatty patted Yellow Hair's back and laughed with tears in his eyes. Even Lin Feng didn't tense up and directly turned his head away. Bella couldn't help but feel incredibly humiliated and couldn't help the blush on her face when she saw the few people around her who were laughing like crazy. She lifted Kyle's pants and pulled the other woman to her feet, gritting her teeth. "Stop it." Kyle sniffled and huffed and yelled at Bella, "I don't. That medicine hurts too much, I can't stand it back there." Bella hurriedly covered his mouth. She looked at the odd eyes of Lin Feng's few people and couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. "So what, Kyle? He's got hemorrhoids. I brought him in for medication." Bella blushed bright red and explained in a rushed manner. Lin Feng nodded to her with an "I understand" look. "You know I have hemorrhoids and you still use that big ugh." Kyle yelled sadly, not finishing his sentence before Bella covered his mouth. Lin Feng smiled and forced a laugh, tensing his expression and said, I understand. That, you guys just take it easy, Kyle, he's still injured. I'm going to get the medicine first, you guys chat?" Bella couldn't hold back any longer from listening to Lin Feng's flirting and directly fled, pulling Kyle and running back to the infirmary. Yellow Hair saw this and directly covered his stomach and fell to his knees. His hands kept hammering the floor, laughing so hard that he couldn't come up for air. He said intermittently, "Ha, laughing me to death. Ego, I can't, my stomach hurts, vomit." As he was talking, Yellow Hair directly dry heaved a few times and spat out a few oval-shaped eggs from his mouth. What's this? Chapter 31: The Yellow Hair That Laid Eggs. Chapter 31: The Yellow Hair That Laid Eggs. Fatty stared, pointing at what Yellow Hair spit out on the ground and shouted in shock. Lin Feng sniffed and hurriedly walked up to check. What's going on? Yellow Hair, Yellow Hair. Lin Feng lifted Yellow Hair up and shook his shoulders. Yellow Hair rolled his eyes, his body shaking unconsciously with Lin Feng's movements. Pop. Snap. When Lin Feng saw that he didn't react, he directly dumped two big mouths on him. But the other side still didn't respond. Fatty shivered and reached out his hand, putting his finger under Yellow Hair's nose. Then shuddered, out of breath. Off word. A few laughs can still kill you. Lin Feng sniffed and glared at Fatty. Then, not bothering to speak, he hurriedly began to pinch Yellow Hair's middle. Minami covered her mouth and stared at the scene in disbelief. Then she suddenly reacted and rushed into the infirmary to call for a doctor. The doctor in the white coat ran to Lin Feng's side and took out a flashlight and shone it into Yellow Hair's eyes. After a quick check, he said with a sigh of relief, "It's okay, he's in shock. Bring him in first and I'll give him a specific checkup." As he was saying that, he suddenly frowned at what Yellow Hair spit out on the ground. The doctor looked down and poked with his tweezers, a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly, he took a step back with a horrified expression. Only to see the egg on the ground suddenly crack open, and a small dark thing jumped out violently and lunged towards his face. Phew! Flames flew by, instantly burning the little thing to ash. Lin Feng frowned at the few eggs on the ground that hadn't broken their shells yet, and with a lift of his hand, the flames instantly engulfed them. The doctor, who fell to the ground next to him, patted his chest in fear as he held up his glasses and said in disbelief, "This seems to be a parasite." Lin Feng frowned at his words and said suspiciously, "Parasites? How could there be such a thing in Yellow Hair's stomach?" The doctor stood up, shook his head and said, "It's not clear yet, bring it in first." The group rushed to lift Yellow Hair and move him into the infirmary. The doctor commanded the crowd and placed Yellow Hair on the bed, then took an instrument and began to examine him. After a while, the doctor frowned and said, "His stomach is full of the kind of eggs he just had. What has he been eating lately?" Lin Feng sniffed a moment of doubt. He hadn't eaten anything either. Couldn't it be that it was caused by drinking acid in the red viper's stomach before? Then spoke to the doctor about Yellow Hair being swallowed by the red viper. That's not surprising. The eggs of the red viper are stored in the stomach. He swallowed them. The doctor said with understanding after hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng asked worriedly, "Can you take it out?" The doctor said easily, "Minor problem, I'll prescribe some medicine for you, just give him something to drink to kill the snake eggs and expel them." When he finished, he stood up and went to get his medicine. Looking at the doctor's departing figure, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. It's good to be cured. After a while, the doctor returned with the medicine. He took the medicine, which was in a small bottle, and poured it into Yellowhair's mouth, saying, "Well, when he wakes up, he'll be fine if he expels his eggs." "Okay, thanks." Lin Feng opened his mouth to thank him. Fatty looked at Yellowhair and whispered, "Squad leader, why don't we wake him up first? Don't throw up on the bed later." "Can't wake up either, let's do this first," Lin Feng said helplessly. As Lin Feng was talking, Yellowhair suddenly opened his eyes. Ah! He sat up sharply, his face flushed, and he couldn't help but grab the sheets with his hands. "What is it?" Lin Feng looked at the suddenly awakened Yellowhair and hurriedly went forward to ask. Yellowhair didn't answer, just reddened his face to make the effort and looked grave. His face flushed green for a moment, and then finally his expression suddenly relaxed and he breathed a long sigh of relief. "Squad leader, I seem to have pulled the bed on." "The bed?" Yellowhair stammered and said in embarrassment. Lin Feng's complexion changed drastically and he spoke incredulously, "What? Why didn't you say earlier if you wanted to go to the restroom?" "I didn't hold it in." Yellowhair's face was red with embarrassment. Minami, who was next to him, retreated to the door with an ugly face. Fatty also looked disgusted and looked at Yellowhair with some pity. Lin Feng blackened his face and directly lifted the quilt on Yellowhair's body, and immediately changed his expression. The scene inside was even more serious than he had imagined. Only to see a dozen or so snake eggs of different sizes arrayed on the bed in Yellowhair's crotch. Egu ah! Yellowhair saw the sight under the quilt, shocked, directly jumped up, wanting to jump off the bed, but tripped over the quilt and fell to the ground, screaming and crawling all over the place. Vomit! Minami let out a dry heaving sound and directly covered her mouth and ran out without looking back. Yellowhair laid an egg. Fatty looked at the snake eggs on the bed in shock. Lin Feng stared blankly at the snake eggs on the bed, feeling incomparably absurd in his heart. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would one day see someone laying eggs, even a man. "All be quiet!" Lin Feng yelled as he looked at the crowd that was making a mess in the room, veins popping out on his brain. The yellow hair that was crawling all over the ground was scared by Lin Feng and accidentally knocked over the fat man next to him. The fat man shouted, and his over 200 pounds of fat directly pressed into Yellowhair's dry and thin body. Yellowhair looks thin, but the strength is amazing, carrying the heavy body of the fat man, but not affected at all, crazy crawling all over the ground. Bump! Lin Feng stomped his foot and his true chi instantly exploded, directly overturning the people in the room. "Hurry up and get up," Lin Feng said with a displeased frown. On the ground, Yellowhair and Fatty were overturned by the true chi, and their bodies were entangled together. Fatty fought to push Yellowhair away, but his opponent didn't move. I'm going to be a father." Yellowhair stared blankly at the snake eggs on the bed and muttered. Lin Feng directly laughed in anger at the situation and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Oh? That's really congratulations, being so young and being happy to be a father." Yellowhair looked at Lin Feng and cried out with a wail, "Squad leader! I laid an egg, I won't live." Lin Feng looked at the other person breathlessly, sighed deeply, and reached out to pull him up. "No, Fatty, don't yank him." Lin Feng didn't pull Yellowhair up as soon as he saw that it was Fatty who was acting up. Fatty said with tears in his eyes, "I didn't drag it, we both tied it up." Lin Feng looked down and straight away his eyes went black. Only the legs of the two were entwined and knotted together. Lin Feng gave the two of them a thumbs up and said in admiration, "Talents. In this small military camp, how could the virtue of the two of you be able to put together this pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks? The head of the regiment is truly blessed." "Lin Feng, what happened?" A head poked in from outside the door, inquiring curiously. Lin Feng took a look, it was Bella. Yellowhair saw someone come, directly scared. Our voice shouted out, "This if outsiders found out that he laid eggs, then he really do not want to live." What's this on the ground? Chapter 32 Merit points arrive, the Yellowhair who started a misrule. Chapter 32 Merit points arrive, the Yellowhair who started a misrule. Bella asked curiously as she looked at the snake eggs scattered on the ground. Before she could see it, Yellowhair instantly pounced out. In an instant, yellow hair surpassed the limit, his speed suddenly accelerated, transforming into a burst of residual shadows, and grasping the eggs scattered on the ground in his hands as much as he could. Looking at the bed, there were still quite a few. His whole body directly leapt over and pressed onto the bed, covering the snake eggs on it with his body. "What's wrong with him, this?" Bella asked to Lin Feng as she looked at yellow hair dumbfounded. The yellow hair on the bed sniffed with an instantly stern expression, as if he had been touched by the scales, and opened his mouth to shout, "I want you to care. Get out. Hey!" Bella, listening to her opponent's nonchalant words, directly furrowed her embroidered eyebrows and rolled up her sleeves to go forward to clean up her opponent. But the body was just about to move, and then it stopped alive. Lin Feng had saved his lover after all. He hadn't thanked the other party yet. It would be inappropriate to go up and hit someone else's team member. Thinking about this, she snorted coldly, "Humph. Just go." After saying that, he directly left in a huff. Watching Bella leave, Lin Feng spoke breathlessly, "All right. People have left, why don't you hurry down and hatch eggs, you?" Yellow hair watched the other party leave and breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked at the snake eggs underneath him, he felt a pang of sourness in his heart. With tears in his eyes, he stroked the snake eggs beneath him and said with a sobbing voice, "No matter what, I have given birth to you, and I will raise you well. Beyond's kinda responsible." Lin Feng spat in his heart. "All right. Don't cry there, that's the red viper's egg, you just ate it by mistake." Lin Feng really couldn't look at it anymore and said, covering his forehead, "What? The eggs of a ferocious beast." Yellow hair was instantly energized at his words. He stared up, and a chill snapped through his body, turning his entire bed into a puddle of ice. "I Nima." Yellow hair's foot flew out, kicking the bed frozen in the ice along with the snake eggs into ice slag. Lin Feng looked at the exasperated yellow hair and didn't know what to say. "All right. Hurry up and clean up, look what the infirmary has become." Lin Feng cursed and pointed at the mess on the ground and said. The fat man on the ground climbed up and muttered, "Wasn't it you who shocked it with your true chi?" Yellow hair directly gave him a slap and said with glaring eyes, "If the squad leader tells you to do it, you do it. There's no need to talk so much nonsense." Fine, I'll do it, okay?" After Fatty finished speaking, his body violently blurred, bringing up a burst of residual shadows, and instantly packed up everything that could be packed up in the house. Lin Feng sighed deeply as he looked at the hospital bed that was frozen into ice slag. This loser, giving someone a hospital bed to ruin and paying for it himself. "Hurry back, Little Stool and the others are too busy," Lin Feng said to the people in the house. With that, he turned and left. Lin Feng had just left the hospital room when he met Bella, who had her arm around her male model brother, Kyle. Bella wrapped her arms around him and smiled as she reached up and cupped his chin, trying to kiss the other man, but was dodged. Kyle parted his head with reluctance on his face. Bella saw this and pressed herself against his ear, saying something that caused Kyle's eyes to suddenly light up, a look of surprise on his face, followed by a blush as he snuggled into the other man's arms. Seeing that the other party had coaxed the male model brother in a few words, Lin Feng was a little curious in his heart about what had been said. "Phew. This is going back?" Bella greeted Lin Feng when she saw the oncoming Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded to her and patted Yellow Hair's shoulder beside him and said, "Yellow Hair, okay, I have to get back to work." Bella sniffed in amazement, "I didn't believe it before, you're really a cook, aren't you? This strength of yours doesn't look like it either." "Hey, cooks are strong too, alright," Lin Feng said to Bella with a smile. Bella shook her head and said, "I've never heard of a cooker as strong as you." "Are you kidding me? If even the cooks were this strong, the demon suppressor army would have already beaten the ferocious beasts back home." But the other party had said so she couldn't point it out. She pulled out a terminal in her arms and said to Lin Feng, "Give me the number, I'll give you my mission merit points this time. Of course, these are definitely not enough to return the favor. If something happens in the future you let me know, I'll definitely help you." Lin Feng didn't push back when he saw this and directly told the other party the number. With a burst of operations from Bella, Lin Feng's terminal rang out and 20 points of merit arrived. "We're off, bye." Bella slapped Kyle's butt and waved at Lin Feng and left. Kyle shuddered, feeling a vague pain in his behind, but then dropped his heart when he thought of what Bella had just promised herself. "At least we won't have to get stabbed tonight." Lin Feng looked at the other parties departing back and chuckled a little. This male model brother was really being eaten to death by the other party. "Squad leader, what the hell is wrong with that?" Yellow Hair asked curiously as he looked at the departing Bella duo. Lin Feng didn't answer him, but it was the fat man on the side who hemmed and hawed and waved at Yellow Hair, signaling him to attach his ear. Yellow Hair saw this and posted over to listen, then his eyes widened. What? There's more to it. She doesn't have that thing either. Yellow Hair said in shock as he listened to Fatty's words. He felt like his three senses had been shattered. Men can still be given by women. Yellow Hair winced and hurriedly followed Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked out of the infirmary and saw Nan sitting on the steps. Walked up and tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." Xiaonan turned around, just wanting to say hello to Lin Feng, but then he saw Yellow Hair, and immediately his face became ugly, silently pulling away from the other party. "What do you mean? I'm not contagious." Yellow Hair was directly displeased. As Nan looked at Yellow Hair, the scene from earlier came back to her mind, and she couldn't help but dry heave again. "What do you mean?" Yellow Hair yelled with a reddened face. "Is this a sign of dislike?" I didn't just lay an egg." Yellow Hair thought sadly. Lin Feng looked at the jostling crowd and couldn't help but shake his head. Still a kid after all. By the time we got back to the cookhouse, it was dark. The little stools and the little tables and benches have come back from the fight. "Ego, class president, you guys are back." The little stool turned to Lin Feng and his group and greeted them. "Alright, you two rest, we'll just brush the bowl," Lin Feng said to the small stool. The two of them had been busy all afternoon, so Lin Feng directly told them to rest. Little stool touched his clanking bald head and smiled as he spoke. "That's a good feeling, we're exhausted today, so we'll go back first." Lin Feng and Yellow Hair went to the kitchen and they started to work, and in no time they finished the dishes. Turning off the lights and bidding farewell to the crowd, he returned to his quarters. He was about to start cultivating when the terminal on his waist rang, and opened it to see that the mission's merit points had arrived. Lin Feng took a look and directly exclaimed in shock, "So many!" Chapter 33 Redeeming Ancient Martial Arts Secrets. Zhou Wanqing seriously injured. Chapter 33 Redeeming Ancient Martial Arts Secrets. Zhou Wanqing seriously injured. Looking at the merit points displayed on the terminal, Lin Feng felt greatly stabilized in his heart. A full 50 points of merit. Together with his own 5 points and the 20 points of merit given by Bella, it was already enough to exchange for AB rank Ancient Martial Arts Secret. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face showed joy. "This is the first time I've ever been so rich in my hands. 1 point of merit is 10,000, that's 750,000. It's better to kill ferocious beasts to get money fast." Lin Feng sighed. Settling his agitated feelings, he tapped on the terminal's exchange interface and directly found the Be Great Ancient Martial Arts book. Placing the order and paying was done in one fell swoop, and the 75 points of merit that was on the account just now was instantly down to 15 points. Lin Feng looked at the ancient martial arts secret books that he had successfully purchased and only felt his heart itching. He couldn't wait to get his hands on it now, to see what wonders this ancient martial arts secret that could be cultivated up to level B had. The secret book won't be delivered until tomorrow morning at the earliest, so for now it's better to cultivate Iron Fist. Lin Feng does not want to waste time. Now there is no B level, you can first cultivate the hands have got well. Then he turned off the terminal and started practicing. As he exhaled and inhaled, the black mist energy was continuously drawn into his body, which was then transformed into true chi flowing through his limbs and bones. Gradually, the true chi filled the acupoint, and the remaining true chi set off down the meridian toward the next acupoint. The orifices were filled one by one. From 4 at the beginning, it opened right up to the 8th. It's just short of the 9th point at the forehead at the end. The true chi kept hitting the last acupoint, but it was invisibly hindered. No matter how much Lin Feng tried to impact, he couldn't advance an inch. Gradually a trace of sweat left his forehead. At that moment, the music of the morning exercise was playing outside. Dawn. Looks like it still lacks some polish. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, felt the only remaining 9th acupoint and muttered. Maybe when we get the Be Great Ancient Martial Arts, we'll be able to break through. After simply washing up, Lin Feng came to the cooking class. I just came in and saw that the little stool was already busy. The other party saw Lin Feng and ran over with a box. Squad leader, here's a package for you. Little stool handed the box in his hand to Lin Feng and hurriedly went to work. Lin Feng looked at the package in his hand, his face was happy. It couldn't be that the ancient martial arts secrets had arrived? Thinking of this, he hastily and impatiently unwrapped the package, and inside was a small antique wooden box. When I opened it, it was a hardcover book with a few large words written on it. White Rainbow Power. It's really a secret book. Lin Feng was surprised in his heart and couldn't help but start flipping through it. I had just turned a few pages when I remembered that it was not the right time and held back again. Just now, under flipping through it, Lin Feng saw the introduction to the feats. When this secret set is practiced to a high depth, the true chi is unceasing and the body is tough and unbreakable. It can also be cultivated into the white rainbow strength of zigzagging. Looking at the description of this white rainbow power, it's almost as good as Nianli. This is much better than an iron fist that can only harden your fist after condensing chi. Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart. Lin Feng put the secret book away, intending to go back at night and practice again. Turning to the small stool, he asked, "Did you marinate on the ferocious beast meat I brought back yesterday?" The little stool listened to Lin Feng's inquiry and took out a large basin from the table, opening the lid and showing it to Lin Feng. "It's all here, but there's too much meat on that tail to eat, so I hung it up to dry." Lin Feng contemplated for a moment as he looked at the red and fluffy meatball with nice lines. This black water crocodile meat is best eaten as sashimi, but after that yellow hair thing. One is afraid of parasites, and the other is not fresh, directly marinated in wine and then cooked to eat better. Let's make this one a meat steak, and as for the red viper's snake gallbladder, take it and soak a piece of it with the iron winged tiger's tiger whip. Lin Feng made a decision and instructed the little stool to make wine while he himself started frying the meat chops. A few moments later, as the tantalizing aroma spreads throughout the kitchen, the blackwater crocodile steaks are fried. Looking at the meat steak that was full of gravy, shiny and thick, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Nice." Complimenting himself, Lin Feng greeted the small stool and the small table to take the rice buns, and was about to go and fight for food. All the way to the square, Lin Feng was just about to walk into the cafeteria with his pot when he heard a distant clamor. "Quickly! Keep pressure on the wound. Where's the doctor? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Lin Feng followed the voice and saw several soldiers, carrying a man covered in blood. The man coughed up a violent mouthful of plasma as the soldiers moved. Lin Feng looked at him and immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that Zhou Wansheng?" After saying this, he handed the pot in his hand to the little stool and rushed straight up at a quick pace. "What's going on?" Lin Feng asked to the soldier beside him. "Don't get in the way. Lin Banzai." The soldier who was pressing Zhou Wansheng's wound looked anxious, and when he heard the inquiry, he was about to rebuke, but when he turned around and realized that it was Lin Feng, he quickly changed his tone. He said anxiously, "The captain was seriously injured for us, and now he can't stop bleeding." The soldier said, unable to hold back the tears in his eyes. "Let me see." Lin Feng rushed forward to check the situation. Instead, he saw Zhou Wansheng's chest collapsed, and wounds of various sizes on his body were trickling blood. "No, we have to stop the bleeding." Lin Feng checked the wound and saw that it didn't hurt his internal organs. He directly lit a flame on his hand and pressed it against the wound. Zip! Flesh and blood are charred to stop the bleeding. Lin Feng also saw that Zhou Wansheng was constantly coughing up blood and had difficulty breathing. He was afraid that there was blood in his lungs. A finger poked out immediately afterward, opening a small hole in his chest. As the sticky blood gushed out, Zhou Wansheng coughed violently and finally came up for air. "Come on, carry him to the infirmary first." Lin Feng greeted the soldiers around him. Moments later, the infirmary. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Wansheng, whose condition had stabilized after the surgery, and let out a sigh of relief. He stood by the bedside and asked Zhou Wansheng, who had turned awake, "What kind of ferocious beast could have injured you like this?" "Cough cough, I made you laugh, Lin class president." Zhou Wansheng coughed and showed a bitter smile to Lin Feng. He continued, "I led a routine patrol, but I encountered a humanoid ferocious beast and lost 4 of my brothers in a single glance." He got a little excited when he said that. After catching a few breaths, he continued to speak, "We fought to the death and escaped with great difficulty. That ferocious beast, it is likely to be a third order." Lin Feng's face changed when he heard that, third order ferocious beasts. This was a high-level ferocious beast that could only be seen on the front line. How could it have come to the rear? But on second thought, even Zhou Wansheng almost died, and the entire patrol was almost wiped out. The likelihood of that ferocious beast being of the third rank was very high. This is troublesome. Lin Feng's face was ugly. The thought of a suspected third-ranked ferocious beast was circling around the camp. Not even knowing when he might break in, he felt a pang of unease. Just then, there was a sound from outside the door. "Captain, there's news." Chapter 34 Wandering Third Order Fierce Beast, Evolved Body. Chapter 34 Wandering Third Order Fierce Beast, Evolved Body. The door to the ward was pushed open and a warrior hurried in. "Captain, the head of the regiment already knows, the reinforcements are on their way." The soldier walked to the hospital bed and said to Zhou Wansheng. "Well then, let's hope it's in time." Zhou Wansheng was relieved to learn the news. As the person in charge of the rear security, it would be difficult for him to sleep or eat until the problem of this third-order ferocious beast was solved. "Class leader Lin, you guys shouldn't go out lately. I know you're strong, but that's a third-ranked ferocious beast." Zhou Wansheng took Lin Feng's hand and said with some urgency. Lin Feng nodded at his words, signaling that he didn't need to worry. "Captain Zhou, don't worry, our cooking class will stay in the camp for the next few days, we won't go anywhere." "Just kidding. Third-ranked beasts are no joke. Going out there is not looking for death." "Right, we have to hurry back and tell Yellow Hair and the others, lest they slip out and give up their lives for no good reason." Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly bid farewell to Zhou Wansheng and headed back. A few moments later, the cooking class. Lin Feng opened his mouth and shouted, "Everyone stop what you're doing for now and come over to gather." He looked at the assembled crowd and explained to them the reason. "That's the way things are going, make sure you stay in camp until the reinforcements arrive." The crowd looked at each other with some shock in their hearts. This second-order ferocious beast is killing people. If a third-order ferocious beast breaks into the camp, what's the difference between that and entering the cafeteria? After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone reacted differently. Yellow Hair lowered his head and did not say a word, trembling. "I do not know whether it is scared or excited." Fatty swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said warily, "Squad leader, no, let's run." Lin Feng sniffed and gave him a displeased look. Frowning, he said, "Fatty, we're soldiers, we're the frontline security, don't you dare try to be a deserter for me." I don't mean that." Fatty was frightened by Lin Feng's words. Desertion was a serious offense in the military camp. Lin Feng looked at the panicked crowd and couldn't help but sigh. Then he comforted, "You don't have to be so scared, the head of the regiment has already sent reinforcements, it won't be long before they arrive." Shannon clasped her arms uneasily as she listened to Lin Feng's words. Is it really too late? What if the ferocious beasts rush in today? Looking at the uneasy crowd, Lin Feng thought to himself that he couldn't let them panic like this. So opened his mouth to divert their attention. "Well, everyone work as usual, don't worry, I've got everything covered." Lin Feng finished speaking to them and then signaled them to continue working. After all, as long as they're still alive, everyone has to eat as usual, and the cooking class can't stop. But for the sake of their safety, he'll have to improve his own strength soon. It's good to be able to at least have a little more self-preservation before the unexpected happens. Lin Feng left the cooking class after instructing the crowd. It was still afternoon, and he planned to start cultivating white rainbow strength now. Even if you can't practice anything for a while, at least open up the 9th acupoint. Back at the residence, Lin Feng directly took out his white rainbow strength and started flipping through it. Soon, a thick secret book was finished. It states the subsequent realms that Iron Fist does not have. After opening the 9 acupoints, the next step was to open the Sea of Qi. Once the Sea of Qi was opened, the true Qi could continuously run through the body, slowly strengthening the body. And there was no need to reabsorb the black mist energy and convert the true Qi to fill up the acupoints once the true Qi was used up, just like before. Now, he only needed to run the white rainbow strength to continuously restore his true Qi. And Lin Feng stretched out his palm, his true Qi condensed on it and he slapped it out. Bump! A solidified white gas struck out, extending out more than 10 meters, shaking the air with a violent muffled sound. Immediately after that, it exploded violently, and the strong wind scattered in all directions, blowing the furniture in the room to pieces. This is the move from the secret book, the cracking poem. What a strong power, and that's just a casual strike. Lin Feng looked at the true Qi cannon he had just shot out and secretly marveled in his heart. Just learned it and it's this powerful, it's worthy of being a Class B ancient martial art. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand and began to run his true Qi following the Qi attraction method on the secret book. Phew! As the black mist energy entered the body, a steady stream of true Qi was transformed and injected into the body. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized. The white rainbow strength's method of channeling Qi was several times faster than Iron Fist's transformation of true Qi. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly started to impact the last acupoint with his true Qi. The white rainbow power's true Qi was solidified beyond measure, and the originally unbreakable 9th acupoint was slowly shaken. Kara! With a crisp cracking sound resounding in his brain, the 9th acupoint broke through. At once, the true chi penetrated the 9 acupoints and began to circulate spontaneously in a unique way. There were even vague signs of sinking down towards the small of the back. This is the sign of the imminent opening of the chi sea. Lin Feng opened his eyes somewhat incredulously. This is to open up the chi sea? Along with the flow of true chi through his limbs and bones, Lin Feng felt that his body was being continuously strengthened. An invisible force was slowly being nurtured. He felt like his body was evolving in a certain direction. Even the innate aptitude within his body began to slowly become stronger. It seems like it's only a hair's breadth away from being B-ranked. Lin Feng spoke in surprise. The matter of poking around with the exploration team for news of the 1,000-year Morrow thirsty milk can be put on the agenda. Finally, a rudimentary ability to defend myself. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. A third-ranked ferocious beast was prowling around the camp, not knowing when it would charge in. The increasing demand for sisters' sperm and blood. These burdens were weighing Lin Feng down. Once the evolution is complete, everything will be solved. Lin Feng clenched his fists and muttered. At this point, a scream came out of nowhere, and his eyes widened instantly. That was Yellow Hair's voice. Lin Feng hurriedly dispersed his true chi and opened the door to the room and rushed out. Running all the way to the location of the voice, he made his way to the public restroom at the back of the camp. Yellow Hair! Where are you? Lin Feng shouted anxiously. But the dark night sky was nothing but his echo. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Just as he was about to check the toilet cubicles one by one, a slimy chewing sound came from the other side of the wall. Lin Feng hurriedly jumped onto the wall and looked down. The scene that came into view made his eyes water. Only a slender humanoid monster stood in place. It carried feminine features and was dark red, as if it had been skinned. The head was bloody and tightly covered with a film of flesh. Its chest cavity opened, leaking out the hideous mouthparts and bright red tentacles inside. Several spider-like limbs were sticking out of his back and were grabbing a man and shoving him into his chest cavity. Snap! It saw Lin Feng and spat the half-chewed man out of its chest. Looking at the body that was only halfway on the ground, the familiar baby starfish shorts made Lin Feng's eyes bloodshot. He yelled. Yellow Hair! Then his hands fiercely ignited with flames and he lunged at the monster. The fist burning with intense flames brought up a sky of residual shadows to engulf the monster. Hey! The oozing voice suddenly rang in Lin Feng's ears. A long, grimy palm caressed his face. That monster had appeared behind Lin Feng at some point. The head, which was covered by a membrane of flesh, suddenly cracked open, revealing huge blood-red eyes inside. A long tongue stuck out and licked Lin Feng's cheek. Overlapping sounds emanated from the small, densely packed holes in the monster's neck. Brother, Linger is so hungry. Chapter 35, Fear of Banshees, Half-Pulled Yellow Hair. Chapter 35, Fear of Banshees, Half-Pulled Yellow Hair. As the invisible mental fluctuations came, Lin Feng's eyes blanched and his mind went into stasis. Linger! Lin Feng unconsciously muttered. The humanoid monster saw that he was unconscious, and his long tongue retracted as the gaping hole in his face slowly closed. Brother, it's delicious. The monster's shrill overlapping voice came from the neck hole. Immediately after that, its chest split open and its hideous mouthparts and tentacles stretched out, about to swallow Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng snapped awake. Looking at the hideous maw in front of him that was about to swallow him, he roared out, and the power of vibration erupted violently. Boom! With a violent explosion, the shockwave shattered everything around it. As the smoke dispersed, Lin Feng's silver-colored body appeared in its original spot, and the ground underneath his feet was blown out into large craters. His eyes were red on the verge of dripping blood, and he looked at the monster with indignation, as if he had been touched by the reverse scale. You deserve to die. This damn thing left the yellow hair half-eaten and had the nerve to pretend to be a sister. Cracking palm. Lin Feng roared, his body's true chi surged, and he fiercely slapped out his palm. The silver-colored true chi cannon mixed with the power of concussion instantly flew towards the monster. Boom! The real air cannon grazed the monster's body and was dodged in one fell swoop. The silver-colored air mass directly exploded, and the shockwave instantly engulfed the monster. Hiss! It hurts so much. Brother, it hurts. His sister Linger's voice came from the front, causing Lin Feng's pupils to shrink. Only the smoke cleared, revealing his sister's wretched body. Her face was pale, her body was slim and thin, and her pretty face was streaked with tears. "Brother, Linger is so hungry, why did you hit me? Did Linger do something wrong?" The sister in the hospital gown stood still and spoke to Lin Feng with a sobbing voice. "No, Lingle, I." Lin Feng's heart ached when he saw his sister's pitiful appearance. Although it was clear in his mind that this was false, he subconsciously opened his mouth to explain. Without waiting for him to finish, there was a sudden pain in his chest, and his eyes blurred, and he was instantly sent flying. Bump! Lin Feng's metal body flew out backwards and ruthlessly smashed not far away. Ahem! He covered his chest and struggled to stand up, looking down to see a large chunk of his silver-covered chest caved in. The power of this. Lin Feng's face was ugly. He himself was just a momentary lapse of attention and he was beaten like this. He remembered what Zhou Wansheng had said about the humanoid third-order ferocious beasts. Looks like this is it. Lin Feng stood up with difficulty while the enemy in front of him disappeared. Damn, where did it go? Lin Feng's pupils shrunk and he hurriedly used his poisonous miasma talent aptitude. Phew! A deep purple poisonous fog instantly wrapped him up. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound from behind him. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged, but he was still a step too late. With the ear-piercing sound of metal tearing, Lin Feng's back was ripped open. The next moment, silver-colored blood spurted out. Dirt! In the midst of the crisis, Lin Feng hurriedly opened his Earth Escape talent aptitude and instantly disappeared into the ground. His figure had just disappeared when two invisible chopping strikes struck, slicing through the spot where his neck had just been. Lin Feng was surprisingly just short of being lorded over. Ahem! Underground, Lin Feng directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of this third-ranked ferocious beast was really beyond his expectations. No wonder it was able to injure Zhou Wansheng like that, and even the patrol was nearly wiped out completely. Dang! Dang! A fluctuation came from above in the earthbender's perceptual field of vision. It was the footsteps of a humanoid beast. So it's invisible. No wonder we can't see it. Lin Feng said in his heart. Lin Feng hid underground, not daring to move a muscle. This is not the way to go on, the duration of the Earth escape is about to expire. The body is now injured in such a way that it is afraid against the invisible. We have to think of a way to break its stealth. Lin Feng thought anxiously. Judging from its behavior of becoming like a sister, the rift palm had already injured it. Otherwise it wouldn't have to pull these blindfolds and just kill itself. At this time, Lin Feng felt that the Earth escape could no longer be maintained and his body began to float upwards automatically. No good. Lin Feng was secretly shocked in his heart and his body directly emerged from the ground. Phew! The moment Lin Feng appeared, an invisible chopping attack came violently. Dang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Feng gathered his true chi in his arm and blocked the blow with difficulty. Silver blood flowed down, and a deep gash appeared on his arm. Lin Feng swung out a fist with a grimace on his face, hitting his opponent's body by feel. Bump! A dull crash came. Without waiting for Lin Feng's face to show joy, the roiling chopping strike suddenly attacked. In a flash, Lin Feng only had time to gather his true chi to protect his vital parts. Immediately afterward the body was like a rag doll, battered with holes from the blistering attacks. The sky full of chopping blows gradually stopped and Lin Feng's ragged body appeared in place. Puff! He fell to the ground in a heap. At that moment, the air twisted and the humanoid ferocious beast revealed itself. Hiss! Sticky and delicious. Its fleshy membrane-covered head cracked open and its long tongue stretched out, constantly sniffing the blood in the air. Then step by step, he walked over to Lin Feng and began to lick the silver-colored blood coming out of Lin Feng's metallic body. It trembled. Lin Feng's flavor made it feel incredibly delicious. Just as it was licking up, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and a pair of blood-red eyes stared at it. Boom! The silver-colored true chi exploded violently, and the kinetic energy that had been absorbed by the attack just now was transformed into concussive force that gushed out as much as it could. Crack! Empty! Palm! Explosive roars came out. A pillar of light made up of silver-colored true chi shot violently into the sky. Gradually, Lin Feng's strength ran out and his arms hung down powerlessly. As the pillar of true chi disappeared, the humanoid ferocious beast that had lost its upper body fell beside Lin Feng. Parsing. Parsing successful. Feral beast file, Dread Banshee. Rank, 3rd Order Beast. Characteristics, humanoid body, mental attack, flesh and blood transformation. Weakness, dread banshees are extremely cold and can be killed by super cold temperatures. Gifted avatar, Soul Eater mode. Effects, enter flesh and blood transformation form, greatly strengthen combat power, gain invisibility, and mental tearing. Lin Feng was lying on the ground, dying. Looking at the blue crystals on the dread banshee's corpse, he reached out his hand with difficulty and the crystals didn't enter his palm. Has learned the natural aptitude, Soul Eating mode. As the talent aptitude crystals didn't enter his body, Lin Feng, who was about to lose his life, shuddered violently. Ahem! The true chi in his body operated violently before sinking, and a cyclone of chi appeared in his belly. The sea of chi opened up successfully. Moment. Lin Feng's evolution was complete, his aura was getting stronger and stronger, and his talent aptitude had taken a substantial leap. His current grade is B. Feeling the severe injuries, Lin Feng turned on the upgraded super speed regeneration. The wounds on his body slowly healed and his breath gradually stabilized. He stood up slowly and took a deep breath. Yellow hair. Lin Feng looked at the half-drawn body on the ground, his face showing sadness. Silly boy, I told you not to come out. Hot tears could not be held back. Just then, a sudden sound came from the ruins in the distance. Ouch snore. Chapter 36 Smart Yellow Hair, Reinforcements Arrive. Chapter 36 Smart Yellow Hair, Reinforcements Arrive. Lin Feng turned around violently and saw a person covered in mud who pushed through the rubble and climbed out. Vomit. This is too salty. The other shrugged off the mud and revealed a head of blonde hair. Yellow hair. Lin Feng shouted as he opened his mouth in surprise. He walked quickly to Yellow Hair and was about to pull him up when a foul odor stopped Lin Feng's movement. What's this on you? Don't touch me. Lin Feng looked at the yellow hair that was covered in and was about to hug his thighs, and hastily backed away in fear. Yellow Hair fell to the ground as soon as he lunged, his eyes looking at Lin Feng with grudging eyes. Ugh! Squad leader, I almost died. He cried to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him with a tangled expression on his face. Just now he thought that Yellow Hair was dead and was so sad for a while, but before a single drop of tears could fall, the other party crawled out of the rubble. If he didn't have this big turd all over him, Lin Feng would have wanted to give him a hug. What the hell, how did you meet that ferocious beast? Lin Feng asked to Yellow Hair with a frown. Although Yellow Hair wasn't dead, the half-drawn body on the ground to one side wasn't a fake. That head has been killing people in the camp. Yellow Hair got up in a heap, wiped his turd-covered face, and shook himself off quickly. Don't fling it. Lin Feng's face was ugly as he dodged the splattering dung slags. Yellow Hair sighed and hung his head low. I got up to go to the bathroom, and just as I squatted down, I met that monster, and it almost killed me in seconds. He lifted up his clothes and showed Lin Feng his stomach, on top of it was a big hole with bloody and exposed internal organs. I instantly put on my ice armor, but I still got stabbed through, and for some reason it didn't attack again, and then I ducked into the turret. Lin Feng's expression changed as he looked at Yellow Hair's serious wounds. It's so deep and dirty, it's a problem if you don't take care of it quickly. Stop talking, I'm going to the infirmary with you. Lin Feng slapped his palm at Yellow Hair through the air and shook the dirt off his body, but the ones in the wounds still hadn't been taken out. Then, despite his nausea, he rushed to help Yellow Hair and walked towards the infirmary. A few moments later. In the infirmary, Yellow Hair was sweating coldly, being treated by the doctor for the dirt in his wounds. Hold on, your body is too strong, anesthesia won't work on you, in a minute. The doctor spoke to the trembling Yellow Hair. Lin Feng sat on the side, looking at the brightly lit camp with a frown on his face. After the commotion just now, the deaf were going to be woken up. The patrol had already learned of the news of the Third Order ferocious beasts invading the camp. Now Zhou Wanqing is dragging his badly wounded body to make good, the exact casualties are still being counted. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Zhou Wanqing was helped to walk in. His face was pale and haggard. Captain Zhou, the number of casualties. Lin Feng opened his mouth to him and asked. Zhou Wanqing signaled the team member next to him to let go of himself and walked over to Lin Feng. His lips trembled as he spat out a number, together with the one you found first, there are, in all, 93 people. Although he had already prepared his heart, Lin Feng's breath still stuttered when this number was spoken. 93. There were only a few hundred people in the rear in total. These living human lives were just silently devoured by the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng clenched his hands, his nails pierced into his palms and blood flowed out. And, there's one more thing I want you to prepare your heart for, Zhou Wanqing said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly spoke, Captain Zhou, go ahead. Small table, dead. Zhou Wanqing lowered his head and said with some intolerance. What? Lin Feng stood up fiercely at the words and shrieked out in unbelief. The silent, tall man, just like that. His own team members were buried in the mouths of the ferocious beasts just like that, and he had never hated the ferocious beasts so much as he did at this moment. Squad leader, the small table he. The yellow hair beside him sniffed out tears. Being attacked by a third-order ferocious beast or being forced to hide in a cesspool. Even just now the doctor was taking tweezers in his stomach and the pain didn't make him cry. But the pain of those around him being devoured by the ferocious beasts yet again was too much for him to bear any longer. He started bawling. Why? These dogs stampede ferocious beasts. They just won't leave us alone. Lin Feng took a deep breath and patted Yellow Hair's back. He raised his head, his eyes glowing red. Yeah, why? But whatever the reason. Lin Feng only had one thought right now. Feral beasts, all deserve to die. Class leader Lin, this is the beast den of that third-ranked ferocious beast. Zhou Wanqing handed Lin Feng a bead that emitted a warm luster, then got up and left. Ding! Third-ranked beast pills detected, can be used to fuse and upgrade talent aptitude. Ding! The host's life level has evolved, and he has been granted an opportunity for an over-limit fusion. Ultra-limit fusion, you can designate a high-level avatar to be integrated into a low-level avatar without consumption to upgrade and evolve it. This is? Lin Feng looked at the prompts coming from the system with some confusion. This means taking a lower-order talent aptitude and incorporating it into another higher-order one. Midway through the game, the lower-level abilities don't disappear, and the higher-level ones evolve to be stronger. We'll try again when we go back, Lin Feng said in his heart. At this point, Yellow Hair's wounds were treated. Your ability is cryogenics? That's easy then, you freeze the wound. The doctor instructed Yellow Hair. This way it wouldn't get infected and his wounds wouldn't be delayed from growing by his own abilities. Good, then we'll go back first. Lin Feng finished speaking and left with Yellow Hair. Road. You go back to rest and come back later tomorrow, I'll just do the cooking shift. After speaking to Yellow Hair, Lin Feng patted his shoulder and left. All the way back to his place, Lin Feng took out the beast den. In his mind, he murmured, Fusion. Overdrive fusion begins, please specify a high-level talent aptitude. Looking at the tips on the system, Lin Feng thought for a moment. The highest ranked now was the soul-eating mode of the third-order ferocious beasts. Tiger Fury Inferno Body and Body of Steel cannot be used at the same time. How about fusing into Soul Eater mode so that the original ability doesn't disappear and the new ability evolves stronger? Designate Soul Eating mode. Lin Feng murmured in his heart. Overdrive fusion begins. The melted talent aptitude has been selected, Tiger Fury Inflammatory Body, Body of Steel, Earth Escape, Poisonous Miasma, Super Speed Regeneration. Fusion successful. With the completion of the Overwatch fusion, Lin Feng felt himself becoming stronger. The vast array of talent aptitudes from the past were fused into the soul-eating mode as much as possible. With a thought, his body suddenly morphed. The body drew long and was covered in hideous bone armor. Phew! This is... Lin Feng walked to the mirror and surveyed his appearance in surprise. The pitch-black bone armor glowing with metallic luster wrapped around his entire body, revealing only his pale demonic face and scarlet eyes. The body became long and stocky, and the joints were hideously barbed. For secondary limbs protruded from the back, their tips emanating a cold aura. This is too handsome, Lin Feng muttered as he looked at himself. When Soul Eater mode is on, it's the same as wearing a bio-colonized suit. And none of the powers are gone. Saying that, Lin Feng began to test his abilities. His figure violently disappeared into the ground and then emerged. Flames rose from his body again, and with a wave of his hand he sent out a shocking force. Then it suddenly disappeared into stealth and reappeared spewing a poisonous miasma. The abilities are all there, even stronger. Lin Feng's face showed joy. And... he muttered. And a new ability. Chapter 37 Reinforcements arrive, swarming dread banshees. Chapter 37 Reinforcements arrive, swarming dread banshees. Lin Feng said. Invisible spiritual energy emerged from his body and then violently dispersed in all directions. The air was suddenly distorted. The powerful spiritual power even affected matter, causing the furniture in the house to shudder. Its spirit tearing in soul-eating mode. Originally it was just the ability to hallucinate and disturb the mind. With the ultra evolved and strengthened to the point of affecting matter. Lin Feng could even invade someone's spirit and control them now. What a well-rounded ability. He couldn't help but sigh. Was this B rank? One now had almost no shortcomings, and both the physical body and spirit had become extremely powerful. But now is not the time for complacency, it's better to continue cultivating. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he lay down on the bed and started to utilize the white rainbow strength. As the cyclone and the sea of qi continued to operate, the true qi continued to grow. The night passed quickly. Lin Feng came to the cooking class early in the morning, and the little stool was already working there. Lin Feng looked at his hunched back, and for a moment he was a little heartbroken. Little stool and little table were very close on a regular basis. They had been working together in the cooking class since they joined the army. Little stool. Lin Feng spoke hoarsely. The other man's shoulders shook and he wiped his face on his back. Then he turned around and flashed a smile at Lin Feng. Squad leader, you're here so early today? The little stool's eyes were red and his voice held a quiver. Lin Feng looked at his forced smile and didn't know what to say. Just patted him on the shoulder and sighed deeply. Take a break, I'll do the work. The little stool waved his hand at Lin Feng. No, squad leader, we can handle this job. He said, suddenly pausing, and now he was the only one left. He couldn't hold back any longer at the thought. Straight away, he turned around, his hands braced on the counter, his body trembling. Lin Feng lowered his head deeply. Wanted to say something, but eventually left without saying anything. He walked to the kitchen, where the third-ranked ferocious beast had already been brought in by the patrol. It's lying on the counter right now. Lin Feng's complexion was icy cold, and he took out his knife to deal with it. At that moment, the door burst open. Yellow Hair walked in. He had a dark circle under his eye and looked like he hadn't slept all night. Squad leader, how are we going to eat this ferocious beast? He asked curiously. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the other party in surprise at his words. You can eat this thing? Lin Feng said as he pointed at the ferocious beast on the tablet. He had originally planned to see if he could refine some essence blood, and in the meantime, wholesome ferocious beast materials. Yellow Hair rubbed his head and grinned. What's not to eat? These can eat people, why can't we eat them? Listening to Yellow Hair's words, Lin Feng frowned. That's right. But this ferocious beast looks too much like a human being. Yellow Hair saw Lin Feng hesitate and directly coalesced an ice blade and said, Squad leader, you rest, just leave it to me. Lin Feng stared at Yellow Hair for a moment and sighed. Alright, put the blood away for me, I need to refine it later. After saying that, he pushed open the door and left. Lin Feng waited outside for a while and didn't see Yellow Hair come out. He frowned, what's taking so long? Since I was worried that I wouldn't be able to refine the essence blood if it coagulated, I went into the kitchen. Why so abrasive? What are you doing? Lin Feng said, suddenly yelling. Only Yellow Hair was lying on top of the ferocious beast's body, tearing into the other's flesh. Snap! Lin Feng went up and slapped Yellow Hair aside. Yellow Hair stumbled and nearly fell. Yellow Hair, you're crazy. Lin Feng rushed forward to restrain the other party, his heart shocked and angry. In his mind, he wondered if he was being controlled. But the next moment, Yellow Hair's sober voice dispelled his doubts. Ouch! Squad leader, get off me, my arm's going to break. Seeing that his eyes were clear and he didn't look like he was affected, Lin Feng let go of him. Pervert are you? Giving birth to a gnawing ferocious beast, you're not afraid of having another litter? Lin Feng said with a black face. Yellow Hair's face changed at his words, then relaxed. He waved his hand indifferently. Hey! Let's just have the baby, I'll get it killed. Holy! Lin Feng saw his hangdog look and got angry in his heart. But seeing that even this couldn't scare him anymore, he was very puzzled. Lin Feng frowned and opened his mouth to inquire, I say, what's wrong with you? Yellow Hair touched the corners of his blood-red mouth and lowered his head. Squad leader, you should know that those of us who have no names are all orphans. Yellow Hair's voice trembled as he slowly told Lin Feng. I used to have parents, too, until that head stormed into our house and ate them right in front of me. He pointed to the dread banshee on the tablet and said, I remember very clearly, that looks exactly like this. Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes after hearing Yellow Hair's words. Could it be such a coincidence that this ferocious beast just happened to be the one that ate Yellow Hair's parents? Seeing Lin Feng's appearance, Yellow Hair shook his head. This kind of ferocious beast lives in groups, it shouldn't be the one from back then, I've been looking for it. What? Swarming. Lin Feng was instantly shocked. Why didn't you say so? He didn't even have time to look deeper into the Yellow Hair's behavior of gnawing on the ferocious beast and directly ran out. This ferocious beast lived in groups, so if this one appeared, it meant there were more nearby. Lin Feng ran all the way to the patrol and hurriedly pushed open Zhou Wanqing's office door. Captain Zhou. As soon as he came in, Lin Feng shouted. The office was empty, and there was no one there. Squad leader Lin? A soldier in the corridor saw Lin Feng and spoke in confusion. Where's your Captain Zhou? I have something urgent to find him. Lin Feng spoke eagerly. When the other party saw how anxious Lin Feng was, he quickly signaled him to follow on himself. All the way to another office, Zhou Wanqing was talking to someone. Class President Lin is here? Zhou Wanqing greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and with an anxious expression, he explained to the other party the reason for his visit. What? Is the situation true? Zhou Wanqing spoke in shock after hearing Lin Feng say that ferocious beasts lived in groups. Lin Feng nodded with a serious expression. After receiving confirmation, Zhou Wanqing sat back on the stool. He rubbed his brow and looked puzzled. This is trouble. At that moment, the man beside him also spoke. Captain Zhou, don't worry, if there really are plural third-order ferocious beasts, the headmaster won't just sit back and do nothing. The other pair spoke soothingly into the opening. Lin Feng inquired to him, do you mean the headmaster will come over personally? Well, if that's true. The other nodded. After hearing his words, Lin Feng frowned. What would it take to prove that, to go see the body to confirm it? The soldier spoke, I'll report it to the head of the regiment first, besides the reinforcements will be here in a while. Lin Feng's heart settled a little when he heard him say that. It was no problem for himself to take on a third-ranked ferocious beast right now. With the reinforcements, if the worst did happen, it would at least last a while. Okay, I've delivered the message, so I'll go back first. Lin Feng finished speaking to Zhou Wanqing and left. After leaving the patrol site, Lin Feng returned towards the cooking class. Just as he walked to the square, his face suddenly changed. An invisible mental fluctuation came from a distance. This is Dread Banshee's Spirit Tear. Chapter 38 Attack of the Dread Banshee. Chapter 38 Attack of the Dread Banshee. Buzz. As the mental fluctuation came, a sharp whistling sound rang out from afar. That's the front of the campground. Damn. Sure enough, there's more than one head. Lin Feng cursed at the sight. Stop watching and hide. Lin Feng couldn't help but yell when he saw that the soldiers around him had actually stopped when they heard the hissing sound. With his reminder, the soldiers dispersed and took cover. Whoosh! Fatty's figure suddenly appeared. He had heard the commotion and came out to check. Squad leader, what was that noise? He said with a look of fear. Don't just stand there, hurry up and go find Little Stool and the others to hide together. Lin Feng anxiously ordered to Fatty. Fatty's face was covered in cold sweat. He already knew about the third-ranked ferocious beast that broke in last night. When he heard Lin Feng's command, he hurriedly opened his innate aptitude and instantly disappeared. Looking at Fatty's disappearing figure, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now that the ferocious beasts hadn't stormed into the camp, he couldn't just sit around and wait for them to die. Go out and take a look. Lin Feng said and ran towards the outside. Before they even got out of the camp, the sound of a fight could be heard in the distance. Someone is ING with the Dread Banshee, could it be Zhou Wanqing? Lin Feng thought suspiciously. Without much time to think, he rushed straight out of the camp. Those are stealthy again, Lao Zhou, hold up the shield. The steel-helmeted combat captain Yi Fei spoke with an anxious expression. Just now, his own squad suddenly encountered these humanoid ferocious beasts. In just one shot, 2 members of the team had their lives taken. Captain! I can't hold out much longer. A soldier with a broken arm spoke in a cold sweat. He held up the one remaining arm, a blue spherical stance held open against the attacks of the enemies outside. Damn it! Xiaolu, you hide first. Old Joe opened the shield, I'll go out. Yi Fei said with an anxious face. Those outside are almost all third order, once old Joe's shield shatters. Even if he was AB rank awakened, he couldn't protect his teammates, and he had to go and draw them away himself. No way. It's too dangerous, Captain, I'll go with you. The soldier called Xiaolu's face changed at the words and spoke. Roll. Are you a medic following me to die? Yi Fei yelled and pushed the other away. When he finished, he dove through the shroud that had opened a corner. Captain. The soldier inside the shroud looked at him with tears in his eyes. Yi Fei had just gone out when several invisible chopping attacks came. He jumped violently into the air, his body levitating. Hiss. He. A seeping sound came from behind, and Yi Fei's pupils shrank. He swung his hand violently, and a wind blade flew out to cut behind him. Missed? Yi Fei spoke with an ugly face. Seeing this, he didn't dare to stay any longer. His body brought up a gust of air and rose high into the sky. Suddenly, an invisible fluctuation came, and Yi Fei felt like he was kicked in the head, and his thoughts froze for a moment. Pust. Several transparent paraplagues pierced his body, then flung themselves violently. Yi Fei's body suddenly crashed to the ground. Captain! Ah! Old Joe inside the shroud shouted, veins popping out on his head. Then, the blue shield violently expanded and wrapped the falling Yi Fei in it. Xiaolu hurriedly ran forward, and with a stretch of his hand, he flung out a few silk threads that drilled into his opponent's body. As if the silk threads were alive, they began to stitch inside Yi Fei's body. Can't. It won't stop the bleeding. Xiaolu looked anxious and sweaty. Old Joe, how much longer can you hold on? He asked again to Old Joe, who was holding up the shield. The other man sniffed back, blood crashing out of him, blood staining his clothes. Before I die, these definitely don't want to come in. He finished coughing out a mouthful of blood. The enemies outside didn't stop attacking the shields for a moment. Gradually, there were more and more cracks on the shroud. Old Joe roared at the sight, his body glowing with blood-colored energy. This was now him burning his life to maintain the shield. Old Joe. Xiaolu's eyes were red. Guys, I'll go first. Old Joe looked at the shield that was about to shatter, and was about to input all of his life force into the talented avatar. He would use his last life to give his comrades a chance at survival. Just then, there was a roaring sound from the distance, like there was something that was flying towards the side at high speed. Cracking palm. With the sound of an explosive roar, a thick, silver-colored column of air instantly flew from the distance. Boom! 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 The columns of air flew by, constantly destroying everything along the way. A loud bang was heard as it cut through the front of the shroud. At once, the sky of plasma exploded violently, and a dread banshee appeared, her body slowly sliding down against the shield. Phew! A figure suddenly appeared, and only as he stood still did the airwaves follow him and instantly explode. Wait, old Chow! Someone is coming to help us. Xiaolu hurriedly spoke. This is a ferocious beast. Looking at the dark and hideous figure of the other party, he spoke with some uncertainty. Lin Feng slowly stood up straight and held his hand on the blue shield as he gently opened his mouth. It's okay, comrades, you're safe. Xiaolu was instantly relieved to see the other party speak. It's good that it's not a ferocious beast. Suddenly, he yelled, get out of the way. As soon as Xiaolu's words fell, there was a cracking sound in the air. Dang! Lin Feng instantly raised his arm and his hard bone armor blocked the invisible chop. Surprisingly, it's fine. Xiaolu looked at Lin Mu in shock. You know, just now, the captain was beaten to the brink of death in a single shot. A mental fluctuation came from the dread banshee using mental tear. Lin Feng frowned and similarly used spirit tear. As the spiritual forces collided, the air began to distort. Suddenly, the invisible dread banshees revealed themselves. So many! Lin Feng opened his mouth in shock. Only many dread banshees were seen, surrounding the perimeter. Looking at the number, there were at least dozens of them. Inside the shroud, Xiaolu stared blankly at Lin Feng in the distance. What the hell is he? Looking at Lin Feng, who had killed several times back and forth in the third-ranked ferocious beasts by himself. They were very shocked. Old Joe, who was on the side, had his pressure disappear as there were no more enemies to attack the shield. He sat paralyzed on the ground, his face pale as he covered his broken arm. He frowned as he looked at the gradually unsupportable Lin Feng. That comrade doesn't seem to be able to hold out much longer. No, let's go help, Xiao Lu said. Old Xiao sniffed and flatly refused. Nonsense. The captain's all beat up like this, let's go to the camp and call for reinforcements, we're only helping him by not holding him back. After old Zhou finished speaking, he and Xiao Lu moved Jifei up and got into the car, propped up the shroud, and drove away. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the battle squad that had left in the distance. It was good to be gone so that he could focus on the fight himself. Lin Feng took a deep breath, then his body shot out. Boom! Silver-colored true chi cannons kept flying. Lin Feng brought up a roar and set off waves of air, constantly weaving through the battlefield. Hiss! A dread banshee's body exploded violently. Immediately after that, four more surrounded Lin Feng, and they defiantly kept attacking. Off! He swung his fist out, and it broke through the air, violently lifting the enemies around him. Damn! There's too many! Lin Feng's face was ugly. His hideous bone armor was covered in dense scars. As the battle progressed, Lin Feng's stamina had gradually run out. Looking at the approaching dread banshee, Lin Feng frowned deeply. This is trouble. Number 39 The besieged Lin Feng, a move of destruction. Number 39 The besieged Lin Feng, a move of destruction. True Chi was nearing its bottom, and every muscle and bone in his body was groaning in pain. Feeling the condition of his body, Lin Feng's heart gave birth to a desire to retreat. He glanced back at his rear position and took a deep breath. I can't retreat. If I run away and these third-ranked ferocious beasts break into the camp, it's all over. At least, hold out a little longer to give them time to retreat. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's eyes were firm. Come on. You guys. Flames flared up on his tattered bone armor as he spoke with a cold expression. Suddenly, a mental fluctuation came from a distance. The dread banshees stopped moving in unison, their faces cracking open as they extended their long tongues in response. What the hell? Lin Feng frowned and spoke. In the next moment, the dread banshees slowly backed up. Just when Lin Feng thought they were going to retreat. Buzz! A strong mental shock instantly struck. The dread banshee opened her face and used spirit tear on Lin Feng at the same time. What? Lin Feng's face changed. He hastily used his spiritual power to fend it off. But the dread banshee's mental powers merged together to form a violent mental storm. Lin Feng couldn't resist at all. Ah! Green veins popped up on Lin Feng's forehead. Dozens of strands of spiritual energy fused with each other and had formed a substance. He felt like his brain was going to be pinched. No, not again. Ah! At the moment of crisis, Lin Feng remembered the move he had envisioned. Spell it out. Lin Feng roared as violent flames ignited on his body. Immediately following the gathering of the power of shock. He closed his hands in vain, and a stream of energy that mixed the flames of true chi and the power of shock slowly condensed. Gradually, the air began to distort. Terrifyingly high temperatures swept around. A small ball emitting a blinding light appeared in his palm. Feeling the extremely unstable little ball in his hand, as if it was going to explode the next moment, Lin Feng hurriedly pushed out his palm. Die for me! The piercing little ball of light flew straight out. Suddenly, the banshees scattered in all directions. But it was still a step too late. Berserk energy violently erupted. Feeling that destructive power, Lin Feng sweated. Escape! Lin now had only this thought in his mind. His speed suddenly increased to the limit and he fled by taking the road. Boom! Violent explosions rang out. A huge ball of light appeared in place, then slowly expanded. Light and heat continued to erupt, and shockwaves swept through everything around them with overwhelming force. A few moments later, the earth-shattering explosion had dissipated, leaving only a large charred crater hundreds of meters wide on the ground. The dread banshee was long gone from the spot. Ahem! Lin Feng slowly emerged from the ground. The pitch-black bone armor on his body had shattered and oozed silver blood. Damn! Almost got blown up. Lin Feng covered his chest and spoke in hindsight. Just now, if he hadn't performed his natural aptitude and disappeared into the earth, he was afraid that he would have to follow those fearful demonesses and go up in smoke together. How can this power be so strong? Lin Feng secretly marveled in his heart. Just now, he was almost screwed over by the dread banshee's combined efforts to make a spirit tear. It was only as a last resort that the power brought by the natural aptitude was all fused together to form that small ball of light. But that destructive power really shocked Lin Feng. True Chi has also been drained by that strike just now. Gotta hurry back. Lin Feng was about to turn around and leave. Just then, a sudden hiss came from the distance. Dread Banshee's voice. Lin Feng's face changed. Not good. The camp. At this moment, the camp. The square was in chaos. There are limbs everywhere. The guns in the soldiers' hands spewed fire. The bullets formed a storm of metal and swept continuously towards the humanoid ferocious beasts in front of them. Ah! Stop it for me. The dread banshee turned slowly at her words. Its chest cavity was open, and it was chewing on a man in slow motion. As it did so, impotent howls of misery continued to ring out. Stop it! Stop it! The middle-aged soldier in the lead's eyes were red. His comrades were eaten alive by the ferocious beasts, but he couldn't do a thing about it. Seeing the bullets hit each other to no avail. At that moment, a young warrior beside him lurched out. Jet! Get back here! The people beside him rushed to stop it, but they were still a step too late. Boom! Violent explosions rang out, and fire engulfed the ferocious beast. Jet! The middle-aged soldier, with tears in his eyes, stared blankly at the scene before him. This tough-talking Spitfire, without saying a word, simply detonated his grenade. The smoke cleared and the dread banshee's body appeared. The explosion just now did nothing but add a little bit of broken flesh and dust to its body. I'll fight you. With bloodshot eyes, the middle-aged soldier slammed his gun to the ground and drew his short sword. Put! He. The dread banshee let out a scoff as she spat out the rotten meat in her mouth. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared. The middle-aged soldier only felt a blur before his eyes, and he was taken far away. Yellow hair! Fatty yelled back. As soon as he spoke, a cold aura erupted violently. Yellow hair wore ice armor and stood in front of the ferocious beast. The dread banshee subconsciously took a step back when she saw her opponent's cold aura. Then the body disappeared, invisible. Fatty's face changed and he instantly turned on bullet time. The scene around them gradually slowed down. But there was a transparent figure that was traveling through it at high speed, unaffected. In an instant, the figure approached the fat man. Bang! His figure flew out backwards. Fatty! Yellow hair shrieked out. He only saw the fat man disappear instantly and reappear before he was sent flying, shouting in worry. Then he hurriedly ran to Fatty's side, looking anxious. At that moment, a footstep sounded. Minami came running wildly from a distance. The sight that met her eyes made her stare. Only limbs and broken arms were seen everywhere, and blood plasma was spilled all over the ground. The fat man was collapsing on the ground spitting blood. Minami had already turned on her battle form, her body flowing with energy and her long snow-white hair flying in the wind. She looked into the distance as the air twisted and a humanoid monster took shape, raising its hideous secondary limbs and looking to thread yellow hair and Fatty into a skewer. Stop it! She chortled. Then she reached out and grabbed it, an air spear being thrown by her. He. The oozing voice suddenly came from behind her. The humanoid monster appeared behind her at some point. Nan, get out of the way! The fat man on the ground yelled. But it was still a step too late. Pust! Blood spilled and Minami's figure was thrown into the air. It ended up falling hard a short distance away. Fatty's eyes were red as his body vibrated at high speed. Instantly, he turned into a stump and rushed up. Bang! His figure flew backward. The dread banshee walked over to Minami. It grabbed Minami and opened its chest cavity, its hideous mouthparts and tentacles sticking out, impatiently shoving them inside. Let her go! Yellow hair yelled. He. The dread banshee looked back at yellow hair. A seeping sound emanated from the dense holes in his neck. Then it's time to start chewing. Whoosh! Several ice picks flew out, interrupting the opponent's movements. Hiss! The dread banshee who was interrupted from feeding was directly enraged. It dropped Minami to the ground and its figure suddenly disappeared. Yellow hair violently erupted with a cold aura at the sight. Next moment. Wow! His ice armor instantly shattered, and his figure flew out backwards as the ice shards exploded. Ahem! Yellowhair's chest collapsed and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He trembled and reached out his hand, and cold air flew out, freezing the distant Xiaonan and the fat man on the other side into ice. Then his arms hung limp. At least, this way this will last a little longer, he thought to himself. He then rolled over helplessly and looked to the sky. Ahem! This time, I didn't run away. Yellowhair's eyes blurred, and in a trance, he saw long, silky blonde hair. Mom! He spoke softly. A pair of gentle hands lifted him up. The soft power traveled throughout the body. He felt warm and fuzzy. Mom, did you come to pick me up? Yellowhair fought to open his eyes, trying to get a good look at the figure that was yearning for him. Chapter 48 Broken Camp, 4th Order Fierce Beast Attacks. Chapter 48 Broken Camp, 4th Order Fierce Beast Attacks. When Yellowhair opened his eyes, it was another face that met his eyes. Silly boy, what are you screaming about? Lin Feng gave him a smile. Squad leader. Yellowhair froze and spoke. Lin Feng retracted the hand that was inputting his true chi, then gently placed the other party on the ground. It's all right already. I'm coming. After saying that, he slowly stood up, killing intent surging from his body. Eyes coldly looking ahead. Mental energy was released and the enemy figure was visible to him. You just had a great meal. Lin Feng roared and his body instantly shot out. Immediately afterward, he grabbed the other man and pressed him hard to the ground. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, earth shot up, and the dread banshee was revealed by Lin Feng's fall. Hiss! The dread banshee hissed and kept struggling. Bang! Lin Feng instantly gave it a punch. You! Bang! How dare you! Bang! Hurt my teammates! Boom! Lin Feng roared with red eyes while violently beating the dread banshee. With a final vicious blow, the opponent was beaten to death. Ahem! Brother! The voice of her sister came from the hole in the dread banshee's neck. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk when he saw this, instantly stopping the not to be an opponent's strike. Then let go of it. Phew! True Chi emerged from Lin Feng's hand and a trace of invisible strength mixed with poisonous miasma wrapped around it. Dog! I was going to let you die a painful death. Lin Feng's face was livid, his forehead veins popped out, and his words were squeezed out from between his teeth. Then the palm of his hand pressed down, and the poisonous miasma mixed with the power drilled into the body of the dread banshee. Hiss! Aha! Instantly, the dying dread banshee howled miserably. It twisted and turned, its body rotting away, inch by inch, at an extremely slow pace. Lin Feng's poisonous miasma and white rainbow strength were ravaging its body. Deep into the bone marrow, as if tearing the soul, the pain kept coming. Lin Feng looked at it with cold eyes and turned towards Yellowhair. Where are the others? Lin Feng asked. Yellowhair raised his hand with difficulty and, pointing to two large blocks of ice in the distance, he spoke weakly. Fatty and Nan are frozen up by me, I didn't see the little bench. With Yellowhair's words, Lin Feng realized the two ice lumps in the distance. He hurriedly ran forward, and when he saw Fatty and Xiaonan frozen in two separate ice bumps, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Hurriedly, his hands ignited a flame, and he was about to melt the ice away. Don't! They're seriously injured, take them to the infirmary first. Yellowhair hurriedly stopped Lin Feng. Lin Feng sniffed and took a look, and instantly his breath caught in his throat. Only in the ice, the fat man's arm was twisted abnormally, and behind Minami was a large gash with an exposed lung. How did you get hurt so badly? Lin Feng exclaimed. Just then, a call rang out in the distance. Captain Lin. Lin Feng looked back and saw a soldier trotting over, followed by a few medics. That's Zhou Wanqing's men. There are wounded here too. In the ice too. Hurry! He spoke to the medic behind him and was about to pick up Yellowhair Minami and leave with them. Lin Feng hurriedly followed. A few moments later, the medical squad was stationed. The patients have stabilized, they're all awakened, they'll definitely be able to hold out, don't you worry. The doctor was a middle-aged man in his 50s, his face weary, his voice still middle-aged. Hearing his words, Lin Feng finally put his heart down. The doctor finished and hurried off to save the others. At the moment the medical squad was packed with wounded, basically lying on the floor because there were not enough beds. Yellow Hair and the others were instead each assigned beds. Nan and Fatty are still unconscious. Yellow Hair had opened his eyes. Squad leader, you don't have to worry about us, you go find the little stool. Yellow Hair opened his mouth weakly, his thin body lying on the bed as if he was going to break in the next second. Alright, don't talk for now, you rest first, I'll come in a while. Lin Feng spoke to him. Now that the little stool was alive or dead, he said he had to find out what was going on. Lin Feng left after saying that. Just as soon as I came out, I saw the members of the patrol team, only I didn't see Zhou Wanqing. Lin Feng frowned deeply. The camp is now screwed up like this. It's only logical that he should show up anyways, right? It's hard not to. Comrade, where is your captain? Lin Feng stopped a hurried patrol warrior. The captain he sacrificed. The warrior's eyes reddened as he finished and left. Lin Feng was struck by lightning when he heard that. Sacrificed. How could this happen? Lin Feng said incredulously. A wave of deep sadness followed. That devoted man just died. Even died without a sound. Lin Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to get refreshed. Now is not the time to grieve, the little stool doesn't know if he's alive or dead. A few moments later. Lin Feng rummaged through the campsite and couldn't find the little stool. Finally he came to the square. Looking at the ground full of broken limbs and mixed blood and flesh. Lin Feng was silent. It's all that's left now. Snap. Lin Feng stepped on the sticky plasma and picked up an apron soaked in blood. The little stool. Hot tears fell. Why? Lin Feng bit his lip and trembled. First it was the little table, then Zhou Wanqing, and now even the little stool is dead. If only I could come back sooner. Rain fell from the sky. Lin Feng tilted his head as raindrops slid down his cheeks. He looked at the cloudy sky with indignation in his heart. How many of these people must be devoured before they are satisfied? He clenched his fists, feeling nothing but deep powerlessness. Damn ferocious beasts. Lin Feng cursed. Just then, there was a roar in the distance. Thunder? Next. A black shadow brought up a burst of sonic booms and broke through the clouds and shot in. Hiss. My child. An ear-piercing shrill whistling sound came. Lin Feng slowly widened his eyes. What's that? The black shadow hovered above the camp, and as it stirred its wings, gusts of wind pressure kept coming. Powerful winds wrapped in rain shot in all directions. Feeling that terrifying aura, Lin Feng's heart went cold. Fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. Instantly, alarms sounded in the camp. When the soldiers in the camp realized the ferocious beast above their heads, a look of despair appeared on their faces. It's over. A soldier sat paralyzed. Lin Feng yelled at the sight. Retreat! All move, now! Boom! As soon as Lin Feng spoke, the ferocious beast landed on the ground. Violent shockwaves swept around. As it landed on the ground, Lin Feng was able to see what it looked like. The same look as the dread banshee, with a huge body dozens of meters tall. The wings that spread out behind them were densely packed with tiny eyes. Suddenly, the eyes above were squeezed out violently. Inside drilled countless strange worms with a blood-red eye on their heads. As soon as the monstrous bugs landed, they started attacking the people around them. The eyes above their heads lit up with red light and bored right into them. When it burrowed out again, all that was left in place was a human skin. Stop! Lin Feng's eyes wanted to crack, and he instantly went into soul-eating mode. The hideous bone armor covered his entire body, and his figure turned into a stump as he rushed up. But there were too many strange insects, Lin Feng couldn't even kill them. One could only watch as the bugs continued to devour the only remaining comrades. Damn you! Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, he couldn't care that the other party was a third-stage ferocious beast. A palm strike was struck directly at it. Cracking palm. Silver-colored true chi cannons flew out and hit the bodies of the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts like cows into a sea of mud. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Feng despaired. Run away, you guys! He yelled as he broke down. Just as Lin Feng was despairing, the raindrops in mid-air suddenly stopped, as if the pause button had been pressed. An authoritative voice came. The field unfolds. The lake of no waves. Chapter 41 Arrival of the Regimental Commander, True Body of the Martial Way. Chapter 41 Arrival of the Regimental Commander, True Body of the Martial Way. Buzz. Instantly, an invisible force scattered in all directions. Everything on the field came to a standstill. Time was still flowing normally, but it was as if a pause button had been pressed on everything. Raindrops that are held in mid-air. The fourth-ranked ferocious beast that threw back its head and hissed. Soldiers with terrified looks, chased by strange insects, running around. There was also Lin Feng, who looked anxious and was in an attack stance. At the moment, the only thing that could move was the robust figure coming from the distance. He slowly came to Lin Feng's side and looked at the other party's Soul Eater mode with a surprised expression on his face. A true body of martial arts? How did it do that when it's less than a rank? He said darkly in his heart. Then he looked at the broken limbs on the field and frowned deeply. Still a step too late? How dare you destroy the camp like this, disappear? He spoke angrily. Then, he stomped his foot, and along with his movement, a water-like ripple spread out. The ground had somehow turned into a quiet lake. The fourth-ranked ferocious beast in front of him, and those strange insects gradually sank to the bottom of the lake, and finally disappeared. Snap! A crisp ringing finger sound came out, and all together around them moved again. Chief! Lin Feng exclaimed. Everything had just come to a standstill, but his mind was normal. He watched as the terrifyingly ferocious beast sank soundlessly into the water. What the hell? This is a domain, you'll also have it when you reach S rank. The regiment leader saw that Lin Feng was shocked and opened his mouth to explain. S class? The regimental commander is so strong? You did well, I wasn't wrong about you. The regimental commander patted Lin Feng's shoulder. With that, he sighed. I should have come as soon as I got the message. The regimental commander blamed himself. Earlier, in the war zone, he was slowed down by that ferocious beast. As soon as he settled the other side, he rushed here. Even the domain was used to cross this long distance through the rain. But it was still a step too late. Seeing the other party blaming himself, Lin Feng shook his head and said, No, Chief, if it wasn't for you, we'd all be buried in the belly of a ferocious beast today. You don't have to blame yourself. Casualties, how many? The regimental commander asked. Aside from the wounded of the medical squad, that leaves the fighters in front of us. Lin Feng said with a pained face. The regimental commander was silent at his words. He took a deep breath and the lake surged beneath his feet. Immediately after that, it washed over the soldiers who were still alive, and those who were seriously injured and on the verge of death had their breath stabilized. Lin Feng was secretly surprised as he felt his body being washed by the waves. The wound was not healed, but it was not bleeding. It's as if it's been suspended. The regimental commander looked a little weary as he did this. Well, all of the people in the camp who are still alive have been fixed by me in their physical state, so you guys grab your healing, and I'm going to clean up all of the people in the vicinity. When he finished speaking, the rain in the sky gradually stopped, the lake dispersed, and his figure disappeared. Lin Feng looked at where the other party had disappeared, his heart was shocked beyond belief. How great is the power to forcefully fix the physical state of even the dying? And that's just the S grade. How strong should the strongest SSS be? For the first time, Lin Feng had a clear perception of the strongest people in this world. He suppressed the agitation in his heart and began to greet the warriors around him who were still alive to heal. A few moments later. The already overcrowded medical class is packed at the moment. But there was no more anxiety on the faces of the doctors who came and went. They methodically went from one to the other treating the wounded. Because no matter how serious the situation is, as long as there is still a breath in the air, the person will not die. So the chief did it. In the ward, the medical class leader, after listening to Lin Feng's explanation, nodded in understanding. So it was the headmaster who had come, no wonder that terrifying ferocious beast had just disappeared so suddenly. Well, the headmaster didn't say how long the effect would last, so you'd better heal as soon as possible. Lin Feng said to him. The other man heard this and ran out in a hurry. Squad leader, you said the chief is here? Yellow Hair stretched his head and opened his mouth at Lin Feng. He touched his treated chest and smiled. By the way, which ward is the little stool in? Hey, I want to see how hurt he is. Lin Feng was silent as he sniffed. Yellow Hair looked at Lin Feng's appearance and the smile on his face gradually stiffened. He shivered and said, Squad leader, little stool, he's still alive, isn't he? But the response to him was still silence. Barta. Tears dripped onto the quilt. Yellow hair turned around and covered his head with the quilt. The thin body curled up and shivered constantly. Lin Feng reached out his hand and froze in mid-air, not knowing how to comfort him. Next to her, Minami couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. They were orphans, with no one to turn to, and had long since made the cooking class their home. Now another family member is gone. Fatty's eyes were red as he covered his arms and spoke hoarsely. Little stool, I will avenge you. Lin Feng patted their shoulders next to each other and then walked out of the hospital room. He came outside and took a deep breath. The cool air was humid with the smell of smoke and blood. This is the battlefield. Lin Feng muttered. Being in the rear, they were heavily killed and injured because of the third-order ferocious beasts. The fourth-ranked ferocious beasts had left them helpless and even nearly wiped out all of them. What kind of dangerous life are the soldiers on the front line living? Beat all the ferocious beasts, all of them, back home. Lin Feng mouthed. This is the slogan of the Demon Suppression Army. Countless warriors have gone before and after for this goal. With their own flesh and blood, they advanced the battle lines. Perhaps it's time to do something about it yourself. Lin Feng thought so. Just then, a boom sounded in the distance. A silhouette brought up a burst of sonic booms and shot from the distance. As he approached the camp, he gradually slowed down. It finally landed lightly on the ground. Seeing his figure, Lin Feng, who had been nervous, let out a sigh of relief. That's the chief coming back. He carried blood on his body, but not a single injury. Even the clothes weren't half wrinkled. Lin Feng said in his heart, that's right, the headmaster is an S rank. How could there be a presence near the camp that could hurt him? How are the wounded being treated? The regimental commander opened his mouth to inquire with concern. Basically all of them have stabilized, it's just that there are some serious injuries that need time. Lin Feng answered truthfully. The regimental commander nodded. Well, I'll stay here for a while longer, and I'll leave when the wounded are all healed, or I won't be able to maintain my powers for long if I'm too far away. By the way, where's Zhou Wancheng? The regimental commander asked. He sacrificed. Lin Feng said with his head lowered. The regimental commander was silent at his words. So, even this kid is. His voice was calm, but his clenched hands showed the pain he felt inside. Lin Feng didn't know what to say when he saw this. Because he knew that the headmaster, too, was named Zhou. Chapter 42 Reconstruction of the Camp, Travel to the City. Chapter 42 Reconstruction of the Camp, Travel to the City. The regimental commander stood still for a long time. As he grieved, the sky began to rain. Lin Feng silently stood behind him, looking at the other party's hunched figure. You go back first. The regimental commander spoke hoarsely. Lin Feng nodded, wiped the water stains on his face and turned to leave. All the way back to the cookhouse. Looking at the empty room, Lin Feng turned on the light. It's afternoon already, time to cook. He said. At this point in the past, the cooking class was already hot and busy. The little stool would be frying on the stovetop and the little table would be right next to it, not saying a word about it. Yellow Hair and the others helped with the meat and vegetables. When the dishes came out of the pot, he took the pot himself and led them to the cafeteria to feed the soldiers. After a day's work, though tired, they would all return safely to their lodgings for a good night's sleep. When the next day came, Lin Feng was able to see them again. But now. Lin Feng took a deep breath and gently closed his eyes. Then walked into the kitchen. This jar of wine, it's about as good as it gets. Lin Feng looked at the jar of medicinal wine in the corner and muttered. That's full of good stuff, tiger whip and snake gall, bear paw and deer blood. The ferocious beasts that were killed in the past, the great tonic parts, were all soaked inside the little stool. But he didn't drink it after all. Lin Feng dispelled the complicated feelings in his heart. Start thinking about what to cook. There weren't many left in the camp though. But most of them are sick and have to eat something nutritious. The meat of a third-ranked ferocious beast then. Lin Feng made a decision. Yellow Hair was right, if ferocious beasts can eat people, people can eat ferocious beasts. There's nothing wrong with that. With this in mind, Lin Feng began to busy himself. In front of the stove, he put the sliced meat into the pot. The clear boiling water scalded the wafer-thin slices of meat instantly. Lin Feng watched the time to fish it out and put it in the porcelain basin. Then it was topped with a sauce made from a mixture of medicinal wines. Finally, stirring with chopsticks, an aroma of clear wine mixed with grease comes out. Sprinkle the chopped peppercorns and scallions on top again, and finish by pouring on the piping hot canola oil. The dish is out of the pot. These should be enough, Lin Feng said as he looked at the meat in the basin. In the past, there was more than a few times more than that to do. By the way, don't waste this tongue either, Lin Feng said as he looked at the head on the tablet with its face split open and a long tongue sticking out. It's a little gross though, yellow hair should like it. Moments later, the medical class. Lin Feng stood behind a simple table and fed the injured men who were lined up. Looking at the people who were missing some more, Lin Feng frowned. It seems that those who were injured really badly, the headmaster's ability was cancelled as soon as it was cancelled, and they still didn't hold out, Lin Feng said in his heart. After a while, the wounded went back from the fight. Lin Feng pursed his lips as he looked at the rice that was still half left. Still doing too much. Sighing, Lin Feng walked towards Yellow Hair and their hospital room. Haven't you been thinking about this ferocious beast meat? Come. Lin Feng sat on the edge of the bed and handed over the plate of banshee tongues. Yellow Hair's face was pale and his eyes were red. Without refusing, he took it straight away and started tearing into it without a word. Squad leader, what's that? Minami asked with a troubled look. It's just ferocious beast meat, Lin Feng said back. At that, Minami let out an oh-so-subtle sound and didn't say anything else. For a while, the room was quiet, with only the sound of eating remaining. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. The regimental commander walked in. No need to get up, you guys can just eat. He stopped the crowd that was about to get up. Then he spoke to Lin Feng, I'm still needed over at the war zone, you guys rebuild the camp first, I'm leaving. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Lin Feng looked at the other parties back as they left inside. He knew that there were too many burdens weighing on the chief's shoulders. Zhou Wanqing is dead. The regimental commander didn't even have time to bury his son. Now it's all up to you. 3 days later. Lin Feng stood in the square and looked at the monument that had been erected for a long time without words. There were now only 42 soldiers left alive in the camp. Those who found bodies were transported back to the city. Those whose corpses were not left, reported their deaths, and then carved a name on the stone tablet. Captain Yi, I'll be troubling you for the next few days, Lin Feng said to Yi Fei of the battle squad. He's been sent here now by the head of the regiment and is stationed here permanently. Squad leader Lin, our entire squad's lives were saved by you, so this little thing is nothing. Lin Feng nodded at his words. Okay, we'll go first. After saying that, he got into the car with Yellow Hair. Now the camp is almost done with the aftermath. All that's left is some construction work. Lin Feng planned to take advantage of this time to go to the exploration team to find out about medicinal herbs. And then stop by to see my sister. Haven't seen her for a long time myself. On the way, Yellow Hair opened his mouth to Lin Feng. Class president, I have a memory of that quest team you mentioned, and their captain is also from our school. Lin Feng nodded in understanding after hearing this. That's why he brought him along himself. When we get to the city center, you go with me to the Hall of Awakening first, and I'll go buy some essence blood, Lin Feng said as he drove. My sister's essence blood is already seriously low. Took all the dread banshees he could bring back himself and refined them. Essence blood is sent to the sister. Although the quality of the essence blood is not as good as it should be because it has been dead for so long. But that was a third-ranked ferocious beast. Let's hope it lasts a little longer. The SUV traveled through the wilderness, bringing up puffs of smoke. Along the way, Lin Feng hadn't even seen a single ferocious beast that didn't enter the rank. The closer you get to the city, the cleaner the surroundings become. Gradually, the SUV drove onto the concrete road, and street lights and street signs began to appear around it. Soon, Lin Feng saw a high wall. A translucent shroud loomed over the city. It's back, Lin Feng spoke softly. As the vehicle approached, a checkpoint appeared in the distance. Up ahead, pull into the yellow zone for inspection. The radio's voice rang out, signaling Lin Feng to come forward for inspection. The SUV came to a stop and the guardrail was raised in front of it. A green light shone, and a figure slowly approached with the light at its back. Where are you from and what are you doing in the city? The man approached and leaned over the car window to ramble on. We're a military vehicle, Where do you think it came from? Yellow hair had a look of a little cutie expression. Get off! The man sniffed instantly and slammed the window hard, yelling. Comrade, my crew isn't very good at talking, we're back in the city on business, here are the authorization papers. Lin Feng handed over the documents opened by the military camp. Get out! I told you to get out of the car, deaf. As soon as the man opened Lin Feng's hand, the documents scattered all over the floor. Pick it up. Lin Feng coldly spoke. He looked at the man, his breath seeping out of his body uncontrollably. Feeling the appalling aura of Lin Feng's body, the man was instantly awake. The anger in his heart seemed to be doused by a pot of ice water. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead. Seems to have kicked the can down the road. The thought crossed his mind. The man glanced at the overhead monitor. If you do pick it up, how will you look in front of your co-workers? With that thought, he gritted his teeth and pressed the alarm on his chest. Buzz. Instantly, the green light turned scarlet. Alarms are sounding. Anomaly detected. Requesting backup. Chapter 43, Back in the City, Yellow Hair Goes Home. Chapter 43, Back in the City, Yellow Hair Goes Home. As the men roared, a group of soldiers ran in the distance. He pointed at Lin Feng and yelled, "They don't want to be inspected, I suspect there's contraband in the car." A group of soldiers surrounded the SUV. One of the soldiers in the lead walked up to Lin Feng and saluted. I am City Defense Captain Wang Gang, comrade, please ask if what he said is true, and please cooperate with the inspection. Lin Feng gave the other party an unexpected look. This was surprisingly a good talker. It seems that the guy just now is a handyman, with himself and that fox. Comrade, we're from the Demon Suppression Army. Lin Feng returned the salute. He pointed to the papers on the ground and said, the entry authorization papers are right there, and just now he didn't even look at them and just pulled the alarm. Bull. It was clearly you who didn't want to be inspected and threw the documents on the ground. The man next to him sniffed and subconsciously retorted. Wang Gang looked back at him unhappily. Inspector Liu, think about it, I can watch the surveillance anytime I want, so please don't add to it. The man known as Inspector Liu's face turned ugly as he snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Since there's a document, let's take a look at it and confirm that it's true and then we'll let you guys through. Wang Gang said to Lin Feng. As soon as he came over, he could see that it must be this Liu who was picking a fight there again. Yellow Hair said with a smile, the document that is not there, you guys look at it. Wang Gang nodded and opened his mouth with a squint at Inspector Liu. Please, Inspector Liu, it's your duty to check the documents, if there's no problem, I'll let these two comrades through. You. Don't bully people too much. Inspector Liu gritted his teeth and spoke. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at this. What's the matter, you're not going to check, is it hard to pull the alarm for no reason? That's not in the rules, is it? Inspector Liu sniffed and gave Wang Gang a hateful look. He didn't expect that the other party wouldn't say a word in his favor, but just looked on with cold eyes. He couldn't help but shiver as he looked at Lin Feng who was eyeing him intently. He had no choice but to bend down and pick up the papers on the floor. Well, any problems? Wang Gang asked. Inspector Liu gritted his teeth and said, no problem. It's good. Wang Gang snorted. What are you doing? He had no brains to mess with his comrades in the Demon Suppression Army. Turns out people don't eat him. Instead, they've made themselves faceless. Lin Feng didn't want to be bothered with him when he saw this, he had a lot of things going on right now. No time for such clowns. Okay, let's go then. Lin Feng said and started the car. Wang Gang saluted Lin Feng. Farewell, comrades of the Demon Suppression Army. Bye. Looking at the distant Lin Feng, Inspector Liu looked hideous. He coldly swept a glance at Wang Gang and turned to leave. Then took out a phone. Hey, it's me. Did you see the license plate on that car? Okay, check it out and let me know. City. Lin Feng drove his car on the highway. It was like a lifetime ago when I looked at the bustling scene around me. Squad leader, aren't we going to Awakening Mansion? Yellow Hair sat in the passenger side, his legs crossed over the window. Lin Feng glanced at him and spoke softly. Don't you have to go back to school, I'll drop you off first, just so you can ask about the quest team for me. Yellow Hair rubbed his hands together as he sniffed, his face a little unnatural. That, squad leader, I want to go somewhere first. Lin Feng gave him a strange look and said, where are you going? I can tell you, that kind of place is against the regulations of the demon suppressor army. Where were you thinking, squad leader? I was thinking of going back to the orphanage. Yellow Hair saw Lin Feng's misunderstanding and opened his mouth to explain. Hearing Yellow Hair's reply, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, I thought the kid had spent too much time in the barracks and couldn't resist making a mistake. That's fine, I'll just go with you first. Where's the address? Lin Feng said. Yellow Hair sniffed and reported the name of a place. A few moments later. Sunshine Orphanage. Lin Feng slowly parked his car at the gate. Here it is, he said. The car had just pulled up when a group of kids in the yard noticed this way. Wow! What a big car! A little girl said as her eyes lit up and she grabbed the fence. Ugh! Isn't that boss Yellow Hair? A snotty little boy exclaimed. It's still true, another kid said. Lin Feng stepped out of the car and leaned against the door. Go ahead, I'll wait here, he said. As Yellow Hair approached, the group of kids exploded. At that moment, an old woman came down the stairs when she heard voices. What is it? Ouch! Yellow Hair is back. She leaned on her crutches and walked to the front door, and when she saw that it was Yellow Hair, she was all smiles. She hastily pulled out her key and opened the door. Come on in, you kid, you didn't even say you were coming. She blamed it on her lips, and her face was wrinkled with laughter. Yellow Hair held her up, his eyes a little moist. Grandma Dean, I've missed you. The Dean smiled and touched Yellow Hair's hand, and with a push of his glasses, he saw Lin Feng in the distance. Yellow Hair, that is? Oh. That's my class president, come on. Class president, come on in. Yellow Hair explained to the Dean and waved his hand at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng let out a light smile and walked over. Dean, hello, I'm Lin Feng. The Dean smiled and nodded, hey. You two, come on, don't stand here, let's go upstairs. Lin Feng followed her to the second floor. Inside, Dean put 2 cups of tea on the table. Come back this time and stay a few more days, Dean said smilingly. Yellow Hair scratched his head and said with some embarrassment that, I can't stay much longer this time, I still have to follow the squad leader to run some errands. When he finished, he pulled another thick envelope out of his pocket. Grandma Dean, take this money. Yellow Hair handed over the envelope. Dean frowned at the sight. What are you doing? I'm a wife who is no longer useful enough to ask her children for money. When Yellow Hair saw that the Dean wouldn't take it, he scratched his ears and was filled with anxiety. Dean, you paid for me to go to college, I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to help. But no matter what Yellow Hair said, the other party just wouldn't take it. The Dean looked at Yellow Hair's thinning body and spoke with heartache, look at you, how thin you've become, instead of caring about me, a useless old woman, why don't you buy more good food and replenish your body? Yellow Hair's eyes reddened as he sniffed. Grandma Mother Superior, she was always like that, and all that was on her mind were the children. Just then, a clamor sounded outside. You're not allowed in here. A child's voice rang out. Then there was a cry of pain. Yellow Hair heard that instantly stood up and jumped directly from the window. Lin Feng saw this and hurriedly followed. As soon as he came out, he heard Yellow Hair and Crazy yelling. I'll kill you all. Chapter 44 Awakening Mansion, Bella who was cheated out of her money. Chapter 44 Awakening Mansion, Bella who was cheated out of her money. Lin Feng looked and his pupils instantly shrunk. Only to see the gate to the courtyard open and several men burst in. A child fell to the ground, blood pouring from his forehead. Yellow Hair's eyes went red at the sight. The cold air instantly exploded, and the ice blade held in his hand slammed a horizontal slash. The blue blade chi flew out, and it looked like it was about to lynch all those people. Stop! Lin Feng shouted in a hurry. The few people in front of them looked like ordinary people, and there was no way they could have blocked Yellow Hair's move. Dang! Lin Feng instantly stopped in front of Yellow Hair and reached out to block the blade. Squad leader, don't stop me, I'm going to kill them! Yellow Hair shouted. At that moment, the Dean hurried down from the second floor, and before he could catch his breath, he saw the child on the floor. Yeah! She rushed forward and helped the other woman up. Lin Feng looked at the few people who had barged in and spoke coldly. Give me an explanation. The man at the head of the group took a step back and pointed at Yellow Hair and shouted in shock. You! What do you want? Yellow Hair gritted his teeth and looked at him with a fierce expression. You broke in and hurt ya, what do you think I want? The man sniffed with a disdainful expression and forced himself to speak. He was about to say something. Buzz! A jet of true chi erupted violently. Bang! In an instant, the few people in front of them were pressured by the real gas to kneel down. Lin Feng spoke coldly. I said, give me an explanation. Saying that, his aura surged out as much as it could without any concealment, though deliberately avoiding Dean and the kids. But a feeling of suffocation still swept through the room. Tick. Sweat dripping. The few people kneeling on the ground looked at the ground with horrified expressions. The suppression belonging to the higher beings made them feel a near-death experience. Speak. Lin Feng walked up to one person and looked down and opened his mouth. The man's heart was about to beat out of his chest as he shivered and spoke. We're here to collect the bill. Next to him, Dean hugged Sayaka, his face furious. I've already given you the money, and you've raised the rent 3 times this year. Hearing the Dean's words, the man at the head of the group spoke tremblingly. It was someone who called us and told us to come. Lin Feng frowned. Who is it? Inspector Liu. The man returned in a cold sweat. Lin Feng's heart suddenly became clear when he heard this. So it's that dog. He wasn't going to get on his bad side, but he wasn't finished. Waste it, drag it out, don't scare the child. Lin Feng opened his mouth and said. Yellow Hair sniffed and stepped forward with a scowl on his face. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, he dragged several people out of the courtyard. A few moments later, along with the cessation of the screams, Yellow Hair, whose face was covered in blood, returned from outside. A group of children gathered around at once, with no semblance of fear on their faces. That's how Yellow Hair used to protect them. Okay, don't be afraid, it's okay, haha, Yellow Hair said as he stroked the child's head. He asked again, where's ya? Went upstairs to get bandaged. One of the kids said back. Well, go play. Yellow Hair said as he stroked his head. Coming to the second floor, Yellow Hair saw the Dean who was bandaging up Xiaoya. Back, where did you throw those people? Lin Feng saw him and opened his mouth to ask. Yellow Hair rubbed his head and said, there was another driver, I had him pull back. When he finished, he frowned worriedly. Squad leader, this gang is eyeing the orphanage, this time it's the 2 of us, if one day. Lin Feng opened his mouth and comforted, don't worry, just leave this to me. That Inspector Liu takes the lion's share of the blame for this one. Finish him off, get certified at the Hall of Awakening, and hang on to a teaching position at the orphanage. Lin Feng didn't believe that he couldn't protect this place as a B-rank awakened person from the demon suppression army. Alright, stay here for now, I'll go to the Awakening Mansion myself. Lin Feng finished standing up. Looking at Sayaka, who was holding an ice flower in her hand, he stroked her head and left. Moments later, the Awakening Mansion. Lin Feng looked at this magnificent building in front of him, his face in awe. This is the office of the Urban Awakening. Level certification, buying equipment, trading items, all through here. Lin Feng carried a package and walked into the hall. It was packed with people, but not crowded. Enough to see how wide the place is. Lin Feng carried the bag and didn't know where to go to trade. He planned to sell the Dread Banshee's Beast Dan. Exchange some high-quality essence blood and take it to cure your sister. Just as he was in trouble, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Subconsciously ducked. A hand grazed Lin Feng's ass and swung through, missing. Who the? Bella? Lin Feng was just about to see who was being a hooligan. As soon as he turned around he saw Bella's beautiful smiling face. Ahem, sorry, subconsciously just. Bella coughed lightly, her face slightly embarrassed. She had just felt familiar with the upturned and incisive girl in front of her. The subconscious hand slapped it over. Seeing that it was Bella, Lin Feng revealed a smile and didn't care about what had just happened. Yo, male model. Kyle's here too. Lin Feng almost shouted his male model brother and quickly changed his words. Kyle grunted without a word as he clasped his arms in a cool guy manner. Bella laughed and slapped his ass as the other man's body shivered. Kyle snorted reluctantly. Well, hello. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at this. He saw that only Kyle was left beside Bella, missing the teenager from before. Curious, he asked, where's Lin? At these words, Bella's smile froze and she sighed. That asshole said he needed money because his family was sick, and Bella gave him all her savings, and then he disappeared. Kyle spoke up next to him in exasperation. Lin Feng was a bit surprised at what he heard. The sisters got ripped off by a male model? No, couldn't tell, he thought the teenager was innocent. You didn't look like you were faking it at the swamp before, did you? Kyle, don't be ridiculous, maybe Lin is up to something. Bella defended the other man. But halfway through, she couldn't go on. What's so urgent that you can't discuss it with yourself? Kyle grunted coldly and said with a displeased expression, I told you before, these genetic compilers, good looking, but not trustworthy at all, one instruction from people's vendors and their asses go back. Bella sniffed in silence. Because Kyle wasn't wrong. Lin Feng heard Kyle's words but his face was astonished. Genetic compilers? He asked in disbelief. Kyle explained, literally, a dummy created through genetic technology. They look like humans, but they're all pretending. Even their own children will abandon them. Kyle said, looking suddenly agitated. Bella wrapped her arms around him and gently stroked his back. Okay, enough about that, what are you doing in the Awakening Mansion? Facing her question, Lin Feng pulled the package open a small slit. No dude, you cooks keep ferocious beasts? Chapter 45 Trading Beast Pills, Purchasing Essence Blood. Chapter 45 Trading Beast Pills, Purchasing Essence Blood. Bella's jaw dropped in shock as she looked at the beast Dan in Lin Feng's package. You're going to the front? She said incredulously. So many beasts Dawn, looking at the scent they were even all of the third rank. How did the other party, a C-rank awakened person, get his hands on it? Curious, Kyle stuck his head over to check it out and his pupils shrank. No, the cooking class pig, is it third order? He said in shock. Lin Feng zipped up his zipper and let out a light laugh. I'm going to go to the trading area, but I don't know where it is. Bella sniffed and forced herself to calm down. You'd better go to the official big-ticket trading area for these things, where it's a separate booth and safer. She said with a complicated look. Lin Feng's things, if they were all exchanged for money, it would be a huge amount of money. On the flip side, not only is the money gone, but you're also in debt. Alright then, can I trouble you to lead the way? Lin Feng asked. Bella nodded and gestured for Lin Feng to follow. On the way, Bella held her tongue for a long time. Still couldn't help but speak up. That, Lin Feng how did you get these beast pills, do you have a doorway? She stammered. When she finished, she blushed a little. But there was nothing to be done, one had to feed Kyle and pay off the debt. Lin Feng looked at her embarrassed appearance and let out a light laugh. Of course all of these were obtained from killing ferocious beasts, I almost died too. Lin Feng said truthfully. These Dread Banshee's beast pills were not obtained for nothing. The camp was all but wiped out as a result. In that case, I apologize for being abrupt. Bella said with a nod. At the same time, his heart was secretly in shock. He could actually kill a third-ranked ferocious beast now. Is it hard to get to B grade? It's only been a while. Lin Feng followed her on the elevator to the 15th floor. Here we are, wait a minute and I'll go get you a room. Bella finished and walked a short distance away. For some reason, looking at Bella's back as she stood at the front desk, Lin Feng always felt strange. He glanced at the male model brother beside him and silently pulled away. After a while, Bella came back with a small card in her hand. Go. She spoke. Looking at the small card in Bella's hand, Lin Feng instantly reacted that something was wrong there. Why is this whole thing like a room? Lin Feng looked unnatural and said, that, I'll go by myself. Bella sniffed and handed the small card to Lin Feng. Alright, I was thinking of bargaining for you. You can still bargain? Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Bella laughed softly, that's for sure, why don't I just tag along, you're definitely inexperienced for your first time. Lin Feng opened his mouth to speak after hearing her words. No, why does it feel like there's something in the words? But considering that I really don't know what I'm talking about, I agreed with her. With that, Lin Feng and Kyle followed her and walked into a room. The house was simply furnished and brightly lit. Lin Feng sat down and the back door opened. A woman in a professional suit walked in. She nodded politely at Lin Feng and sat down on the opposite side of the sofa. Hello, I'm trader number 6, you are trading items right? Lin Feng nodded and put the package on the table and pushed it over. The traitor opened the package and looked at it, surprise on his face. She stood up and bent down to Lin Feng. Sir, thank you for your dedication to humanity, I'll go get the appraisers to come over. With so many beast pills here, and all of them of the 3rd rank, it was beyond her authority. I can only make Lin Feng wait for a while first. She finished and went out the back door. This is? Lin Feng looked at Bella in confusion. It's okay, the traitor I can make an appointment with doesn't have that much access, she went to call someone. Bella explained. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. After a while, the back door was pushed open and the traitor walked in with a middle-aged man. Hello, I'm the appraiser here. The other party greeted Lin Feng and sat down. When he saw the Beast Dan in the package, he also looked surprised. It wasn't that he hadn't seen higher-level Beast Dan, but dozens of 3rd-rank ones was really the first time he had seen them. Usually this kind of quantity was only found in the front line of the demon suppression army, but they were all traded internally. Well, how much can you drive? Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged man mused for a moment and uttered a figure. A total of 60 3rd-order beast pills, $7 million. Hearing this price, Lin Feng was also startled. So much? But Bella, beside her, frowned. Are you kidding me? The Beast Dan of a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast is worth this much? The middle-aged man, however, yodeled his head and said, quite a lot, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Dread Banshees. This kind of swarming ferocious beast's individual strength would have been different from the same ranked ferocious beasts. That can't be only 7 million, at least 9. Bella didn't budge. Lin Feng looked at this scene and didn't say anything, he knew it was best to give it to Bella. With a burst of haggling, it was finally sold for $10 million. Sir, the money has been wired to your card. The traitor handed a black card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted it and left the room with Bella. In the hallway. I'll transfer some to you, don't refuse, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to get this much. Lin Feng took the card and asked Bella. You saved Kyle's life, I haven't repaid you yet, how can this be? Bella was full of excuses, but her hand was already holding the terminal out. Lin Feng smiled at the situation, didn't say anything and directly transferred $500,000 to her. That's too much, thanks. Bella had a look of surprise on her face. She didn't intend to get any benefits from helping Lin Feng. But I didn't expect this kind of surprise. That's finally enough money to do quests and buy equipment. Thank you really, Lin Feng. Seeing Bella, who revealed a smile, Kyle also said a rare kind word. Lin Feng looked at Bella and said, alright, I have a favor I need you to do right now. Bella slapped her chest and flooded the waves. With a big grin, she said, no problem, whatever I can do, just say the word. I need to know information about someone. Lin Feng said. He then told the story of Inspector Lau. You mean that grandson, he hasn't been blackmailing me every time I go into town through the checkpoint? Bella said in exasperation. After that she picked up the terminal and did some maneuvering. To Lin Feng, he said, I found out the information on this one before, I'll transfer it to you directly. Thanks, I want to go buy some essence blood, do you have a recommendation? Lin Feng said. Bella smiled softly at that and said, we're just about to go gear shopping, let's get together. Lin Feng followed her to the trading hall. Based on Bella's recommendation, he came to a store and spent $5 million to purchase 3/4 ranked ferocious beast's essence blood. This will always last a little longer, and my sister will be able to eat. Lin Feng held the exquisite box containing the 3 purple essence bloods with a pleased smile on his face. Just then, the terminal on his belt rang. Lin Feng picked it up to check it out. The message on the screen, however, caused Lin Feng to be struck by lightning. Critical illness notice. Chapter 46 Sisters Critical Illness. Chapter 46 Sisters Critical Illness. How is that possible? Lin Feng shouted incredulously. My sister will be fine with this disease, as long as the consumption of essence and blood is satisfied. He himself had just sent back the essence blood extracted from the Dread Banshee the day before yesterday. How come you're critically ill today? Without being able to think about it, Lin Feng rushed out of the awakening mansion like a madman. Moments later, the second sanatorium. Linger. Lin Feng pushed open the door to the hospital room, which was empty. Where's the man? Doctor! He yelled, tugging at a passing doctor. What for? Calm down, have a talk. The other party just wanted to rebuke, but when he looked at Lin Feng, whose eyes were bloodshot and who was emitting an appalling aura, he hastened to pacify him. Lin Feng let go of him and took a deep breath. Where is the patient in this ward? Where did she go? The doctor looked at the calmed down Lin Feng and spoke in a cold sweat. The girl has gone to the operating room. Lead the way, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng followed him all the way to the operating room. Looking at the environment here, Lin Feng was silent. What kind of hospital builds an operating room underground? Lin Feng walked over quickly. Looking at the words in surgery above him, he was about to push open the door and go inside. A woman stopped him. Stop. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly went cold. This woman is awakened. Let go. Lin Feng looked down at the other party grabbing his hand and spoke indifferently. The woman frowned and looked behind her at the doctor. What's going on? I thought she didn't have any family. The doctor broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the woman questioning him. She also has a brother in the military. He explained. Forget it, this person is pulled to the incinerator and burned. The woman looked at Lin Feng and said expressionlessly. After saying that, his palm brought up a strong wind and chipped towards Lin Feng's neck. Snap! A small white arm fell to the ground. The breaks were neat, and not a trace of blood came out. I said let go, are you deaf? Lin Feng spoke icily. Ah! My hand! The woman then reacted to what was happening and screamed in agony, covering her broken arm. She was shaking with cold sweat. Lin Feng couldn't pay attention to her in time and directly stepped over her body and pushed open the door to the operating room. Once inside, a pungent odor of blood came from the nose. Lin Feng's face changed and he hurriedly looked. The scene that came into view made his eyes water. What are you doing? Only my sister was lying in a hospital bed. Two women with masks and white coats stood in front of her. The scalpel, glowing with cold light, had sliced through her skin. Buzz! In an instant, a furious aura gushed out. Lin Feng's face was violently twisted and his veins bulged all over his body. His appearance at the moment was hideously inhuman. Instantly, the two women fell to their knees as a wave of true chi blew through their bodies. Phew! Clothes shattered and chunks of plasma skin mixed with flesh splattered against the walls. All that was left in place were two sets of blood skeletons with glaring eyes. The skeleton opened its mouth without making a sound. Wow! The entrails that had lost their skin covering flowed onto the floor. Instead, the skeleton fell to the ground, rolling its eyes, not dead. Linger! Lin Feng yelled and rushed up. She stroked her sister's little face as tears continued to drip down her face. All I could see was my sister's cheeks sunken in and her body thinned out of shape. A look of imminent starvation. Looking at his sister, Lin Feng felt his heart dripping blood. That's right, essence blood. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the essence blood from the box, unscrewed the cap and sent it to his sister's mouth. As the essence blood was fed into her mouth, her sister's face looked better to the naked eye. Ahem! Brother? A soft, husky voice came. Lingle opened her eyes. Lin Feng hurriedly hugged her in surprise. Ah, my stomach isn't hungry anymore, and my brother is still holding me, so I'm really dreaming. Lingle muttered. She hugged Lin Feng tightly, rubbing his neck with attachment. Lin Feng only felt his heart break when he heard her words. How much had my sister suffered in her own absence? He stroked Linger's little face heartily. No, you're not dreaming. Brother is really back. Linger's dark eyes gradually brightened up as she listened to Lin Feng's words. She hugged Lin Feng tightly, tears streaming from her eyes. Great! Suddenly, Linger's eyes widened as she reacted as if in a dream. Since he wasn't dreaming and his brother was really back, wouldn't those bad people hurt him? Thinking of this, she hurriedly started struggling in Lin Feng's arms. Brother, run! Those people will find you. Linger's voice was breathless. Lin Feng stroked her back and gently comforted, It's okay, brother will protect you. With that, he took off his jacket and covered his sister's trembling body. When Linger saw that Lin Feng was indifferent, she was so anxious that she almost fainted. Just then, the door outside was pushed open. It's in there. That guy just broke in. The woman covered her broken arm with a grimace, and behind her were several tall men. Linger's eyes instantly widened when she saw this, her face showing horror as she protected Lin Feng. Don't you want my organs? Let my brother go or I'll stir them up. Her voice trembled and she shivered, her mind in a state of fear. but still determined to protect Lin Feng, holding the scalpel and pointing it at his chest. As soon as her words fell, the few people in front of her suddenly looked horrified. Just when Linger thought her threat had worked, they bent over and threw up. "What's that?" The woman covering her broken arm pointed to the ground, her eyes fearful. She was a little stronger than the few people behind her and didn't throw up right away. Lin Feng took the scalpel away from his sister's hand and gently covered her eyes. "Linger is good, close your eyes," he said. Then, with a smile on his face, he looked at the several people who were sitting paralyzed on the ground. "Don't be afraid, you'll be just like them later." Lin Feng revealed his chilly white teeth and laughed hideously. Vomit. The woman with the broken arm couldn't hold back any longer when she heard she was going to be like that. "Brother! What's wrong?" Ling's puzzled voice rang out. She had been smart enough to realize that the situation was not at all what she thought it would be. These bad guys are afraid of brother? Slightly relieved at the thought, she immediately closed her eyes. Phew! A gust of wind came. Is it windy? Lingle thought suspiciously. Wow! There was a splashing sound of liquid, followed by the sound of something falling into the water. Then there was the sound of slimy squirming. "Alright, don't open your eyes, brother will take you out." Lin Feng's voice rang out. Linger was about to get out of bed when she sniffed. Snap! She felt her feet hit the sticky liquid. Ah! She shrieked. Lin Feng looked at his sister who stepped into the plasma and hurriedly picked her up. "It's okay, brother will wipe it off for you later." After saying that, he was going to leave with Linger in his arms. Feeling her sister's weight as light as paper, Lin Feng bit his lips. He looked to the woman with the broken arm who had deliberately been left by himself to use for questioning and spoke coldly. "Stand up and follow." Chapter 47 Gangs of Pensioners. Chapter 47 Gangs of Pensioners. Lin Feng hugged his sister horizontally and walked outside. "Brother, the feet are sticky." Linger curled her toes, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Okay, brother will rub it for you," Lin Feng said softly. After saying that, he looked at the woman with the broken arm behind him and coldly ordered, "Take off your clothes." The woman's body shuddered at the words, then a look of joy appeared on her face. Hastily, he was about to lift his shirt. "That's great. He's interested in me. No need to die." Ling Er frowned a little at the sight. "Brother, she's also quite pitiful, so don't torture her, it's better to just kill her." The woman with the broken arm spoke up quickly, "No. I'm very willing. Don't kill me." Lin Feng snorted. "Don't get me wrong, big sister, I'm asking you to take off your jacket and wipe my sister's feet." The woman sniffed and froze, so she had misunderstood. Thought he was interested. "Hurry up," Lin Feng urged. The woman didn't dare to dawdle at Lin Feng's words and hurriedly handed over the white coat she was wearing. Lin Feng took the jacket and gently placed his sister on the row of chairs by the wall. Then lowering himself half on his knees, he lifted Ling's foot and gently wiped it. Looking at his sister's formerly round and white feet, which had become bone-thin and sparkling, Lin Feng's heart was flooded with sourness. If he had come back earlier, his sister wouldn't have been tortured like this. That done, he threw his blood-stained jacket to the ground. "All right." Lin Feng flashed a smile at Linger. Linger smiled gently, but then showed her sad face. Lin Feng's heart thumped when he saw this and he hurriedly spoke with concern. "What's wrong? Are you hungry? Brother still has essence blood here." With that, he was about to pull out the essence blood in his arms. His sister shook her head to stop Lin Feng and said softly, "Linger isn't hungry yet." Again, not hungry. Lin Feng's face was worried. In the past, if you asked your sister yourself, she would say she wasn't hungry. But Lin Feng had seen it more than once. "At night, my sister would sneak up and turn on the faucet and drink like crazy." At that time, Lin Feng had no money and could only watch, his heart was like a knife. Then work harder the next day. "Linger, brother is rich now, you don't have to go hungry anymore," Lin Feng said heartily. "Linger is really not hungry right now, brother, did anyone see you when you came in?" she said worriedly. Although she hadn't seen it, she had guessed that those people had been killed by Lin Feng. She wondered how she could keep this off the radar. "Who else did you inform? Tell me and I can keep my brother from killing you," Linger asked to the broken-armed woman. I said, "Can I have my life in exchange?" The woman bargained and spoke. Lin Feng frowned and was about to teach her a lesson when his sister gently pressed his hand. Seeing this, he stopped moving. Lingle smiled at the woman and reached out her slender arms, pulling her up with great effort. "My brother has already killed so many people, I don't want him to be captured by the authority. Help us and we'll let you go." The woman mused for a moment, remembering Lin Linger's usual soft and vulnerable appearance. And seeing Lin Feng being obedient to her and coaxing her, the other party's heart softened, so she might really be able to survive. With that in mind, she began to speak to Linger. "We only took control of this place 6 months ago." Lin Linger supported the other party and listened to her, a smile showing on her face the whole time. And next to him, Lin Feng's face was getting darker and darker. It turns out that although this woman is the director, she's really just a minor character. This is a gang that specializes in embezzling the pensions of soldiers who died on the front lines. And like Lin Linger, once she lost her value, her internal organs would be taken. A few moments later, the woman with the broken arm spilled out all the information she knew as if she were pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Lin Linger repeated the test a few more times to confirm that she was telling the truth. She spoke softly to Lin Feng. "Brother, this woman is useless, kill her." Lin Feng nodded, he trusted his sister's words. The woman with the broken arm cried out as she broke down at the sight. "You don't keep your word. You clearly said you would spare me." Lin Linger smiled gently at his words and spat out her tongue. "Hee, I wouldn't be a man of my word." The woman suddenly showed a frantic look. "If I don't survive, you don't get better." When she finished speaking, she fiercely wanted to attack Lin Linger. The latter just buried his head in Lin Feng's chest and didn't even look at the woman. She knew that with her brother, she would never be hurt again. Fruity. The woman's body froze violently in mid-air. Dense red lines appeared on her pale skin. Next moment. Snap, snap. The blood and flesh fell off piece by piece. The woman stared, watching herself turn into a skeleton. She was in agony and despair, but couldn't make a sound. The scariest part was that she was now conscious. Ah! Linger covered her eyes. Her fingers showed gaps and she peeked at the woman. Seeing her soaking in her own plasma and entrails, a pair of eyes still gurgling. Linger's little heart couldn't help but flutter. "Brother, she's so pitiful, how long will she live?" Lin Linger asked with her small face slightly reddened. Lin Feng saw that she was scared and softly comforted her. "She won't die until my true energy is gone, and knowing that you can't watch this, let's go now." After saying that, he picked up Linger and headed outside. Road. Lin Linger asked softly, "Brother, you heard it just now, the forces behind the group are very powerful, let's run away, just don't go tracking them down." Lin Feng shook his head. "These put you in this situation, I won't let them go. Besides, they won't let us off the hook for swallowing pensioners and digging up people's entrails to cover it up." Seeing Lin Feng say this, Linger buried her head in the former's neck and didn't speak anymore. Walking to the elevator, Lin Feng noticed that the elevator was descending. "No good, someone's coming, have they been spotted?" Lin Feng's face was ugly. After saying that, he entered Soul Eater mode. Hideous bone armor covered his entire body, holding his sister invisible. Yikes! Linger exclaimed softly, then covered her mouth. He looked at Lin Feng and himself, who had become transparent, and his face was astonished. Lin Feng hugged his sister, spreading his secondary limbs behind him, and climbed up the wall. There was a ding and the elevator opened. Inside, a team of men in combat fatigues came out. It bears the logo of the Urban District Authority. Quick, carpet search, the suspect must not have gotten far. The leader, a man with a combat helmet, commanded the warriors behind him. They stayed in formation and walked through the bottom, not noticing Lin Feng above them in the slightest. Looking at their backs, Lin Feng frowned deeply. So soon the authority is coming, it seems that this group is not involved. What's this? She's alive. A gasp came from the combat team as they spotted the skeleton on the ground. Vomit. One of the fighters didn't hold back and just bent over and threw up. What kind of person is this kind of tactic? The leader of the warriors said with an ugly face. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Feng's position. No, there's a heartbeat there. Chapter 48, Return to the Orphanage. Chapter 48, Return to the Orphanage. Lin Feng's heart thumped when he heard his words. Discovered? There was no way their own stealth could be detected by them. But feel the nervous grip of his sister in his arms, his heart still beating violently. Lin Feng's heart was clear. The other side was hearing her sister's heartbeat. He narrowed his eyes, murderous intent flooding his mind. Now that it's been discovered, it can't be helped for my sister's safety. The next moment, a word interrupted his movements. Captain, you're drunk, aren't you? I told you can't drink on a mission. The soldier, who had bent over and spit it out, wiped his mouth and said with cold sweat running down his forehead. While saying that, he also gave the captain a wink. The captain subconsciously had to retort, "You're the one who's drunk." But feeling the appalling aura and killing intent emanating from Lin Feng in the air, he fell silent. Ahem. Keep it down, you guys just know about my drinking, don't tell anyone. He said. No way, what's a couple $1,000s a month to play with? As soon as the words fell, the killing intent disappeared and Lin Feng put away his breath. The captain breathed a long sigh of relief at the sight. Luckily, Li is resourceful. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's going to be a reunion. There was no one in sight, but the skeleton frame on the floor was still alive. And that appalling aura just now. All of this made him realize that the suspect, who was in hiding, was not one they could afford to mess with. So, are we still searching? The captain asked the soldier. He inquired to the soldier, but his eyes turned to Lin Feng's side. Aha! Lin Feng replied. As Lin Feng spoke out, the air froze for a moment. Then the questioned soldier reacted instantly. Aha! Ah! He made a quick noise, pretending it was him just now. The suspect must be in the operating room. He said, pointing to the operating room. Yes, 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 hurry to the operating room. The captain slapped his head as if in a dream. Lin Feng didn't give them a hard time when he saw how uptight they were. Jumping down with his sister in his arms, he opened the elevator door and stepped inside. The soldiers only heard a footstep and then saw the elevator doors open and finally close and rise. The captain swallowed hard and asked, "Is this gone?" "I didn't see it either, I think it's gone." The soldier returned. As soon as he spoke, the captain slumped in his chair. "We came here today and saw nothing, understand?" The captain said. Understood. Outside the sanatorium. Lin Feng hugged his sister and walked on the road with stealth on. You can't show your face for a while without taking care of the person behind the curtain. Brother, are you becoming an awakened? Lin Linger asked. Lin Feng smiled and touched his sister's head. Well, brother is, now, a very powerful awakened. My sister's eyes shone brightly as she said, so what grade is it? It's hard to believe that it's a D grade. Looking at Lin Linger, who was careful even in her dreams, Lin Feng guffawed. Silly girl, despising your brother so much? Lin Linger covered her small mouth when she sniffed, not D grade? Could it be C rank? She said in shock. That's not possible, is it? My brother has never been able to awaken, and this is just how long he's been in the military and he's a C rank. Lin Feng didn't sell out anymore and said directly, it's grade B. What? Lin Linger exclaimed. Grade B. Lin Linger never dreamed that Lin Feng had become AB awakened. She had only seen this level on TV before. Awakened people at this level were already considered to be a high-level class in society. And now, his own brother had become AB grade. Lin Linger felt as if she was dreaming at the moment, but she didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. She knew that her brother would never lie to her. Lin Feng looked at his sister's shocked appearance and smiled as he touched her little head. Well, that's as far as it goes, you'll be surprised later. Lin Linger, however, snuggled her little head into Lin Feng's chest. All she felt was heartache for her brother. My brother went from being unable to awaken to being AB rank. How much did you suffer in between? Lin Feng felt the wetness in his chest and just thought it was his sister remembering the aggravation she had suffered in the sanatorium. A piece of his heart ached. It's okay, brother will always protect you. Lin Feng ran all the way with his sister in his arms and soon arrived at the orphanage. Inside the courtyard. It was getting dark and the kids had already eaten and gone to their rooms to rest. Lin Feng climbed into the second floor through the window. Once inside, Mr. He carefully set his sister down and then deactivated his invisibility. Lin Linger's body was still very weak right now, and Lin Feng was holding her up for fear that she would fall. Brother, where is this? Linger asked curiously. Ugh. What's this? Before Lin Feng could answer, her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Lin Feng's bone armor. She stroked the dark, hideous bone armor without a trace of fear on her face. Previously, in the sanatorium, Lin Feng had gone directly invisible after turning on the soul-eating mode, and she hadn't noticed. Looking at his sister who looked like she had found a beloved toy, Lin Feng had a doting smile on his face. My sister grew up with a love of odd things and was not in the least bit interested in toys like dolls. This is my ability, as for here, let's rest here for now. Lin Feng said to her. Brother, you look so handsome now, and your face has become especially nice. Lin Linger was lying on Lin Feng's chest, tilting her head and blushing. Okay, I'll change back so I don't scare anyone. Lin Feng said gently to his sister, then exited the Soul Eater mode. On the far side of the hallway, the dean's office was still lit. The light shone through the doorway. Lin Feng walked forward, knocked gently and pushed open the door. As soon as he came in, he saw Yellow Hair sitting at a table, talking to Dean about something. Anyway, don't worry about it, the class president and I will take care of it. He reassured Dean, who showed his sorrow. Yellow Hair heard the door open and looked back. Squad leader? You're back. He spoke in surprise. He then saw Lin Linger behind Lin Feng and revealed a surprised expression. Ugh? This is? Lin Feng smiled gently. That's my sister. Lin Linger snorted at the sight. Come on, sit down. The dean greeted Lin Feng and Lin Linger to the table and sat down. As Lin Linger sat down at the table lamp illuminated her figure clearly. Dean and Yellow Hair frowned as they looked at her wasting body. Agu. How did this daughter lose weight like this? The dean's face showed worry. Lin Feng sighed and talked to them about his sister's strange illness and about the sanatorium. These. After hearing this, Yellow Hair's eyes turned red and he clenched his fists. Dean also took off his glasses and wiped his eyes. This daughter is really suffering. After that, Dean got up and said, I'll go make you something to eat. She couldn't bear to see a child go hungry, and Lin Linger's thin appearance made her sit up and take notice. Dean, don't bother, Linger, she can only eat essence blood to get full. Lin Feng stopped her in a hurry. Then you guys have to eat too. Dean said so and opened the door to leave. Seeing her go out, Yellow Hair came over to Lin Feng. Squad leader, I was going to ask earlier, were those people killed by you? Lin Feng nodded as he listened to Yellow Hair's inquiry. That's hard to do, these people dare to do such things blatantly, I'm afraid they're involved with the authority. Yellow Hair said with a frown. As for his worries, Lin Feng had already thought of it. The gang's basic information has now been mapped out. He intends to deal with Inspector Lau first and make the orphanage safe. After getting my sister settled. Just go get the gang. He was just about to say something. A scream came. That was Dean's voice. Chapter 49, Inspector Liu who came to the door. Chapter 49, Inspector Liu who came to the door. When Yellow Hair heard the noise, he stood up and rushed outside. Lin Feng was just about to follow when Lin Linger stopped him. Brother, take me with you, what if it's the enemy that's shifting the tiger? She said as she pulled on Lin Feng's coat. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately felt that it made sense. It's only dangerous to put your sister here if an enemy comes to your door. Okay, you follow me. Lin Feng said and gently picked up Lin Linger. Coming into the corridor, Lin Feng saw Yellow Hair rushing towards the distance. Brother, stealth. Lin Linger said. He hurriedly picked up his sister and went into invisibility. This way you can keep your sister safe even if there are enemies. Brother, can you detect the enemy? I'm afraid they're holding the children hostage. Lin Linger inquired. Listening to his sister's inquiry, Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I'll sweep it with my mental power. After saying that, an invisible spiritual force surged out and instantly swept the surroundings. The children are asleep, there are enemies in the kitchen and the yard. Lin Feng said with his eyes closed. Lin Linger nodded. Well, let's go over there. Phew. Lin Feng wrapped his sister in true chi to prevent her from getting hurt. The body then shot out. Crossing the hallway, Lin Feng ran into the kitchen. Before he could enter, a sound came from it. Let go of Dean. Yellow Hair's angry voice rang out. Brother, don't lift your invisibility, let's go in quietly. Lin Linger put her mouth to Lin Feng's ear and whispered. Lin Feng nodded and opened his secondary limbs behind him, wrapping his true chi. Entered the kitchen unnoticed. Inside the house, a man in black stood at the window with a small knife in his hand, holding Dean hostage. Yellow Hair stood not far away, his body radiating a terrifyingly low temperature. The walls inside the kitchen were covered in a layer of ice. He looked at the other party with crimson eyes and said through gritted teeth, "I'll say it one last time, let go of Dean." The man in black shivered from the cold air inside the room. He shouted with a stern inward look, "Stand back. Or I'll kill the old woman." With that, the knife in his hand was pressed so hard that a trickle of blood flowed from Dean's neck. Yellow Hair's eyes cracked at the sight, and the cold aura on his body grew more and more terrifying. But looking at Dean, who was also shivering from the cold, he clenched his teeth so tightly that blood seeped from his gums. "Step back." The man in black breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. The yellow-haired skinny monkey in front of him was too scary. If it wasn't for the other side caring about this old woman, he would have died 10 times by now. He saw Yellow Hair's eyes staring at him sinisterly and couldn't help but feel a little hairy. "What are you looking at? Give me." Before the man in black could finish his sentence, both of his arms fell off. Lin Feng revealed himself behind him, his demonic eyes flashing red. "Ah!" The black-clothed man screamed loudly, but he was strangled by Lin Feng with his secondary limb. "Dean!" Yellow Hair rushed forward to help her. Lin Feng grabbed the man in black with his vice limbs and stepped aside. "Ahem! I'm fine, Yellow Hair, you quickly go and see how the children are doing." The Dean was being supported by Yellow Hair, and had just gotten his breath back. When he opened his mouth, it was the children's well-being. Yellow Hair sniffed and didn't dare to delay, and quickly had to go out to check. Lin Linger saw this and stopped him. "I just had my brother probe with his spiritual power, and the children are all fine." She looked to the black man on the ground and smiled softly. "Who sent you, can you tell me?" Lin Feng saw that the man in black wanted to say something, and his secondary limbs loosened up a bit. The other person coughed violently a few times and spoke. "I only tell you one person, come here." Lin Feng's face instantly became hideous, and his vice limbs exerted force, almost breaking his neck. "You think we're cuties?" When Lin Linger saw the other party in pain, a red light flashed in her eyes and an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. "Brother, he's also quite pitiful, I have an idea," Lin Linger said, using Lin Feng to attach her ear. Lin Feng listened for a moment and turned his head to look at his sister, a worried look on his face. Still, he sighed and waved at Yellow Hair. "You come here." Yellow Hair walked over to Lin Feng. The latter whispered something close to his ear. Your sister came up with this?" Yellow Hair was filled with shock. Lin Feng nodded. Yellow Hair swept a glance at Lin Linger and shivered at her gentle smile. He said, "Grandma Dean, you go out first, I'll ask this man something." Dean sniffed and walked out. She knew Yellow Hair had a point. As he watched the Dean walk out, Yellow Hair was about to start pressing for a confession, but he paused. He looked over at Lin Linger, worried that she wouldn't be able to stand the next image. But then he remembered, she was the one who had come up with this wicked method, and felt that he was being overly cautious. "Start!" Lin Linger urged with a face full of anticipation. She couldn't wait to see the look on this man in black, later. Lin Feng didn't show anything. Since my sister wants to see it, it's good to satisfy her. With that in mind, he loosened the secondary limb a bit, lest the other man not be able to call out later. Cold air rose from Yellow Hair's hands as he walked over to the black-clothed man who was controlled by Lin Feng. Fingers flicked, and the cold air seeped into the other party's body. When the black-clothed man saw Yellow Hair's movements, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He yelled, "If you want to kill, hurry up. Don't mess with me." Yellow Hair ignored him, just concentrating and controlling his chills. The man in black snapped his eyes wide. A sensation that was cold and piercing, and as if it were being burned, came through his veins. He screamed out in agony. "Ah! Kill me if you can." A disappointed expression appeared on Lin Linger's face. This wasn't quite what she thought it would be. It's hard to believe that this Yellow Hair can't do that kind of operation. She thought so. The next moment, a smile reappeared on her face. "Ugh. It's really okay, hey." She covered her small mouth, her eyes shining brightly, a faint reddish aura flickering underneath. Only the black-clothed man's body slowly swelled up. What had been a normal size started to look like a big fat guy. At the moment, the fluids and internal organs in his body had become swollen from icing. His veins gradually bulged out of his body, and the blood inside began to freeze. "Pust!
Dense bits of ice stabbed out of the veins and pierced the skin. Ka!
The man in black's eyes widened and a strange rumbling sound came from his throat. Indescribable pain and despair racked him.
He just wants to die now. Alright, that's enough. If we keep this up, we won't be able to ask for information.
Lin Linger hurriedly stopped Yellow Hair from continuing to use his ability. She walked to within 2 meters of the man in black and gave him a smile.
Alright, hurry up and tell me everything you know and then you'll be pain-free.
The man in black nodded frantically, his mind only thinking of dying immediately and ending this pain. Yellow Hair controlled the coldness in his throat to disappear, allowing him to speak. My superior is Inspector Liu, he's the boss's nephew, he's here to kill you to cover up the sanatorium scandal, that's all I know, kill me. The man in black forced himself to endure the pain and spit out all he knew. Don't you dare lie to me. Lin Linger stared at him suspiciously. She picked up the terminal that the man in black had dropped on the floor, and after some maneuvering opened a picture.
Wow, this little sister is so cute, what kind of person is she to you? Lin Linger asked curiously.
When the man in black saw the photo, it was instantly as if he had been touched against his will. You devil! If you dare to touch her, I won't let you go even as a ghost.
He yelled madly. Chapter 50 Inspector Liu's Home. Chapter 50 Inspector Liu's Home.
Seeing this, Lin Linger hurriedly backed up and hid behind Lin Feng, a scared expression on her face. Don't you dare scare me, I'm most afraid of ghosts. She said weakly. Then she added a smile and said, if you're lying, that's 2 ghosts.
The man in black broke down. I really didn't lie. That loose dog's life is no match for my daughter's. Fine, I'll believe you alright.
Lin Linger opened her mouth as if she was coaxing a child. She nodded to Lin Feng.
Brother, give him a hard time.
Lin Feng sniffed and raised his head at Yellow Hair.
Bang! An explosion went off.
It was followed by the sound of glass shattering all over the floor.
Looking at the red ice chips all over the floor, Yellow Hair was silent.
It never occurred to him that he was capable of such vicious things.
Just then, Lin Linger spoke again. Brother, there are more in the yard,
she said to Lin Feng with a small red face. Lin Feng frowned unhappily. Enough.
Woo!
Lin Linger shivered in fear and buried her head in Lin Feng's chest. She didn't expect her brother to suddenly be mean to her. Lin Feng frowned deeply.
A sigh followed. Linger, what's wrong with you?
His voice was soft, his brows filled with worry. The things that happened today made Lin Feng feel more and more out of place. In the past, she was just a sister who liked some hunting things but had a good heart.
How did it become so
bloodthirsty?
It's not enough to kill one, you want to continue.
He was beginning to regret indulging her earlier.
Brother, those are bad people.
Lin Linger said softly. However, Lin Feng realized that there was a glimmer of red light in her eyes. It's a lot like the gleam in your own soul-eating mode eyes. It is hard to believe that it was starved by those. Thinking of this, he hastily pulled out his essence blood and forcefully fed it to his sister despite her excuses.
Woo! Cough! Lin Linger was force-fed an essence blood by Lin Feng. As the essence blood entered her stomach, the red aura in her eyes gradually dissipated. Even the body bulged with flesh. The cheeks became white and googly.
It wasn't quite plump, but it had the look of what a young girl should have.
Still really hungry,
Lin Feng dully spoke.
At the moment, Lin Feng couldn't wait to slap himself to death.
How could you not know to give your sister a drink of essence blood after all the fooling around you did there?
Oh.
Brother, it's so comfortable, is this what it feels like to be full? Lin Linger leaned in Lin Feng's arms and squinted her eyes in happiness. Lin Feng looked at her and immediately blamed himself even more.
My sister has never been full even once in her entire life.
Every day, I endured hunger, and when I couldn't take it anymore, I went and dunked myself in a bellyful of tap water. Whenever I bought her essence blood, she always ate it carefully.
In the future, brother will never let you go hungry again,
Lin Feng said as he touched her head heartily. He then spoke, let me take care of the enemy below, you stay with Dean. Lin Linger nodded her head obediently as she sniffed. Yellow Hair, you protect my sister and the Dean. Lin Feng instructed Yellow Hair. After saying that, Lin Feng's body gradually disappeared, invisible.
Outside. One of the black-clad men in the square, seeing that his companion did not return for a long time, thought that something had happened. In a hurry, he was about to return to his car parked far outside the courtyard. Just as he walked to the car, he shouted in a low voice, "Inspector Liu. Something's wrong, let's hurry," he said, pulling open the door and stepping in to start the car. But after half a day's work there was no fire. He turned back anxiously and said, "Inspector Liu, let us walk back." Halfway through the sentence, there was an abrupt pause. Only a monster, covered in black and with a hideous figure, was sitting in the back seat. He wrapped his arm around Inspector Liu, a demonic red light flashing in his eyes. "Can't fight the fire? I'll help you," Lin Feng coldly spoke. With that, a secondary Lin reached out, snatched the keys from the black man's hand, and started the vehicle. Inspector Liu was sweating cold sweat and biting his lips tightly, not daring to make a single movement. Lin Feng's other secondary Lin was right at his neck, and with just a little bit of force, he would be dead. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Moments later, the Golden Dragon neighborhood. A black limousine that drove up to the front door. The security guard standing guard stopped the vehicle, and when he saw Inspector Liu in the back seat of the car, he saluted in a hurry. "Welcome home, owners." Inspector Liu was in a cold sweat and opened his mouth to say something. But feeling the invisible sharp edge at his neck tighten, he shut up. Inside the neighborhood. The black man at the wheel drove the car slowly, as if that would keep him from having to go home. "If you keep driving in circles, I don't mind driving myself," the invisible Lin Feng coldly spoke. Inspector Liu cursed at the sight. "Hurry up and drive. What are you dawdling about?" He finished with a curt smile to the side. If he could, he didn't want to go home, because once he did, he was afraid that he would be unable to escape death. If he could do it all over again, he would not have chosen to stop that SUV. Even more so, he wouldn't mess with Lin Feng. It was that yellow hair who told him to lick his shoes, he would do it. But, in reality, there are no ifs. Finally, the car stopped in front of a villa. Lin Feng looked at this huge villa and said in his heart, "Where does a checkpoint inspector get the money for a house like this?" With that thought, he stood motionless behind the other man and motioned for him to open the door. Inspector Liu walked up to the door and only heard a beep as the facial recognition system recognized him. The door opened. "Come on, don't be polite, go in," Lin Feng said. Inspector Liu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looking into the darkness of his home, he felt like it was hell. He gritted his teeth and walked in stiffly. "Spell it out. At least there are weapons in the house." Once Lin Feng entered, he didn't rush to show his form. Instead, he scanned the surrounding area with his mental power to check if there was anyone else here. "Brother, don't deactivate the invisibility, there must be surveillance inside." My sister's voice came over the headset. She'd been using Yellow Hair's terminal to communicate with herself. Lin Feng sniffed and did as he was told. Then followed Inspector Liu to the upper floor. "I still have $20 million in my safe, if you let me go, that money is yours," Inspector Liu said to Lin Feng. In the headset, his sister snorted. "Ha, he's so stupid, kill him, the money is also brother's." Lin Feng was also very agreeable when he heard his sister's voice. But in order to get information about his uncle who was in charge, Lin Feng decided to pacify him first. "This money is less to buy your life, I want one more thing." Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Inspector Liu's face showed joy at the sight. "As long as there's a requirement to say so." "Good. Go ahead, as long as you let me go, I'll give you my wife." Lin Feng's face was disgusted. "Who wants your wife? I want you to tell me who's behind you, who ordered you to do such a thing." Chapter 51, The Man Behind the Nursing Home. Chapter 51, The Man Behind the Nursing Home. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Inspector Liu's smile froze. He said warily, I'm just being careful, I can't swallow this breath, that's why I went to look for you, there's no other purpose." Lin Feng sniffed without any nonsense and slapped him. Snap. Crisp sounds rang out. Inspector Liu's body drew an arc in the air and fell hard to the ground. His mouth was fishy sweet and his eyes were bleary. "I don't have much patience, don't play tricks with me again." Lin Feng's body was hidden in the air and said coldly. In the headset, his sister's voice came through. "Brother, don't kill them with your hands, I have an idea." Lin Feng patiently listened to his sister's ploy. I was expecting to hear some kind of vicious and cruel torture. But no. Instead, it's a ploy to get the other side to kill each other. He couldn't help but nod in relief. It seems that when my sister is fed, she doesn't turn into that cruel regicide. Think it over, is your life important, or is the person behind you important? Lin Feng clasped his arms and spoke with an indifferent expression. Inspector Liu spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. He lowered his head and said, "Will you let me go if I say it? If the person behind me is alive, you will still be at least a little bit scared. If he dies, I will definitely have to die as well." Lin Feng gave him an unexpected look. One did underestimate him, and thought he was one of those completely clueless people. I guess my sister thought of it. With that in mind, he spoke slowly, as his sister had taught him. "Your uncle, does he know that you trust him so much?" Lin Feng snorted. Inspector Liu's pupils shrank at his words. How does he know? But immediately controlled his expression, not daring to let Lin Feng discover the end. "Alright, no need to pretend, this kind of your men know things, you think you can hide it?" Lin Feng opened his mouth. Inspector Liu climbed up with a grunt after hearing Lin Feng's words. "Lin Feng, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong." He knelt down to the invisible Lin Feng. "You've pretty much killed my men, how about I give you all my money and call it a day?" Lin Feng looked at Inspector Liu and shook his head. If it was really just a small matter like seeking revenge at the door, it wouldn't be impossible to leave him with a dog's life. Because they, themselves and Dean, were not substantially harmed. But that's not possible. Because of the gang behind the murderous pension swallowing murder of the nursing home that hurt my sister and controlled the nursing home. It's Inspector Lau's uncle. In the information given by that woman with the broken arm, Inspector Liu was in charge of gathering news. Wick. Heber soldier died, he told the other side that he had misappropriated the pension. The rest of the family will be secretly gutted and sold for their organs by him. Lin Feng walked up to Inspector Liu and choked him with his vice. Took him to the computer on the table. "Unlock the computer, I'll give you one last chance." Lin Feng coldly spoke. Inspector Liu's head was covered in blood and he didn't say a word. At that moment, his sister's voice sounded in the headset. "Brother, start." Lin Feng smiled faintly as he sniffed and invisible spiritual energy gushed out. Toward Inspector Liu and the black-clothed man's brain beside him invaded. Their eyes snapped shut. Next moment. Bump! Lin Feng's figure suddenly flew backwards. White smoke rose from the black-clad man's fist behind him. Old Liu. Inspector Liu looked at the other party in shock. What? You actually defeated me? Lin Feng's body lifted its invisibility. He covered his chest, an exaggerated expression on his face, and his voice was like a cupped reading. "Ah, I'm dead," said the man with a crooked neck, dead. Inspector Liu looked at Lin Feng with his tongue sticking out and his eyes wide open in a deathly manner. Swallowing hard, he carefully poked Lin Feng's face. "Surprisingly, it's really dead." He spoke incredulously. Then he looked at the black-clothed man Lao Lu, who was holding his bladder to the side, looking like a worldly man. "Old Liu, you, who the hell are you?" Inspector Liu's voice was tinged with trembling. The other smiled contemptuously at that. "I, Liu Tianming, have acted in my life, why do I need to explain myself to you?" Old Liu said with a condescending expression. Saying that, he narrowed his eyes again. "Kid, just now, I counted on your good sense and didn't stab the boss out, otherwise, humph." Inspector Liu's heart was horrified at what he heard. It turned out that old Liu was the eyes and ears that his uncle had planted on his side. Killing the mighty Lin Feng with a single strike, just how strong was he? It's a good thing I didn't compromise just now, or else. He looked at the dead Lin Feng on the ground and felt a pang of fear in his heart. "Well, hurry up and turn the computer on, I want to use it." Old Liu tugged. Inspector Liu didn't dare to ask more questions when he saw this and rushed forward to unlock the computer. Old Liu nodded with satisfaction and then spoke, "All right, you're useless now." "Do you know what you're saying again?" "If you dare to kill me, my uncle won't let you go," Inspector Liu said with a horrified expression. But the other guy didn't even listen and mumbled. "You run. I'll stop him and take care of my family," Old Liu said and punched. Inspector Liu had no time to think about the other party's gibberish and hastily raised his hand to fend it off, but he was still sent flying by a blow, crashing through the door panel and falling outside. At that moment, there was a distortion in the air and Lin Feng's transparent figure slowly appeared. His eyes emitted a red light as he coldly looked at the duo fighting amongst themselves outside. "Stupid. He snorted. The other party was affected by his own mental tearing and hallucinated, and surprisingly didn't notice a hint of something wrong. Brother, it worked. In the headset, his sister's soft voice came through. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Still, my sister was smart enough to forget herself that mental tearing was originally used to create illusions. Then he looked over to the unlocked computer and sat down. Let me see. Lin Feng said. He clicked on the chat program and began to check Inspector Lu's contacts. Only 3 people? Lin Feng spoke in surprise. On the screen was a chat box with a pitch-black profile and only 3 contacts on it. One recognizes herself, with the avatar of the woman from the nursing home. The remaining 2 don't have avatars. Tapping on the woman's chat box, Lin Feng began to check it out. Lin Feng saw the video file sent by the woman and curiously clicked on it. What was inside made his eyes widen. What the hell? Lin Feng exclaimed. Just a blush-inducing sound came from the video. The heroine is the woman in the hospital, but the hero is someone else. She even shouted Inspector Lau's name. Lin Feng hurriedly closed it. Holy, this one plays pretty sick. Lin Feng took a deep breath to make himself forget about the filth he had just seen. Another half a dozen reads and it's just a few reports, except for more sick gameplay. Lin Feng clicked to view. Cargo list? He hastily started flipping through it. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became. Suddenly, a photo made Lin Feng's eyes widen. It is! Chapter 52, Gangs. Chapter 52, Gangs. Lin Feng looked at the photo of his sister in the file with a somber look on his face. Name, Lin Linger. Fatherless and motherless, with one brother who suffers from a strange disease. Specifically characterized by a strong appetite and absorption, it is recommended that it be brought back to the organ and body for further study. These turned out to have long been staring at my sister. Lin Feng said with a grimace. All he felt was a surge of rage. Soon the document was read. Lin Feng tried to find out more about his sister. But it's gone. A few moments later. Lin Feng skimmed through all the information in the computer. His brows knit together, a complex look on his face. How dare you sell people as commodities? Lin Feng said angrily. These people are an organization called a gang. The pension-swallowing and awful-selling business started a long time ago. If he hadn't come back early, his sister would have been emptied of her organs. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked hideous. These shouldn't be alive. He looked at the file on his computer that the woman had sent to Inspector Lu before he had a chance to report it to the gang. But just to be on the safe side, we still need to check with that boss. He took out his terminal and downloaded all the information onto it, then destroyed the computer. Then stood up, kept invisible and walked out. The fighting outside has stopped. Lin Feng looked over and both of them had fallen to the ground. Inspector Lu's body was split in half diagonally and he leaned against the wall and lost his voice. The black-clothed man, Lao Lu, was lying on his back not far away, holding a short knife in his hand, and his body was sifted by bullets. On the ceiling, several miniature turrets were in constant operation. Apparently when the man in black fell into a hallucination and attacked Inspector Lu, he triggered the counterattack program. But he still topped the shooting and killed his opponent before being killed by a bullet. Lin Feng walked up to them and confirmed that both sides were dead. It was a relief to leave. His form was invisible, and neither the surveillance nor the turrets detected him. Lin Feng wrapped his body in true qi and walked out of the villa, breaking through the air noiselessly and disappearing into the neighborhood. Moments later, the orphanage. It's already fine, Inspector Lu has already been taken care of by me, no one realized that he came here. Lin Feng said to the dean in front of him. Dean sniffed and nodded. What about those people who came to collect the debt? Yellow Hair spoke up from the sidelines. Lin Linger smiled and said, It's fine, those people were just sent by Inspector Lu to pick a fight, not from the property side. Lin Feng nodded his head in agreement. That's right, those are just minor characters. When I go and do my rank certification and hang a teaching post here, the properties won't dare to raise the rent anymore. Hearing Lin Feng's confident words, the dean asked curiously, Oh? Can't it be that you're the battle captain of the demon suppression army? Lin Feng shook his head. No, I'm the head cook. Dean almost spat out a mouthful of water at that. She spoke incredulously, What, cooker? Aren't you an awakened? The dean was skeptical when he heard Lin Feng say he was a cook. What kind of awakened person is this strong to cook in the kitchen? Lin Feng said with a smile on his face, I'm a cook and also AB rank. Dean froze outright. Then the voice couldn't help but rise. Grade B? She looked to Yellow Hair, her eyes surprised. Dean, I'm even AD ranked awakened, let alone the class president. Yellow Hair opened his mouth to explain when he saw that she didn't believe him. The dean shook his head, a look of pity on his face. If you're so strong, why did you bother to become a cook? Come to the main city and join the authority at least at the rank of lieutenant captain. Lin Feng didn't say anything at that. Because of his own system, staying in the demon suppression army was the most appropriate. Well, it's late, go get some rest, I've got a room ready for you. The dean stood up and said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. It's time for a break, so go and get leveled again tomorrow. Leave the office. Lin Feng came into the room prepared by the dean. He lay down on his bed and began to cultivate. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. My sister walked in clutching a pillow. Brother, I'm a bit scared to be alone. Lin Linger's cheeks blushed slightly as she said softly. Seeing this, Lin Feng revealed a helpless smile and waved at her. In the meantime. In an office. Brother Blade, this is the surveillance video. A tall woman handed him the tablet. Sitting behind the desk, Lu Tiandao watched the video without a word. He spoke after a few moments of contemplation. Xia Yun, do you think that old Lu would suddenly be unable to think straight and kill my nephew? The woman known as Xiao Yun sniffed and thought for a moment. She said in a soft voice, no, he has a soft spot and no motive, I suspect foul play. Lu Tiandao nodded, he agreed with this statement. But the death of his son upset him, even though it was only a bastard. He waved at Cloud. Come here, I'm on fire right now. Seonka sniffed and tied up her long, silky hair. She walked to Supervisor Lu in a graceful manner, a smile on her pretty face, and then knelt down. The next day. Lin Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and ended his cultivation. After the recent cultivation, the true chi in the Sea of Chi was already solidified beyond measure. Even the invisible strength of the white rainbow power had been cultivated. Lin Feng could now control his true chi as he wished, as if it were his own. Time to get up. He was just about to get up when he startled his sister aside. Well, good morning, brother, she said with a yawn. Lin Feng stroked her little head. Not going to get any more sleep? Lin Linger squinted her eyes comfortably and shook her head. Then get up and wash up. Lin Feng said with a smile. Brother, stay with me for a while longer, ma, said Lin Linger pouting as she hugged Lin Feng's arm. Alright, you're still clinging to your brother when you're this old, you're not afraid of people laughing at you. Lin Feng teased his sister. Lin Linger sniffed with a blush on her face. Embarrassed, he ducked under the covers. Alright, stop staying in bed, I'll wait for you outside. Lin Feng said and went out. After a while, Lin Linger got dressed and walked out. Lin Feng was inside Yellow Hair's room, holding a terminal and talking to him about something. This is the document I found yesterday, I want you to look at it and hand it over to the authority, can we bring this gang down? Lin Feng asked him. Yellow Hair sniffed inside. I'm hanging on, these urban groundlings are afraid they're all involved with the authority. Lin Feng immediately frowned. He knew the darkness of the urban area, but he didn't realize it was rotten to this extent. You don't care about something this bad? He was about to continue saying something when he saw Yellow Hair staring at the terminal with a horrified expression on his face. His mouth was open, his eyes full of disbelief. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Yellow Hair turned his head, shivering, and picked up the terminal. He asked through tears as he pointed to one of the photos above. Squad leader, where did you get this picture? Chapter 53 Going to Certification Levels. Chapter 53 Going to Certification Levels. Lin Feng looked at Yellow Hair, who had snot and tears running down his face, and revealed a puzzled expression. No, what is it? Squad leader, that looks like my mom. Yellow Hair huffed. Lin Feng sniffed with a wonderful expression on his face. You're saying that's your mom? He said incredulously, pointing to the picture on the screen. That's not like it either. The woman in the photo is so beautiful it's kind of unreal. And look at Yellow Hair's ugly face. Isn't this bull? Squad leader, my mom did die, but the people in this photo, they look too much alike, I really can't tell them apart. Yellow Hair's body trembled and his face was full of tangles. At that moment, Lin Linger came in. As soon as she came in, she saw the painfully crying yellow hair. Surprised, he covered his little mouth. "Brother, what is this?" she asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng explained to her briefly. "So that's how it is." Lin Linger nodded in understanding. She came up to Lin Feng's face again and glanced at the terminal. Then his pupils shrank and he exclaimed, "Brother, I've seen this sister in the sanatorium." At these words, the yellow hair next to him stood up with a pang. He spoke eagerly to Lin Linger. "Really? You've seen her?" Lin Linger nodded, memories on her face. "As I recall, it was 6 months ago and the bad guys hadn't taken control of the sanitarium yet." Lin Linger slowly told. "It was winter and she was sent to a sanitarium and she lived next door to me for 2 months and I struck up a few conversations with her." "What happened afterward?" Yellow hair anxiously pursued. Lin Linger shook her head. "Then she was discharged and I never saw her again." Yellow hair's face turned gray at his words. Lin Feng went forward and patted his shoulder, softly comforting him. "Well, there are a lot of people in the world that look alike. That doesn't have to be your mom. I'll be going to the gang to get those guys, and if your mom is really alive, maybe there will be news there." Yellow hair sniffed and looked at Lin Feng with red eyes. He knew how powerful that gang was, and now the squad leader was going to risk his life for himself. The thought of it is touching and at the same time particularly unpleasant. "Squad leader, don't do it for me." He spoke hoarsely. Lin Feng interrupted him and said, "Alright, what's it like to cry? This isn't entirely for your sake, just wait in peace and protect everyone and my sister for me." Listening to Lin Feng's words, Lin Linger's embroidered eyebrows frowned lightly. She worriedly opened her mouth and asked, "Brother, are you going to the gang? It's too dangerous." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "They've been on to you for a long time. If I save you, sooner or later they'll find out about us. It's better to strike first rather than sit back and wait for death." Seeing that he was determined to go, Lin Linger didn't say anything further. He knew that his brother was right. And although Lin Feng spoiled himself, no one could change what he decided. Thinking of this, she spoke softly, "Alright then, but brother, you have to get your rank certified first, so that even if there's an accident, he'll at least weigh it up before he takes a shot at AB rank awakened person." Lin Feng nodded his head. "Good, until I come back again, you guys stay at the orphanage," Lin Feng said. With that, he got up and left. Before leaving, he instructed Yellow Hair to protect everyone, then took the terminal and left. Outside, Lin Feng didn't lift his invisibility until he had left the orphanage. He didn't drive. The license plate would risk exposure, and the Demon Suppression Army's SUV would be too conspicuous. He planned to just walk straight to the Hall of Awakening. Meanwhile, the gang compound. Lu Tiandao sat in his office, looking at the trembling young man in front of him, patiently listening to his report. "Lu, Inspector Lu asked me to check a military vehicle. They went to the orphanage later." The young man spoke in a cold sweat. Lu Tianjia's eyes grew grim as he listened to his report. Someone is really up to no good. His eyes narrowed. Looking at the scared young man, he waved a hand at him and said, "I don't blame you for this, but you should have told me earlier. Next time it won't happen again. Get out." Hearing these words, the other party hurriedly left as if he had been pardoned. Lu Tiandao's brows were knitted together and his expression was grave. After a moment, his expression soothed. "Little Cloud, go to the orphanage and get to the bottom of this." He opened his mouth. Cloud sniffed and got out from under the table. She wiped her mouth with a soft smile. "Leave it to me." The moment. Awakening Mansion. Lin Feng was standing in the hall, looking at the surge of people. "Why isn't there a sign? This is so anti-human," he said with a frown. At this time, a staff member saw Lin Feng. She greeted them with a professional smile. "What business are you here for, sir?" Lin Feng looked at the smiling woman in front of him. Tall, with a professional suit and clean, short hair. And looking at the aura, it's actually an awakened. "I'm going to do rank certification," Lin Feng said truthfully. At these words, the other party's eyes moved slightly. Certified at this age? It seems to be an ordinary person who has only recently awakened. Despite this thought, there was no looking down in the woman's mind. She said with a smile, "Yes, please follow me." After saying that, she led Lin Feng through the hall to a machine. Lin Feng took a glance and saw that here were rows of machines, from the lowest level E all the way up to a level. And the woman is bringing herself to the E-class machine at the moment.
She smiled politely. Sir, you're authenticating for the first time and don't have access yet. I'll turn on the test for you. With that, she put her small white hand in front of the machine and was about to turn on the authentication program. Wait. Lin Feng stopped his movements. This is the lowest level of detection device. It seems that the other party misunderstood. He opened his mouth and explained, I'm not E-ranked, so don't bother, you can just turn on the B-ranked one. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman's face showed surprise. But then reacted that this was another person who had listened to the rumors. There are indeed advanced awakened people who awaken late because their initial level was too high. But it's a small probability, at least it hasn't come up in the last few years. Sir, you've just awakened, I suggest you start with the last instruments and check them forward one by one, it will be safer. The woman thought this in her mind, but still patiently discouraged. When Lin Feng saw this, he knew that it didn't make sense. It would have been a matter of showing a little breath. But this was in the Awakening Mansion. If we really did this, we were afraid that we would be surrounded in the next second. Alright, let's start from the lowest level then. Lin Feng said helplessly. It's just a little more work, and he doesn't want to waste any more words. As the woman maneuvered, the instrument lit up. In the next moment, her expression became incomparable. How is this possible? Chapter 54 Certification Success, Enjoying Yellow Hair's Little Cloud. Chapter 54 Certification Success, Enjoying Yellow Hair's Little Cloud. Only a line of large letters was displayed on the instrument's screen. Beyond detection. Looking at the woman's surprised expression, Lin Feng shrugged. I told you not to waste your time. He said. The woman hastened to contain her surprise. If it wasn't an E, then it was a D. The first awakening is a D rank, although it's not rare, it's not unheard of. Thinking of this, she revealed a polite smile and said to Lin Feng, in that case, we'll use the next instrument to test it. Lin Feng didn't say anything when he saw that she was still planning to come one by one. After all, it was indeed hard to believe that an ordinary person who had never been certified was coming up with a B rank. The woman walked over to the next instrument where a man was being tested. There were no staff around him, obviously awakened people who had been certified to test whether they had upgraded or not. Damn! How could the authentication fail? The man said angrily as he saw the words authentication failed on the screen. Seeing that the other party was still occupying the position after the test, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his voice to remind him. Friend, have you run out? Lin Feng spoke softly. The other man glanced back at the words. When he saw the woman beside Lin Feng, he immediately revealed a mocking smile. This age, but also staff to help open the detection, at first glance is the cannot be awakened waste, in this disbelief try it. He snorted, brother, if you can't awaken, accept reality and don't come and delay everyone. Lin Feng immediately frowned, a person who wasn't even a D grade had come to taunt himself? Where did that dog come from? Get lost. Lin Feng wasn't used to the other party at all and directly opened his mouth to chide them. The man sniffed and stepped forward instantly, his face grimacing as he intended to take care of the commoner in front of him. Then, he merged his palms and fingers into a sword and stabbed fiercely towards Lin Feng. He couldn't wait to see the look on his opponent's face when he got a hole in himself and cried out in pain. Lin Feng hugged his arms and looked at him coldly, not even bothering to hide. The pupils of the woman beside her shrunk, not expecting the man to dare to strike in the awakening hall, and she was about to stop it in a hurry. Next moment. Click. The sound of a crisp fracture rang out. Ah! The man screamed as he covered his hand. His entire hand became twisted, and all the bones inside were shattered by Lin Feng with the power of shock. The woman beside him saw her mouth open and her hand outstretched, not knowing what to say. Lin Feng held his arms and coldly watched the man scream. He spoke faintly, as you can see, he was the one who attacked me and injured himself. The woman at her side suppressed her shock and instructed the guards who had noticed the area, send him to the authority for assault without cause. At the woman's words, the guards stepped forward and dragged the man straight away. Lin Feng watched as the guards covered the man's mouth and the man took a punch as he struggled. He turned to the woman and said, there, that's it, I've got things to do, let's go straight to the B-level instruments. The woman already knew that Lin Feng wasn't simple after what happened just now. Without further words, he directly led Lin Feng to the instrument. As the woman activated the instrument, a light shone onto Lin Feng. After a while, the light went out and the results came in. I can't believe it's a B+, the woman couldn't help but exclaim. She looked at the words on the screen and covered her mouth in shock. With the sound of her voice,
the attention of the people around her was instantly drawn to her. What the hell, there's a B rank awakened person? Wait a minute. Why is he surrounded by staff? He's awakening certification for the first time. Coming up with a B+? How is that possible? Looking at the people gathering around him, Lin Feng didn't want to attract attention and hurriedly left the certification area. Then came the lobby and received a fine silver badge. It's a symbol of B class. Even because Lin Feng was a B+, the badge had a stamping pattern on it, making it look extremely extraordinary. It's time to go and settle the score with those people, Lin Feng said softly. He was about to walk out into the hall when the terminal on his belt went off. Lin Feng picked it up and immediately his pupils shrank. Hurry back, there's an enemy. It was a distress message from my sister. He disappeared in an instant and ran towards the orphanage. At this moment, the orphanage. The courtyard was filled with cold air. There are signs of battle everywhere. The ground was covered with a thick layer of solid ice. Yellow hair was clad in ice armor, and a terrifyingly low temperature emanated from his body. He stood still, and as he gasped, white streams of air erupted from his faceplate. Dean! Take the kids and run! Yellow hair shouted. You can't leave. Give me death. A fierce smile appeared on Xiao Yun's pretty face. Clank! The sword sounded. The long sword sliced through the air and instantly chopped towards yellow hair. Dang! Two blue ice blades crossed to block the blade. Yellow hair felt the huge force coming from the blade as his body was slowly pressed down. Roll! He roared as a violent cold aura erupted and his arms pushed back, forcing his opponent back. Xiao Yun's figure exploded back, after which he steadied himself on the ground with a few landings and shook off the ice ballast on his suit. This skinny monkey is so strong, she said with an ugly face. He had been sent here by Blade and had thought that he would be able to accomplish his mission easily. As a result, he himself, a C rank awakened, was blocked by a pawn. It can't be delayed any longer, Xiao Yun thought darkly. She moved her frozen stiff body and took a deep breath. Light blue true chi instantly surged out as she raised the sword in her hand, and the air currents gathered in the air as a dozen-meter-long chi blade coalesced. Yellow hair's pupils shrank at the sight. His double blades crossed, and cold air erupted from his body as his ice armor became even thicker. Next moment. Storm sword. Xiao Yun droned out, and the air blade in her hand instantly chopped out. Bang! With the shattered ice armor, Yellow Hair's figure was viciously sent flying, crashing through the fence and smashing the ground into a large pit. Sayamo walked in style and stood up in the large pit, pulling up Yellow Hair's hair. Block another one and I'll see. She pulled out a short sword and pressed it against Yellow Hair's throat. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked his cheek. Look into my eyes, I'm going to savor your death, Xiao Yun said in an excited tone with a blush on her face. Yellow Hair stared at her viciously, not saying a word. Xiao Yun was instantly more excited. Right. That's the look. With that, her hand began to cut gently, her eyes staring daggers at Yellow Hair's expression. Yellow Hair's throat was slit and oozing blood. Just then, there was a sudden, violent roar from far away in the distance. Immediately afterward, an appalling aura swept across the entire field. The air became heavy and sticky. Xiao Yun had been pressured to the ground by the real gas and could not move. Dang! 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 Heavy footsteps sounded as Lin Feng, wrapped in pitch-black bone armor, walked slowly with his head down. As he continued to approach, Little Cloud was pressurized by his true chi and gradually sank into the ground. Lin Feng walked up to her and pulled up her hair. The words seemed to be squeezed through his teeth. How do you want to die? Chapter 55 Furious Lin Feng, going to the gangs. Chapter 55 Furious Lin Feng, going to the gangs. Lin Feng's eyes were red as he looked at Xiao Yun, killing intent spewing out. Just then, the yellow hair next to him covered his throat and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yellow hair! Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't care about the woman in his hands and threw her to the ground. Then he rushed forward, anxiously checking on Yellow Hair. Only to see that the other's throat had been sliced open and was trickling blood out. Lin Feng hugged Yellow Hair and anxiously slapped his face. Wake up! Don't sleep, use your ability to freeze the wound. Yellow Hair opened his eyes with difficulty and said with a slurred voice, Squad leader? Lin Feng saw that he was delirious and knew that the other party had lost too much blood.
Hastily reaching out, he blocked his wound with his true chi. But Yellow Hair's arteries had been sliced open, and there was no way to stop the bleeding. The wound was covered in blood came out of his mouth. Yellow Hair looked like he was going to die. Brother! At this time, Lin Linger came down from the second floor and quickly ran to Lin Feng's side. When she saw Lin Feng, who was covering Yellow Hair's neck, she covered her small mouth and showed a horrified expression. Then he reacted violently and knelt down next to Lin Feng. Brother, quickly tug on his veins, his arteries have just been broken, sew them up right away, with his physical quality, he can still live. Lin Linger spoke with an anxious expression. Lin Feng sniffed and hurriedly let go of his hand, the secondary limb behind his back stretched out and peeled open the wound in Yellow Hair's throat, so he started searching for blood vessels. Found it! Lin Feng spoke in surprise. He hastily yanked on the curled artery with his flexible secondary limb and subsequently wrapped it with his true chi. A few moments later, Lin Feng looked at Yellow Hair, whose face was pale but whose breath had stabilized, and let out a sigh of relief. Now Yellow Hair had used his ability to freeze the veins and make them connect. As long as the ability isn't cancelled, he'll be fine. Lin Feng looked at the improved Yellow Hair and looked at Xiao Yun on the ground with a fierce expression. If he hadn't come back in time just now, Yellow Hair would have died. You had a lot of fun just now. Lin Feng's forehead veins popped out and he spoke through gritted teeth. With that, he raised his palm and his true chi mixed with poisonous miasma wrapped around it. He's going to shell the other side properly. Xiao Yun looked at the highly poisonous true chi on Lin Feng's hand, leaving a cold sweat on his forehead. This, I'm afraid, is a bit painful. She thought so. Lin Linger, who was next to her, saw Lin Feng's movements and hurriedly stopped them. Her small hand grabbed Lin Feng's arm and she spoke softly, "Brother, don't kill her yet." On the ground, Saomi breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Then disdainfully thought, this little girl has actually gone soft. When Lin Feng saw Lin Linger grabbing his arm, he hurriedly withdrew the poisonous miasma for fear of hurting his sister. "Brother, keep her so that we can find the enemy's base camp, and then, give her to me, okay?" Linger leaned over to Lin Feng's ear and softly spoke, and when she said it, her face showed a blush. Lin Feng looked at his sister, who had a red light coming out of her eyes again, and frowned with worry. Is this another attack? I don't know how long my sister has been starved by those since born into that withered look. She had this symptom after that. As long as they have not fed on essence blood for a period of time, they will become extremely bloodthirsty and cruel. And offhand, her head is full of hunches. You always end up coming up with something that makes your own head spin. Now he's pouting at himself and wants to torture the woman. Linger, I can't indulge you anymore, Hungry Brother still has essence blood here. Lin Feng said with a complicated face. He knew that if he didn't control his sister, the other party was afraid that he would degenerate into an evil spirit that only knew how to kill. Seeing Lin Linger's refusal, she said petulantly, Brother, I won't torture her, I want to do it myself. Xiao Yun, who was being deathly suppressed on the ground, revealed a joyful expression at the words. How can this idiot be so dumb and sweet? You're talking to her brother about letting yourself go yourself? Lin Feng's reply immediately afterward made her even more delighted. Alright, Lin Feng said with a compromise. It's better to block than to block, just don't go too far. These people are going to end up being killed anyway. When Lin Linger saw Lin Feng agreeing, she let out a joyful cry. Hugging him, her cheek rubbing affectionately against his neck. After doing so, she turned her head to look at Koyan. A gentle smile was given to her. Sister on the ground, you've heard it, as long as you tell me the address of the gang, I'll let you go, I'm sure, you've been coerced too, right? Lin Linger pulled the other party's hand and said with a gentle face. With Lin Feng removing part of the suppression, Little Cloud on the ground was able to lift his head. She hastily nodded her head showing a pitiful expression, right. I was coerced by Brother Blade, he controlled my family, coerced me to work for him, and treated me. Lin Linger smiled as she listened to the other party lie. So the man behind the scenes is called Blade? She thought darkly. Then she started baiting Yun again, and the other party, not to her surprise, spilled all the information. Which is a mix of true and false, but the address of the gang is already known. Brother, you must be safe, I'll stay here with this sister. Lin Linger touched Xiao Yun's hand and said softly. The way she looked at Xiao Yun was like she was sizing up a precious toy. Lin Feng nodded, now that he knew the address, it was most appropriate to go alone. Before the other side could react, they could just kill them by surprise. But for the sake of his sister's safety, he still planned to waste Xiaoyun first. With this in mind, he slapped his palm through the air, and the true qi mixed with the power of shock destroyed her meridians. Put! Xiaoyun, who had been wasted by surprise, spat out a mouthful of blood. She lowered her head, her eyes resentful, not daring to raise her head so that Lin Feng could see her expression. When you're gone, I'm going to kill your stupid white sister. Xiaoyun roared wildly in his mind. Ah, sister, you're vomiting blood, I'll go treat you. Lin Linger said in pain. If we don't treat it soon, this toy won't last long. With that said, she picked up the other woman and headed towards the garage of the compound. Lin Feng gave Xiaoyun a pitying look and shook his head. It had been a pain in the ass to let herself come, but now that she had fallen into her sister's hands, it was hard for her to die. You rest well, I'm leaving. Lin Feng said to Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair's face was pale and his eyes were firm. Squad leader, you must be careful, if it doesn't work, retreat, with your ability, no one can stop you. Yellow Hair said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded at him and left with his figure hidden. Moments later, the gang. Lin Feng looked at the factory in front of him, his heart was cold. This is the gang's home base. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary factory. But there's something else inside. Afterwards, Lin Feng, who had turned on Soul Eater mode, wrapped his true chi and dived in like a ghost. The invisibility that came from the dread banshee had completely morphed in Lin Feng's hands. Whether it's the temperature, the smell, or the sound, it's not going to break. After entering the factory, Lin Feng realized that there were actually workers laboring here. They stand in front of assembly lines and machines, looking tired and numb-eyed. There was also a black rope tied around his neck, and he looked as if he was going to die of exhaustion the next second. Damn things, how dare they squeeze people to this extent? Lin Feng was incomparably angry in his heart. Suddenly, he saw a figure not far away. It was a curvaceous woman. Look at her silky blonde hair. Lin Feng felt very familiar. Just then, she turned back. It's her. How could it be? Chapter 56, Assassination of Brother Knife, Yellow Hair's Mom. Chapter 56, Assassination of Brother Knife, Yellow Hair's Mom. Lin Feng looked at the other person's face and his eyes were filled with amazement. Isn't this the woman that Yellow Hair said could be her mom? How did it get here? Just as Lin Feng was sizing her up, the other party seemed to have sensed something. She gently frowned and looked over to Lin Feng's side in confusion. Well, weird. She said, holding her chin. Lin Feng immediately stopped breathing, and his heart was unbelievable. She won't have found me, right? Lin Feng thought secretly. Suddenly, the blonde woman came this way. Not good. Discovered. Lin Feng was startled, his body's true chi flowed and he was ready to fight. The silver-colored chi ball in his hand coalesced, ready to deliver a cracking palm shot towards her at any time. When did this man die? The blonde woman stopped in her tracks and stood in front of a machine, speaking in surprise. Lin Feng took a glance and realized that it was a worker who had died. He collapsed helplessly next to the machine, the rope around his neck tightening. Surprisingly, he was exhausted alive. Someone, drag him down. The blonde woman opened her mouth and shouted. As the words fell, several men with full coverage face armor and dressed in combat fatigues approached. They nodded to the blonde woman and dragged the man away. Having done so, she turned her head back around. She stood up in the center of the workshop and waved her hand. A green energy spread out and scraped onto the weary-looking workers. At once, they became energized. The hands moved faster. However, Lin Feng saw that the deathly aura on the workers' faces had gotten heavier. The blonde woman nodded in satisfaction at the sight. This should last a while longer, but we'll have to replace the next batch before it's too late. With that, he turned and left. Lin Feng stood still, his fists clenched. Do your best to control your killing intent. The workers in front of them, affected by the blonde woman's ability, became incredibly hyperactive. They shed tears as they did their work, their necks so tightly strangled by the ropes that they were even sunk into the flesh. Lin Feng looked at them and remembered to the person he once was. At that time, he had gone to work in a factory because he was unable to awaken and had to support his sister. Enduring dark conditions and doing heavy work for more than 12 hours. In the end, they can only receive a meager salary and have to be scolded every day. At that time, Lin Feng could only endure in silence. At the same time in his heart, he killed the black-hearted boss's ancestors.
Now, he has the power. With the ability to lift the table now. Be patient for a little while, I'll come to save you in a moment.
Lin Feng looked at the workers and muttered.
At the moment, in the office. Lu Tiandao sat in his chair and listened to his men's report. The group is on the verge of being scrapped, Ms. Erica asked me to inform you.
The young guard said carefully.
Lu Tiandao pondered for a moment and nodded to indicate that he knew. Then, waving the other out. Originally the duty of replenishment was run by his own illegitimate son, Inspector Lau.
It's a small matter that he's dead now, but it's not okay to delay your money by not being able to fill in. At the thought of this, a wave of irritation ran through him, and a nameless fire kept churning. He was just about to greet Xiao Yun and come over when he suddenly remembered that the other party wasn't there.
Why haven't you come back yet? Lu Tianjie said with a frown.
Xiao Yun's absence made him feel very inconvenient. I was just about to pick up the landline on my desk to contact the person when the power suddenly went out.
What's going on? Lu Tianjie frowned. Instead of panicking, he waited for his men to come in and report the situation.
But no one came in for half a day, and there was silence outside.
Something happened. Lu Tiandao said with an ugly face.
He stood up with a sudden jerk. At that moment, a footstep sounded outside.
Erica?
He called out tentatively.
The other side didn't say a word. Suddenly,
a silhouette slammed into the room and lunged towards Lu Tianjie. With a wave of Lu Tianjie's hand, a blade she chopped out, slicing the opponent in half.
Snap!
The two halves of the body fell to the ground, blood and guts spilling out.
Ha! Self-importance! Lu Tianjie snorted and walked over. He wanted to see who was so bold as to come and assassinate him.
When he approached, he saw the other party's appearance through the moonlight and couldn't help but shrink his pupils.
This is the henchman who just debriefed himself. Not good. Lu Tiandao's face changed and he was about to leave in a hurry.
In the next moment, two invisible chopping attacks came. He hastily waved his hand, and a few knife chi flew out. Only a clanging sound was heard as the blade energy shattered.
The chopping attack came unabated, slicing towards Lu Tianjie's neck. Roll!
He roared, and several blade auras surged out around him, then violently dispersed. Blade energy flew out, chopping up the furniture in the room and finally disappearing through the walls. After Lu Tianjie did this, he rushed towards the window. Then crashed through the glass and jumped out.
Lin Feng, whose figure was invisible, stood in place.
His bone armor was slashed with a few white marks by the blade chi and disappeared in the next moment.
Look at the aura, it's B rank, but that's all it is with a full outburst. How did this kind of person take control of the gang? Lin Feng looked at the destroyed room and said darkly. Then gave chase.
The plaza.
Lu Tianjie ran at high speed.
All the guards seen along the way fell in a pool of blood.
Damn!
Being touched in without even realizing it, you guys at least make some noise before you die.
Lu Tiandao roared furiously in his heart.
He took the road and ran for it, seeing a blonde figure walking in his face. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the other party.
She'll be safe when she gets here. Great! Erica, there are enemies.
Before Lu Tianjie could finish his sentence, he was kicked away by his opponent.
The silver-colored true chi cannon flew against the corner of his coat. Boom!
Smoke and dust flew, and a large crater was blown out of the ground.
Erica lifted Lu Tianjie's collar and stood in mid-air.
Lin Feng looked and saw that she was stepping on a few extremely thin threads.
Enemy, stealthy. Lu Tianjie's face turned red as he was strangled by his clothes and struggled.
Erica nodded and threw him into the distance with a flick of her arm. Then she took off the black jacket she was wearing, revealing her athletic body in just a tank top. She half-crouched on the silk threads, her eyes looking sharply around. Lin Feng revealed a smile at this, not intending to tangle with her at all.
He's going to kill the knife guy outright.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly opened his secondary limbs and silently bypassed his opponent. Just as Lin Feng and Erica brushed past each other, her eyes suddenly turned and stared at Lin Feng.
Next moment. Clank!
Several filaments were instantly flung out, cutting huge grooves in the ground. Lin Feng jumped into mid-air and blood flowed out of his cheeks. His mind was in a state of shock. This woman, she can see herself. Seeing that the blow missed, Erica's arms transformed into stumps, and the silk threads in her hands flew all over the sky, slicing everything around her to pieces. As the smoke cleared, it revealed cracked ground full of cracks, with buildings in the distance having their corners cut off. Lin Feng covered his arm and showed himself. At this moment, he looked extremely wretched, and on his chest covered by bone armor, a huge wound was oozing silver-colored blood. He was filled with shock as he looked at the blonde woman who stood high in the sky with a cold expression. She's surprisingly a list. Chapter 57 Yellow Hair recognizes his mother. Chapter 57 Yellow Hair recognizes his mother. Standing on a silk thread, Erika's blonde hair flew. She looked at Lin Feng, who was wrapped in bone armor, and narrowed her beautiful eyes. Ferocious beasts? So saying, a scowl appeared on his otherwise calm face. Another human-sized ferocious beast. If it weren't for this, his own son wouldn't be. With that in mind, her figure instantly disappeared. Next moment. Phew! A sharp hiss sounded. A whip twisted from silk threads broke through the air and brought up a sonic boom towards Lin Feng's head. Die! Monster! Erika chanted. So fast. Lin Feng looked at the incoming whip and instantly disappeared into the ground. Clank! The long whip sliced through, slicing the surrounding buildings horizontally. At once, with a rumbling sound, all the houses around them collapsed. If it wasn't for Erika's deliberate control, this factory would have been destroyed as much as she could. Damn! The force was too much, Lu Tianjie shouldn't be dead. Erika's face was a bit ugly. She sensed that the blow just now didn't kill the monster. Instead, at this distance, there was a possibility of rippling Lu Tianjie. Thinking of this, she ignored the hiding Lin Feng and ran directly towards the distance. If he dies, my son's whereabouts will never be found again. With this thought in her mind, she frantically ran towards Lu Tianjie's location. As Erika left, Lin Feng slowly emerged from the dirt. He covered the wound on his chest, his face grim. An awakened of this level would be able to lead a party on the front lines, so why would they work for a lowly gang? It just doesn't make sense. But if he didn't take care of her, he sure as hell wasn't going to kill the knife guy himself. This is troublesome, said Lin Feng with an ugly face. The other side. Erika was anxiously searching for Lu Tianjie. After searching for a while, they finally found each other in a field of collapsed houses. Wake thee up. Don't die. At least tell me where my son is before you die. Erika grimaced and tugged at his collar. Lu Tiandao was suddenly shaken awake. Ahem. Hurry, heal me, you won't find your son if I die. He said weakly. Erika sniffed with reluctance on her face. If she can, she really does not want to treat this who thinks about herself all day. But there's no way around it, he's the only one who knows the clues to his son's whereabouts right now. At that thought, Erika's hand sprang green and plunged hard into her opponent's chest. Then pulled a rebar out and threw it to the ground. Ignoring Lu Tianjie's miserable screams, she reached out her hand again. The green energy dipped into his chest, and the flesh and blood instantly melted and healed. It ended up being a hideous scar. Erika had deliberately scarred him and the bones hadn't been joined. Alright, get the hell up, I don't have time to protect you in a while. She stood up and said coldly. Lu Tianjie covered his painful wound and his head was covered in cold sweat. His face was grim, and his eyes looked viciously at Erika's shapely back. Evil fire bubbled up in his heart. Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel and lick me. Snap. Crisp sounds rang out. Lu Tianjie's body arced out and fell a short distance away. Erika withdrew her hand and shrugged it off in disgust. The energy separating her was disgusting. Look at me like that with your dog eyes again, and I'll gouge them out and replace them with a pair of real dog eyes. She said icily. Lu Tiandao's scalp immediately went numb. He knew that the other party could really do it. Then, he hastily and woefully got up and spat out a few teeth. Didn't dare say a word, ran away. Looking at his departing back, Erika revealed a disdainful expression. Sperm monkey. She said with a disgusted look on her face. After saying that, her figure disappeared and rushed towards Lin Feng's location. At this point, Lin Feng stood in place. The wound on his chest had been almost healed by overdrive regeneration. This blonde woman is too scary. Even if he used that small ball of light that killed a group of dread banshees, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to defeat his opponent. That's grade A. Phew. A breeze blew through. Erika wordlessly stepped into the air. When? Lin Feng was instantly shocked. Suddenly, green light emerged from around her body, fiercely covering a dozen meters around her. Lin Feng was irradiated by the light and only felt sick all over. His body's true chi surged as he tried to resist. But under this green light, the true chi was actually dissipating. How could this happen? Lin Feng thought in shock. He saw that the ground was actually softening and twisting. This power to change the terrain, and to overwhelm the enemy. It's hard not to be afield. Ah! Lin Feng roared in pain. He only felt his body's flesh and blood twisting, as if he was going to be torn apart in the next moment. He wanted to cast Earth Escape to escape, but he was suppressed and unable to move. Just then. Mom! A voice came. Erica's pupils shrank at once. She heard the word and her spirit went into a trance. It was as if I saw a tiny blonde boy. Ellen? She spoke shakily, withdrawing her power in a hurry. Puff! Lin Feng fell to the ground gasping for air. His bone armor cracked and silver blood oozed out. Erica turned around and saw a slim figure. The others stood still, looking at her through tears. The next moment, Erica took him in her arms. Ellen! Erica shed a tear and stroked Yellowhair's face heartily. Although the look had changed a lot, one would never recognize it. This is the son of his own soul. So, I have a name, my name is Alan? Yellowhair said dully. A few moments later. Yellowhair was held tightly by Erica as she stood in the rubble. Mom, I can't breathe. He said with a pained face. Erica sniffed and let go of him in a hurry, looking nervous. Alan, are you uncomfortable there? She stroked her son's face painfully. Looking at the other's waning cheeks, she only felt her heart being cut by a knife. Suddenly, she saw the hideous wound on Yellowhair's throat. Her pupils constricted, and she hastily reached out to check. Even the arteries are broken. Who did this? Erica looked livid, her killing intent surging. But watching Yellowhair being affected by his own breath, he showed a difficult expression. She hastily suppressed her murderous intent, her hands glowing with green energy as she tenderly stroked his neck. As she healed, the wound gradually healed without even a trace of a scar. Mom, this was done by that Blade's henchman, Xiao Yun, she almost killed me. Yellowhair was hugged by Erica, as if he had returned to his childhood, and couldn't help but cry to her. Erica's pupils shrank at once. Turns out it's that. She heartily hugged Yellowhair and softly comforted, it's okay, Mommy's here. Lin Feng covered his wound and looked at the recognizable duo, opening his mouth to say something. No. No one cares if I'm hurt like this? He was about to interrupt them with an exit when a voice came from outside. People inside, you're surrounded. Chapter 58. The Authority. Chapter 58. The Authority. As the voice came, Lin Feng looked up. Several helicopters flew in mid-air, searchlights sweeping around. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out. Several soldiers jumped out of the helicopter. Each of their auras were undisguised, all of them were C-class. Gradually Lin Feng was surrounded by them. Why are the people from the Authority here? Lin Feng thought suspiciously. This was a suburb, even if the battle just now had not made a small noise, they should not have come so quickly. All kneel. Hands on your head. A man at the head of the group, dressed in a black combat uniform, yelled. Judging from his aura, it was surprisingly B rank. Lin Feng looked at him and frowned and spoke, Comrade, we are. Before the words were finished, a sharp blade shot out and flew past Lin Feng's cheek. Don't make me say it again, get on your knees. The man yelled. Lin Feng's complexion was instantly cold, killing intent surging out uncontrollably. Beside him, Yellowhair showed a worried expression. Jessica instantly exploded at the sight of him, as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Buzz! The green light spread out and everything around them began to distort. The man in front of him wore a horrified expression. This is the field awakening. That blonde woman is a list. Jessica grimaced and was about to melt all of her opponent. Instead, Yellowhair pulled her back. Mom! Stop, you can't kill them, he said with an anxious face. These people are the Authority's people no matter what, and if you move them, you're going against the urban area. Lin Feng took a step forward, holding his arms and said, you guys have to have a reason for arresting people. The man at the head was covered in cold sweat, and in his heart, he was about to curse Lu Tianjie to death.
Didn't you say there was a B-rated one looking for trouble? What's up with this Class A awakened person? He endured the excruciating pain in his body and said through gritted teeth, "You came to attack someone's factory for no reason, isn't that reason enough?"
Lin Feng snorted coldly at his words.
This factory, embezzling pensions, digging up people's organs, and chaining workers like animals until they die. Why don't you talk about that?
The other party was speechless after hearing Lin Feng's questioning. Of course he knew that, and intended to manage it at first.
But what Lu Tianjie gave was just too much.
I advise you not to be impulsive, go back with us first, the authority will investigate this matter thoroughly. The man said in a cold sweat. Lin Feng frowned at his words. If he could, he still wanted to resolve the matter through normal channels. After all, my sister has to live in the city. With this in mind, he turned his head to Yellow Hair and said, "You guys go back first, I'll go to the authority."
But, squad leader, in case they...
Yellow Hair said worriedly.
This is going into the other side's territory, what if something happens?
Lin Feng patted his shoulder, signaling that he didn't need to worry.
As long as his old mom is out there, the authority won't do anything rash. You should know that the other party's director is only A-ranked.
Seeing Lin Feng say that, Jessica withdrew her power. As the green light disappeared, the soldiers around them fell to the ground at once. The man at the head of the group was deliberately pressed to his knees by Jessica's strength.
Aya, why do you make this big salute?
Lin Feng said knowingly with surprise on his face. The man tried to get up, but an invisible force was pressing down on him.
Can you help me up?
He revealed an ugly smile and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng snorted, not intending to waste any more time with him.
A direct hand pulled up the other side. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Moments later, the authority.
Lin Feng sat in the interrogation room with a calm face. The short-haired woman in a suit sat down in front of him and opened her mouth to inquire.
Name.
Lin Feng was a bit impatient when he saw her businesslike manner.
Directly pulling out the nameplate of the Demon Suppression Army, he placed it on the table.
The information is all here, just read it,
he said.
The woman frowned at once and chided in displeasure, "Be honest with me.
This is the authority."
Lin Feng's face went cold as he looked at the woman who was slapping the table at him. It's all written on the nameplate, read it yourself if you're not blind, don't waste my time. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes, the woman couldn't help but have her heart clench. Then reacted with some annoyance.
Miso stood up and walked to Lin Feng, about to raise his foot to kick him.
The inscription on the nameplate on the table, he had seen it, a cook was just a cook. Lin Feng frowned, revealing an impatient expression.
This woman is a little cutie. Or is it the one who brought herself back and didn't tell her anything?
Thinking of this, he surged out his spiritual power and fixed the other party in place.
Snap!
The woman slapped herself. Her eyes were horrified as she watched her body take liberties. Lin Feng didn't even look at her and walked directly to the mirror in front of him.
Okay, no more tricks, come on in,
he said coldly, holding his arms. His vision pierced through the glass and saw the man behind him.
What's wrong with this person?
Zhang Yuan behind the mirror asked. Next to him stood a man, the same man who had brought Lin Feng in.
Chief, this man is AB rank awakened from the Demon Suppression Army and attacked the gang factory, he said.
Zhang Yuan frowned at his words.
Class B? Don't tell me you've captured the battle captain of the Demon Suppression Army for me. He glared at the man.
The man broke out in a cold sweat. That idiot Lu Tiandao, he left this mess to himself, and now the chief is here.
I don't even know how to end it myself. Alright, I'll go in and take a look, you get me his information,
Zhang Yuan said. He opened the door to the interrogation room and stepped inside. Hello, I'm the director of the 13th administration of the urban area, Zhang Yuan. As soon as Zhang Yuan came in, he greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat back in his chair and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Please let go of my people.
Zhang Yuan pointed at the woman on the side and said.
Lin Feng waved his hand and lifted his mind control.
The woman ran out in a hurry.
Zhang Yuan saw a nameplate on the table and took it over to have a look. Lin Feng, chief of the cooking class of the Demon Army. He was relieved to see the words on it. How could a B rank awakened person be a cook?
There must have been a mistake in the intel.
It was good that it wasn't the battle captain of the Demon Suppression Army, or else he wouldn't have been able to finish the day.
Even if you're from the Demon Suppression Army, it's not your turn to meddle in the affairs of the urban area.
As soon as Zhang Yuan saw that Lin Feng was just a cook soldier, he immediately hardened up.
Now just gag him and the matter will be understood. Lin Feng spoke with an indifferent expression. Gangs embezzled pensions, trafficked in organs, and even almost killed my sister, so you're saying I shouldn't be in charge?
Zhang Yuan snorted coldly, really uneducated. He himself heard that a person from the demon suppression army had been captured, and that's why he came to take a look.
Now the other guy is actually taking up a fight with himself.
Watch your words, young man, this matter doesn't need your attention. If you kill someone in the urban area, even the demon suppression army can't protect you. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his breath pressed towards Lin Feng.
Lin Feng felt the other party's aura without showing a hint of discomfort on his face. Just looking at him with cold eyes.
A hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Yuan's eyes when he saw this.
This cooker was able to block his aura.
A hint of annoyance appeared on his face, and he was about to use his power to teach his opponent a lesson. Just then, the door opened. A young man walked in with an anxious look on his face. Director, the Demon Suppression Army Command is calling. He handed a red phone to Zhang Yuan.
Zhang Yuan was startled and hurriedly picked up the phone.
Chapter 59, a call from the head of the regiment, a fawning chief.
Chapter 59, a call from the head of the regiment, a fawning chief.
A voice of suppressed anger came from the phone just as it connected.
Zhang Yuan.
How dare you arrest my men?
The regimental commander's voice came out from the phone.
Lin Feng was also surprised when he heard the headmaster's voice. How did he know he had been arrested? Thinking so, Zhang Yuan on the side had already been scolded by the headmaster. His head was covered in cold sweat, and he didn't dare to refute a word.
Damn!
What the hell is this Lin Feng? Because of him, the head of a legion had come to call himself. That gang, settle it for me and release it immediately, or I'll go there myself.
The regimental commander said coldly and hung up the phone.
Zhang Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face green and red. He never dreamed that just capturing a cooker would cause him to mess with the head of the Demon Suppression Army. The other party was and is a level higher than the city lord. He himself usually seldom even saw the face of the city lord, let alone such a big shot. No, you have this kind of backing, you should have said so earlier. That, comrade, don't worry, I'll definitely give you an explanation for the gang. Zhang Yuan said with an ugly smile to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort as he looked at the other party's arrogance.
What's going on? Now you know you regret it?
I've killed all of the gang's men clean, so get me Lu Tianjie. Lin Feng instructed him.
Lu Shan, get your ass in here. Zhang Yuan picked up the intercom and spoke.
It wasn't long before a trotting footstep sounded outside the door. A man pushed the door and walked in, the man who had brought Lin Feng back.
Director, what is it?
Before Lu Shan could finish his sentence, he received a slap. He covered his fiery cheeks and looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion.
Couldn't understand why the chief was beating himself up.
And what, do you know how much trouble you've gotten me into?
Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and said.
Usually, Lu Shan relies on the authority to collect money even if it is not that he did not take. But this time, it even poked this kind of heavenly basket for himself.
A legionnaire who popped himself by farting.
Fire came from his heart at the thought. Raising his hand, he flung Lu Shan 2 more times.
Pop. Snap. 2 crisp sounds rang out. Lu Shan was beaten and spun like a gyroscope. It finally fell to the ground with a grunt.
What for? He said dully, covering his red, swollen face. Zhang Yuan got angry when he looked at him like that. As soon as he pulled up his collar, spittle was sprayed in his face.
Say. Who instructed you to harbor the gang? Where is Lu Tianjie? Zhang Yuan asked with a fierce face.
Lu Shan looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion.
Didn't you order it? Ha! It's not you.
Lu Shan was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted. Seeing that he was about to stab out himself, Zhang Yuan directly bong-bonged 2 punches.
Punch him in the face.
You'd better think clearly before you speak.
Zhang Yuan opened his mouth with an unkind look in his eyes.
Lu Shan covered his face and cried.
No one told me to, it was all my idea, whoops.
He's got it figured out. The director wants to make himself a scapegoat for some reason. Speaking of sadness, he cried out directly. Lin Feng couldn't stand watching and interrupted with his words.
Alright, don't mope, find Lu Tianjie for me first.
Zhang Yuan hurriedly nodded his head in response to the situation. He then turned back and threw a slap onto Lu Shan's face, opening his mouth viciously.
Where is Lu Tianjie? I'm asking you where you are. He is in my house. Lu Jiang didn't dare to hide it.
Zhang Yuan's face darkened at his words. You're still hiding suspects at home. He directly blasted AK at Lu Jiang. He waited until he was tired of fighting before tugging on his tie and stopping. Lu Shan on the ground had been beaten beyond recognition.
Zhang Yuan turned back and saw Lin Feng's impatient expression. He fawned in a hurry. That, Mr. Lin, I'll have someone bring back Lu Tianjie. After Lu Jiang finished speaking, he picked up the walkie-talkie and commanded.
Lin Feng nodded at this and walked behind the table and sat down.
Xiao Jiang, go make a cup of tea.
Zhang Yuan shouted at the door.
After a while, a woman walked in with a cup of tea. Lin Feng took a look. Wasn't this the woman he had just fixed? The other party carried the tea and lowered his head as he walked over to Lin Feng.
She looked too horrified to look up.
Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Feng staring at Xiao Jiang.
I have something to do, I'm going out first. Xiao Jiang, you serve Mr. Lin for me. He planned to make a place for Lin Feng in Xiao Jiang. Although Xiao Jiang was his own secretary, as long as he could make Lin Feng happy, he would send it.
Slow down.
Lin Feng stopped him. Although the woman was good-looking and her type was quite to his liking. But one is not interested in her at all. Above all, one did not want to be in this director's ilk. When Zhang Yuan saw Lin Feng stopping him, he couldn't help but freeze.
He then broke into an inexplicable smile.
Okay. I'll just watch from here and you guys get started.
What a mess. Who wants to stir this stuff up with you guys? That's enough, let her out.
Lin Feng said unhappily.
Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Feng's disgruntled appearance and hurriedly waved Xiao Jiang out.
Suddenly, he looked at Lu Shan on the ground and tapped his head.
Yeah, how could I forget? Some people he doesn't like women.
The other party let Xiao Jiang out, but didn't let Lu Shan out as well. At the thought, he hemmed and hawed, giving an I-get-it expression. Hurriedly, he gently helped Lu Shan up,
sweeping the footprints off the other man. Come on, get up, Zhang Yuan said.
Lu Shan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw the director's sudden gentle tone. He shivered and said, Chief, I was wrong. Zhang Yuan, however, smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't talk to me, go and pamper Mr. Lin. The air in the entire interrogation room quieted at those words.
And a pussy? Holy! Lin Feng's face instantly darkened.
When Zhang Yuan took a look, his heart thumped.
Can't wait? He let out a low whistle in a hurry. What are you waiting for? Can't you see Mr. Lin is waiting impatiently?
Lu Shan's body stiffened at his words, and his heart was at war with the heavens. If he didn't serve the other party well, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave this door today. At the thought, he clenched his teeth.
Spell it out.
I'm sorry, Brother Blade. Lu Shan said with tears in his heart. Lin Feng's body's true chi instantly exploded when he saw the other party walking towards him. If you dare to come over here and disgust me, I'll skin you like a horse. Lin Feng looked at Lu Shan grimly. The other man's scalp went numb at his look, and he turned his head to the chief. The eyes revealed an inquiry. And all he got was a look of disinterest from the other man. Probably shy, Zhang Yuan thought so. He signaled Lu Shan to continue. Seeing this, Lu Shan had no choice but to take a hard step forward. It seemed like he was afraid that Lin Feng would hit him. He made a curt gesture based on experience. He was seen with both hands by his cheeks, making false fists. Pig-headed face, eyes closed one and threw a wink.
Meow?
He cried out tentatively.
Chapter 60 Disgusting Lu Tiandao.
Chapter 60 Disgusting Lu Tiandao. Lin Feng looked at Lu Shan's dead out and his fists hardened.
I call you Meow. The fist entwined with true chi instantly blasted out.
Along with the flying teeth, Lu Shan's pig-like face was deformed.
Bang!
His body flew out backwards, crashing through the large mirror in front of him. With the sound of breaking glass, it fell hard into the next room.
Ah!
Xiao Jiang, who was making coffee, screamed when she saw Lu Shan, who had fallen in. The piping hot coffee all over the other man's face. Lu Shan, who had been knocked out,
was instantly scalded awake. Ah! He rolled on the ground in pain, mayfly chrysalis everywhere. Only to be kicked in the face by a startled Koto. The sharp heels plunged into his eyes, and his body froze and didn't move. Xiao Jiang then realized that this pig's head on the ground is Lu Shan, and rushed forward to check. Captain Lu. Are you alright? Lu Shan sniffed a tear from the corner of his eye and didn't say anything. He ignored Xiao Jiang, turned his back and began to huff in a small voice. It couldn't be helped, he was afraid that Lin Feng would hear him and hit him again. Lin Feng's face was dark and he was disgusted enough. He glared at Zhang Yuan and sat down in a huff. Zhang Yuan's heart thumped when he saw this. Bad. That's kissing ass on the hoof. That, Mr. Lin, you drink tea, huh? Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands together and said with an awkward face. Lin Feng's face was ugly as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. The bitter tea had a refreshing aroma, making the grumpiness in Lin Feng's heart lessen a little. He sipped his tea without a word. Zhang Yuan stood next to him, picking his toes in embarrassment. Got military training on it myself. Thankfully, there's no one else in the house right now. Otherwise, people will see that he is a director. He was standing next to Lin Feng like a big-headed soldier, how could he lose face? Just then, the door suddenly opened. 2 guards pressed against an individual and hurried in. Chief, the person is caught. The guard said, suddenly freezing. The only thing I saw was that the chief was standing next to a young man in a rushed manner. The other man was still sipping his tea unsteadily. Is this an inspection from above? He instantly regretted coming in so boldly. Put the people down and get out. Zhang Yuan said through gritted teeth. He met the surprised eyes of the 2 guards. It just felt like my face was dry and red. But it can't be helped, it was he who gave the order for them to bring back Lu Tianjie quickly. The 2 guards weren't stupid, so they hurriedly put the man down and trotted out. And closed the door thoughtfully on your way out. Watching the people go out, Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Lu Tianjie on the ground and hated his teeth. Hate to tear each other apart. But Lin Feng hadn't even said anything yet, so he could only suppress his anger. Raise your head. Lin Feng put down his teacup and said coldly. As the words fell, Lu Tianjie raised his head. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lin Feng with his legs crossed, like a grandpa. The director of the authority was standing fawningly beside him. What's the situation? Lu Tiandao looked at this scene in shock. He suspected he was still awake. How come you're not locked up? He shouted in shock. Lu Shan clearly said that people arrested Lin Feng smiled disdainfully at his words before he could say anything. Next to him, Zhang Yuan was directly anxious. He popped right up and broke into a fit of rage. Dogs! How can you talk to Mr. Lin? Lin Feng raised his hand and stopped Zhang Yuan, who was barking like a small dog. The other guy shut up instantly. Tell me, when did you set your sights on my sister? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently. Lu Tianjie swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He saw Zhang Yuan, who was the director, but stood beside Lin Feng like a dog's leg. Even the dumbest of us know something's wrong. Not daring to hide it, he answered truthfully. I really don't know who your sister is, did my men hurt her? Lu Tiandao said with a trembling voice. Lin Feng saw that he didn't look like he was telling a lie. And the file wasn't sent to Inspector Lu in his computer before. So nodded. So, who do you sell your organs to? Lin Feng asked. Hearing this question, Lu Tiandao fell silent. Lin Feng took a look. This is not a small involvement, Think about it, if you say it you won't necessarily die, if you don't say it, I'll make it so that you can't even die if you want to. Lin Feng said indifferently. Lu Tiandao remained silent. Lin Feng stood up when he saw this. Seeing his movements, Lu Tiandao was startled. Lin Feng, however, directly crossed over him, stepped over the broken mirror and entered the next room. Came back with an extra man on his hands. This should be your little lover, right? Lin Feng said as he pointed at Lu Shan, who was beaten to a pig's head in his hand. Lu Tiandao's pupils instantly shrunk. Lin Feng saw his expression and knew that he had guessed right. From Lu Shan's death out just now, and Lu Tianjie's hiding in his house. Lin Feng just felt that the 2 of them were having an affair. Now look at it. I'll count to 10, if you don't say it I'll kill him. Lin Feng said with a fierce smile.
When Lu Shan heard this, he immediately pissed himself.
Blade! He cried out in fear. Crying?
Crying counts as time, Lin Feng said as he slapped Lu Shan's face. When he finished, he compared his finger to the shape of a gun. The silver-colored true chi bomb coalesced on his fingertips and pointed at the opponent's head. After doing this, Lin Feng directly started timing.
10. Lu Tiandao remained silent. 9. 87. Lu Tianjie's face showed a struggle. 6-5. Husband, say something. Lu Shan cried out. 4. It's almost time. Lin Feng shouted. Lu Tiandao turned his head away and wasn't looking this way.
Lin Feng's fingertip was poised to fire a true chi bomb.
He continued to count, 3, 2. Dad!
Seeing that he was about to die, Lu Shan suddenly shouted. At these words, the air in the room fell silent. Lin Feng's mouth was open in shock, and he even forgot to time it.
What? What the hell? Lu Tiandao's face turned red when he heard this. He panicked and opened his mouth to retort, "What are you babbling about? Who is your father? Don't you listen to him, he's slandering me." Seeing his flustered explanation, Lin Feng looked at him in disgust. As if looking at a piece of. He knows the rich people in urban areas play with flowers, but even his own.
Zhang Yuan was also shocked beyond words. He felt like his three senses had been shattered. Lu Shan cried with pearly blossoms as he shouted, "You heartless man! Strip away the heartlessness! My mom and I were blind to see you." A feeling of revulsion came over Lin Feng as he listened to his cries. All he wanted to do now was throw up. Even the hand that grabbed Lu Shan was withdrawn. He felt like he was grasping at a pile of long sex and a slapping leg kick sends Lu Shan to the side. Lin Feng's face was ugly as he reached out and violent flames flared up. He's going to sterilize his hands. After a while, Lin Feng was a few meters away from Lu Tianjie and Lu Shan. The true chi bomb in his hand was aimed at Lu Shan's head, ready to fire. "Speak quickly, or I'll kill your son." Chapter 61 Lu Tianjie's End, Returning to the Orphanage. Chapter 61 Lu Tianjie's End, Returning to the Orphanage. Lin Feng saw that Lu Tianjie didn't respond. The look on his face was cold. Whoosh! The true chi bullet penetrated Lu Shan's shoulder. After that it went on, punching a small hole in the ground with a smooth edge. Ow! Lu Shan howled miserably. "Don't challenge the patience, I'll blow his head off with the next blow," Lin Feng said icily. Lu Tianjie looked at Lu Shan, who was about to have his head blown off. A hint of intolerance appeared on his face. "What should I do? Should I tell? Speak up and you won't be alive. But if you don't say it, your own son will." After a few moments of internal struggle, he made his decision. "I did all the pension swallowing to control the sanatoriums, where the organs go, it's all on this card," Lu Tiandao slowly explained. With that, he took out a memory card from his arms and handed it to Lin Feng. After doing this, he was paralyzed as if his bones had been drained away. Now, one is considered to have no life at all. At least, keep your son alive. Leave Lu Shan alive, he wasn't involved, he just took the money. Lu Tianjie crawled to Lin Feng's feet and grabbed his pants leg, praying. Lin Feng looked down at him indifferently without saying anything. He looked at the man at the end of his rope with a tinge of sadness flooding his heart for him. "If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? When you do these inferior things, you should be prepared for the realization that you will not end well." After saying that, he kicked away Lu Tianjie and turned around to leave. Before leaving, he handed the storage card to Zhang Yuan. "I want to see the news tomorrow, Lu Tiandao must die, understand?" Cold sweat flowed out from Zhang Yuan's forehead as he sniffed, and he hurriedly nodded his head and answered with his mouth full. "Mr. Lin, don't worry, I'll make sure to get it done." Lin Feng nodded and left without looking back. Zhang Yuan hurriedly followed and kept sending Lin Feng out of the authority before stopping. He watched Lin Feng leave until the other party's silhouette disappeared into thin air, then he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, this great god has been sent away. Then he hastily took out his phone and started ordering his men to do their work. "Someone clean up the interrogation room, plus." Lin Feng left the authority and came to the side of the road and directly stopped a car. Moments later, the orphanage. Lin Feng stood in the yard and looked at Yellowhair, who was busy.
The collapsed wall had been pretty much screwed up by him. Squad leader. You're back. Yellow Hair saw Lin Feng and ran straight up to him. On the second floor, Lin Linger also sniffed and stuck out her little head. Brother! She shouted, and rushed off. Just after coming over, he jumped into Lin Feng's arms. Yellow Hair stopped his outstretched hand when he saw this. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Was thinking of hugging the class president. Lin Feng was hugged by his sister and was just about to comfort her when he suddenly smelled a bloody odor. He frowned and spoke, Linger, that woman. It couldn't be that her sister had done something extreme while she was away, could it? It seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's worry. Lin Linger raised her head and smiled sweetly. Brother, I just went to check on her, I didn't torture her, and I know you don't like it when I'm like that. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. He looked at his sister with relief and stroked her head. Well, that's good, that's a good boy. When he finished, he greeted Erica and walked up to the second floor. It's the middle of the afternoon and Dean is teaching the children. Lin Feng walked past the classroom door and the Dean saw him. The other man barked a command to the children and walked out. Back? Looks like things worked out, she said with a grin. Lin Feng nodded to her. Let's go to the office and talk. Lin Linger stood still and watched Lin Feng leave. What should I do? My brother seems to notice something is wrong. I told you a long time ago not to be so out of line. She looked tender and muttered to herself. Then a red light came out of her eyes and she smiled disdainfully. Waste. It's just a woman, just kill it. Brother won't say anything if he knows. But... The red light in Lin Linger's eyes went out, her face complex. That thing would make my brother unhappy if he found out. Lin Linger stood still, her mouth constantly muttering to herself, her eyes flashing red from time to time. After a long time, she recovered and headed toward the second floor. All the way to her room, Lin Linger found a box from under her bed. Hurry up and throw it away, she said. She took the box and was about to get up and leave when there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Lingle, your brother is calling you. Erica's voice came. Lin Linger was shocked. Okay, right away. She hurriedly put the box behind the curtains, opened the door and went out. Moments later, the dean's office. Lin Feng sat down on the chair and told the authority all about it. Anyway, now that the gang has been completely taken care of, you guys don't have to worry anymore. Lin Feng said to the crowd. Great, now the orphanage is finally safe. Yellow Hair said. Lin Linger nodded and agreed, this group has finally been punished. Say, what does Erica want after that? Lin Feng asked. Erica, who was standing next to Yellow Hair, heard Lin Feng's words. A tender expression appeared on the cold face. Of course I'm going to be there for Alan, after all these years of being away from him. With that, she gave a guilty look. Yellow Hair sniffed and grimaced. Mom, I still have to get back to the barracks. He would like to live with his mom if he could. But he preferred to do something while staying in the demon suppression army and staying with the squad leader. Erica's face instantly fell at her words. He rubbed his yellow hair in displeasure. You kid, you're addicted to being a cook. When Yellow Hair heard this, he was not happy. What's wrong with cooks? Cooks are strong too, alright? Erica saw that Yellow Hair had already decided and knew that there was no changing his mind. She sighed and stroked Yellow Hair's head. Can't mommy spend more time with me when she's been away from you all these years? Yellow Hair's eyes were also a little moist as he watched Erica's expression. Mom! He cried softly. Forget it, then I'll become a mercenary so I can see you often too. Erica saw Yellow Hair torn and gently comforted him. Lin Feng thought in his heart when he heard her choice. That's not a bad decision. Erica was a powerful Class A awakened. The front line wasn't considered dangerous to her. Awakened people will awaken the domain when they reach a rank. As for a class ancient martial artists, they would awaken the true body of the martial way and the divine power of the martial way, depending on their rank. It was even stronger than an awakened of the same level in some ways. And the necessary condition to cross the A rank threshold and officially become S rank is to awaken one's domain. Wait until you can unfold your domain and completely change the terrain to form an independent space. That would be an S. The thought of the chief that fixes everything and changes the environment. The power to make fourth-ranked ferocious beasts disappear without a sound. Lin Feng felt a fire in his heart.
At that moment, Erica walked up to Lin Feng and spoke softly.
Lin Feng, I want to talk to you about something. Chapter 62 Nangong Shui. What is it?
Lin Feng asked suspiciously.
Erica smiled slightly and spoke softly.
I'm going to stay here and protect your sister and the orphanage when I'm not on a mission. Lin Feng felt greatly relieved when he heard this.
Great, that's really troublesome.
Lin Feng said gratefully. With such a powerful awakened protecting her sister. You can go back yourself without any worries. At this time, the yellow hair next to him suddenly spoke. By the way, squad leader, when you were at the authority before, I've already contacted the exploration team.
Yellow hair said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The news came at the right time.
Now the gangs are solved, but my sister's strange illness hasn't gone away, it's even worse.
Not only are the meals bigger.
And if you don't eat essence blood for a while, you will become very cruel and bloodthirsty. And Lin Feng didn't know if there would be any other more serious changes if this continued. The 1,000-year-old Maro thirsty milk must be found as soon as possible. Lin Feng thought darkly.
That's great, did you tell them about my purpose? Lin Feng asked. Yellow hair nodded. Said their captain said he'd meet you tomorrow morning to talk more about it.
Lin Feng's heart was greatly relieved when he heard this.
As long as we can meet, the rest is easy. He patted Yellow Hair's shoulder and said with a smile, Thanks, you've really done me a big favor.
Yellow Hair scratched his head at the words and giggled.
Do you need me to come with you?
Erica spoke softly. Lin Feng shook his head.
It's fine, there won't be any danger, it's just a meeting and a deal. Erica nodded.
Just tell me if you can be of any use to me, you helped me find Alan, and that's a favor I'll always remember. With that, she looked to Yellow Hair and touched his head.
Just stay here and look after my sister.
Lin Feng said with a smile. When he finished, he glanced at the time.
It's time to cook at this hour. Now it's finally all settled.
With his free time, Lin Feng decided to go back to his old job.
That's cooking. Squad leader, I'll help you. Yellow Hair said.
Lin Feng nodded.
Okay, come on, the kids are getting hungry too.
When he finished, he hummed a little tune and walked briskly toward the kitchen. Lin Feng and Yellow Hair went into the kitchen for a while, even Erica came in to help. With her on board, the meal was soon ready.
After a while. Hey! Chicken soup is here.
Lin Feng carried the pot and walked into the cafeteria.
Erica had an apron on and followed him. Yellow Hair, on the other hand, walked in with a large pot of rice. Why don't you guys come and get your food?
Yellow Hair looked at the children and spoke in confusion. Only the children stood a short distance away, looking at Erica and whispering.
I heard that this is Boss Yellow Hair's mom. Really, the sister is so young and pretty. Yeah, the boss looks so ugly, how can his mom be so pretty?
Yellow Hair's brain veins throbbed as he listened to them.
I said enough of you guys. I can hear you. Get your asses over here and get your food.
Lin Feng spoke beside him, you guys are still growing your bodies, besides, drinking chicken soup is beneficial. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the children hurriedly walked up and lined up consciously. After playing the meal, Lin Feng and his sister simply ate and went back to their room to rest.
House.
Lin Feng lay down on the bed and started absorbing the black mist energy. The cyclone in the Sea of Qi continued to grow, even faintly showing signs of liquefaction. Lin Feng was shocked, this was what was written in the secret book, True Qi transforming into liquid. When the true Qi was completely liquefied, the martial cultivation would be able to take a substantial leap. It's even possible to move right up to the A level. But it was extremely slow, and the portion that was now vaguely about to liquefy was too small compared to the entire cyclone. At this rate, it won't be finished for a couple of years. No wonder there are so few strong people practicing ancient martial arts.
One's own cultivation speed bonus due to parsing the innate aptitude of the ferocious beasts.
The cultivation speed was already almost 10 times faster than ordinary people. Even so, the speed of the true Qi liquefaction was so slow. This shows how difficult the ancient martial arts path is. Lin Feng, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes when he felt the sunlight that hit his face.
It's already morning.
He exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and ended his cultivation. Moving the snowy white thighs on her body out of the way, she gently got off the bed. After a brief wash, my sister woke up as well.
Good morning, brother, she said with a yawn. Lin Feng wiped his face with a towel and wiped his sister as well. Well, why don't you go ahead and eat? I'm going out. Lin Linger nodded, washed up, put on her clothes and went to the cafeteria. Lin Feng walked to the garage and drove the SUV. Vehicles were mobilized. On the way, Lin Feng turned on the car radio. Recently, the authority arrested a gang that was embezzling pensions from frontline fighters and trafficking in organs. Lin Feng listened to the news on the radio and smiled softly. Zhang Yuan was quite efficient and got things done early in the morning. Following the highway, Lin Feng arrived at the location that Yellow Hair said was a large breakfast place. Lin Feng parked his car at the curb and walked inside. Welcome, what would you like to eat? The boss's wife greeted warmly. I'll wait for someone, let's talk about it later. Lin Feng said. The boss's wife listened but broke into a smile. Lin Feng, right, wait a minute, I'll call my daughter down. When she finished, she went upstairs. Moments later, outside the breakfast place. Introduce yourself, my name is Nangong Shui, said the young girl. I heard that you wanted to ask for news of the 1,000-year Moro thirsty milk? Nangong Shui propped up her chin and leaned forward, bringing her small face to Lin Feng's face and asking. Lin Feng nodded. That's right, as well as the environment there and the distribution of ferocious beasts. Nangong Shui let out an oh-so-sweet sound, then moved closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could even feel the sensation of the young girl's warm nostrils slapping against his face, as well as the light scent. He couldn't help but tilt his head back. So, what are you going to trade for it? Nangong Shui's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Lin Feng frowned lightly, somewhat unable to stand the other party's inexplicable enthusiasm. Without moving, he sat back. You make a price. Lin Feng said. The young girl smiled heatedly as if she was waiting for Lin Feng to say this. Her good-looking fox eyes showed cunning. Well, lend it to me for the night. She cocked her head and said sweetly. Lin Feng stood up in a mischievous manner. What the hell? His voice couldn't help but rise, full of incredulity. He looked at Nangong Shui in amazement, his heart incomparably surprised. This girl looks quite serious, how can she say such things? Nangong Shui's face showed displeasure when she saw Lin Feng reacting so strongly. What's wrong? What's wrong with giving it to me to use? It's not like I'm going to lose a piece of meat. She muttered disgruntledly. Lin Feng looked at her beautiful face and only felt a trance. What the hell is wrong with the world? Chapter 63 Nangong Shui's request. No, you changed the conditions. Lin Feng said, covering his head. Undeniably, Nangong Shui did poke at his aesthetic. He did have a heartbeat. But, who knows what her intentions are? What are you thinking? I mean, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? She sat back and cleared her throat to speak. Our squad, we went to the engagement zone earlier to do a mission, and we were almost finished, but we were chased by a third-ranked ferocious beast. Nangong Shui's expression was very serious. 3 of my team members died outright, and the rest of us and I escaped to the cave and found the 1,000-year Moro thirsty milk. Lin Feng frowned at his words and asked suspiciously, then why don't you guys bring it out? Nangong Shui sighed and spread her hands helplessly. You think I don't want to? The 1,000-year-old Moro thirsty milk is actually a big rock, and the useful part is the stone pith, which weighs more than 10 tons, and we can neither bring it with us, nor do we have the tools to dig for the pith. Lin Feng nodded in understanding after hearing this. I see. I thought it was a spring or something like that by the name. I need to know the exact location, I don't know if Ms. Nangong can. It's just that I need this medicinal herb, I can give you something else to compensate. Lin Feng opened his mouth and said. Nangong Shui gently shook her head and said to Lin Feng, I don't want anything, the favor I'm asking you to do is to kill that third-ranked ferocious beast that's chasing us. Saying that, Nangong Shui's expression was a bit sad. All of my teammates are dead, all because of that third-order fierce beast. Nangong Shui gritted her teeth. She held Lin Feng's hand with a prayerful expression. The engagement zone is too dangerous, no one wants to team up with me, I only have you to beg. Lin Feng asked in disbelief, you should know that I'm only AB rank as well, so why are you so confident that I'll be able to help you take revenge? Nangong Shui revealed an embarrassed expression as she said with an unnatural look. That, and I'm actually still a hacker, I found out about the gang getting knocked off yesterday, and the news today, and that's all because of you, right? Lin Feng's heart was clear when he saw this, so that's how it was. It's looking at your own strength. Thinking so, he didn't admit it on his lips,
the fewer people who knew about such things, the better. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Nan Gongshui didn't say anything either. She just rubbed Lin Feng's hand and sat down with a smile.
No, you're taking advantage of a man like me? It's not that bad, is it?
Still, he spoke up, I can help you, but you'll have to show me the map first, I need to prepare in advance. Nan Gongshui was a bit hesitant at the words, the map she did have.
But having given it himself, he wouldn't ditch himself and go off on his own, would he?
After a slight internal struggle, she pulled the terminal out of her pocket. There was no way around it, one could only count on Lin Feng now. Besides, someone this beautiful shouldn't be able to lie to herself, right?
Nua, this is the map I marked, don't lie to me, sister.
Nan Gongshui handed over her terminal, but Lin Feng didn't take it. He looked at the young girl in front of him and wondered what was wrong with her.
Sister? I'm such a big old man, you call me a sister?
Lin Feng only felt incomparably absurd.
I'm a male, are you blind?
Lin Feng inquired very seriously. He was really feeling that there was something wrong with the other man's eyes. Nan Gongshui stood up violently in shock at his words.
What? You're a guy.
Lin Feng looked at the surprised Nan Gongshui and his veins throbbed on his brain.
I've been talking to you here for half a day, and you don't even know if I'm a man or a woman? I'm a big old man, I'm not so handsome, but I'm not so androgynous, am I?
Nan Gongshui stiffened at his words. She had an extremely complicated expression on her face.
A moment of shock, a moment of excitement, and a moment of sadness.
Eventually she slowly sat down and looked at Lin Feng with an even more eager expression. Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable looking at her straight eyes.
Before anything could be said, Nan Gongshui spoke with a flushed face. I'm sorry, I didn't scare you, did I?
Nan Gongshui's eyes were eager and she tried to grab Lin Feng's hand, but she was dodged. She cleared her throat at the sight and said with a straight face, sorry, I was rude earlier. After saying that, he sighed again and said, actually, I have a strange disease, that is, I don't like men. Lin Feng immediately spat in his mind after hearing this, what kind of strange disease is this, isn't this just a lily?
He thought so. Only to see Nan Gongshui continue, you must think I'm a lily, right?
In fact, I don't like women either, rather all men look like my mom in my eyes. When she said that, she had a hard look on her face.
Can you understand that sight of my mom all over the street at a glance?
When Lin Feng heard this, he had images in his head and only felt his scalp tingle a little. Only women are normal to me, so I thought, you're one of those tomboy type girls. Nan Gongshui said, tears dripping from the corners of her eyes.
She cried and said to Lin Feng, do you know how I've come through all these years? I'm very sympathetic to what you're going through, can you please let go of me first?
Lin Feng said helplessly to Nan Gongshui who was hugging him. The other man was pressed up against him, desperately sniffing his scent, and his small hands were not honestly poking down.
Snap!
Lin Feng opened Nan Gongshui's hand with a black face and pushed her away. He spoke with a straight face. Now that the map is available, I'll head back to the camp and request a trip to the engagement zone, I'll let you know if I hear anything. After saying that, Lin Feng got up and was about to leave.
Hey! Wait, only let's first add a contact.
Nan Gongshui hurriedly pulled Lin Feng back. Her eyes were haunted, as if she were a disgruntled woman who had been abandoned. Lin Feng directly took out his terminal, added Nan Gongshui's friend and fled. Contact often when you have time, shouted Nan Gongshui from behind. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, she retracted her gaze fondly.
He. So men are so good looking and smelling so good, I'm definitely not going to let you get away.
After saying that, Nan Gongshui sighed deeply as she looked at the streets full of old moms.
Sins! She wailed.
Then he turned around and went back to the breakfast place.
Road.
Lin Feng drove the SUV, his face still a little unnatural. Nan Gongshui's over-enthusiastic behavior just now was still a little hard for him to bear. And the other man's strange disease was unheard of.
Looking at men are your own mom?
Lin Feng shivered. Imagine what a horrible picture it is of a guy looking at women who are his dad. When he thought of the images in his mind, Lin Feng only felt a chill of evil. Hastily, he dispelled the distractions in his mind.
None of this matters.
Most importantly, there was now finally definitive news of the 1,000-year Moro-thirsty milk. There's finally hope for my sister's illness. Lin Feng said with relief. Lin Feng couldn't wait to share the good news with his sister. With that thought, he stepped on the gas and picked up speed.
Chapter 64 Sisters Box, Out of Control. Moments later, the orphanage. Lin Feng parked his car in the garage and proceeded to walk to the second floor. "Where's Linger?" he muttered suspiciously. "Normally at this time, my sister would be in the classroom playing with the kids." Thinking so, Lin Feng made his way to his sister's room. "Linger, are you in there?" Lin Feng knocked on the door. When no one answered, he pushed the door of the room open and walked right in. The house was dim with no lights on. Suddenly, Lin Feng smelled a pungent odor of blood. "What's the situation?" Lin Feng was startled and hurriedly turned on the lights. The light suddenly illuminated the room and the furnishings inside came into view. A neatly made bed with some change of clothes that Dean had found. The curtains were drawn to block out the sunlight. The smell of blood was coming from the other side of the bed. Lin Feng walked over with a gloomy expression and saw a box that was packed up in a plastic bag. Smelling the smell of blood coming from above, Lin Feng fell silent. "This flavor, it's human." He took a deep breath and slowly unwrapped the bag. Immediately afterward, the wooden box was opened again and peered inside. Although he had already prepared his heart, what was in the box still made Lin Feng's heart clench. Inside was a neatly folded roll of white skin, a woman's judging by the fineness. On the skin was a face, flushed and lifelike. "It's a small cloud." Snap. Lin Feng closed the box. He sat down on the bed and covered his face with his hands. "Linger. What's wrong with you?" Lin Feng's eyes were filled with blood. The most feared thing still happened. Sister, out of control. Meanwhile, on the other side, Erica had just come out of the Awakening Mansion. She had just done her rank certification and received a Class A medal. Where's Lingle? She scanned around. Lin Linger had come out with her and had just said that she would wait for her outside. After searching for a while, she found each other by a flower bed. Only Lin Linger, who was wearing a white dress, was sitting on a chair. She lolled from side to side, wiggling her little feet. There was an unknown tune humming under his breath. The eyes were glowing red as they stared dead at the pedestrians coming and going. Erica saw that Lin Linger was clearly out of sorts and lightly frowned with embroidered brows, a worried look on her face. "Lingle?" she called softly. But the other party was unresponsive as if he hadn't heard. Erica saw that some blood-colored threads that were spreading out from Lin Linger's body. Gradually, the silk threads grew. From afar, it looked like a blood-colored tide that was wrapping around Lin Linger. Suddenly, the blood-colored tide violently dispersed, lashing out towards the surrounding pedestrians. Erica was stunned. "Linger, stop!" The blood-colored wave kept on churning, looking to engulf the passers-by around them. Buzz! Suddenly, a blinding green light instantly enveloped the surroundings. The blood-colored wave was instantly fixed in mid-air. So close. Almost didn't make it. Erica retracted her hand, speaking in hindsight. What had just happened was so sudden that she almost didn't react. Then, she walked towards Lin Linger while maintaining her strength. At this moment, she and the passers-by around her were all suppressed in place by the green light, unable to move in the slightest. "Let's take Linger away first, but these things are a bit hard to handle." Erica looked at the blood-colored waves in the air, her face a bit ugly. These weird things not only emanate an aura of danger. Even his own awakening domain couldn't melt them. Erica was about to walk up and help Lin Linger up. Suddenly, the blood-colored wave suddenly moved. Wow! The wave broke apart violently, coming towards Erica. "What?" Erica was startled and jumped out of the way. The surging waves instantly washed over the ground, and when they faded, only large, corroded craters remained. How is this possible? Erica stood in mid-air, her face in shock. Linger was just an ordinary person, not to mention how she broke free from the domain suppression. What about this amazingly powerful blood-colored wave? There was no time to think about it, the wave was coming back towards her. Erica saw this and increased her power output. At once, things around them began to soften and twist, and the bloody wave was once again immobilized. Put! Lin Linger, who was enveloped by the green light, suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Erica's pupils shrank at the sight. Oops! The power was overused. She immediately tried to disarm the power. But looking at the blood-colored waves that filled almost the entire field, she gritted her teeth and stopped moving. It's okay if you're just by yourself. But now once the power is cancelled, these waves will instantly engulf the passers-by around them. Although he didn't care about these people, Linger would be wanted in the city for this. What to do? Erica said with an ugly face. She looked at Linger, who was sitting on a chair with her head hung low and her white dress stained red. Couldn't help but feel a pain in my heart. No way. If this continues, something will happen to Linger, so let these people die. Erica's face was fuming. The lives of these people, there could be compared to Lin Feng's sister's life. With a lift of her hand, she was about to withdraw her power. Suddenly, a loud roar came. Linger! In the distance, Lin Feng's body was covered in a hideous bone armor, and behind him, silver-colored true chi continuously gushed out. He was like a cannonball, breaking through the layers of airwaves and shooting in. Don't come over yet! Erica hurriedly stopped Lin Feng, who was about to rush into the field. What the hell is going on here? Lin Feng's eyes were red and he opened his mouth to question. He finds his sister's box, learns that she is out of control, and anxiously searches for her. As a result, he was told by Yellow Hair that Linger had gone to the awakening hall with Erica. Worried that something would happen, Lin Feng rushed straight over. As soon as she arrived, she saw her sister, who was being suppressed by Erica with her domain. As you can see, your sister suddenly erupted into these blood-colored waves, and if I hadn't stopped them, these dozens of people would have died. Erica said, pointing within the green light. Lin Feng was shocked when he took a look. This was made by his sister? Then he saw his sister's blood-stained dress, and his pupils shrank. She's going to be unable to stand your power. Hurry up and cancel it. Lin Feng shouted anxiously. That's what I was going to do, but you're here and we can do it another way. Erica frowned lightly and explained to Lin Feng. She pointed at Linger and spoke, you go in and knock her out, and when her wave disappears, I'll just cancel the power. Lin Feng sniffed and immediately did as he was told. His body's true chi flowed and he squeezed hard into the field. At once, a heavy pressure came, and the green light blocked Lin Feng's footsteps as if it was a sticky liquid. But it can move. The fact that the green light didn't melt these ordinary people meant that the power wasn't big enough to overpower him. Lin Feng walked with difficulty, one step at a time. Finally, he approached his sister. Linger! Lin Feng hugged her. Chapter 65, Ability Riot, Coma. Only Linger's small face was pale, and her eyes were radiating red light. Her eyes turned and looked at Lin Feng, but she was suppressed by the green light and couldn't move or speak. Linger, hurry up and cancel your ability. Lin Feng said as he stroked her face. Seeing this, Erica on the side opened her mouth and shouted, Don't dawdle, quickly knock her out, she most likely won't be able to control this power. Lin Feng looked around at the blood-colored waves that emitted a dangerous aura. Again, I saw my sister's face pale and her body twisted by the green light. With a hardened heart, the spiritual power spurted out, instantly shocking his sister. It was the least harmful way he could think of to hurt his sister. As Linger fainted, the waves of blood gradually disappeared. Erica hastily dispersed her power at the sight. The green light disappeared and the passers-by all fell to the ground. Ah! What's going on? My arm! Don't squeeze! Run! The awakened one is killing people. The field was an instant mess. All quiet. Erica droned. Her aura spilled out unabashedly. The field was silent. Ignoring them, Erica hurriedly walked over to Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng, who was holding Linger, and spoke anxiously. How is she? Lin Feng looked at his unconscious sister and shook his head. I'll heal her. A green light flooded Erica's hands. She reached out and stroked Linger's body, and green light penetrated her body. After a moment, she withdrew her palm. It's okay, she's just temporarily unconscious, let's go back. Erica spoke to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, shook his head and pointed into the distance. The authority is here. Erica turned her head to look. Only a few helicopters were seen flying in from the distance, and on the ground were a few authority vehicles. The vehicle came to a stop and a sound came from it. Man in front, hands on your head. As soon as the words left his mouth, several soldiers jumped out of the helicopter. They held shields and slowly approached towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed when he saw this. This was, after all, in the vicinity of the Awakening Mansion, and from the time he himself learned of the news to the time he arrived to resolve it, it was no more than 5 minutes before and after. That's really efficient too. With that thought, he handed his sister in his arms to Erica. Step forward yourself. Lin Feng opened his mouth and explained, Comrade of the authority, I am. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by one of the soldiers at the head of the group. Mr. Lin? He shouted in shock. When he finished speaking, he made a gesture and the other soldiers behind him instantly lifted their guard. Lin Feng looked at him uncertainly. Is this recognizing yourself? Is it possible that he's one of Zhang Yuan's men? As Lin Feng thought this, the soldier in front of him came over. He spoke to the whisper, Mr. Lin, what happened here? Lin Feng looked around, it was full of onlookers. He waved to Erica, signaling her to come over. This is no place to talk, let's get in the car. In the distance, Erica, who was holding Lin Linger, saw Lin Feng talking to the soldier about something. Then the other side de-alerted. She picked up Lin Linger and got into the car. Car. The pale Lin Linger leaned against Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng stroked her face and only felt his heart ache. Mr. Lin, we'll see you off first, just leave the aftermath to us. The young man in the driver's cab in the front said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and signaled him to drive. The vehicle started and slowly pulled away from the scene. Moments later, the orphanage. Lin Feng looked at his sister who was lying on the bed with a worried face. Erica sat next to Lin Feng and leaned against his body, her hands radiating green light. She opened her mouth as she treated Lin Linger. Is your sister an awakened or not? What just happened is too fishy. Erica frowned with an embroidered brow. She didn't understand Lin Linger, who was an ordinary person. How could it suddenly erupt with a power that made her feel tricky? That blood-red crimson tide that he himself barely managed to hold with his awakening domain was too weird. Lin Feng sighed softly at his words. He spoke as he stroked his sister's pale cheek. Actually, I'm not really sure, but I think it has something to do with Linger's strange illness, which has been getting worse every day since I rescued her from the sanatorium. Said Lin Feng, who couldn't help but tighten his arms around his sister. Originally, I have never broken Ling's essence blood, but the gang took away the essence blood, and I don't know how long I've been starving Ling's son. From that point on, she got more and more out of sorts every day. After Erica heard Lin Feng's words, she cupped her white chin and fell into thought. After a moment, she spoke softly, this situation is very much like an ability riot. Ability riot? Lin Feng frowned in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of this thing. Erica nodded and continued. You should have heard that some initial natural aptitudes with too high a rank will be slow to awaken. Once awakened, it won't be lower than B rank. Lin Feng was a bit surprised at what he heard. He had heard the rumor, but had never seen it in reality. Can't it be that my sister's strange illness has something to do with this? But when I remembered the previous red tide, I felt in my heart that 8 or 9 of them were not bad. It was impossible to break out with a power that could break through Erica's domain by simply being sick. Lin Feng thought so and didn't continue to speak. Let's wait for my sister to wake up and make plans first. Just like that, Lin Feng silently waited for Erica's healing to finish. But my sister was slow to wake up. Erica, this is? Lin Feng asked with a frown. It was reasonable to assume that her sister hadn't taken too much damage, and Erica's healing ability was very powerful. How come you can't wake up? Erica grimaced and slowly dispersed the green light from her hand. She said to Lin Feng, your sister's body has been completely healed by me, and there's no damage to her spirit, but I don't know why, she just can't wake up and... Speaking of which, Erica looked puzzled. Inside Linger's body, there is a force that is being nurtured, and there are signs of it vaguely eating away at her life. Lin Feng's pupils shrank as he looked anxious and asked after him, what? Are you saying that Linger might not wake up? Erica nodded with a hard look on her face. At least for now. Lin Feng immediately felt a wave of incredulity. He was fine in the morning, why suddenly can't he wake up? It's fine if it's temporary, if it's for life. Thinking of this, Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing deep into his palms. Any ideas? He asked hoarsely. Erica gently hugged Lin Feng and softly comforted, don't worry, the power in your sister's body has been suppressed by me, it doesn't threaten her life for now, that power is being birthed, but it lacks something. Feeling Erica's gentleness, Lin Feng gradually calmed down. Chapter 66 Power in the Making. Chapter 66 Power in the Making. Something is still missing, is it hard to believe that you need essence blood? Lin Feng thought suspiciously. But after a moment's thought dismissed it.
It shouldn't simply require essence blood, but high purity energy. That was why her sister couldn't get enough of anything to eat, and only essence blood that contained the life force of ferocious beasts could satisfy her needs. Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of light and understood why his sister couldn't eat enough. Then he told Erica what was on his mind. Erica sniffed and thought for a moment, then nodded. It's possible, the 1,000-year-old Moro thirsty milk is exactly the kind of herb that contains mild power. It's usually used to assist awaken people in upgrading. If it's combined with the essence blood and given to Linger, it might really work. Erica said as she cupped her white chin. Lin Feng was relieved to see this. It's good to have a way. He is not afraid of difficulties, but he is afraid of not having a cure for his sister. What about Linger now? She's in a coma, but I have to go look for herbs. Lin Feng said with a hard look on his face. Erica caressed Lin Feng's hand and said softly, "Leave it to me, I can suppress the power in her body and also supplement her energy needs to a certain extent." Seeing Erica take on the responsibility of caring for her sister, Lin Feng didn't push back. She was indeed the most suitable person for the job, and Lin Feng believed in her. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said gratefully, "Erica, thank you, Linger is in your hands." After saying that, he took out the only remaining piece of essence blood and handed it over to Erica. "Take this essence blood, I'll get a new one later." Erica was a little surprised as she looked at the purple-tinged essence blood in her hand. "This color, it should be that of a fourth-order ferocious beast," she said to Lin Feng. "Now that your sister is sleeping, her need for essence blood is not as high. Together with my energy feeding, it's no problem to use this one for half a month. It's better for you to buy equipment with your money first. The belligerent zone can be very dangerous. Your safety is most important." Lin Feng looked at Erica's gentle expression and was somewhat moved in his heart. The essence blood of this fourth-ranked ferocious beast was indeed too expensive at over $1 million apiece. But he was still going to buy another one just in case. "Well, I'll go to the Awakening Mansion with yellow hair first, so Linger will be in your care." Lin Feng finished speaking to Erica and walked out of the room. Yellow Hair is waiting outside. "Squad leader, how is your sister?" he asked with concern. Lin Feng sniffed and explained to him briefly. Yellow Hair's face was full of worry after hearing this, and he wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Lin Feng saw his appearance and gently patted his shoulder. "Come on, your mom's here, it'll be fine." Yellow Hair nodded and followed Lin Feng all the way to the Awakening building. He headed straight for the equipment area. Suddenly, he stopped and looked toward a stall in the distance. Lin Feng's eyes stared, looking at the ferocious beasts in the distance with some surprise. "There are still people selling live ferocious beasts here?" he spoke in surprise. Yellow Hair followed Lin Feng's gaze, only to see a huge cage set up on a floor stand of about 10 meters. A bird-like ferocious beast was imprisoned inside, and its sharp eyes were staring this way. Looking at the aura, it was actually a third-ranked ferocious beast. Lin Feng was instantly interested. He directly walked up and struck up a conversation with the owner. "Boss, are you planning to sell this?" he asked the stall owner who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The vendor was a woman in her mid-20s who had short, silver-white hair. She was wearing a leather jacket and hot pants that showed off her plump wheat-colored thighs. The shirt inside was rolled up to reveal angular abs. She whistled as she saw Lin Feng inquiring, a smile on her better face. "Yo! Is the little hottie eyeing my goods?" After that she said with a big grin and slapped the cage. "Then you've come to the right person. My Li Chou's goods are of the finest quality, and look how energetic this beast is." The cage was framed by her slapping it, but the ferocious beasts inside didn't give it any face at all. Just looking coldly at the woman, not moving a muscle. "Hey! Playing dead, huh? I'll let you." The woman who called herself Li Chou felt disgraced when she saw how uncooperative the ferocious beast was. A hand reached out and released a blinding arc of electricity. At once, the ferocious beast was electrified and screamed miserably. "Ah!" It screamed in agony. When Lin Feng saw Li Chou putting strength on the ferocious beasts on his own, he was about to stop it because he didn't intend to buy it. But the cry of the ferocious beast startled him and stopped his outstretched hand. "Why is it moving like a person?" Li Chou stopped his discharging when he saw the surprised Lin Feng. Grinning, he said, Hey, how's it going?" It's not often you see a ferocious beast that can speak human. Lin Feng smiled slightly at that, to the point where it wasn't that rare. He had seen all the ferocious beasts that looked like humans and could talk, and had even killed quite a few of them. The dread banshee isn't. Lin Feng hadn't opened his mouth yet, but it was Yellow Hair next to him who came to be interested. Big bird, what time is it? He opened his mouth as if he were teasing a parrot. The ferocious beast sniffed icily and looked at Yellow Hair. Bath you've on. It said. Yellow Hair immediately widened his eyes and called out with a face of novelty, Class President. It can curse. Then he suddenly reacted, this dared to scold his own mom. With that thought, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge up the stairs. Crap. I can still tell you to get lost, come back. Lin Feng yanked on Yellow Hair. He said to Li Qiu, I only want the essence blood, I don't want the ferocious beast, how much? Li Qiu sniffed and stretched out her long, bright red tongue, which was pierced with a tongue stud, and licked the corners of her mouth. She revealed an inexplicable smile and said, Yo, are you asking for a price, little handsome? Sister is not cheap. Lin Feng covered his forehead when he saw this, his heart bursting with helplessness. How much is the essence blood? Lin Feng was serious on his face and didn't even pick up on the other party's words. Li Qiu felt bored at the sight and waved his hand. I'm trying to sell a live one, bleed it out and it's not a dead ball. Once Lin Feng heard this, he was about to turn around and say goodbye. Li Qiu, however, called out to him. Ugh, wait. What's wrong? Lin Feng turned around and asked suspiciously. Chui stood up and slapped the ash off his ass. As she moved, a wave rippled through the round, plump area. I have a third-ranked ferocious beast to kill here, and the blood can be sold to you cheaply, but you'll have to find the refiner yourself. Li Qiu walked up to Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment. Buying the vendors was quite a bit cheaper than buying the Awakening Mansions directly. Get a couple extra bottles for your sister first, just in case. Alright, I can refine it myself, lead the way. Lin Feng tilted his head and said to Li Qiu. Li Qiu sniffed in amazement. You're a B rank awakened person and you still know this? Lin Feng listened to Li Qiu's words but frowned. How did she know she was AB rank? Li Qiu saw Lin Feng's doubts and said with a smile, surprised how I know your rank? Actually. Chapter 67 Li Qiu's Treasury, The Imprisoned Maiden. Chapter 67 Li Qiu's Treasury, The Imprisoned Maiden. When she said that, an inexplicable smile appeared on her face and her eyes flicked downward. I did see the nameplate in the pocket of your clothes, so strong big at such a young age, very powerful. Li Qiu said, and deliberately accentuated the pronunciation on the big words, with a lustful expression on his face. Nima, can see through? Lin Feng's face immediately darkened. You turn off your powers. He said in a tone of voice. Lin Feng was considered completely speechless. A woman who looks this good, although the styling is a little more spontaneous. But if she wanted to, a large number of people like her type, as to do such underhanded things? Li Qiu sniffed but said helplessly, I can't do anything about it, it's a passive ability. Lin Feng's face was suddenly green and purple. Finally, he grunted coldly and went invisible. I told you to look. Ugh. Don't you? Li Qiu was anxious when he saw Lin Feng's figure disappear. Even after staring wide-eyed, he didn't see Lin Feng's shadow. She sighed sadly, dismay showing on her face. Then he turned his gaze to Yellow Hair, who was on the sidelines. Yikes. No, don't look at me. Yellow Hair felt ashamed, he blushed and covered his important parts, his body twisted. Li Qiu, however, swept downward and then revealed a disdainful expression. What do you mean? Yellow Hair instantly jumped up as he shouted with a red face. Instead, Li Qiu gave him a look to let him experience it for himself. Well, stop it and lead the way quickly. Lin Feng, whose figure was hidden, suddenly spoke out. Li Qiu's body shivered, taken aback. I thought you were gone. She said in shock. With that, her hands went down for a moment. Gee, where are you? Why can't I see you? Lin Feng looked at the position of her hand and was speechless. Nima, my shoulder is down there, right? Looking at the hand that was about to touch a certain part, Lin Feng directly swung out with a slap. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and Li Qiu covered her red, swollen hand with a startled cry. Aya, why are you hitting people for no reason? Lin Feng looked at her contrived appearance and her cupped reading tone and helplessly covered his forehead. Big sister, I'm begging you, hurry up and lead the way, I still have things to do. Lin Feng said with a breathless voice. Li Qiu scat at the sight. Che, no point, let's go, she waved her hand. A few moments later, in front of a storehouse.
Arrived. Li Cho said. With that, she took out her key and opened the door to the storage room. Lin Feng was about to say something. But suddenly he paused. Only a young girl's voice came from the treasury. Help! Somebody help me! Lin Feng was shocked as he listened to the voice of the young girl inside the storehouse. There's someone locked up in Li Chiu's storage room? Before he could say anything, the yellow hair next to him exploded. Who's that in there? You locked up a kid? He looked displeased, and a cold aura flooded his body. This one destroyed the water bin again, she said with an ugly face. Ignoring yellow hair, he ran directly towards the storehouse. Lin Feng saw her anxious appearance and followed her. As soon as I entered, I saw a flood of water. Li Chou's face was ugly as he looked at the mess all over the ground and his fists hardened. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distance, like something slapping the ground. Lin Feng walked over and fixed his eyes on it. A young girl with the upper half of her body in human form and the lower half of her body in a fishtail was seen flailing about. When he saw Lin Feng walking towards him, he let out a shriek and his hands flew to the ground, crawling forward. Phew! There was a whistling sound as a large plunge net flew through the air, instantly pocketing the mermaid girl on the ground. Followed by a tug. It was dragged back at once. You run another one for me. Li Chou, who was holding a plunge net in his hand, gritted his teeth. With that, she released a violent electric current from her hand. Aha! I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. The mermaid girl screamed miserably. Lin Feng frowned at this. It wasn't that he sympathized with the ferocious beast, but the other looked too much like a human maiden. As he watched her being tortured, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of intolerance in his heart. Snap! Li Chiu slammed the mermaid girl to the ground. White smoke billowed from the other man's body as he curled up on the ground, clutching his body and shivering and sobbing. Class president, this is too much. Yellow hair on the side said with an intolerant face. He, who had always hated ferocious beasts, looked at the mermaid girl on the ground showing her fear, and sympathy flooded his heart. Lin Feng scrutinized it for a while and suddenly his eyes widened. See? Autumn Lee asked. Lin Feng wasn't very sure and nodded. There was some doubt in my mind, was it really what I thought it was? Ugh. Mommy, y'all are so scared, it hurts. The mermaid girl on the floor spoke with hollow eyes and trembling tears. Seeing this, Li Chiu beside him kicked it impatiently and cursed, "Shut the hell up! What are you doing?" Yellow hair yelled at once. He looked at the beaten mermaid girl and couldn't hold back any longer, he was directly about to go forward to help the other party up. Lin Feng, however, grabbed him. Squad leader, don't stop me, that woman has a brain problem. Yellow hair said with reddened eyes. Seeing this, Li Chiu revealed an inexplicable smile and signaled Lin Feng not to stop him. Lin Feng thought for a moment, but he let go of yellow hair. As he let go of his hand, yellow hair rushed up at once. Are you all right? He picked up the mermaid girl and said with a concerned look. The young girl froze for a moment, then dove headfirst into yellow hair's arms, shivering and crying. Okay, it's okay, I'm here, I'll take you. After a while, the young girl gradually stopped trembling. It nuzzled into the yellow-haired body, rubbing it gently. Yellow hair sighed at the sight, his heart overwhelmed with heartache. Squad leader, I've never asked you for anything, can we not kill her? He prayed to Lin Feng. I've got some savings here, I'll buy her out and send her home, okay? Li Chiu sniffed and said in a stern manner, you want to buy it? This is a third-order ferocious beast, can you afford it? Yellow hair was speechless. He did have some savings, but it was definitely not enough to purchase a third-ranked ferocious beast. What to do? If he didn't save the other, this poor young girl was going to be killed. She has a mom, too. Thinking so, yellow hair only felt the young girl hugging herself tighter. The other man kept rubbing himself, with increasing frequency. Even a slimy feeling came through. He twisted hard. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing my ass off. Suddenly, Li Chiu pointed at yellow hair and laughed madly. She came up for air and mimicked yellow hair's movements. Halfway through, I just couldn't hold it together and burst out laughing. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Yellow hair revealed a puzzled expression, looked down, and immediately turned green. Ouch ah. Chapter 68 Purchase of Equipment. Chapter 68 Purchase of Equipment. When yellow hair looked down,
his soul was scared out of his body. All that could be seen was a fishman with miserable green skin and a fat, bloated body, who was hugging him and rubbing him constantly. It looked up and shook the Mediterranean hairstyle from its head. Nuzzling at Yellow Hair, he made a motion to claim a kiss. Nyat! Yellow Hair swung out with a punch that deformed the fishman's fat face and skewed it to the side. Roar! The fishman was instantly annoyed. Opening his mouth wide, he revealed his hideous sharp teeth and bit towards Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair was being held by it, and that huge force couldn't break free at all. The eye was about to be bitten off the head in one bite. Phew! A hand instantly grabbed the fishman's head with a cracking sound. The next moment it was lifted into the air. Lin Feng stood behind Yellow Hair, holding his arm up as the fishman in his hand continued to struggle. Buzz! The force of the shock erupted, and the fishman screamed in agony and honesty. Yellow Hair instantly sat on the ground with a stupefied expression. This ferocious beast can mimic? Lin Feng lifted it and turned his head to ask Li Qiu suspiciously. Li Qiu wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes and cleared her throat. That's right, its mimicry is nearly impossible to recognize, and it's the beast I'm going to kill. With that, she stepped forward and kicked the fisherman a couple times. Not to mention that this one doesn't have many valuable parts on it, it's also deadly edible, and it's broken 3 water tanks. Li Qiu said hatefully. Lin Feng nodded and said to her, alright, leave it to me to do it, so the quality of the essence blood will be higher. No problem. Li Qiu said. Getting the consent, Lin Feng was about to start working directly. It's been a while since I've parsed a ferocious beast, let's see what kind of ability I get this time. With that thought, he pressed the fishman directly to the ground, hideous secondary limbs extending behind him. Is there a bucket? Lin Feng asked. Li Qiu nodded and found a large bucket from the nearby clutter and handed it over. Lin Feng took the bucket and was about to slice the fishman's neck with his secondary limb. It struggled in terror at the sight. But Lin Feng used his true chi to deaden it, ignoring its struggles. Whelp! Don't kill me! Little brother, save me! The fishman pleaded for help in terror to the Yellow Hair next to him. Eat you! Yellow Hair cursed with a black face. Pust! Lin Feng's secondary limb sliced through the fishman's neck, blocking all of its remaining words in its throat. Parsing. Parsing successful. Feral beast file, Phantom Sea Fisherman. Rank, 3rd order beast. Characteristics, aquatic species, half fish, half human, anthropomorphic body. Weakness, the scales of the Phantom Sea Fisherman are extremely conductive and can be killed by a strong electric current. Gifted aptitude, mimicry. When turned on, the body structure can be changed, and obtaining the target's blood can be perfect mimicry. Lin Feng reached out to the blue crystals on the corpse and the crystals instantly disappeared into his palm. Has learned the gift aptitude, mimicry. Watching the blood start to gush out of the wound, Lin Feng hurriedly took a bucket to catch it. Searing beast blood flowed into the vat with a crash. Looking at the purplish blood knight in the bucket, Lin Feng was surprised. The quality is surprisingly this good? It's almost as good as a 4th-ranked ferocious beast's. Seeing Lin Feng's doubts, Li Qiu, who was on the side, opened his mouth and explained. This has swallowed hundreds of people, and that girl look-alike just now one of them. When Lin Feng heard this, his pupils instantly shrunk. Swallowed hundreds of people? No wonder the quality of the essence blood is so high. Maybe even the girl it just turned into. That's how you get eaten by it while screaming for your mom in fear. Marred, it's too painful to let it die. Lin Feng said with a scowl on his face. Then, he took a deep breath and forced down the anger in his heart. Kill them all, refining the essence blood is most important now. Where are the tools? You get busy, I'll clean up. When Li Qiu, who was on the side, saw that Lin Feng was about to refine his essence blood, he left in a sensible manner. When Lin Feng saw her leave, he directly picked up the refining tool next to him and started to work on it. In a short while, a large vat full of beast blood was condensed into 2 vials of essence blood. Looking at the color that was the same as an amethyst, Lin Feng's mood became good. Now, my sister's essence blood is considered completely sufficient. He thought darkly in his mind. Then, Lin Feng helped Li Qiu dispose of the fishman's body in passing. A short while later, Li Qiu returned. Yo, is this taken care of for me? She looked at the divided beast carcass and said in surprise. Thanks then I'll charge you less, just give me $500,000. Li Qiu said.
Once Lin Feng heard this price, he directly agreed. Okay. A bottle of the lowest grade of essence blood would cost $100,000. 2 bottles of essence blood comparable to 4th order ferocious beasts, $500,000 is really a great bargain. Lin Feng directly took out his terminal and transferred the money to Li Qiu, adding a friend in the process. Okay, then we're off. After saying that, he dragged up the disoriented yellow hair, bid farewell to Li Qiu, and left. Walking out of the storehouse, Lin Feng arrived at the trading area. Well, don't think about it, go gear shopping with me. Lin Feng patted yellow hair, who was still lost in thought, and signaled him to follow. All the way to the equipment selling area, Lin Feng walked in. He decided to buy his gear at the official store. It will be a little more expensive, but you definitely won't get screwed on quality. Welcome. A young man greeted him. I want to buy equipment. Lin Feng said in simple words. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard it. He hurriedly took out a tablet and handed it to Lin Feng with a few clicks. It's all up there, you read it. Lin Feng took it and started to check it out. Gradually, his brow knitted into a frown. Why is it so expensive? I had thought that I had $4 million left in my hand. Buying 2 pieces of equipment won't be a problem. Turns out you can't even afford a knife handle. That's $6 million for a fine war knife. So you're poor. Just as Lin Feng was planning to leave in embarrassment, he looked at a piece of equipment on the screen and lit up. Shockwave Worker's Shovel. Sold for $4 million. Made of alloy, extremely strong. Effect, generates great cutting power through high-frequency vibration. Note, requires the user to vibrate themselves. I'll take this one. Lin Feng said to the young man beside him. Are you sure? This shovel is extremely hard, but you saw the effect of this. The young man asked in surprise. I'm sure, check out. Lin Feng said back. This kit is literally customized for you by reading the description. You need tools to go digging up 1,000 years of Moro-thirsty milk, and this shovel is just the thing. And the engineer's shovel is a very powerful weapon. As for the point that you need to vibrate yourself in order to utilize the power, that's not a problem either. You have the power of vibration yourself. Most importantly, it's cheap. If this material were to be replaced with a battle sword, you couldn't even afford it if you sold yourself. Yes sir, I'm on my way to pick up the goods for you. The young man saw that Lin Feng had already decided and didn't continue to stop him. People spend money, love to buy whatever, and no less than their own commission. Lin Feng in yellow hair waited in place for a while. The young man returned with a rectangular box. Here's the equipment you asked for, please take a look. Lin Feng took it as soon as he could and opened the box. Chapter 69, The Return Journey. Chapter 69, Returning. Just a shovel, silver white in color, with straps wrapped around the handle, lay in the box. The head of the shovel is open-edged on both sides with serrated teeth, and the tip glows with a cold light. The overall look is more like a short spear with a wide tip. Lin Feng took it out and waved it a few times. There was a metallic buzzing, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. I'll go, this hand. Lin Feng said in surprise. He hadn't expected much, it was just an engineer's shovel after all. But the sharpness with which it cuts the air, and the just right feel. It really surprised him. This money wasn't spent in vain. Lin Feng said in surprise. Then he paid and left with yellow hair. In the hall, yellow hair froze and followed behind Lin Feng. Like a child following an adult shopping. Squad leader, where are we going now? He asked. Lin Feng glanced at the time and handed him the box containing the engineer's shovel. Let's go back to the orphanage, drop off the essence blood, and we'll head back to the barracks. Yellow hair nodded, hugged the box and followed Lin Feng out of the awakening mansion. Moments later, the orphanage. Erica, Lingle is counting on you. Lin Feng stood outside the courtyard and said as he looked at Erica who was seeing off each other. The other party nodded and gently hugged Lin Feng. I'll look after her. Erica said softly. After saying that, he touched the head of the yellow hair next to him. Alan, eat more food. Lin Feng waved at her and got into the car with yellow hair. The SUV let out a roar, kicked up dust, and left. Highway. Lin Feng looked in the rearview mirror at the fading city center, his eyes firm. Come back next time. He himself would definitely bring along the 1,000-year Moro thirsty milk and cure his sister. A few moments later. The rear camp of the Demon Suppression Army. Captain Lin. You're back. At the door, Yifei, the combat captain, looked at Lin Feng's SUV and shouted in surprise. Lin Feng nodded at him. Captain Yi, goodbye. Come on in. Yifei signaled the soldier to open the gate. Lin Feng took a look, they were all new faces. It seemed the camp had been replenished with new people in his absence. All the way to the cooking class's quarters, Lin Feng parked his car in the yard. Squad leader? Minami, who was cleaning, opened her mouth in surprise. Then she blushed and threw away her broom in a hurry and ran up. Lin Feng stepped out of the car and touched her head. Well, where's Fatty? Xiao Nan's face looked a little unnatural as she listened to Lin Feng's inquiry. He's in the medical class. Lin Feng immediately frowned when he heard this. What's going on, is Fatty hurt? Can't it be that someone bullied the cooking class after he left? Xiao Nan said with an embarrassed face, he molested someone's girl and was beaten and hospitalized for several days. Go look. Lin Feng said unhappily. Anymore, it's not such a heavy hand. Moments later, the medical class. Lin Feng pushed the door and walked into the hospital room. As soon as he came in, he saw the fat man lying on the bed, dangling by one leg. He was struggling to reach his arm, to reach an apple on a side table. He shivered in fear when he heard the door open. The body was unsteady and fell towards the ground. The next moment, a large hand caught him steadily. Helping him back into bed, he put the apple in his hand again. What is it? How did you get beaten up like that? Lin Feng tucked him in and frowned. Squad leader. You're back. Fatty shouted in surprise. After saying that, he gave Lin Feng a bear hug. But he accidentally pulled the wound, and he grinned subconsciously. I accidentally fell. The fat man said with a flushed face. Lin Feng smiled and said, Oh? Why did I hear Xiao Nan say that you were molesting other girls and got beaten up? Fatty's face turned red when he heard this, and he didn't know what to say. Alright, talk to me, what's going on? Lin Feng said as he patted his shoulder. Fatty was about to speak when the door suddenly opened. A tall woman with an icy temperament walked in. Lin Feng, right, I'm Nangong Shue's sister, Nangong Kaihua. Nangong Kaihua said. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. I'm from the frontline supervisors, and I'm now in charge of the camp. Nangong Kaihua explained to Lin Feng. Handed Lin Feng a file. The application papers to go to the engagement zone, I've already approved them for you. She said coldly. With that done, she turned and left. Lin Feng looked at the thunderous Nangong Kaihua and scratched his head. Is it that efficient? Nangong Shui was afraid that she wouldn't go ah. But it's good, it saves things. Lin Feng said softly. Next to him, Xiaonan saw Nangong Kaihua go up before she dared to speak. Squad leader, you're going to the engagement zone? She asked in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. Yeah, I'm going to find a herb, and I can't afford not to go. Minami nodded in understanding. Alright, I don't see anything big with Fatty, let's go back. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took Yellow Hair and Xiaonan with him and left the medical class. Outside. Lin Feng was walking on the square, looking at the rebuilt buildings around him, his face showing emotion. Things are not what they used to be. He muttered. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Frowning, he looked away. There seems to be a strange noise, do you hear it? Yellow Hair and Minami shook their heads. No, you guys go back first, I'm going to take a look. Lin Feng ordered at them. When he finished, he followed the voice. Lin Feng searched all the way and asked many people, but they all said they didn't hear it. Finally, he stopped in front of a cold storage facility. This is it. Looking at the cold storage door that was open with a gap, Lin Feng walked in. Congratulations! A clear voice came, someone singing. Lin Feng followed the voice and his pupils instantly shrunk. It was a big crab frozen in ice. It was holding a soldier with rolled eyes in its pincers. The soldier pulled on his broken voice and kept singing. The strange sound I heard outside just now came from here. Get the hell off him! Lin Feng roared and instantly pulled out his engineer's shovel. Buzz! As Lin Feng injected the force of vibration, the engineer's shovel emitted a violent buzzing sound. The next moment, he swung the shovel hard. a sharp blade of chi instantly cut out. Pust. The crab pincers were severed and the soldier fell to the ground. Lin Feng flicked his wrist and the shocking chi blade instantly sliced through the large crab. Parsing. Parsing successful. Vermin file, hermit crabs. Rank, 3rd order beast. Characteristics, giant crab pincers, parasitic control. Weakness, eyes connected to the brain, yanked out to kill. Talent, parasitism. Can invade the target's nervous system and take control of the opponent. Lin Feng reached out and inhaled the crystal into his palm. Has learned the gift aptitude, parasitism. How could a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast run into the military camp? Lin Feng looked at the system boost and said with an ugly face. After what happened with the dread banshee, he had no more tolerance for things like ferocious beasts breaking into the camp. Just when he was angry, the soldier on the side suddenly opened his eyes. Ah! Was he? Chapter 70 Nangong Shue's arrival, preparation for departure. Chapter 70 Nangong Shue's arrival, preparation for departure. The soldier sat up instantly, looking horrified. Lin Feng saw this and went forward to help him up. Don't be afraid, it's all right now, what happened? When the soldier saw Lin Feng, he was first shocked, then reacted that he had been saved. He said in a heartfelt voice, I saw a man in red singing to me. Lin Feng frowned at his words. Hallucinating? It didn't go any further. Okay, calm down, I'll go out with you first. With that, he helped the soldier out of the cold room. Wait! The soldier suddenly pulled Lin Feng back. That crab was caught and brought back by Camp Nangong, and she said the cook leader was back and wanted a crab. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately understood what had happened. It seems that this soldier was sent to pick up the goods and was caught by this crab. Okay, I'm the cookbook guy, so go back, I'll do it. Lin Feng waved his hand and let the soldier go. Then he re-entered the cold room. A few moments later, the cooking class. Bang! Lin Feng threw the large crab frozen in ice onto the counter. Nan, get the bucket. Coming squad leader. Minami ran in with 2 large wooden barrels. Lin Feng took the barrel and flames ignited in his hands. The air in the room became unbearably hot. The ice that had frozen the crab began to melt slowly. As the thawing was complete, the blood instantly flowed down with a crash. No good, it's going to spill. Lin Feng exclaimed. The crab was cut in 2 and the trauma was too great. A chemically frozen blood suddenly flowed everywhere. Suddenly, a small white hand reached out. The blood suddenly seemed to be alive, gathering into a column and flowing into the barrel. Lin was relieved to see it. Thanks, Minami. Minami beside her smiled sweetly at the words. Then Lin Feng took out his tools and started refining the essence blood. There wasn't much blood in this crab, not even a barrel full. In the end, only a small branch of essence blood was refined. But this quality is pretty good. Lin Feng said as he looked at the translucent essence blood. At this time, Minami, who was on the side, spoke curiously, Squad leader, this crab is? This is a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast, we'll eat this for lunch today. Lin Feng explained with a smile. Minami covered her small mouth in surprise. 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts? She exclaimed. Lin Feng nodded, you go and put rice on the stew. Okay, squad leader. Minami ran out of the kitchen. Then, Lin Feng looked at the crabs on the tablet and began to think. What's the dish to be made? Let's make steamed dumplings with crab meat and crab meat as a dipping sauce. With a clap of his hands, he made his decision. Then it started to get busy. First, he dug out the beast dan, and then began to process the crab meat in a line. A few moments later, steamed dumplings with a tantalizing smell come out of the oven. Lin Feng finished the crab sauce and made another large pot of sauce. Let's go, get some food, he said to Nan and Yellow Hair. One way came across the plaza to the cafeteria. Inside the house, the warriors were waiting. Lin Feng walked over to the beating table and uncovered the lid of the steamer. All that was left in the room was the sound of twitching noses. It smells good. What is it? New here, right? This is the meat of a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast. No, how come you guys are eating better in the back than the front? Don't bull me, hurry up in front. Lin Feng went from one to the other and fed the soldiers. Next. As Lin Feng's words fell, a cold and clear odor came from the front. He looked up and it was Nangong Kaihua. I can't believe it's steamed dumplings? She said with glowing eyes. When he finished, he couldn't wait to take out a large porcelain basin. Fill it up, she said bashfully. Lin Feng pulled the corner of his mouth when he saw this and didn't say anything more. Just picked up a layer of steamer and dumped it all in for her. After that was done, she was given a whole bowl of crabapple sauce. Is that enough? Lin Feng asked. Nangong Kaihua wiped the corner of her mouth and raised her head. Lin Feng? Why are you here? Her voice was a little surprised. Without waiting for Lin Feng to reply, he added, I spoke to Xiao Shui, don't forget to contact her. After Nangong Kaihua finished speaking, she hurriedly carried the basin and left. Lin Feng was a bit speechless as he looked at her departing figure. Shaking his head, he continued to fight for his food. In no time at all, there was a bottom of the pot left. You guys go back to the cookhouse, I've got something to do. Lin Feng instructed Xiao Nan and Yellow Hair and left. All the way back to his place. Inside the house, Lin Feng took out the backpack he had purchased and began to count the supplies. There wasn't a lot of stuff, mostly pure water and a few tools. Food he wasn't going to bring, just kill the ferocious beasts and eat them directly. As he was cleaning up, the door suddenly slammed. Yellow Hair? Lin Feng said suspiciously. He dropped his backpack and walked over to open the door. A figure jumped straight into his arms. It's been a long time. The young girl looked up with a smile. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk. Nangong Shui. How did you get into the military camp? Lin Feng paused before he could finish. Also, her sister is the battalion commander here. The young girl let go of Lin Feng and walked into the house. It's pretty clean, I was looking forward to helping you clean it. She cupped her chin in wonder. When do you plan to leave? Nangong asked, turning back. Lin Feng closed the door behind him and walked over. Tomorrow morning. Nangong Shui nodded and sat down on the sofa. And I came here this time because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to find a place. She crossed her legs, her little leather shoes wobbling, revealing the sheer white silk of her calves. Because, where we're going, it's alive. Speaking of this, Nangong Shui's expression became serious. Lin Feng's face showed incomprehension. What does live mean? A complicated look appeared on Nangong Shui's face. The environment there can change at any time, even with a map, you could get lost in there. When Lin Feng heard this, he was immediately in trouble. So much trouble? Nangong Shui looked at Lin Feng's expression and revealed a wry smile. I've marked the place with my powers, so I won't get lost. She patted her ample breasts with an air of confidence that it was in her hands. Lin Feng was relieved to see her so confident. Well then, I have work to do, said the man looking towards Nangong Shui. The other blinked, a little uncertain. You go, I'll wait for you at home, Nangong Shui said with a smile. Lin Feng's face showed black lines when he saw her relying on her. Okay, I'll go, okay? He rolled his eyes and turned away. Nangong Shui sat on the sofa and watched Lin Feng close the door and leave. Then, with a blush on her face, she looked in the direction of the bedroom. His clothes, they should be in there, right? At the moment, the cooking class. Lin Feng stood in the room with Yellow Hair and Xiao Nan standing in front of him. You guys keep an eye on the cookbook while I'm gone. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yellow Hair frowned and said, Squad leader, the engagement zone is so dangerous, why don't I go with you? Minami, who was on the side, also spoke up and agreed. Yes, squad leader, why don't we go with you? Lin Feng was a bit helpless when he saw this. You guys aren't even C-ranked, so you're dragging your feet after? When these words came out, Xiao Nan's face turned red, and Yellow Hair stammered for words. Alright, stay here, the engagement zone is not the place for you to be right now. Lin Feng patted their shoulders and said softly. Dinner is all yours. With that, he pulled out the essence blood from his arms and handed it to Yellow Hair. Send it back for me. With that, he left the cookhouse. A few moments later, Lin Feng returned to his residence. But there was no Nangong Shui in sight. Gone? Just then, a gasp like a fresh spring came from the direction of the bedroom. Lin Feng was instantly shocked. The voice is. He walked to the bedroom door and held out his hand shakily. Chapter 71 Arrival in the War Zone. Chapter 71 Arrival in the War Zone. Just as he was about to reach out, the door opened. Nangong Shui rushed out from inside. Without paying attention, she hit Lin Feng's chest. Ah! She cried out in shock and fell to the ground. As soon as he looked up, he met Lin Feng's shocked eyes. Nangong Shui covered her face with both hands, and even her snow-white neck was flushed pink. She wailed, wanting to find a crack in the ground. Then without lifting his head, he crossed over to Lin Feng and ran away. I tripped straight up because I was walking too fast. Not bothering to get up, he rolled and opened the door and left. Lin Feng looked at her departing figure and sighed deeply. That silly girl. Lin Feng shook his head and walked into the room to start cultivating. He planned to boost his strength a little more before he left. Now, the invisible strength of the white rainbow strength had been cultivated. Lin Feng could mold the shape of his true chi at will, and he could also make his true chi act like a nimbus, like an arm. Phew! Along with Lin Feng's exhale and inhale, his true chi transformed into a vortex, pulling the black mist energy, and the cyclone in his sea of chi continued to rotate. Because he had gained 2 more natural aptitudes, the speed of the liquefaction of true chi instantly accelerated quite a bit. Tick! On the cyclone, a heavy drop fell. A puddle formed in the sea of chi. At once, a cool sensation penetrated all the limbs. Lin Feng felt that his body and his talent aptitude were being nourished and were slowly becoming stronger. This feeling, is it almost a rank? Lin Feng opened his eyes and said in surprise. But something seems to be missing. He himself was not actually an awakened, and all of his natural aptitudes were obtained through the system. So what to do to advance? No real clue at this point. Wait until you get back this time and ask Erica. Lin Feng muttered and closed his eyes again, starting to cultivate. The night passed quickly and the time came to morning. Lin Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and ended his cultivation. After a brief wash, he picked up his bag and left the house. Walking to the camp gate, Nangong Shui was already waiting there. Nangong Kaihua stood beside her, talking to her about something. Lin Feng walked over and greeted the two. The car is ready, you guys be safe. Nangong Saihua's tone was cold and clear as she pointed at an armored vehicle not far away. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and just left. At that moment, only Lin Feng and Nangong Shui were left on the field. Neither of them said anything, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. In the end, Nangong Shui was the first to break the silence. Ahem. Let's go. She cleared her throat. In the car, Nangong Shui turned the terminal on and put it in the car navigation position. Use the map for now, when we get to the place, it's up to me. After saying that, Nangong Shui started the armored car. The engine roared and the vehicle kicked up smoke and left the campground. On the road, Lin Feng sat in the passenger side and looked out the car window. It was the first time he had ever been this deep in the wilderness. Not far ahead was the front line, and this time the destination was much more dangerous. Located in the warring areas of the Black Hills, the deepest part of this area was once the descent of a rift. The demon suppression army paid a great price to destroy that rift. But countless ferocious beasts have sprung up and flourished here. The demon suppression army had been fighting the ferocious beasts here for decades, using the front line as a base. As it keeps getting deeper, every now and then a hissing sound came from the distance. Lin Feng, it's already pretty deep here. Nangong Shui slowed down. Where we're going, it's a canyon, and we won't find the entrance until nighttime, so let's rest in place for now. After saying that, Nangong Shui parked her car on a wide grassy area. It was flat, with a vague view of rolling hills in the distance. Lin Feng checked his surroundings and nodded. And, it's a good place to camp, you can see any enemies around at a glance. When he finished, he asked suspiciously, what do you mean when you say that the entrance can only be found at night? Nangong Shui took out a bottle of water from her backpack and took a big gulp. You may not believe it when I tell you, but a huge canyon rises here at night. She wiped her mouth and handed the water bottle to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a sip and frowned. So evil, then what if we don't make it out in time? He pointed to the ground and said, is it hard to believe that it will sink into the ground with the canyon? That's not going to happen, no matter how much time passes, as soon as we get out, we'll be here. Nangong Shui explained. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief at his words. That's good. If he really sank into the ground, he was not afraid of the earth escape. But Nangong Shui was in danger. Okay, let's rest in the car, so we don't have to camp. I'll go explore around. Lin Feng said. Nangong Shui nodded. Stay safe, I'll mark you with my ability so you don't get separated, she said, reaching out her small hand and stroking Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng didn't stop her and let her do what she actually did. Nangong Shui withdrew her hand and a glowing seal appeared on Lin Feng's wrist. Okay. She smiled sweetly. Lin Feng waited for her to finish this and picked up the engineer's shovel from the car and left. It was flat all around, with only the very distant hills being undulating. Rather, we didn't find any enemies. It shouldn't be, this is a warring area, how can there be no ferocious beasts? Lin Feng frowned in some confusion. He kept walking along the grass all the way, but found nothing. Just as he was about to leave. Suddenly, there was a tremor at his feet. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk and he instantly jumped away. Bang! The turf on the ground exploded, and a dark shadow sliced through the air and back into the ground. What the hell swished? Lin Feng said in disbelief. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ground began to tremble again. Lin Feng stomped his foot fiercely when he saw this. True Qi mixed with shocking power erupted and didn't enter the ground. Dead? Nope, no hint from the system. Lin Feng's face was a bit ugly. Judging from the speed of the black shadow just now, that thing couldn't be lower than the second rank. He sneered, "Heh. Think it's okay to hide in the dirt?" After saying that, Lin Feng's figure instantly disappeared into the earth. As he turned on the earth escape, the underground was visible to him. Just a big black rat with two little short hands constantly barreling the dirt. As soon as Lin Feng saw it, he instantly moved closer, and then swung his fist out fiercely. Bang! A violent vibration sounded and the turf exploded violently. The big black rat was thrown to the ground. Parsing. Parsing successful. Feral beast file, drill rat. Rank, 3rd order beast. Characteristics, small body, earth elemental affinity. Weaknesses, drill mice have extreme hearing and are not resistant to shockwaves. Talented aptitude, clay shaping. Consume energy and spirit to create earth elemental magic puppets. Lin Feng slowly emerged from the earth with a surprised expression on his face. This rat's ability is so unique. Even the crystals are blue. Lin Feng hurriedly reached out and inhaled the crystal into his palm. I've learned the gift of clay molding. This is the first time I've gotten this ability, try it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned on clay modeling. As he used his ability, a little man of clay crawled out of the ground. Move twice. Lin Feng ordered. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little man instantly flipped a few times, his body very flexible. Not only that, Lin Feng realized that even vision could be shared. That's quite an ability. Lin Feng said and suddenly looked ahead. Huh? Why is there a campground here? His eyes glazed over and he stepped forward to check it out. The fire went out a long time ago and these people left. Lin Feng crouched on the ground and examined the traces around him. Judging by the tents and household items around, it was an exploring party from the main city. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils shrank as he picked up a lady's coat. This dress, something looks familiar, he said with a frown. Lin Feng cupped his chin, always feeling like he had seen it somewhere. Just then a picture fell out of the coat pocket. He picked it up and his eyes widened. So it's her. Chapter 72 The Weird Canyon. Chapter 72 The Weird Canyon. Lin Feng looked at the photo, smiling and flower-like male model brother Kyle. The mind was in a state of amazement. I said, why does it look so familiar? It's Bella's dress. Lin Feng said with understanding. At the same time there was some confusion in his mind. This is a war zone. What's a sea-level Bella doing here? Sentenced to death? And with no clothes or supplies, I'm afraid something has happened when you leave in such a hurry. Lin Feng said with a frown. He glanced up at the sky, it was almost evening. No, it's too late to get to her, business is business. After that he left the way he came. A few supplies were brought along when they left, and Bella's clothes were taken. Let's return it to her when we meet later. If she survives. A few moments later. Lin Feng returned to the position of the armored car. Geez, you're finally back, I was going to look for you. Nangong Shui said in a delicate voice. Suddenly, she stared at the thing in Lin Feng's hand and said. This is a woman's dress? What have you been doing?
Nangong Shui instantly looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on, her face full of incredulity. Lin Feng was a bit helpless at the situation and explained the cause to her.
I see. Nangong Shui nodded in understanding. She sighed and said, Hey. Looks like that friend of yours is in bad shape. I don't see any signs of an attack on the camp, so it should be fine, right?
Lin Feng said in disbelief.
Nangong Shui shook her head.
I mean, your friend has fallen into the canyon, she said, pointing to the ground. It's likely that while camped, she was inadvertently swallowed by the rising canyon. Lin Feng sniffed with some concern. Where even Nangong Shui barely escaped. Bella's been stuck in it for who knows how long, I'm afraid. Seeing that Lin Feng was worried, Nangong Shui hurriedly comforted him with a soft voice. Geez, alright. Maybe she's still alive. She held Lin Feng's hand and said softly, Let's go in later and look for her on the way. Lin Feng smiled at her and nodded. The two rested in the car for a few moments as it got completely dark. I thought we said the canyon would rise? This isn't moving either. Lin Feng looked at the night sky outside the car window and asked suspiciously. Nangong Shui smiled slightly at his words and glanced down at the time again. Take it easy. She saw that it was almost time and started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Nangong Shui finished her countdown, but nothing happened. Lin Feng looked at her somewhat helplessly.
Nangong Shui's small face turned red and was about to say something. Suddenly,
a violent shaking came from the ground. Lin Feng's face changed and he looked out of the car window in shock.
That's right.
Only a huge black shadow could be seen in the night sky in the distance, slowly rising along with a rumbling sound.
When the vibrations subsided, a huge mountain peak just appeared out of nowhere.
What the hell is this? Lin Feng said in shock. The scene in front of me was just too shocking. In the distance, a large mountain just grew out of nowhere in the grass.
Sit tight, let's charge in. Nangong Shui exclaimed and slammed her foot on the gas.
Accompanied by a strong sense of pushing back, the armored car instantly rushed out like an arrow off the string.
You slow down.
Lin Feng's eyes were horrified as he held onto the car door. Nangong Shui laughed daintily, her silver bell-like voice coming out.
Ha, you'll be fine even if the car blows up, what are you afraid of? Lin Feng's face turned green.
Nangong Shui was right, even she could run 10 times faster than she was now.
But that's just insecure.
Fortunately, Nangong Shui's car skills are good, driving at high speeds along the way. There was a thrilling drive up to the big hill.
Nangong Shui drifted and brought the car to an instant stop. A huge inertia came, only to hear a thud.
Lin Feng's head knocked a crater in the armored car.
Next time I'll drive,
Lin Feng said unhappily to Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui reached out her small hand and touched his head.
Oops, sorry about that.
She spat out her pink tongue, a little embarrassed. Lin Feng shook his head and stepped out of the car. He surveyed the valley in front of him with a serious expression. The valley was covered in a thick fog. You can faintly see the jungle that comes and goes.
The environment here,
Lin Feng said with a frown. He turned his head to Nangong Shui.
Can you feel the markings now?
Nangong Shui walked over to Lin Feng and closed her eyes.
After a while, she opened her eyes and said,
It's a little blurry, but it can be perceived. Lin Feng nodded and reached out, and the clay villain crawled out of the ground.
Let it scout for us first. Nangong Shui looked at the little man in amazement.
She knelt down and gently nudged the little man's head.
You still have this ability?
Quite impressive. She tilted her head and smiled.
Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything.
Then with a wave of his hand, the clay villain suddenly shook his head and ran into the fog. Lin Feng covered one of his eyes and shared vision appeared.
At the moment, the other side.
The villain was controlled by Lin Feng and kept running.
Through the entrance canyon is an ascending trail ahead.
This road looks like people built it. Lin Feng said strangely. He controlled the villain to crouch down and caress the ground. The road is even paved with neat stones.
Nangong Shui, when you went in, did you see a path?
Lin Feng covered his eyes and turned his head to ask.
The path? No, I didn't see it when I went in. Nangong Shui said doubtfully.
Seeing this, Lin Feng could only stop and controlled the villain to continue. After a little more walking, he felt some sort of restriction. Any farther and you can't control the villain. At this distance, it should be around 600 meters. Lin Feng muttered and opened his mouth. He was about to control the villain back. Suddenly, a tall silhouette vaguely appeared in the thick fog ahead. With heavy footsteps, the figure slowly approached. Lin Feng got a good look at it. Bulging with muscle, shirtless, with a pumpkin head on his shoulders. What the hell? Lin Feng was startled. He was about to take control of the villain and hide, when his opponent spotted this way. Roar! Pumpkinhead hissed. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound and an object was hurled at it. Bang! Lin Feng's shared vision was plunged into darkness. Holy! He cursed, dropping the hand covering his eyes. Nangong Shui looked concerned and asked, "What's wrong?" "My clay figures are destroyed. There are enemies," Lin Feng said with an ugly face. Nangong Shui's pupils shrunk, and she hurriedly asked after him. "Ain't that a robust pumpkin head?" Lin Feng looked at her in surprise and nodded. "What, was it the one that was chasing you guys earlier?" When Nangong Shui saw Lin Feng confirm it, she looked ugly. "Yeah, that's it." Seeing this, Lin Feng said, "Alright, we'll leave now. Sooner or later, you have to go in anyway." Now it just so happened that Nangong Shui's enemy had been discovered, so it was a matter of time. Lin Feng picked up his bag and walked into the fog with Nangong Shui. Chapter 73 Pumpkin Head, Clay Puppet. Chapter 73 Pumpkin Head, Clay Puppet. After walking for a few moments, the pair approached the path they had just taken. Wait! Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Nangong Shui was alerted to the situation. "What, is the enemy approaching?" she said with a serious look on her face. Lin Feng didn't say anything, his face was ugly as he bent down and picked up the clay figures on the ground. "Blackie," he said with a sad face. Nangong Shui, seeing this, was somewhat speechless. "Oops. What a shock," she said, slapping her chest. She saw Lin Feng looking sad and poked his shoulder. "No, it's got a name?" Lin Feng sighed, walked aside into the thick fog and threw the mannequin onto the ground. "Forget it, let's go." After saying that, he and Nangong Shui continued to move forward. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped again. "Geez, what's wrong again?" Nangong Shui bumped into Lin Feng without paying attention and was a bit unhappy. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound. Lin Feng instantly picked up Nangong Shui and left the spot. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, rubble flew and the ground was smashed out into a large crater. Roar! A huge figure broke through the fog and jumped violently from the distance. Bang! Its heavy body smashed into the large pit. Then, with a mighty effort, the thick arm pulled out the hammer in the center of the large pit. With a swing of its weapon, a heavy cracking sound rang out, and strong winds shot out in all directions, blowing away the surrounding fog. "What a strong aura!" Lin Feng said with his pupils shrinking. Nangong Shui nervously grabbed the corner of his coat. "Something's not right, I remember it wasn't this strong originally," she said with an ugly face. Lin Feng patted Nangong Shui's small hand, signaling that she didn't need to be nervous. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." When he finished, he looked to Pumpkinhead and pulled out his engineer's shovel with a mischievous click. Lin Feng's figure drew up and a layer of pitch-black bone armor covered his entire body. Hideous secondary limbs protruded from his back, and a piercing red light came out of his eyes. When Nangong Shui saw Lin Feng's Soul Eater mode, she covered her small mouth in some surprise. "Just stand back and leave this place to me." Lin Feng turned around and a smile appeared on a demonic face. Nangong Shui nodded at his words and slowly backed away. His own strength was a bit of a stretch against Pumpkinhead, so it was better not to drag Lin Feng down. Watching Nangong Shui's figure disappear into the fog, Lin Feng put down his heart. Just then, violent air-breaking sounds came. Pumpkinhead rushed to Lin Feng, the sledgehammer in his hand raised high and instantly smashed down. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded with a deafening sound. Lift the path along with the bushes on either side. When the smoke cleared, a large pit with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared in place. Damn! How could it be so strong? Didn't you say it was only the third rank? Lin Feng opened his earth escape and hid underground, covering his chest, his face ugly. That strike just now, although it was dodged. But that violent impact, across a dozen meters of deep ground, was a bit overwhelming for him. Suddenly, Lin Feng was startled. Not good. Nangong Shui is still outside. Thinking of this, not caring about anything else, Lin Feng directly lifted his earth escape. He emerged from the ground. As soon as he came out, he concealed his figure and looked around for Nangong Shui. Pumpkinhead had disappeared to who knows where. Suddenly, there was a roar in the distance. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk and he instantly followed the sound. At the moment, the other side. Die! Monster! Nangong Shui chanted, and a blinding light emerged from her hand. Pumpkinhead saw this and crossed his arms, intending to parry the blow. In the next moment, the golden light flashed, and Nangong Shui's figure instantly disappeared. After a moment, Pumpkinhead lowered his arm in confusion. See the empty surroundings and realize that you've been tricked again. Roar! It roared furiously in irritation at once. Then, like a maniac, he held the hammer in both hands and smashed the ground frantically. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out as Lin Feng descended from the sky and stepped on the shoulder of the Pumpkinhead. His eyes glowed red, and the engineer's shovel in his hand plunged into the other man's neck. Die for me! Lin Feng roared furiously. Then, the force of shock in his hand kept spurting out, and the engineer's shovel vibrated at high speed. The sharp edge slowly sliced through the Pumpkinhead's neck. Roar! Feeling the threat of death, Pumpkinhead roared furiously. It threw away the hammer and grabbed towards Lin Feng with both hands. Pust! Lin Feng's hideous vice limbs stabbed into its body. Then it was pushed hard, like it was going to rip it apart. Suddenly, blood-colored energy emerged from Pumpkinhead's body, and his figure instantly swelled. It grabbed Lin Feng's secondary limb and violently pulled it. Pust! The secondary limb was instantly ripped off. Ah! Lin Feng's eyes turned white and his body's true chi surged. With all his might, he sliced the other man's big head right off. Bang! Pumpkinhead's body fell to the ground helplessly. Huffing and puffing. Huffing! Lin Feng gasped violently as his body fell to his knees helplessly. He was extremely wretched at the moment. A secondary limb was ripped off in its entirety, bone armor shattering and oozing silver blood. Damn it! Lin Feng covered his arm and cursed in a low voice. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden, ragged gasp sounded behind him. Only the huge headless body of the otherwise dead Pumpkinhead stood back. The shadows obscured Lin Feng's body. Next moment. Bang! Pumpkin Monster cracks Lin Feng with a right hand to the side of the head. The headless body of the latter fell helplessly to the ground. It shivered a few times and didn't move. Mud. Finally dead. Where did that bastard come from? A sound came from the broken side of Pumpkinhead's neck, and it sat down in a heap, panting. After a while, it went down to the ground for a while and felt around. Where's my head? Just when it was anxious. A pair of hands picked up the head of a pumpkin not far away for it and placed it in its hands. Thanks. Pumpkinhead said gratefully. Lin Feng looked at it and frowned. With all that dirt on your head, don't you blow it off? Pumpkinhead was not happy to hear this. You're not making any sense. It settled its head on its neck. Shaking his head a little, he was about to see who was so blind. That look didn't matter, it almost didn't scare it to death. Why you? Aren't you dead? Pumpkinhead sounded as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Feng said as he pointed at the clay figures not far away. You're halfway through a fight with the clay I made and you still think I'm dead? I saw the headless body of Lin Feng not far away. I don't know when I turned into a headless little man of clay. Lin Feng's face was cold as he walked forward. Along with his footsteps, an appalling aura gushed out. The air became sticky and heavy. The Pumpkinhead looked at Lin Feng in horror, his body constantly retreating. Lin Feng's body slowly drew up, his body was covered in bone armor and became hideous. The secondary limbs behind him reached out, flailing shadows that instantly covered the Pumpkinhead on the ground. Say! Where's Nangong Shui? Chapter 74 Talented Aptitude Frenzy, Unknown Danger. Chapter 74 Talented Aptitude Frenzy, Unknown Danger. The Pumpkinhead on the ground looked at Lin Feng, who was approaching step by step. Constantly backing away. It doesn't understand.
How did the human who had been an even match with himself just a moment ago suddenly become so terrifying? Roar! You die! The pumpkin head suddenly roared and violently lunged towards Lin Feng. Bang! Silver-colored true chi projectiles flew out, instantly shattering half of its body. Ah! Pumpkinhead fell to the ground, roaring in pain. Lin Feng stomped on its head and slowly exerted force. Where's the girl? Speak! Pumpkinhead felt his head on the verge of bursting open and cried out in horror. Ah! She got away. I really didn't know. Just as its words fell, only a thud was heard. Lin Feng stomped on its pumpkin head. Parsing. Parsing successful. Feral beast file, pumpkin monster. Rank, 3rd order beast. Characteristics, higher intelligence, parasitic plants. Weakness, the pumpkin itself, which can be killed by destroying it. Talent, berserking. When turned on, it extremely greatly strengthens physical fitness and resistance, but it will lose its mind. Lin Feng reached out and inhaled the blue crystals from the corpse into his palm. Has learned the talent aptitude, berserking. So this one's original body is a pumpkin. No wonder it doesn't die from beheading. Lin Feng looked at the system prompt and said in surprise. He pulled out a crouch and examined the body of the pumpkin monster. The bottom of the pumpkin was found to be some tendons and worm limbs. They have a death grip on the bottom neck cavity. What's down here is really human. Lin Feng's face was a bit ugly. It's simply a parasitic plant that controls humans. No, how does this refine essence blood? Pumpkins don't have blood either. Lin Feng was immediately a bit depressed. He then rummaged around with the pumpkin for a moment and pulled out a beast pill. Luckily, I have the beast Dan, or else I would have lost a lot. Lin Feng said with a sigh of relief. Then he stood up, looked at the headless body on the ground, and sighed softly. It's fate that you and I meet, so let me bury you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he started digging a hole with an engineer's shovel. A few moments later, Lin Feng looked at the large buried pit and patted the soil on his hands. Well, it's time to find Nangong Shui. Now Nangong Shui is nowhere to be found. It's so dangerous out here. We need to find her fast. Lin Feng was about to leave when he suddenly noticed the hammer of the pumpkin monster next to him. His eyes lit up and he rushed forward. It was a long-handled hammer with a rectangular head, about 2 meters long. Lin Feng easily picked up the hammer with both hands. He followed the pumpkin monster's example and swung hard. Buzz! A heavy cracking sound rang out, kicking up a strong wind. This power isn't right. Lin Feng carefully surveyed the hammer and gently swung it a few more times. The hammer, he realized, could actually amplify kinetic energy. No wonder that pumpkin is so strong, so it's by this hammer. Lin Feng immediately carried the hammer with joy. This kind of weapon, you don't even have to think about it without tens of millions of dollars in the main city. Ha! It's not a loss now. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at the pumpkin on the ground. This pumpkin can't possibly grow just one, can it? With that thought, he turned on his mimicry ability. The body twisted and slowly took on the appearance of a pumpkin monster. The stocky body, the huge pumpkin head, and the long-handled warhammer. It looks flawless. Lin Feng followed the pumpkin monster's example and took heavy steps as his figure disappeared into the fog. At the same time, on the other side, on a giant tree, Nangong Shui was squatting on the trunk, looking around with an anxious face. The location of the mark keeps changing. Is Lin Feng being chased? She said worriedly. No, we have to go find Lin Feng. At least take him to escape. After Nangong Shui finished speaking, she closed her eyes and felt Lin Feng's position. It's not far away. This distance can be teleported over. She opened her eyes in surprise. Then she lit up with a golden light, and after a few seconds, her figure disappeared. The moment. Lin Feng was walking through the fog, looking around. Strange, where is Nangong Shui? Just as he was anxiously searching. Suddenly I felt my wrist burning, then a dazzling golden light lit up before my eyes. My eyes. Lin Feng only felt that his eyes were about to be blinded. After a few seconds, the golden light slowly dissipated. Nangong Shui's figure appeared in place. She looked at the pumpkin head in front of her and her eyes widened. Ah! She screamed. Then he pulled out his short knife and flung it. Clang!
The short blade bounced off Lin Feng's skin.
That.
Lin Feng was about to open his mouth to say something, but he was interrupted by Nangong Shui. Her eyes were red and she shouted with tears in her eyes.
Give me back Lin Feng.
Nangong Shui saw the runes on Lin Feng's wrist. She thought that the pumpkin monster had killed Lin Feng and robbed his body.
Whoosh! In an instant, the roiling daggers were flung out and stuck into the ground around Lin Feng.
It was imprinted with runes and flashed with golden lightning.
Die for me! Nangong Shui droned. Her figure disappeared in an instant, and the field flashed with a sky of golden trails. Well, it's me.
Lin Feng hurriedly spoke out to explain. But the frenzied Nangong Shui's attacks didn't stop in the slightest. How dare you use his voice? The golden trajectory instantly became even more violent, hitting Lin Feng in a way that made it almost difficult for him to fight. Suddenly, the attack stopped instantly.
Nangong Shui fell straight to the ground.
She slumped helplessly to the ground, her face pale.
Damn it! The energy is running out.
Nangong Shui hammered the ground and said hatefully.
Why don't you listen to people, you say?
Lin Feng sighed, his body twisted and transformed back into his original form.
Ugh! Nangong Shui had a dumbfounded expression on her face.
Lin Feng walked up and gently helped her up.
What's the matter, silly? He chuckled.
The next moment, Nangong Shui jumped into Lin Feng's arms.
Well, hey! Don't you cry.
Lin Feng comforted her helplessly.
A few moments later. So, you killed the monster? Nangong Shui was filled with surprise.
Lin Feng nodded and showed her the hammer in her hand.
Nangong Shui laboriously took it and carefully examined it.
Suddenly, she exclaimed.
Ha! If it isn't the shocker power hammer.
Lin Feng looked at her in surprise.
You recognize this? Nangong Shui nodded and said with a serious expression. If I'm not mistaken, this is the weapon of an A-rank awakened person in the main city.
When Lin Feng heard this, he frowned.
It's hard not to be a headless corpse controlled by a pumpkin monster. That's the A-class awakened one?
But it doesn't look like it.
Lin Feng muttered. If it's really a rank, there's no way he could have solved it so easily, right? Is it hard to believe that the hammer was picked up?
Lin Feng said with some uncertainty.
Nangong Shui's small face was filled with seriousness.
She spoke softly, regardless, that a lister has folded here. With that, he returned the hammer to Lin Feng.
We have to be careful, there must be some danger here that I didn't realize before.
Lin Feng nodded and his face was a bit ugly.
A danger that could make an A-class fold here, if met. It must have been vicious. Alright, let's hurry up and get out of here. Lin Feng said.
Nangong Shui pointed in the direction of the north and said, the direction of the cave is there, we. Before he could finish, there was a loud bang in the distance.
What's that noise? Chapter 75 Hunted Bella, 4th Order Fierce Beast? Chapter 75 Hunted Bella, 4th Order Fierce Beast?
Lin Feng frowned and looked to where the sound came from.
Lin Feng, let's leave now, don't bother. Nangong Shui tugged on his sleeve and said softly. You're right, let's go.
After Lin Feng finished speaking, he pulled Nangong Shui and was about to leave.
It's already dangerous here, what's the point of going to the trouble?
Just a few steps out, a sound suddenly came.
Ah! Lin Feng's pupils shrank at the sound and he stopped in his tracks. That was Bella's voice. Wait for me, that seems to be my friend, I'll go check it out.
Lin Feng turned his head to Nangong Shui and said.
Let's not get separated again.
Nangong Shui grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded and directly rushed towards the place where the sound came from.
A few moments later,
Lin Feng arrived in front of a jungle.
This is it, he said softly.
Just as he was about to walk in, a silhouette suddenly rushed out from the mist in front of him.
It was a man who looked panicked. As he ran, he looked back in horror. Suddenly,
a hand reached out from the fog and instantly dragged him back into the depths of the mists. Lin Feng frowned at this scene. He hurriedly wrapped his arms around Nangong Shui and became invisible with her piece by piece.
What is that thing? Nangong Shui asked, lowering her voice in horror.
Lin Feng gently covered her mouth, signaling her to be quiet.
Nangong Shui nodded obediently.
Then, Lin Feng wrapped himself in true qi and opened his secondary limbs behind him.
Holding on to Nangong Shui, he climbed to a nearby tree. He reached out and a little man of clay crawled out of the ground. This time the villain was markedly different. Slightly smaller in size, it also has a metallic sheen to it. Let's hope this move works. Lin Feng thought secretly. Lin Feng's mind moved. The little man suddenly shook his head and ran into the fog in a ghostly pose. At the moment, the other side. Bella stood still, looking around warily. Get thee out. She was half crouched, and in her hands were two short knives with flames burning on them. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by in an instant. Bang! Bella was sent flying like a kite on a broken string. The body rose and fell a few times and fell a short distance away. Ha ha! You're mine! A man stepped out of the fog. He had a moldy look to his skin with dense little mushrooms growing on it. I'm going to get a good taste of you. The man licked the corners of his mouth and leered. Bella braced herself with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. She blushed mockingly and said, "Do you even have that thing anymore?" The man sniffed in irritation. "I'm going to let you die slowly." With that, vines sprouted from his hands and reached towards Bella. Seeing the difficulty, Bella took out her terminal and sent a message. "Kyle, take care of yourself." After sending the message, she lay helplessly on the ground, waiting for death to come. Just then, a strange voice came. "Hey! Bay, pull!" The man turned back instantly, looking into the fog from which the voice had come. What a guy! He held his breath and looked ahead nervously. With the sound of a thin footstep, a small, oddly shaped figure stepped out of the fog. Mud. Scared me. The man took a look at such a small mannequin. There was a lot of cursing and kicking. A thud kicks in for the villain. Its figure twisted and turned, and it actually grew quite large. What the hell? The man's pupils shrank, and vines reached out from his hands, frantically whipping the mannequin. Dang! Dang! As the gusts of beating iron came, the villain's form twisted and swelled. Surprisingly, he turned into a huge fat man. A blinding white light lit up in its twisted features, and an aura of destruction emanated out. The man's eyes cracked at the sight and he was about to run away. But it was still a step too late. Next moment. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and the shockwave instantly engulfed the man. The fog was dispersed by the strong wind that was lifted. By the time the explosion subsided, a large crater of more than 10 meters appeared in place. From a distance, Bella watched the scene in shock. What the hell is this? Suddenly, there was a coughing fit. Only a sphere made of vines appeared in the large pit. Wow! The charred vines shattered, revealing the wretched man. Damn! Almost got blown up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said weakly. Before he could catch his breath, a voice came. Bella! Only to see the dolls, which had exploded, turn back into little people. Limbs twisted as they rushed toward him. Ah! Don't you come over here! The man yelled in terror. Just then. Lin Feng. Bella suddenly opened her mouth and shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the villain instantly stopped moving. The man was relieved to see it. Not caring about anything else, he was about to run away in a hurry. Just as he rushed into the fog, he was kicked back. Oi! Get a different stop gag next time. Lin Feng's figure stepped out of the fog, followed by Nangong Shui. The man saw this and shouted, "What are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a true chi bullet blew his head off. Lin Feng was too lazy to listen to what he had to say. He came right up to Bella and smiled at her. It's been a long time, what's going on here? Bella stared blankly at Lin Feng, only feeling like she was dreaming. Seeing her daze, Lin Feng was about to help her up. Next to him, Nangong Shui took a step ahead of him and directly yanked Bella to her feet. Lin Feng! Why are you here? Bella was filled with disbelief and cried out in shock. That's a long story. Lin Feng said with a smile. He and Bella explained the cause. Surprisingly. I said, how did I get here as soon as I opened my eyes? Turns out it was swallowed in by the mountain. Bella said in shock after hearing Lin Feng's explanation. Suddenly, she blushed. That's right, Lin Feng. There's a very strong monster here. Let's run, Bella said anxiously. A very strong monster, hardly a pumpkin head? Lin Feng asked with an odd expression on his face. Bella sniffed but shook her head. No. I didn't get a good look either, but it's probably a fourth-ranked ferocious beast, she said with an ugly-ish face. At this time, the nearby Nangong Shui suddenly interjected. I'm not looking down on you, huh? It's really the fourth rank. How did you escape? Bella blushed at that. I don't know, but it just didn't chase me. Then we have to run. Lin Feng didn't doubt Bella's words. Even the A-listers folded here, so what else can happen? We can't delay any longer, hurry to the cave, Lin Feng said with a serious expression. Nangong Shui nodded and sensed the location. This way. Lin Feng hurriedly followed. The group ran through the fog at high speed. Suddenly, Bella's legs gave out and she fell to the ground. Lin Feng hurriedly went forward to help her up when he saw this. Forgot you were hurt, here, I'll carry you. Just as he was about to carry her, Nangong Shui walked over. Oops, this sister, did she break her leg? She said in a conspiratorial voice. Lin Feng was a bit helpless when he saw this. He was about to say something when his pupils suddenly shrunk. Only a hunched black shadow appeared in the thick fog ahead. As slowly it approached, an eerie yellow light lit up. Buzz! A distorted mental fluctuation came instantly. When Lin Feng felt that aura, his eyes instantly cracked. Run! Chapter 76 Fourth Order Fierce Beast, Fleeing in Haste. Chapter 76 Fourth Order Fierce Beast, Fleeing in Haste. Lin Feng's words just fell. That weird hunched figure approached instantly. Lin Feng got a good look at it. A decayed and tattered black robe, the exposed limbs were dry and thin. A glowing yellow pustule on his head. Dense little eyes kept wandering in and out. Most importantly, that scent. It's the Fourth Order. Nangong Shui, take Bella and escape quickly. Lin Feng roared. Instantly went into soul-eating mode. Hideous bone armor covered his entire body, and his body's true chi surged. Flames mixed with poisonous miasma wrapped around his entire body. Lin Feng instantly opened all his natural aptitudes. Next moment. The thick true chi cannons cut through the air and struck towards the ferocious beast. Boom! Violent explosions rang out. The fire engulfed the other side at once. And Lin Feng didn't even look at them, he directly dragged up Nangong Shui and Bella and ran away. He knew there was no way this move would hurt his opponent. Fruity! Lin Feng had just left with his front foot when a sharp hissing sound rang out. The ferocious beast's figure rushed out intact. Even the tattered black robe on his body didn't have a single tear. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk and he accelerated violently. The monster behind him took unhurried steps on his withered legs. The speed, however, was abnormally close to Lin Feng in an instant. What the hell? Lin Feng shouted incredulously. The monster's withered palm was about to touch Lin Feng's back. He was chilled to the bone. A feeling of terror came over him. It was as if something extremely terrible would happen if it was touched. Just then, a blinding golden light violently erupted. By the time Lin Feng reacted, the scenery around him changed. The monster disappeared into thin air and a river appeared in front of him. What's going on? Lin Feng shouted in shock. Ahem! It's me! Nangong Shui's weak voice rang out. Lin Feng looked back and was shocked. You're okay. He ignored Bella, who had fallen beside him, and went straight forward to hug Nangong Shui. Only Nangong Shui's face was pale and her body was glowing with blood-colored energy. Obviously, he had just consumed his life and overused his natural aptitude. Hurry up and close the ability! Lin Feng shouted anxiously. Nangong Shui weakly shook her head and said, it can't be closed. She pointed to the river in the distance and said, don't mind me, there's the cave up ahead, get in there. Stop talking for now. Lin Feng was filled with anxiety, holding Nangong Shui at a loss for words. He really didn't expect that this silly girl would sacrifice herself to save him. Right. Parasitic control. Lin Feng suddenly brightened up. He hastily extended his hand, and several tendons drilled out of it, twisting in the air. In the next moment, the tendrils instantly drilled into Nangong Shui's neck. Her eyes instantly turned white as Lin Feng took control of her body. Turn it off for me. Lin Feng roared.
Nangong Shue's body trembled as the blood-colored energy on her body slowly disappeared.
Great! It really works!
Lin Feng shouted in surprise. He withdrew his hand and picked up the unconscious Nangong Shue. He was about to walk across the river when he suddenly stopped.
Right, Bella. With a snap of his head, he doubled back. Almost forgot about her.
After bringing Bella with him, Lin Feng stepped onto the river. True Qi covered the soles of his feet as he stood firmly on the surface of the water. Afterwards, Lin Feng looked at Bella.
What's wrong? You couldn't do it? I remember you could stand on the swamp.
Bella tugged at the corner of her mouth.
My true Qi is at the bottom,
she said helplessly. Lin Feng nodded and extended his secondary limbs behind his back, picking her up. With that, he slowly stepped across the river towards the cave ahead.
A few moments later,
Lin Feng was still walking.
No! Is this the sea? Why can't we get to the end? He cried out incredulously.
At that moment, Bella, who was gripped by a secondary limb behind her, spoke up.
Did you go in the wrong direction and follow the river?
Lin Feng frowned at his words. It's possible, it's really hard to tell which way to go when this fog is this thick. When he finished, he stopped.
If we go in the wrong direction, won't we go further and further away? It's better to wait until Nangong Shue wakes up,
Lin Feng said.
Just then, Bella suddenly exclaimed. Look under the water. Lin Feng was startled and hurriedly looked down. The pupils shrank.
I just saw that at some point, the river turned black.
What the hell?
Lin Feng exclaimed and hurriedly left this water.
But no matter how you go, the river is black under your feet. Just as Lin Feng was in a state of shock,
the blackness in the water suddenly moved. Lin Feng instantly jumped up and the water under his feet exploded.
Countless small black fish broke out of the water.
They were slender and their fins glinted with a sharp, cold edge. The black color just now was formed by them gathering together.
Suddenly,
countless small fish, like heavy rain, instantly splashed towards Lin Feng.
Phew!
A fiery red true Qi bomb flew out and exploded violently.
The violent flames immediately engulfed a large swath of fish. In parsing, unremarkable ferocious beasts with no natural aptitude.
The system's alert sounded, but Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to it. He raised his hand and sprayed out a large poisonous miasma that enveloped the fish. All of a sudden, a large number of small fish died. But there were just too many of them, and they formed a huge black wave of tens of meters, pouncing towards Lin Feng.
Damn! What's with all this? Lin roared and instantly turned on berserk.
His body wreathed in the color of blood. Then it violently broke through the air, bringing up a gust of air, and violently disappeared in place.
A few moments later,
Lin Feng crossed the river and came to the bank.
Phew! Almost drowned in fish,
he said as he shook the water stains off his head. Beside her, Bella was soaked to the bone and freezing. She shivered. I say, why don't you build a fire? She said shakily. Lin Feng nodded and flames emerged from his hands. At once, the searing heat came out, dispelling the wet and cold
sensation. Bella walked over to Lin Feng and reached out to roast the fire. Where the hell did this come from? Is the cave over here?
Lin Feng said with a frown. Just then, the Nangong Shue in her arms coughed a few times and opened her eyes.
Lin Feng? I'm alive?
She asked in surprise. Lin Feng gave him a gentle smile and stroked her head. It's okay, I shut off your ability, your life won't drain anymore. Nangong Shue was a bit dumbfounded at his words.
What? Is that all right?
She was all ready to die like this and let Lin Feng remember her for the rest of her life.
But it's nice to be alive. Nangong Shue thought so. That cave you were talking about, is it nearby? Lin Feng asked.
Nangong Shue sniffed and closed her eyes, sensing for a moment.
Aha! It's just up ahead,
she said, pointing in a direction not far away. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief.
Well, that's good. No more detours after all.
At the thought, he stood up with an agitated look on his face.
The 1,000-year Morrow thirsty milk is just ahead,
said the man, a stirring in his heart. After all the hard work, the herbs were finally found.
My sister is finally saved. Let's go. Chapter 77, Entering the Cave. Chapter 77, Entering the Cave. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he directly carried the vibro hammer and walked towards the front. Behind her, Bella was unsure, but followed. Nangong Shui hurriedly jogged to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng, slow down. Nangong Shui said as she tugged on the other's coat. It's been so long, and there might be danger in that cave, so it's better for us to pay attention. She spoke breathlessly. Lin Feng nodded at his words. Seeing her weakened appearance, she slowed her pace. Want me to carry you? Lin Feng asked. Nangong Shui nodded with some embarrassment. Lin Feng smiled faintly and directly carried her. This is faster, let's go. After saying that, he accelerated his speed and his figure disappeared into the fog. Bella stared blankly at the distant duo. No, forgetting me again? She rushed after him. A few moments later, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. A cave appeared before his eyes. The entrance was 10 meters square and dark inside. It seems a bit deep, said Lin Feng with a frown. Just then, Nangong Shui on her back suddenly reached out. A golden ball of light similar to a flashbang was released by her. Ah! My eye! Lin Feng was almost blinded by the ball of light that suddenly appeared. Sorry. I'll tone it down. Nangong Shui hastily turned down the brightness. Aren't you over-consumed? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. It's fine, lighting doesn't drain energy as fast as I can recover it. Nangong Shui explained. After saying that, she jumped off Lin Feng's back. Follow me, we're going in. Nangong Shui took the lead and walked into the cave. Lin Feng and Bella followed close behind. Past the entrance to the cave, it began to get a little narrower inside. Nangong Shui's ball of light hovered above her head, illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Nangong Shui furrowed her embroidered brows. No, the environment here seems to have changed. Lin Feng was shocked at his words. The environment has changed? What does the cave change besides collapsing? Lin Feng asked, are you sure? After all, so much time has passed. Nangong Shui nodded with a serious expression. I'm sure, she said as she stroked the rough stone wall. This should be a very large cave. There's no way I can even remember this wrong. Lin Feng immediately frowned. It's not the wrong place, is it? Nangong Shui shook her head. The imprint is still there, there's no mistaking that, but this place is alive, right? Lin Feng added. Nangong Shui nodded. Lin Feng sighed at once. Come in from the beginning. He then realized that the environment here was different from what Nangong Shui had described. The mists that enveloped the entire valley. There was also the fourth-ranked ferocious beast that was still prowling outside. But, the 1,000-year Morrow thirsty milk is just ahead. Now, no matter what, we must move on. We can't come here for nothing, let's go, I'll scout the way. Lin Feng said. He gripped the vibro hammer tightly, and spiritual energy surged out from his body, probing ahead. After a long walk, the cavern opened up spaciously. Moss crawled on the smooth stone walls and a pungent, musty odor filled the air. Ahem, what's that smell? Nangong Shui's small hand fanned hard in front of her nose. Lin Feng sniffed the air and suddenly frowned. No, it's some kind of spore, hold your breath, he said anxiously. As soon as the words left her mouth, Bella suddenly covered her neck and fell to the ground. Ho! Ho! She blushed in agony and made a short noise in her throat. Lin Feng's face changed and he rushed forward to help her up. Are you okay? Bella glared and pointed to her throat. What, does your throat hurt? Lin Feng said suspiciously. Bella fought to slap her neck, her face suffocating into a saucy purple. Next to him, Nangong Shui jogged over when she saw this. Oops, she's suffocating, she said in surprise, covering her small mouth. When Lin Feng heard this, he hurriedly stretched out his palm. The tendons reached out and dug into Bella's neck. Next moment. Ahem! Bella coughed violently and a thick green smoke erupted from her mouth. Lin Feng's eyes stared. It looks like it's these spores that are blocking her airways, Lin Feng said with a serious expression. Then, he looked at Nangong Shui. How are you feeling? Nangong Shui gently shook her head and said.
I'm fine, she should have been too weak to be affected by the spores.
Bella sniffed and blushed a little in embarrassment. She spoke up, why don't I wait for you guys outside?
Lin Feng directly refused. No, it's not safe out there, follow us, something can at least be fixed.
Bella had to stop when she saw it.
What to do? I'm afraid the spore concentration will get higher if we continue to go deeper.
Nangong Shui, who was on the side, said with an embroidered frown.
Lin Feng thought for a moment.
That's still a problem.
You're fine on your own, you can just filter it with your true qi.
Nangong Shui and Bella are in trouble.
Let's top it off with this first. Lin Feng said, blood and flesh twisting and separating in his hand. 2 masks appeared in the palm of his hand. The material was similar to bone armor, and the inside was blood, flesh, and true qi used to filter it.
No.
What exactly are your powers?
Bella asked in surprise as she took the mask. Prying blindly into what?
Nangong Shui gave her a displeased look. Bella scratched her head and didn't say another word. Lin Feng watched as the duo put their masks on and formed a shield with his own true qi.
Let's go, watch your surroundings, don't fall behind.
He said.
A few moments later. Still not here yet? Lin Feng asked to Nangong Shui.
Nangong Shui frowned her embroidered eyebrows, her face showing disbelief.
I perceive the mark is just ahead, huh? It's right in front. It's not even here, is it?
Forget it, just look around. Lin Feng said helplessly. Just then, he saw a weird yellow light lit up not far away. Lin Feng was subconsciously startled. He suddenly remembered the 4th-ranked ferocious beast outside.
It can't be that unlucky.
Lin Feng said in a cold sweat. Nangong Shui also noticed the strange situation in front of her. She nervously took Lin Feng's hand.
Don't be afraid, let's back up slowly.
Lin Feng lowered his voice and said. Then he pulled up Bella next to him and turned on stealth. After doing so, the yellow light ahead became closer.
Dang! Dang!
A footstep sounded. Every step was like stepping on Lin Feng's heart.
Sweating coldly, he backed away gingerly,
afraid to startle what lies ahead.
Suddenly,
a growl came from a figure that violently rushed out of the darkness. Lin Feng was startled, his heart instantly raised in his throat.
Not good. It's been discovered. Just about to put up a fight.
But suddenly froze.
Only a half-meter high. Red mushrooms with legs stand not far away.
With a wooden stick in his hand, he kept growling. It also smashed the ground very ferociously, almost smashing the land out of a crater.
Holy!
Lin Feng cursed out at once.
Thanks to him being nervous for half a day.
Turns out he was scaring himself. Just as he was about to lift his stealth, he suddenly paused.
Nope. The yellow light didn't disappear, it was still not far away. There's something there. Chapter 78 Hidden Paths, blocked. Chapter 78 Hidden Paths, blocked.
Lin Feng's breath stuttered and he was about to leave in a hurry. But the mushroom monster in the distance screamed and charged towards Lin Feng. It heard Lin Feng's voice just now.
Eee!
Yikes! The mushroom monster screamed and ghostly rushed towards the area.
You've won!
Lin Feng flew up and instantly kicked the mushroom monster away.
Parsing. Parsing successful. Feral beast file, mushroom demon. Rank, 2nd order beast.
Characteristics, semi-vegetative, swarming, spore-infected. Weakness, mushroom demon's body contains a lot of grease and is extremely resistant to fire. Talented aptitude, blood-sucking spores. Releases parasitic spores that infect the target, which can be localized by the spores. Lin Feng reached out and inhaled the crystal into his hand. Has learned blood-sucking spores. Strange, there's no reaction to such a big commotion. Can it be that it's not that 4th-ranked ferocious beast? Lin Feng stared at the yellow light in the darkness in front of him.
A deep frown. Lin Feng, let's run. Nangong Shui's face was a little fearful. If you can.
She didn't want to face the terrifying 4th-ranked ferocious beast again. Lin Feng held her cold little hand and comforted her. It's too much of a loss to just go back when it's all come down to it. He touched Nangong Shui's head and said softly. Besides, if it was really that monster, it would have come after us a long time ago. After saying that, he picked up the vibro hammer and turned his head. I'm going to take a look, don't follow me.
Wait! Nangong Shui hurriedly blocked it.
But Lin Feng didn't stop. With an anxious stamp of her foot, she drew her short sword and followed.
Bella looked at the departing duo and opened her mouth. Finally, he sighed and didn't follow.
Lin Feng gripped the vibro hammer with a grave expression. He had already turned on all of his natural aptitudes except for berserking.
Ready to run at a moment's notice. He was about to move on when he saw Nangong Shui, who was following him. "Didn't I tell you not to follow me?"
Lin Feng said unhappily. "I won't get too close to you, and if there's really any danger, I can also teleport away with you,"
Nangong Shui said to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng sighed when he saw this. "Wait here, I'll go over and see if there's no danger before you come back." When he finished, he held the vibro hammer and moved on. After walking for a while, the yellow light ahead became brighter.
"That's right."
Lin Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked ahead in shock.
Just a few yellow pustules growing on the ground.
It's pulsing from drum to drum.
Along with its movements, countless small eyes swam inside.
They are the source of the yellow light.
How?
Lin Feng shouted in shock. These things were exactly the same as the pustules on the head of the fourth-ranked ferocious beast outside. The moment Lin Feng saw these things, his hair stood up in sweat. Suddenly, a mental fluctuation came.
Bang!
Lin Feng directly covered his head and fell to the ground.
Ah! The veins in his head popped out and his eyes became bloodshot.
The pustules on the ground suddenly began to wriggle, slowly picking up and approaching towards Lin Feng.
Cracking palm! Lin Feng roared. The silver-colored true chi instantly canonied out.
But when it hit the pustule, it was like a cow in a sea of mud, and it didn't do a thing. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. Under the weird yellow light, Lin Feng felt like he was about to melt.
Boom! Boom! He frantically blasted the pustules with his true chi cannon. But it's not half as useful.
Seeing that he was about to be devoured, Lin Feng instantly turned on berserk. His body glowed with blood-colored energy, and his form twisted and swelled.
Roar!
Lin Feng roared, his voice turning into a substantial wave of sound that instantly spread throughout the cave. Shocked the surrounding debris flying.
Then, he violently swung his vibro hammer. Boom!
The concussive force mixed with the tremendous force formed a violent shockwave.
It immediately lifted the pus around it. Die for me!
Lin Feng's body erupted with true chi and he jumped up violently. Then it hit the ground hard.
Boom!
The impenetrable pustule became shattered.
Pus mixed with small eyes splashed around. Immediately afterward, a landslide. The rocks shot up.
When the smoke cleared, a large pit of tens of meters appeared in place. Lin Feng half squatted in the pit and slowly got up. His eyes were red and he exuded an aura of terror. Suddenly, Lin Feng shrieked.
Not good. Nangong Shui.
He instantly deactivated his berserking, and his figure changed back to its normal size.
Damn! This power, it's definitely rippling through her.
Lin Feng looked at the destruction he had caused and spoke remorsefully. Just then, a golden light flashed, and Nangong Shui appeared in front of his eyes. Scared me to death. Luckily, I left my mark in advance and teleported away. She patted her chest, full of fear. Sorry. Lin Feng held Nangong Shui's hand and was full of apologies.
Nangong Shui sighed softly at the sight. Gee, I'm fine anyway, so I'll forgive you.
She waved her hand, not caring. What the hell just happened?
Nangong Shui asked suspiciously.
She heard the sounds of battle just now and was just about to go over to check it out.
But he was almost shocked to death by Lin Feng.
Lin Feng sniffed and briefly explained to her. Those pustules, they should be the eggs of that fourth-ranked ferocious beast.
Nangong Shui said with an ugly face after hearing Lin Feng's explanation.
She said with a troubled face, this cave is simply its lair.
Lin Feng's pupils instantly shrunk when he heard this. Really, wouldn't that be actively entering the wolf's den? Hurry!
Hurry up and find the 1,000-year Morrow-thirsty milk, it'll be too late if you get blocked. Lin Feng shouted with an anxious expression. Just then, a sudden scream rang out in the distance.
Bella rolled and ran.
Lin Feng stepped forward and held her up.
Don't panic, what's going on?
Bella's face was filled with horror as she trembled and pointed behind her. That ferocious beast, it's coming after us.
Lin Feng's eyes widened at once. What? He cried out incredulously. The most feared thing still happened. They're stuck here. Suddenly, a shrill whistling sound rang out from the cavern behind them. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk. It's that fourth-ranked ferocious beast. Lin Feng pulled up Nangong Shui and Bella and ran away. Suddenly, a thick fog flooded the air. Deep in the fog, a weird yellow light lit up. Lin Feng's eyes were splitting at the sight. How could it be so fast? He shouted in shock. Accompanied by a hissing sound, the figure in the fog came closer and closer. Lin Feng, this way. Nangong Shui and her arms suddenly pointed and shouted not far away. Lin Feng fixed his eyes on the large pit that had been smashed out by himself after that. At some point, a huge cave appeared. That's strange. It wasn't there a moment ago. But not caring about anything else, Lin Feng directly rushed towards the cave. Wait. Don't go in yet, let's go back the way we came. Bella, who was grabbing you by the vice limb, suddenly spoke up. What the hell are you talking about? Running back to get killed. Nangong Shui, who was in Lin Feng's arms, burst out in a rare manner. She retorted loudly. After saying that, he said to Lin Feng, don't listen to her. Quickly go inside. That ferocious beast is about to catch up. There's something really wrong in there. You believe me? Bella yelled anxiously. Lin Feng frowned deeply at the situation. It's not right. Next moment. Bang! Lin Feng slammed Bella to the ground with a vicious swing of his secondary limb. Then without even looking at her, he rushed straight into the cave. Chapter 79, Bella is a fake? Chapter 79, Bella is a fake? As soon as Lin Feng came in, he realized that the thick fog behind him had disappeared. Even Bella and the fourth-ranked ferocious beast were all gone. What the hell is going on here? Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him and only felt his scalp tingle. I felt something was wrong with her for a long time. Nangong Shui, who was being held by Lin Feng, said with a serious expression. She's a C rank, and not only did she survive the valley all by herself. To even escape from under a fourth-ranked ferocious beast twice, this is simply unreasonable. Lin Feng was shocked after hearing Nangong Shui's words. All those overlooked details came flooding back. He was afraid that he hadn't been targeted by something as soon as he came in. Even Bella was what it became in the beginning. So Bella was victimized? Lin Feng said with an ugly face. One thought about Bella who had come all the way with her. Not only is she long dead, but I don't even know what the hell is even impersonating her. He then felt a surge of anger. Suddenly, Nangong Shui's eyes looked ahead in horror. Lin Feng hurriedly looked and was shocked. Only Bella was standing at the entrance of the cave. The eyes looked at Lin Feng grimly. It was like she was blocked by some invisible barrier. A ripple traveled out as his hand was held in mid-air. Bella? Lin Feng tried shouting. Don't bother, she's not even your friend, look at the soles of her feet. Nangong Shui said, pointing at her. Lin Feng took a look and his pupils instantly shrunk. All that was visible was the soles of Bella's feet, which were nothing at all. Her entire body just levitated to the ground. Bang! Suddenly, her head slammed against an invisible barrier in mid-air. Then there was a shrill whine. At once, her face began to twist and dislocate. It ended up being a nasty yellow pustule. Countless small eyes, like tadpoles, kept swimming inside. She had also become stooped and withered. Tattered and decayed black robes enveloped his entire body, and an eerie yellow light emanated out. When Nangong Shui saw the other party reveal his prototype, she immediately took a step back in shock. The small hand couldn't help but pull on Lin Feng's coat. I don't know why it can't get in, but it's better if we run while we can. Nangong Shui tugged on Lin Feng's coat and said. Lin Feng nodded with an ugly face. Then he and Nangong Shui left. The monster stood still. As the yellow light shone from its body, cracks gradually appeared in the invisible barriers of the cave entrance. Inside the cave, a light mist began to form. A few moments later. This is it. Nangong Shui pointed at a huge blue crystal and said. Only in the distance, hundreds of meters-high crystals grew in the middle of the lake. You say this is the 1,000-year Morrow thirsty milk? Isn't this a small mountain? Lin Feng said dully. Nangong Shui smiled faintly.
I told you it was a big rock, why so surprised? Lin Feng nodded at his words and directly pulled out his engineer shovel and stepped onto the lake.
Wait. Did you bring a container that can hold liquids?
Behind him, Nan Gongshui called out to Lin Feng.
Is this okay?
Lin Feng asked as he pulled out a glass bottle from his backpack. I'm afraid that's not enough, take this again.
Nan Gongshui took out a transparent jar of unknown material and handed it over.
Lin Feng reached out and took it directly. Then he stepped firmly on the water. One step at a time towards the center of the lake. It was very huge, with shimmering light emanating from the stalactites all around and overhead. The clear water of the lake at his feet also bubbled blue.
Walked a few more moments.
Lin Feng finally arrived in front of the huge crystal. He tilted his head back and felt nothing but shock.
How is this going to be dug?
Lin Feng looked at the huge crystal mountain peak and was suddenly in trouble.
It's so big, let alone take it away.
It's just a lot of work to simply dig up a stone marrow. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up.
Right. Try the earthworm.
Since you can vanish into the rocky land, it may not be impossible to vanish into this crystal.
Say it and do it.
Lin Feng stroked his hands over the crystal.
He took a deep breath and opened the Earth Escape Talent avatar. At once, the crystal rippled, and Lin Feng's palm reached in without any obstacles.
It really works, he said in surprise.
In the next moment, Lin Feng's entire body directly drilled in.
On the shore, Nan Gongshui looked directly dumbfounded.
Still?
At this moment, Lin Feng didn't know about Nan Gongshui's shock. His body was like a swimming fish, straight upwards. In no time at all, it came to the center part of the crystal. Here, from a distance, there was a blue energy that was constantly flowing.
This is the stone marrow, isn't it?
Lin Feng thought in surprise. As he approaches, Lin Feng felt like he was really caught in the current.
So the stone marrow is really liquid,
he thought in shock. Then in a hurry, he took out the container and swam towards a lump of blue liquid in the center of the current. Then, Lin Feng took out the bottle and filled it with the azure liquid.
Before long, the containers were full.
Feeling the earth escape that was about to end, Lin Feng's body fled. Jumped right out of the crystal.
Bang!
Lin Feng smashed into the surface of the lake, shaking up the sky. He held the bottle of azure energy emanating from it, his face full of surprise.
It's finally here. Linger, wait for me,
Lin Feng said excitedly. Then it was off toward the shore. In the distance, Nan Gongshui saw Lin Feng get his hands on the stone marrow.
The heart skipped a beat.
This way. She excitedly waved her hand towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly and accelerated towards her.
Next moment, Nan Gongshui's small body jumped into Lin Feng's arms.
Great! Your sister is saved. She raised her head and cried out, her face flushed. Lin Feng smiled at this and touched her head.
Then he let go of Nan Gongshui.
Take the bottle in your hand and carefully place it in the prepared box.
Let's go,
Lin Feng said. Nan Gongshui nodded, her small face still flushed with excitement. Suddenly, she frowned.
That monster is still out there, how are we going to get out?
Once Lin Feng heard that, he also put away his smile. The excitement from getting the stone marrow was also extinguished quite a bit.
Yeah, even if you get the stone marrow, it's useless if you can't get out.
Lin Feng immediately pinched his brow, his face full of worry. Nan Gongshui saw this and gently pulled and held his hand. Softly comforting, it's okay, this place is so big, there must be other exits, let's go look for them. Lin Feng nodded and smiled at her.
Grace, let's find another exit.
After saying that, he and Nan Gongshui followed the lake and began to search.
After a few moments, no exit was found.
Lin Feng was walking, but he suddenly stopped.
Nope. Was there fog here just now?
He looked at the mist that had risen at some point and frowned. Just then, a hunched figure appeared in the mist in the distance.
The next moment, a yellow light illuminated.
Chapter 80 Attack of the Fourth Order Fierce Beasts. Chapter 80 Attack of the Fourth Order Fierce Beasts. Lin Feng looked at the figure in the fog, and his eyes instantly cracked.
Isn't it blocked?
Lin Feng shouted incredulously.
As the yellow light came on, the fog suddenly became thicker.
The figure of the opponent also became clearer.
Suddenly, the hunched figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was instantly shocked. The vibro hammer in his hand swung violently. Phew! The shockwave immediately lifted the surrounding fog. The hunched figure also appeared in the distance as the fog dissipated. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly had a flash of light. Nope. There's something wrong with this fog. Every time this fourth-ranked ferocious beast caught up, it was accompanied by a thick fog. And you can't shake it off. It wasn't even that it was fast, it was that it could travel through the fog. Thinking about this, Lin Feng began to swing the vibro hammer frantically. As he moved, strong winds shot out in all directions, instantly churning out a vacuum area around him. The vibratory hammer keeps building up momentum. In the end, the head of the hammer trembled, and Lin Feng was almost on the verge of losing control. He swung his hammer violently toward the distant figure. Buzz! A highly compressed sphere flew out instantly like a cannonball, taking the fog along the way and punching out a long vacuum channel. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. The violent kinetic energy mixed with the shocking force instantly erupted. The rickety figure was engulfed by the shockwave. Next moment. Hiss! A sharp hiss sounded. A yellow light flared up and the smoke was lifted. The rickety monster appeared in place. Its tattered robes were shattered a little, revealing its parched upper body. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw this. It really hurt it. Great! There's an effect! Nangong Shui exclaimed. She drew her short sword and her hand lit up with a golden light. He was about to fling himself towards the monster, but he was picked up by Lin Feng and ran away. Nangong Shui's short sword fell to the ground. Hey! My knife! She exclaimed. Lin Feng hugged Nangong Shui and shouted as he ran. Still looking for the knife. Can't you see it's in a hurry? Run! With that, he released his true chi and blew and scattered the fog around him. Hiss! The monster behind him hissed and the pustule on top of his head suddenly glowed. Countless small eyes lit up and tiny yellow rays came towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng! Get out of the way! Nangong Shui saw this and opened her mouth to remind. Lin Feng was violently startled, then threw Nangong Shui out. Next moment. Whoosh! Several rays penetrated Lin Feng's body and blood splashed in the air. Lin Feng! Nangong Shui, who had been thrown into the distance, shouted. She was about to rush up in a hurry. Stay back! Quickly take the stone marrow and go! Lin Feng yelled and stopped her movements. He looked at the slowly approaching fourth-ranked ferocious beast, his face unsightly. At least take the stone marrow out, my sister is waiting. Nangong Shui left tears in her eyes as she listened to Lin Feng. You must live. She finished and left, gritting her teeth. Looking at the departing Nangong Shui, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the monster in the fog, his eyes grim. Come on! When he finished, he picked up the vibro hammer and yelled. His form swelled, and the color of blood flooded around him. Next moment. Lin Feng instantly rushed up and swung his hammer violently. But the ferocious blow struck the body of the hunched monster, but it went through. It was like hitting a phantom. Lin Feng instantly widened his eyes. It clearly hurt it just now. What went wrong there? Without waiting for him to figure it out, the hunched monster slowly reached out towards Lin Feng. Get out! Lin Feng was instantly creeped out by his pores. A violent swing of the vibro hammer set off a violent and powerful wind. The figure of the rickety monster suddenly dissipated with the thick fog. Lin Feng looked around vigilantly, a trace of cold sweat flowing from his forehead. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is its weakness? Just then, a yellow light suddenly lit up in the depths of the fog. A distorted figure appeared in the fog. Its body kept enlarging and splitting. Gradually, it turned into several huge monsters hundreds of meters tall. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him in shock. It only felt like despair in my heart. It's over. He tilted his head and muttered. What he didn't see was a dry hand that was slowly reaching out from behind him. Lin Feng stared blankly at the huge monster in the fog. Next moment. Phew! Lin Feng turned around and violently swung his vibro hammer. Bang! A dull voice rang out. A figure was instantly sent flying by him. Mud, I almost landed on my ass.
Lin Feng said with a palpitating heart.
I can't believe I got hit by an illusion just now.
He looked at the thickening fog around him and frowned deeply.
What the hell is going on? It did hit it just now. And it's a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, so why does it still engage in these illusionary deception tricks?
Lin Feng thought so. Suddenly, he raised his hand and released a poisonous miasma mixed with blood-sucking spores toward the fog invasion.
Next moment, his pupils shrank. The fog surprisingly backed off. It was as if they were afraid of their own poisonous miasma. This shouldn't.
Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him and a guess suddenly appeared in his heart.
If it's really what he thinks it is, that may not be impossible to beat the other side. Think of it this way.
His body was filled with true chi flow. Turned up the poison miasma and blood-sucking spore natural aptitudes to the max.
Moment. A pitch-black gas spread out from Lin Feng's body, penetrating towards the thick fog. With the invasion of pitch-black, highly toxic gas,
a hissing sound suddenly came back from the depths of the fog.
Hiss. Lin Feng's face was delighted at the sight. Indeed. This monster has no entity at all. The fog is what he is.
Thinking about this, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face.
Finally found your weakness.
After saying that, he let go of the black gas while doing so.
Grip the vibro hammer while you do so. The power of vibration from his body was constantly inputting. He swung the hammer and built up momentum. Next moment, he swung the hammer violently.
Buzz. With a distortion of the air, a sphere emitting dazzling white light flew out.
This is highly concentrated kinetic and seismic power.
The sphere flew towards the fog that was suppressed and gathered in one place.
Die! Monster! Lin Feng yelled. Boom!
Instantly, a violent explosion rang out.
The shockwave was hundreds of meters away and almost toppled Lin Feng.
His secondary limbs were stuck in the ground, immobilizing his body.
Powerful winds and shockwaves kept coming. After a few moments, the explosion subsided. When the dust in the sky cleared, all that was left in the same spot was a large pit that was tens of meters in size.
Solved. Lin Feng looked at the disappearing mist and the hunched figure and showed a happy face. Suddenly, his face changed.
Nope.
There's no hint from the system.
Next moment. Hiss.
A hissing sound was heard.
A distortion in the air in the large pit in the distance. A few cracks suddenly appeared in mid-air. Yellow light came through it.
Then 2 dry hands reached out from the chasm.
Grabbing the edge of the rift, he yanked violently. A twisted monster extends its upper body from it. Chapter 81 Dying, Analyzing a 4th-order fierce beast. Chapter 81 Dying, Analyzing a 4th-order fierce beast.
Lin Feng looked at the monster poking out of the void, his heart was in shock.
The mist is not its entity? He cried out incredulously. And it can actually tear apart the void, what kind of monster is this? Hiss. The monster crawled out of the void, its form withered and slender.
A yellow light source was on his head.
So this is his true form.
Lin Feng looked at it in shock and muttered.
Just then, the monster threw back its head and let out a silent hiss.
The light source above its head radiated a dazzling light.
At once, the cavern was all illuminated by yellow light. A twisting force instantly emanated. Ah!
Lin Feng's face was grim as his body's true chi surged out and he fought to resist.
He was pressed to the ground, and all the bone armor on his body began to faintly melt. Next moment,
Lin Feng opened his earth escape and his body violently disappeared into the earth. As soon as he entered, the oppressive feeling on his body disappeared. Lin Feng hurriedly began to flee through the dirt. His body was like a swimming fish as he traveled underground.
Finally escaped. Gotta hurry and rendezvous with Nandong Shui.
Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw the monster disappear from view.
He didn't deactivate the earth escape at first. Just about to continue swimming toward the front.
Turning his head, he saw the 4th-ranked ferocious beast hiding in the mud. Lin Feng exclaimed.
Boom! The ground exploded, splashing dirt and rocks. Lin Feng's figure rushed out from the ground.
A withered figure followed close behind.
Cracking palm.
In mid-air, Lin Feng struck a true chi cannon towards his back. The silver-colored column of air shot towards the withered monster. The air was struck by the blow, creating a long vacuum channel.
Next moment,
the light source above the withered monster's head lit up violently.
The true chi cannon suddenly disappeared as if a cow had entered the sea of mud. What?
Lin Feng was violently shocked. Then true chi erupted, and his body brought up a sonic boom, instantly shooting off towards the distance.
Suddenly,
a yellow ray followed him, coming in at high speed.
Lin Feng's body glided in mid-air.
It was too late to see the rays. He dodged hastily and still had an arm sliced off.
Next moment, boom!
Lin Feng's body crashed to the ground. The heavy body smashed a large crater in the ground, sending up a cloud of smoke.
Ahem!
Lin Feng covered his broken arm and stood up with difficulty. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked viciously at the ferocious beast in the distance.
Dogs! Want my life? Then come and try.
When he finished speaking, a frantic look appeared on his face. Stretching out his only remaining arm, all of his natural aptitudes opened up. A small white ball of light appeared in his palm. All of a sudden, the air began to distort.
The aura of destruction came out.
The ferocious beast saw this and took a step back, intending to escape. Lin Feng grinned, his voice hoarse.
Are you scared now?
It's too late. After saying that, he reached out and pushed, and the small ball of light instantly flew out.
The beast hissed and turned to run.
The next moment, the ball of light detonated.
White light engulfed everything around them, and light and heat continued to emanate.
All that remained in the entire cavern was a silent vibration and blinding white light.
A few moments later,
the shore of the lake has disappeared. A huge crater hundreds of meters in diameter appeared in place.
A blue lake filled it, and a figure floated on it. At this moment, Lin Feng was extremely miserable.
Half of his body had disappeared, his bone armor cracked and shattered.
The head is broken, exposing the brain. And yet he still isn't dead.
A pair of eyes filled with blood, staring deathly at a short distance away. He used what was left of his broken arm to support his body as he slowly crawled forward.
Ho! Ho!
Lin Feng's neck made a leaky sound, dripping silver blood. He was unconcerned, however, and kept crawling with a grim expression. In the distance, the fourth-ranked ferocious beast was lying dying on the ground, its dry body almost blown to pieces by Lin Feng. The light source above his head was dim and constantly flickering, as if it would go out the next moment. Lin Feng crawled towards it with difficulty. He felt like his life was rapidly draining away.
Just kill it. Parse the avatar and you'll live.
His insides roared wildly. But it was getting blurry in front of his eyes, and his strength was gradually draining away.
Next moment. Wow! Lin Feng's body fell into the water.
Completely losing his true chi, he was no longer able to support himself on the surface of the water. Darkness faded before his eyes.
Am I about to end up here? Lin Feng's heart was full of unwillingness.
Obviously, he had gotten the stone marrow and was about to cure his sister.
Just then,
Lin Feng felt a pair of hands pick him up. He fought to open his eyes and look at the other man.
Nangong. Snow. Lin Feng.
Wake up, don't sleep.
Nangong Shui shouted with a face full of anxiety.
Tears left her eyes as she looked at Lin Feng's broken body.
Don't die.
She hugged Lin Feng tightly and murmured. Lin Feng looked at Nangong Shui and hope rose in his heart.
Take me there.
He pointed with his broken arm at the ferocious beast in the distance and said weakly.
Nangong Shui was uncertain.
But consider that he's dying. Nodding, he picked up Lin Feng and walked over. Coming to the dying fourth-ranked ferocious beast, Lin Feng gathered the last trace of true chi in his body and waved his hand.
In parsing. Parsing successful.
Fierce Beast File, Eerie Lightness Demon. Level, 4th Order Fierce Beast. Characteristics, shape-shifting, space-tearing, cognitive distortion. Weakness, kill the mist form and then kill the true form in the crevice.
Talent, transportation.
Opening up space in which one can hide and in which objects can be stored.
Transforms itself into an invisible mist, which distorts the target's perception.
The yellow light distorts the target's flesh, counteracting the energy and emitting distortion rays.
With the system parsing complete, A purple crystal appeared on the fog demon's corpse. Lin Feng's mind moved and the crystals didn't enter his body. The gifted avatar has been learned. Next moment.
His eyes snapped open.
A strong life force appeared in the body.
Originally on the verge of death, his life was no longer draining away. The depleted true qi in his body also began to slowly recover.
Ahem.
Lin Feng was hugged by Nangong Shui and coughed violently a few times. Wounds all over his body began to grow writhing buds of flesh.
Nangong Shui's eyes instantly widened at the sight.
Great! You're okay. She looked at Lin Feng, whose breath had stabilized, and shouted in surprise. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath.
Start absorbing the black mist energy.
The wounds on his body also slowly healed.
Let's get out of here. Where's the stone marrow? Lin Feng asked.
Nangong Shui said, "Don't worry, the stone marrow is in the bag, we're leaving now." After saying that, she carried Lin Feng on her back and returned towards the way she came.
A few moments later, Nangong Shui walked out of the cave. Lin Feng. The fog has stopped,
she said in surprise to Lin Feng behind her. It seems that this dense fog is simply the work of that fourth-ranked ferocious beast. Lin Feng lay on his back behind Nangong Shui and said weakly. Okay, let's go. After Nangong Shui finished speaking, she carried Lin Feng on her back and continued on. After walking for a while, the duo came to a wooded area.
Slow down.
Look there. Lin Feng suddenly pointed ahead and said. Nangong Shui stopped in her tracks at his words. Just off in the distance was a vine thicket.
A large pumpkin grows inside. Suddenly,
a pumpkin fell to the ground, with insect limbs sticking out from the bottom, lunging towards Nangong Shui.
Chapter 82 Breaking Out of the Canyon, Robbing the Exploring Party. Chapter 82 Breaking Out of the Canyon, Robbing the Exploring Party.
Looking at the pumpkin monster that lunged towards him,
Nangong Shui was instantly shocked.
It's a third-ranked ferocious beast. She drew a short knife, golden light flashing in her hand, and threw it towards her opponent. Whoosh! The short blade turned into a golden trajectory and flew towards the pumpkin monster.
Dang!
With a shower of sparks, the short sword bounced off.
How can it be so hard? Nangong Shui exclaimed. Suddenly,
the pumpkins on the vine shuddered and all fell off. Hundreds of pumpkin monsters, all of a sudden, rushed towards her.
No good. Nangong Shui shrieked and hurriedly carried Lin Feng on her back to escape. But when I turned around, I realized that I was already surrounded.
Nangong Shui instantly showed despair on her face. Surrounded by hundreds of third-ranked ferocious beasts, she had no way to escape.
Just then, a coughing fit broke out.
Lin Feng breathlessly stretched out his hand.
Next moment,
with a flash of yellow light, the surrounding pumpkin monsters instantly exploded. Splashes of juice in the sky. The third-ranked ferocious beasts that were still raging just a moment ago were instantly turned into pieces.
Take the beast down with you and let's go.
Lin Feng withdrew his hand and said indifferently, as if it had done something unimportant. Nangong Shui watched this scene dumbfounded, her heart in a state of shock. She swallowed, then reacted with a joyful look on his face. So many third-order beast pills. Without dawdling, she gently placed Lin Feng on the ground. Then he began to rummage through the corpses of the ferocious beasts to find the beast pills.
After a few moments, Nangong Shui took a bulging bag and returned to Lin Feng.
I just counted over 130 of them. Nangong Shui wiped her face and said to Lin Feng with a smile. As she said that, her eyes flicked to Lin Feng's broken arm. The smile was lost and a dark look came over his face.
Well, it's okay, I can recover the broken limb now,
Lin Feng said.
Nangong Shui only thought he was comforting himself.
Forcing a smile, he said, Aha!
Let's go!
After saying that, she reared her back and carried Lin Feng. Lin Feng was going to refuse, he wanted to go on his own. But feel the body that is still recovering. Or let Nangong Shui carry her on her back. Because the fourth-ranked ferocious beast had already been killed by Lin Feng, the mists disappeared. The duo soon found the path they had seen when they first came in.
There's the exit up ahead.
Nangong Shui carried Lin Feng on her back and pointed to the exit of the canyon in front of her and shouted in surprise. Lin Feng also had a happy face.
After all the pain, it's finally over. Okay, let's go.
As Nangong Shui spoke, a sudden tremor came from beneath her feet.
Then the whole valley began to shake. What's going on?
Lin Feng shouted in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over.
The canyon ahead is slowly closing. Even the whole valley is sinking. Not good. This place is sinking. Nangong Shui exclaimed.
I thought you said you wouldn't sink, just get out as where you are. Lin Feng shouted with a black face.
I don't know. Nangong Shui said with a pale face. Don't say it. Just put me down and you run.
Lin Feng shouted anxiously.
Nangong Shui shook her little head and said nothing. No way. I know you can earthbend, but this is different.
This is not the same space as outside. Once it sinks, you'll be stuck here.
Nangong Shui said while carrying Lin Feng on her back and grabbing the road.
There was a change in Lin Feng's back and several jets of air appeared.
Then a violent flame was spewed out. Nangong Shui was suddenly pushed forward.
It ended up being a close call at the end, running out of the canyon before it closed.
Bang!
Just coming out, because Lin Feng gave too much momentum, Nangong Shui directly fell to the ground. Her white face braked on the ground, dragging long trails all over it.
Ouch! It hurts.
Nangong Shui flopped down on the ground, covering her red cheeks and said,
It's worn out.
It was a good thing that she was a B-rank awakened person with a face harder than the ground.
Ahem.
Lin Feng climbed up from Nangong Shui.
Didn't crush you, did it? He said. Nangong Shui blushed and shook her head.
Lin Feng looked down at his injuries that had almost healed and fought to stand up. The wounds are all healed, it's the broken arm that hasn't grown back yet, but it's coming. He felt that since parsing the divine ability of that fourth-ranked ferocious beast, his body then went into some sort of evolutionary state. The fleshly body and the innate aptitude both became stronger. Even severed limbs are slowly recovering. This feels a lot like when you were promoted to B-rank. Lin Feng said in surprise. Just then, Nangong Shui suddenly frowned.
Strange, where are our armored cars?
Lin Feng heard her open her mouth, and only then did he react.
Yeah, where's the car?
Look at the marks on the grass, this is where the parking was earlier.
Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze froze. He saw tire tracks on the ground. Someone took the car.
Lin Feng pointed at the ground and said to Nangong Shui, someone stole our car.
Follow the traces and go up and take a look. Nangong Shui nodded and chased after him with Lin Feng. A few moments later,
Lin Feng stopped under a hill. He looked at the tent in the distance and narrowed his eyes.
Looks like they're the ones who stole our car.
Lin Feng said as he pointed to the armored vehicles in the camp in the distance. After saying that, he slowly walked towards the camp. As Lin Feng approached, he heard someone talking in the tent.
Did they confess?
Big brother, no, she's tough as nails.
Forget it, don't bother, just bring me straight to my tent.
Okay, I'm on my way. As the words fell, a man lifted the tent and stepped out. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Lin Feng.
What are you? The man shrieked.
He drew his long sword and charged towards Lin Feng.
Without waiting for Lin Feng to make a move, Nangong Shui moved.
There was a flash of golden light in her hand. The next moment the man was nailed to the ground with a short knife.
How did you kill him?
Lin Feng frowned lightly.
Rather than sympathizing with each other. Rather, he was going to ask for news. Nangong Shui gritted her teeth and said, I know these people. They're the famous rotten people in the city.
She glanced at the crucified man in disgust. They don't do quests and specialize in robbing other exploration teams. Especially their captain, who kills and sets fire to everything. Lin Feng's heart was clear when he heard this.
Then he patted Nangong Shui's little head, signaling her to calm down.
For the first time, he realized that she had such a short temper. Just then, a middle-aged man came out of the tent.
He looked at his slain men on the ground.
There was a gasp of surprise.
Lao Lu.
Then, he looked at Lin Feng with a fierce face.
You dare to kill my brother? I'll kill you.
When he finished speaking, flames ignited in him.
Lin Feng felt the other party's aura and didn't take it seriously. It's just AB. With a wave of his hand, a grayish-yellow light illuminated. A black slit cracked open in mid-air. It sucked the man in instantly. Well, go ahead and drive. Lin Feng said. Just as he was about to leave, a woman jumped out of the tent next to him, bound and gagged. Lin Feng took a look and his pupils instantly shrunk. Chapter 83 Delivering Bella, Mysterious Woman in Black. Chapter 83 Delivering Bella, Mysterious Woman in Black. Lin Feng looked at the woman who climbed out of the tent and was filled with surprise. Bella? He shouted. She was only tied up like a big bug, and was on the ground as a mayfly chrysalis. Oh who? Bella's mouth was sealed and she made a slurred sound. Lin Feng saw this and went forward to help her tear it open. Why are you here? He asked suspiciously. Nangong Shui tugged on the corner of Lin Feng's coat, signaling him to go over. You try her first and see if it's true. She leaned over and whispered in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, it was the fake Bella that had fooled herself all the way to the valley earlier. He walked over to Bella and spoke, Tell me something only you know. Lin Feng, what are you up to? Untie me first. Bella said. Be honest. Speak when I tell you to. Nangong Shui coldly lowered her voice. Bella instantly frowned in displeasure. If not you who? Lin Feng saw this and briefly explained to her. Bella had to nod once she heard that someone had impersonated her. She thought for a moment and spoke, on Kyle's ass, there are 2 hemorrhoids. Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this. How would he know if the male model brother has hemorrhoids on his ass? Who knows if you say this, change it. Nangong Shui said with a cold face. When Bella heard this, she was not happy. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Who are you talking to? Okay, you two stop bickering, I've got an idea. Lin Feng blocked. Well, I'll listen to you on everything. Nangong Shui smiled sweetly. Lin Feng finished speaking, his head gray and yellow. Mental energy was directed at gently Bella. No anomalies. That's her in person. He nodded at Nangong Shui. The latter walked over to Bella and pulled out a short knife to cut the rope. Ouch. You're strangling me. Bella rubbed her wrist, grimacing. Only then did Lin Feng see it. The upper half of her body, which was covered in a tank top, was exposed and covered in whip marks. Bella flashed a smile when she saw Lin Feng staring at her. What brings you to the engagement zone? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. Bella waved her hand. Hi. Don't mention it, it's all about living. She rose from the ground and swept the dust from her body. I took a task to deliver something, and halfway through, I was robbed by this bunch of people. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. So it is. He walked over to the armored car and pulled a lady's coat out of the back seat and handed it to Bella. These are your clothes, right? Lin Feng said. Bella took it and dug into her dress pocket. Relieved to find a photo. Thanks, I have an errand to run, so I'll leave you to it. Bella finished and walked over to the tent to rummage around for a few moments. Walked out with a suitcase. I'm off, bye. After that, he got into another car and left. Lin Feng waved at her and watched her leave. Agu, people are leaving, still looking. Nangong Shui, who was on the side, said sourly. Lin Feng was a bit helpless when he saw this. Walked over to the armored car, opened the door and stepped inside. Come on, I'll drive. Nangong Shui sighed sadly. Okay, you drive. After that, he got into the passenger side. The engine started and the armored car roared away. A few moments later. Hey Lin Feng, are you lost? Nangong Shui, the co-pilot, asked. Lin Feng looked at his surroundings and muttered in his heart. No way, I followed the navigation. He instantly denied it. After saying that, disbelievingly, he stepped on the gas and accelerated his speed. It was on for a while longer. Z. Lin Feng kicked the brakes and stopped. He looked at his surroundings with an ugly face. Something's not right. We've just been spinning in place. Nangong Shui said, pointing to a small hill in the distance. You're right, look there. Lin Feng followed Nangong Shui's finger and his pupils instantly shrank. Only to see that it turned out to be the campground from which they had just set out. What the hell is going on here? Lin Feng smashed the steering wheel. Just then, Nangong Shui, who was on the side, let out a cry of alarm. There's someone up ahead. Lin Feng's gaze stared and a wary expression appeared on his face. That's... Only a woman walked slowly up the hill in the distance.
She had a slender figure and her robes were as black as shadows. As she moved, the hem of her coat slowly wafted black air.
Nangong Shui nervously pulled out her short knife and lowered her voice at Lin Feng. This woman's aura, so dangerous.
Lin Feng's face was serious, and he just wanted to back up the car but realized that it had stalled.
Tried it a couple times and it didn't budge a bit. Looks like she doesn't want us to go.
Lin Feng said coldly. His eyes narrowed as he spoke to Nangong. Wait here, I'll see what she wants. When he finished, he walked straight out of the car.
Explain your reason for coming.
Lin Feng spoke coldly. The woman in black smiled softly at her words.
You destroyed the valley's ground veins, and you're asking me what I'm going to do?
Lin Feng immediately frowned.
What earth veins? You're mistaken, aren't you?
The woman sighed softly.
You think if you hide the stone marrow, you'll be okay?
She closed her eyes and sensed it for a moment, a puzzled expression on her face. Strange, you clearly have the scent of stone marrow on you. Lin Feng's heart was clear when he heard this. The earth vein that the other party was talking about was the 1,000-year marrow-thirsty milk.
Just then, Nangong Shui walked over to Lin Feng. This sister, isn't that a mistake?
She smiled sweetly.
Then he turned around and spoke softly. Look, we don't have any stone marrow on us, do we? Lin Feng instantly reacted.
The stone marrow had already been put into the recluse space by itself.
Anyway, I don't recognize it, so go ahead and find it.
For the sake of his sister, there was absolutely no way he could hand over the stone marrow.
Lin Feng echoed, yes, we haven't met, you've got the wrong person.
The woman in black nodded at her words.
Oh, so it's the wrong person.
After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave.
Lin Feng was relieved to see this. This woman's aura was even more terrifying than a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. It's best if you can muddle through. Just then,
the woman in black retracted her half-stepped bare foot.
Do you guys think I'm going to believe that?
She turned her head and grinned. At the same time, the heart pinched a cold sweat.
So close, almost got them.
Lin Feng saw that he hadn't fooled her, and his expression was grave. Rather, it was the Nangong Shui on the side who revealed a puzzled expression when she saw this.
Sister, what are you talking about? The woman in black laughed softly and pointed to Fumiyuki. Still pretending, aren't you?
What do you see here? With that, a mirror made of crystals emerged from her hand.
The figures of Lin Feng and Nangong Shui appeared on it. Finally.
Great, your sister is saved. In the mirror's image, Lin Feng was carrying 2 bottles of azure stone marrow, his face full of smiles.
Snap. The mirror shattered and disappeared.
The woman in black smiled and looked towards Lin Feng and Nangong Shui, who had fallen silent.
Why don't you say something? Chapter 84, Failure to Negotiate. Chapter 84, Failure to Negotiate.
Lin Feng looked at the smiling woman in black and sighed.
I really need this, my sister is sick. He said truthfully to the woman in black.
The woman shook her head and spoke softly. I also have a great need for something of my own to suppress the rift under the valley. Lin Feng was suddenly speechless.
Also, how can people understand their own difficulties?
Moreover, the woman's words afterward made Lin Feng care.
Suppressing the rift? He asked suspiciously.
The woman in black nodded. Deep in the valley is a ferocious beast rift, and I've been suppressing it here for a long time. After saying that, she stretched out her jade hand towards Lin Feng. Give it back to me now, and I can let you off the hook for destroying the earth vein.
Linden blushed hard. What about Her Ling's illness? But if I don't return it, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng opened his mouth.
Can I trade you something for it?
I'll take a bottle. That had been his last line. But the woman shook her head. You guys destroying the earth veins is enough to give me a headache, stop bargaining with me.
Lin Feng's eyes suddenly went cold. So there's no talk? The atmosphere on the field became tense.
A trace of cold sweat flowed from the forehead of Nangong Shui on the side. She tugged on Lin Feng's coat. Lin Feng patted her hand and comforted her. Just about to open my mouth to continue to engage the woman. The other party, however, lost interest in the conversation.
Well, stop challenging my patience. A hint of impatience crossed the woman's face.
With that, she directly reached out and grabbed towards Lin Feng.
Instantly, an invisible force locked onto Lin Feng. He watched as the woman's white hands grasped toward him. Next moment. The transported man. Lin Feng shouted as his body became like a twisted phantom. The black-clad woman's hand went right through him. What? She was stunned. Then his body transformed into black mist and exploded, appearing not far away. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Surprisingly, it's vaporization. How did you get the ability of the trick light mist demon? Lin Feng looked indifferent and didn't say anything. Even though it was myself who took someone else's stuff. But it's already at war, so there's no point in talking about it. Ignore the woman. He turned to Nangong Shui and spoke, drive and escape. Nangong Shui froze for a moment, then reacted. Good. I'll get the car. After that, she ran towards the armored car in the distance. Don't try to escape. The woman chirped and gave chase. Her speed was so fast that she caught up with Nangong Shui in an instant. Eyes were about to catch her. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light. The woman covered her eyes as she was stung by the glow. When the light dissipated, Nangong Shui's figure disappeared. As soon as he turned his head, Lin Feng had also disappeared. How dare you lie to me? She yelled. The grass around them withered instantly. In the next moment, the woman wore a heartbroken expression. Ah! My grass! The moment. Lin Feng was hiding in his recluse space. Nangong Shui was among them. The place was filled with a grayish-yellow light, about a few dozen meters in size. Some miscellaneous items were piled aside. Lin Feng sat on the vibro hammer, his face full of sorrow. Hey, this is trouble. Nangong Shui stroked his hand when she saw this and gently comforted him. Aya, it's okay, she can't find us if we hide here anyway. Lin Feng, however, shook his head. Family members know their own business. His recluse space was a separate space. It's just that in another 100 years that woman won't be able to find herself. But once one disarms the ability, one appears in the same place. This is awkward. If it gets clogged, that's not a waste. And there is a forward swing to open the recluse space. That's enough time for the woman to deal with herself. Hey, wait a minute, I'll go out later. When he finished, he rummaged through a backpack and pulled out a couple of cans. Opening a can, he handed it to Nangong Shui. Eat something. That's all. They stayed in the recluse space for the entire night. The next day, Lin Feng sat down on the ground and slowly ended his cultivation. He spent the night liquefying another small portion of the cyclone. At this moment, the strength of his true qi became even higher. It's a good thing we can practice here, otherwise we'd be bored to death. Lin Feng opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Looking at Nangong Shui, who was leaning on her shoulder, gently nudged her a few times. Oh, is it dawn yet? She wiped the crystallized drool from the corner of her mouth and stretched. The tunic draped over her body fell off, revealing her delicate figure. Lin Feng smiled slightly at him. Well, it's about time, I'm going out to look around. After saying that, he rubbed Nangong Shui's short hair and his figure slowly disappeared. Wait! Nangong Shui instantly came to her senses and rushed to block it, but it was too late. The moment. The grass outside the transported space. The woman in black kept circling around the place where Lin Feng had disappeared. She sniffed the air for a moment. Crouched down again to check the dirt on the ground. She's been working on it all night. It's not right. There was clearly no spatial fluctuation that left, so how could it have disappeared? The woman, full of confusion, crouched down and poked at the dirt with a twig. Just then, a dark vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Lin Feng's figure slowly appeared in place. As soon as he came out, he met a pair of shocked eyes. The woman in black crouched on the ground, wide-eyed with Lin Feng. Next moment, Lin Feng exclaimed. Hurriedly, he was about to re-duck into the recluse space. But the woman grabbed his arm instantly. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk. Because transported space and voiding can't be opened at the same time. There's a hint of a time lag. But just such a small break was instantly caught by this woman. Let go! Lin Feng roared, his body's true qi surging. Both eyes lit up with yellow light, and the two rays turned around Lin Feng and instantly shot towards the woman. The woman didn't move.
Her skin brightened into a crystal-like form and the rays were instantly deflected. Lin Feng saw that the aberration ray was useless against her, and his gaze froze. The body instantly exploded into a thick white fog. Even this. What the hell are you? The woman in black looked at the mist that Lin Feng had transformed into and wrinkled her embroidered eyebrows. This was the ability of the eerie light mist demon. How did a human learn it? The mist that Lin Feng's body had turned into floated away not far away. He didn't approach the women hastily. Because mist form is not invincible. A poisonous miasma similar to your own is something that can hurt you. At the moment, Lin Feng was in an awkward position. He didn't dare to lift the mist form at will. Because once it's lifted, the moment it materializes it will be attacked. But you can't turn on voiding without first materializing. This is troublesome, Lin Feng secretly thought. Just then. Kara! A sound of breaking glass rang out. The air around them was surprisingly like a mirror shattering. Numerous cracks appeared. Lin Feng was violently shocked. He felt like he was caught in some kind of alien space. Chapter 85 Mirror Space, Woman in Black's Conditions. Chapter 85 Mirror Space, Woman in Black's Conditions. No good. A jolt of surprise. Hurriedly, he lifted his mist form. This alien space has not yet fully unfolded. It's not too late to turn on the transported light and flee. Suddenly. Bump! Lin Feng had just turned back into a solid body when he was instantly sent flying. He turned on voiding in mid-air, trying to go right through the shattered space. But it's still a step too late. With the sound of a mirror shattering, the cracks around them instantly widened. The scene around them changed like a kaleidoscope. It turned into a myriad of mirrors. Damn! Still a step too late. Lin Feng's face was ugly. He looked toward the woman in black walking toward him. Now I'll see where you run. The woman sneered. Then he opened his arms and held his head high. This is my domain, mirror space, you have no way to escape. Lin Feng's pupils instantly shrunk at his words. Fields that form separate spaces. This woman is S-class. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the stone marrow. The woman in black droned. Lin Feng didn't say anything when he sniffed. It's about whether or not my sister will wake up. Even if it was S-ranked, he would never compromise. Humph. Don't know what's good for you. The woman in black snorted coldly and waved her hand at Lin Feng. At that moment, space flipped and twisted like a mirror, squeezing towards Lin Feng. His pupils instantly shrank, revealing a horrified expression. Arms in front of his body. Next moment. Nothing happened. Lin Feng's figure was like a phantom, not affected by the attacks at all. He took a step forward, easily stepping away from the attack. Ugh! The woman in black wore a dumbfounded expression. He had posed himself for half a day, but he couldn't help his opponent. At once, she looked embarrassed. Lin Feng, on the other hand, brightened up. The vapors themselves were not affected by the mirror space at all. Wouldn't that make it possible to run right out of this woman's domain? Thinking of this, he instantly ran towards his back. What are you doing? Get back here. The black-clothed woman was startled and hurriedly chased after her. She sensed Lin Feng, who was penetrating her domain unimpeded. Lin Feng was running wildly in front of him, his body was like an illusory projection, unaffected by anything. The woman in black chased after her. The field moved forward with her at its center. A few moments later. Phew! Phew! The woman in black bent over and gasped. You're quite the runner. She lifted her head, viciously. Lin Feng stood not far away and took a few breaths. Mud. The woman had been chasing herself for hours. Himself was able to run out of her field. But she followed, and the field kept moving with her. Now the two are just consumed. Humph. Keep chasing if you can. Lin Feng sat down and spoke coldly. Anyway, as long as she didn't take the initiative to disarm her vanity, this woman would never be able to touch herself. Just then, the woman walked up to Lin Feng. She reached out her hand and passed through Lin Feng's body. Don't waste your breath. Lin Feng said indifferently. His own body is in the recluse space at the moment, and what remains here is just a projection. If you can't find where the recluse space is, it's useless to destroy the space here. The woman sniffed and sighed helplessly.
This is not the way to go.
The Earth's veins have been destroyed. If they didn't go back to remedy the situation, it wouldn't be long before the fierce beast rift would open again.
It's going to be a pain in the ass when that happens.
At the thought, she spoke helplessly.
Human, you win, I really can't afford to wear out. Lin Feng frowned and said, then lift the domain and let me go.
The woman shook her head.
Human, it's not that I'm unkind, but this stone marrow really can't be allowed to be taken away by you.
She pointed at her feet and said, this underground valley is used to suppress the core of the rift, and the earth vein is even more important. Without the earth veins, in less than 3 months, the rift will be fully opened, and you humans won't be able to do any good then.
Lin Feng listened to the words of the woman in black.
There was also a hesitation on his face. Once this fierce beast rift was opened, the demon suppressor army's years of effort in the engagement zone would be in vain.
But what will my sister do without the stone marrow?
Just then, the woman spoke again. Tell me what's wrong with your sister, maybe I can help. Lin Feng sniffed and thought for a moment. It was finally explained to her briefly. The woman sniffed with a thoughtful look. After a moment, she spoke. If you must take away the stone marrow to cure your sister, it's not impossible. She paused and continued, I'll let you take it if you promise me one condition.
What conditions? Let me hear you say it first.
Lin Feng said as he hugged his arms.
The woman nodded. I can let you take a bottle of stone marrow with you.
She held up a finger. But you must promise me that you will bring back materials that can supply the earth vein to continue functioning after half a year. When Lin Feng heard this, he revealed a puzzled expression.
Isn't this earth vein 1,000-year-old marrow-thirsty milk? Something else to add?
Lin Feng spoke the question in his mind. The earth's vein is under the lake, and the crystals above it are supply materials.
The woman explained.
Lin Feng nodded and spoke again.
How do I know if you're lying to me?
It's not like I can't beat you, so when the time comes, I'll lift my virtualization and it won't be over. The woman in black sighed helplessly when she saw how vigilant Lin Feng was. Then he reached into his chest and pulled out a blue crystal. After doing this, her face paled a little.
This is my original crystal shard, I can use it to make a contract with you. With that, she took a breath. I cannot harm or imprison you, and you must fulfill the conditions.
Lin Feng sniffed and looked at the woman in black suspiciously.
There's such a thing? Isn't this just a rock? Don't swindle me.
The woman was in a hurry. He had even pulled out his own life crystal, but this human still didn't believe him.
How do you even know about the deed link? What nook or cranny did you come out of?
The woman was full of anger. You disarm the field and back away while I ask my friend. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and spoke. The woman gritted her teeth at that.
Don't you give an inch. And how can I trust you?
Lin Feng shrugged.
Then there's nothing to do but keep on spending.
When he finished, he stopped paying attention to the woman. He could see that the other side was more anxious than he was right now.
Sure enough.
The woman struggled for a moment, but compromised. With a wave of her hand, the mirror space shattered. The mirrors around them slowly disappeared.
The field is lifted.
And Lin Feng didn't hide right away, but stood still and waited for the woman to back away. Seeing that she was slow to move, she opened her mouth and said, What are you waiting for? Go. The woman in black clad clenched her teeth as she sniffed, and her body transformed into a black mist that slowly dissipated.
Then it appeared 100 meters away. Next moment, the black vortex appeared in mid-air.
Lin Feng's figure distorted for a moment and disappeared.
Chapter 86, Signing of the Contract. Chapter 86, Signing of the Contract.
The woman in black saw that after she retreated, Lin Feng directly disappeared. The pupils of his eyes shrank at once.
How dare you lie to me?
She chortled. She looked at the shard of her native crystal in her hand. He had made it this far, and this human still didn't believe him. When I think about it, I can't help but feel sadness in my heart.
In the meantime,
the transported space.
Lin Feng's figure slowly appeared. You're back. Nangong Shui shouted in surprise.
After saying that, he directly jumped into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng deceitfully patted her back.
Well, let me ask you something.
He and Nangong Shui briefly explained what had happened outside.
A linking contract?
There is indeed such a thing, but
She cupped her chin. Whether or not it's a real insta-crystal, I'll have to confirm it in person. Nangong Shui said softly.
Lin Feng refused at once.
No way.
It's too dangerous, you stay here.
Nangong Shui smiled gently at his words. I just remembered a trick out of the blue,
she said, lying down on Lin Feng's ear and whispering softly. Lin Feng listened and gradually widened his eyes.
This work? He asked, frowning. Nangong Shui brightly smiled and said, Oops, just try it, I don't think it's a problem.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and sighed.
Okay. After saying that, he grabbed Nangong Shui's slender arm and his figure slowly twisted and disappeared. Outside the transported space, a dark vortex suddenly appeared in midair.
With the distortion of space, Lin Feng and Nangong Shui slowly appeared.
Ha!
The art of mutual multiplication of golden light.
Just as soon as he came out, Nangong Shui instantly let out a delicate cry.
Then a blinding golden light emerged from his body. Right at the moment Lin Feng materialized, her ability took effect.
The slight gap between the continuous use of transported space and voiding was instantly covered. Next moment. Clank!
Lin Feng smoothly turned on voiding.
Sure enough. My instant invincibility when I turn on golden light just covers your forward swing. Nangong Shui shouted in surprise.
At this moment, she was being held by Lin Feng's hand, and together they entered the state of vaporization.
The figure was like an illusory projection.
After saying that, she looked at the black-clothed woman in front of her triumphantly.
But the imagined attack did not come. The woman looked at Lin Feng with a surprised face. She said, I thought you didn't trust me. Why did you come back?
Lin Feng covered his forehead helplessly.
I'm going back to talk to my friends, it's not like I'm running away. The woman sniffed. Like this?
Right at this moment, the nearby Nangong Shui spoke up.
Where's that crystal of yours? Bring it out and I'll see.
Hearing her words, the woman in black held out her hand.
A blue crystal appeared in her palm. Nangong Shui looked around for a moment and nodded at Lin Feng. Well, it's true.
Lin Feng was relieved to see this.
Just don't lie to yourself.
Then, Lin Feng had spoken, show me the contract. The woman in black nodded at her words, then stood up.
With a reach, the crystal lit up with a blue glow.
Immediately afterward, an energy chain drilled out of her heart and flew through the air.
It's the constraints that link us after the contract is signed.
The woman in black explained.
Lin Feng looked at the chains and then at Nangong Shui, a hesitant look on his face. It's okay, with me here, she can't catch you in the act. Nangong Shui said softly.
Lin Feng nodded and directly lifted his virtualization.
You first, he said.
The woman nodded softly.
Pull out a roll of parchment.
She wrote a few lines on it and handed it back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it and examined it for a moment.
Then he had Nangong Shui check it out again. Make sure it's okay. Put a handprint on it. Next moment. Wow! The chains suddenly drilled into Lin Feng's chest. He snapped. But the chains disappeared in an instant. Well, the deed is done.
She said to Lin Feng, get reacquainted, my name is Jingyao, I'm a stone demon.
You're a ferocious beast?
Lin Feng looked at her in surprise.
Jingyao nodded lightly. Of course, you know that by looking at me, don't you?
As she spoke, her skin became as transparent as crystal, revealing the exquisite structure inside. Lin Feng looked at Jingyao's body in awe. The word icy suddenly came to him. Then, Jingyao's skin changed back to its white normal appearance. She spoke softly, you know the contents of the contract. I can't hurt or imprison you, and you must bring back the materials that support the operation of the earth vein within 6 months. Lin Feng nodded at his words. Then he asked with some confusion, why would you, a ferocious beast, help a human? It is not for your sake that I suppress the rift, but for the sake of the spirits in the valley. Jingyao explained softly. She held out her hand to Lin Feng.
Now, give me the stone marrow.
Lin Feng hesitated for a moment at his words.
A sigh followed.
The air around him twisted and a pitch-black vortex appeared. He reached his hand in and pulled out a bottle of stone marrow. Here. Lin Feng handed the bottle containing the azure stone marrow to Jingyao.
Jingyao hastily took it and examined it. After confirming that there were no problems, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't forget to bring the materials in half a year, violating the contract has serious consequences. Jing Yao said softly. Listening to her words, Lin Feng couldn't help but cover his heart. He could feel an inexplicable force wrapped around it. At this time, Jing Yao sighed and said helplessly. Well, I have to go clean up the mess you guys made. After saying that, her body transformed into a pitch-black shadow. It disappeared into the ground. Phew! Finally gone. Nangong Shui breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Then, she looked at Lin Feng. The small hand stroked up Lin Feng's chest, showing concern. How are you feeling now? Lin Feng shook his head. It's okay. Let's go ahead. After that, he walked towards the armored car in the distance. A few moments later, Lin Feng drove his car and followed the navigation on the road. It's finally safe to leave. He looked out of the car and said slowly. Finally, there were no more accidents. After another long time, the armored car pulled away from the engagement zone. Along the way through the wilderness, gradually, Lin Feng saw the rear camp in the distance. At this time, Nangong Shui, who was sitting on the passenger side, took out her terminal. I'll send a message to my sister. Lin Feng nodded. He kicked the gas and picked up speed. It wasn't long before we arrived at the entrance to the campground. The soldier at the door stopped Lin Feng. Comrade, papers please. Lin Feng looked at the raw-faced little warrior in front of him and was in trouble. Nangong Kaihua didn't give herself any papers, either? Is a nameplate okay? Saying that, Lin Feng handed the warrior his identity nameplate. The other man took a look and frowned. You're kidding me. Cooks on a mission in an armored car, think I'm stupid? The warrior raised his rifle at once. Comrade, if you don't have papers, you can't enter the camp. Just then, a cold, clear voice came. Well, let them in. 87, return to the camp. 87, return to the camp. Battalion commander. The warrior saluted as soon as he saw the man. Only a tall woman in a military uniform was seen approaching. Looking at Lin Feng, a hint of a smile appeared on his cold face. Back? She said. Nangong Shui instantly jumped into the other party's arms when she saw this. Sister. She rubbed against the other woman's chest like a kitten. Well, so many people are watching. Nangong Kaihua said helplessly. Come in first. After saying that, she signaled the soldiers beside her to open the barrier. But the soldier did nothing. Nangong Kaihua frowned her embroidered brows at the sight and spoke in displeasure. What are you waiting for? Open it. The soldier sniffed but said with a terse neck, reporting to the battalion commander. They don't have papers, they can't enter. Lin Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. Not buddy? The battalion commander's voice doesn't matter? Nangong Kaihua glanced at the soldier. He was about to say something when a loud roar came from the distance. Attention! Hearing this voice, the soldier subconsciously stood upright, his body standing straight. Next moment. A large 45-yard shoe flew and instantly imprinted on the soldier's face. The first thing that happened was that his face was suddenly contorted. The body spun several times in the air as if it were a gyroscope. It finally fell into the distance with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. You Fangs! Who are you talking to? Don't you listen to the battalion commander? Combat Captain Yifei looked at the soldiers on the ground, cursing under his breath. Then, he turned his head and flashed a smile at Lin Feng. I'm sorry, Class Leader Lin, this kid is new and shafted to death. Lin Feng let out a light laugh. It's okay, he's following the rules too. Yifei was filled with embarrassment as he sniffed and saluted Nangong Kaihua again. I'm sorry, Battalion Commander. I'll go back and fix him up. Nangong Kaihua nodded and didn't count much. Seeing this, Yifei walked up to the soldier and yanked him up to leave. Captain, that cook is undocumented. The soldier was full of disbelief. Before he could finish his words, Yifei directly bunked his mouth with 2 punches. Shut up you! Get back to running 50 kilometers first. Lin Feng looked at the distant Yifei duo and let out a light laugh. The feeling is back. That's the flavor. A few moments later, the cooking class. Squad leader. You're back. Yellow Hair, who was carrying the pot, exclaimed in surprise. Then it was about to come charging up. The boiling soup in the pot splashed around. Put the pot down. The soup is spilling.
Lin Feng hurriedly yelled to stop it.
Yellow Hair sniffed and braked sharply, bending down to put the pot on the ground.
Then he looked at Lin Feng excitedly, his lips wriggling, wanting to say something. But after half a day of holding it in, it didn't collapse into a fart.
Suddenly, he wailed, startling Lin Feng.
Then it flipped up in place. Lin Feng looked at Yellow Hair, who was rummaging around the house like a monkey, and didn't know what to say.
Look how excited the kid is.
Just then, a scream rang out from inside the house.
Minami was wearing an apron and had just come out of the house.
Yellow Hair just happened to somersault past her. The rice in his hand almost spilled.
All right. Stop flipping.
Lin Feng really couldn't look at it anymore.
Yellow Hair stopped instantly at his words and stood straight. Squad leader. He gave an imploring cry. Roll on, roll on. I'm only gone for a few days, is that all you need?
Lin Feng said helplessly. After saying that, he looked at Minami.
Where's Fatty? Still not out of the hospital?
Shannon hurriedly trotted to Lin Feng and said with a smile.
Welcome home.
Squad leader. She snorted at Lin Feng. Then with a sigh, he said, Fatty's home and ready to get married.
Going home to get married?
Lin Feng was full of doubts.
Not to mention that he's an orphan who doesn't have a home, so why is he suddenly getting married?
Shannon saw Lin Feng's doubt and explained, it's the woman who beat her up, they're getting on. Lin Feng smiled directly at his words. Good man, Fatty didn't get this beating for nothing, he got a whole daughter-in-law straight away.
Thinking of this, he asked, so he's gone? At least let me know.
Lin Feng said frowning.
This barracks isn't just a place to leave. Even if Fatty hadn't officially enlisted, he'd have to sign off on it. Minami shook her head.
No, he took a leave of absence and said he'd apply to you when he got back. Lin Feng nodded at his words.
Fine, if he doesn't want to stay, he won't force himself. Okay, let's get dinner.
Lin Feng took the rice from Minami's hand and said to her. Shannon smiled sweetly and followed Lin Feng.
Road. Yellow Hair was carrying the pot with an excited look on his face. Squad leader, is the engagement zone dangerous? Tell me what happened.
Lin Feng smiled at his words and was about to open his mouth to talk to him.
A man suddenly ran over in the distance. Captain Lin.
Lin Feng took a look, it was Yi Fei. He handed the pot in his hand to Yellow Hair and walked over.
Captain Yi, what's so urgent? Lin Feng asked curiously.
Yi Fei stood still and gave Lin Feng a mysterious smile.
You'll see if you come with me. He sells a story.
After saying that, he pulled Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng scratched his head and didn't resist. He was also quite curious as to what it was about. Yi Fei dragged Lin Feng to the combat squad's quarters. A little walk through and into a small courtyard. Before he could get inside, he heard a gasp from inside.
I can't believe it's still moving. Not good. Get out of the way. Ouch. It's got me.
Lin Feng hurriedly walked in.
As soon as he entered, the sight inside instantly made his pupils shrink.
Only a huge blackened broken arm with scales was seen flopping around on the ground. A soldier was still clutched in his hand, slowly firing. A group of warriors anxiously gathered around the arm, slating its fingers hard.
Push harder. Xiao Lu is going to be pinched to death.
Old Zhou, who was on the side, said anxiously, his only remaining arm exerting its milk strength.
Didn't I tell you not to touch it?
Yi Fei directly rushed up, the strong wind twisting in his hand, and chipped towards the broken arm.
Dang!
Sparks flew as Yi Fei's attacks were useless.
Why is it so hard?
He shouted in shock. Xiao Lu's face turned red, and he was about to be pinched to death.
Just then, a ray flew out and curved around Lu, slicing off the thumb of the severed arm. Bang!
Xiao Lu fell to the ground at once. Yi Fei hurriedly dragged him away when he saw this.
What the hell is this?
Lin Feng asked with a face full of surprise. He stepped forward and surveyed the severed arm with a look of amazement. Then his gaze turned to the injured Xiao Lu on the ground.
Where's the medic? Get him looked at.
Lin Feng said.
Xiao Lu on the ground weakly coughed a few times. Me, I'm the medic.
Lin Feng was suddenly speechless. It's okay, Lin Ban Chang, this injury Xiao Lu can recover by himself.
Yi Fei, who was on the side, said. Lin Feng nodded. That's fine.
Then, he asked, pointing to the broken arm that was still moving around on the ground.
Captain Yi, what the hell is this?
Chapter 88 The Corpse of a Fifth Order Beast. Chapter 88 The Corpse of a Fifth Order Beast. Yi Fei heard Lin Feng's inquiry and first helped Xiao Lu up.
Then a soldier came aside and took Xiao Lu away.
He said, "This is from the headmaster, I heard it's a fifth-ranked ferocious beast." Lin Feng was filled with shock when he heard it. Fifth Order? It was a rank he'd only heard about on the news of urban areas being overrun. Even with only a broken arm he almost killed Xiao Lu. Then how strong should a real Fifth Order beast be? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes blazed as he looked towards the broken arm. I wonder what the essence blood of a fifth-rank beast is like. At this moment, Yi Fei, who was next to him, grinned. He pointed to the broken arm on the ground and said, "This time I asked you to help with this. As you can see, none of us can do anything about it, so we have to rely on you." Yi Fei said to Lin Feng. He saw it just now. The red ray that shoots out of the eyes and bends. In one fell swoop, he sliced off the fingers of the ferocious beast that had left them helpless. At this time, Lin Feng walked in front of his arm and turned his head to Yi Fei. "Well, there's no time to lose, get the bucket. This is a Fifth Order beast. The blood won't be fresh if we keep dragging it out, and that's a big loss." Yi Fei, who was beside him, sniffed and hurriedly greeted the soldiers and brought a few buckets. Lin Feng took it and put it under the wound on his arm. Bang! The arm slapped the bucket right over. Holy! Lin Feng glared and cursed under his breath. It also feels a little tricky. This would be the first time he'd seen the corpse of a ferocious beast that would resist. Next moment, Lin Feng's eyes emitted a piercing red light. Buzz! The oppressive power of the transported light surged out and pressed towards the broken arm. Kara! The ground cracked, and his arm was immobilized by an invisible force of. What power is this? The corpses of fifth-ranked ferocious beasts are suppressed. Is it hard to be a field? Lin Feng ignored the soldiers who were talking on the side. With the bucket in his hand, he repositioned it under the wound in his arm. Then frowned again. No, where's the blood? Lin Feng said in disbelief. Only the severed section of the thumb was visible, exposing bone and muscle. But there just wasn't a trace of blood coming out. Lin Feng reached out and poked. It can't be nothing, can it? He said suspiciously. If there's really no blood, wouldn't it be a waste of joy? Just then, Yi Fei, who was on the side, spoke up. Class leader Lin, this severed arm still has remnants of the ferocious beast's consciousness, it did it on purpose. Yi Fei said with difficulty against Lin Feng's escaping power. So it is. Lin Feng was instantly enlightened. Then he turned back to me, grimacing. Hard kicks to the broken arm a couple of times. You Fengs! You give or you don't give? He said viciously. Suddenly, broken arm gave a shiver and gave a hard middle finger. Lin Feng looked at the broken arm that taunted him, his face was first incredulous. Then reacted with a burst of anger. Holy! He cursed. With a stretch of his hand, a pitch-black vortex appeared in midair. Space twisted and an engineer's shovel fell out and was held in Lin Feng's hand. Next moment. Buzz! The engineer's shovel vibrated at high speeds, stirring even the air and kicking up gusts of strong wind. I told you to give me the middle finger. Lin Feng violently swung his engineer's shovel and silver light cut through the air. Dang! The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Not even a mark on the arm. So hard. Lin Feng said with a glare. Surprised, there was some confusion in his mind. Just now, his own aberration ray clearly broke the defense easily. How come you can't hurt it with an engineer's shovel now? I don't believe it. Lin Feng said, disbelievingly increasing his force. Buzz! The force of the violent tremor gushed out at once. Sparks flew as the blade of the shovel cut into the arm, making a sound that made your teeth sink. After half a dozen cuts, the arm is intact. What in the world is this tamale made of? It's so hard. Lin Feng said incredulously. Squad leader Lin, try that ray again just now. Yi Fei, who was on the side, opened his mouth to remind him. Lin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. This arm can't be physically destroyed if you get it wrong. And one's own aberration rays, again, are specialized for the flesh. Perhaps it was just the right amount of restraint. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up with a red light. Whoosh! The distortion ray shoots toward the arm. The rays traced a roiling zigzag path around the arm. Next moment, the red light in Lin Feng's eyes went out. Lines of blood suddenly cracked on his arm. With a clatter, chunks of blood and flesh fell off his arm, revealing the crystalline bones beneath. It really works! Lin Feng revealed a smile when he saw this. In the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. No! Why is there still no blood? There wasn't even a trace of blood on the bones that were as white as jade. Lin Feng rushed to the arm in a few steps and began to pick at the pieces of meat on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes flickered to the bone slit at his wrist. There's a splash of red there. Nice one. Hiding bones for me, Lin Feng said in surprise. Then he clutched the little red tail in the bone and yanked hard. Instantly, a long red worm was ripped out by Lin Feng. Ah! Shower you Feng. Let go of me. Bugs busted out as soon as he came out. It turned out to be a bloodworm made of blood with a long face. What the hell? Lin Feng shivered and almost threw the bloodworm out. Captain Lin. Don't ever let it escape. This is the blood of a 5th-ranked ferocious beast. Next to him, Yi Fei anxiously ran up and reminded him. Yu Van. The bloodworm cursed and opened its mouth to bite towards Yi Fei. Ah! Yi Fei instantly screamed in fear. Just then, Lin Feng yanked on the bloodworm's tail and it bit empty. Snap. Be honest with me. Lin Feng gave it a slap. When the bloodworm received a slap, it went berserk and turned its head towards Lin Feng to bite. Pop. Snap. Lin Feng directly didn't spoil it and raised his hand to give it 2 more big mouths. Bloodworm's eyes cleared at once. It kept struggling in Lin Feng's hands and let out screams. This 5th-ranked ferocious beast is really magical. Even its blood has become essence. Lin Feng's eyes blazed as he looked at the bloodworm. He couldn't wait to see what the essence blood refined with it looked like. The bloodworm looked at Lin Feng's blazing eyes and shivered. Don't you come over here! It cried out in horror. Lin Feng revealed a sardonic smile as he clutched its neck. Run! You keep running! After saying that, he excitedly grabbed the bloodworm and shoved it into the barrel. A few moments later. Holy! I can't believe it's gold. Lin Feng looked in awe at the bloodworm turned into essence blood in the barrel. The bright red that was as translucent as a jewel actually had a faint golden color in it. A heavy fragrance filled the air. As Lin Feng smelled the smell, he actually felt a faint life force surging into his body. This kind of effect. It's worthy of being the essence blood of a 5th-ranked ferocious beast, he said in surprise. Now with the 1,000-year Morrow thirsty milk, plus this 5th-order essence blood, there is hope for my sister's illness. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's heart was stirred. Just then, the surrounding soldiers suddenly exclaimed. Egu! Why do I feel dizzy in the head? Me too, like I'm drunk. Hey! Don't you push on me. Lin Feng had just put his essence blood into the bottle when he saw the soldiers around him fall to the ground. It's like drinking fake wine. Lin Feng looked at them in surprise. No, what is it? Chapter 89 Essence Blood of the 5th Order. Chapter 89 Essence Blood of the 5th Order. Lin Feng looked at the warriors who had fallen to the east and was a bit puzzled. He looked to Yi Fei on the side. He was also seen to be unsteady on his feet, holding his forehead. Captain Lin, it's the flavor of this essence blood, Yi Fei said as he shook his head. The essence blood of this 5th-ranked ferocious beast is so overbearing? Lin Feng felt a little surprised. Surprisingly, just based on the odor, it was too much for Yi Fei, a rank-awakened person, to bear. Without much delay, Lin Feng suppressed the shock in his heart. He took out 2 small glass bottles from the recluse space. Then carefully filled the barrel with the essence blood. Looking at the 2 bottles of essence blood in his hands that were glowing with a golden color, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Captain Yi, is it okay if I trade the beast Dan for your essence blood? Lin Feng asked to Yi Fei. Yi Fei immediately frowned upon hearing this. What are you talking about, Captain Lin? The ferocious beast was given to the camp by the headmaster, and it was thanks to you that you were able to solve it, so of course the essence blood should go to you. Lin Feng sniffed a little embarrassed. From the recluse space, he took out a few third-order beast pills and handed them over. But Yi Fei killed himself and wouldn't take it. Lin Feng had no choice but to stop when he saw this. He said, pointing to the meat on the floor. Alright then, I'll take these meats back first, and I'll give everyone a taste of their own medicine tonight. Yi Fei swallowed his saliva at that. Then thank you, class leader Lin. I'm really curious about what this 5th-ranked ferocious beast tastes like. Lin Feng laughed lightly and waved his hand at the ferocious beast meat on the ground. A vortex appeared, sucking in all the skeleton and meat. When Yi Fei, who was next to him, saw this, his eyes went wide. Class leader Lin, just now I thought my eyes were blurry, is this your spatial ability? He said with a face full of shock. The soldiers around them were getting over their dizziness by now. When they saw Lin Feng's spatial vortex, they exploded. Spatial abilities. No, my sister drinks too, huh? What class is he? Looking at the unbelievable soldiers around him, Lin Feng smiled gently and didn't explain. Yi Fei saw that Lin Feng didn't want to explain, so he didn't ask any more questions. Who doesn't have secrets? Lin Feng glanced at the time and said to Yi Fei, Captain Yi, I'll go back first. He said goodbye to Yi Fei and left the combat squad's quarters. Lin Feng walked on the square and glanced at the cafeteria that was already empty. Finished fighting for food? Go back first. A few moments later, the cooking class. Lin Feng walked into the kitchen. Nan is washing the dishes. Her hands turned into stumps, and her speed was astonishingly fast. Off to the side, Yellow Hair was pouting, his upper body stuck in the freezer, both legs exposed and unmoving. What for? Lin Feng asked out loud. Startled, Yellow Hair pulled his head out and turned around. Back, squad leader? The freezer's broken and I'm taking myself to freeze the meat. Yellow Hair's face was full of ice slag and he radiated a cold aura. He shook his hair and asked curiously, Squad leader, what were you and Captain Yi doing? Lin Feng sniffed and revealed a mysterious smile. Here, I'll show you something good. With a wave of his hand after saying that, space distorted and a pitch-black vortex appeared in mid-air. Bang! A huge white bone arm fell onto the dais. It shook the metal platform a few times. As the arms are just too big. The metal table used to dispose of ferocious beasts couldn't even hold it. The bones of the hand drooped to the ground. What's this? Nanami exclaimed in shock and couldn't help but cover her small mouth. The aura emanating from the white bone arm made her heart skip a beat. How many ranks of ferocious beasts is this? Yellow Hair shouted with a face full of shock. He ran to the white bony arm and held out his hand tremblingly. Next moment. Wow! The white bone arm suddenly began to move about. Yellow Hair jumped in surprise. Move, move. He took a step back and pointed at the white bone arm in shock. Eh? How come it's still moving? Lin Feng said with a puzzled face. The blood is pumped out, even stripped to the bone. Is this 5th-order beast so mysterious? Rise and shine, let me see. Lin Feng pushed aside Yellow Hair and walked over. When the white bone arm saw Lin Feng coming over, it didn't move. Looks like the realization hasn't gone away yet. With that, he turned his head to Yellow Hair and Manami and instructed them. I'll leave the bones of this 5th-ranked ferocious beast to the two of you, and drink marrow soup at night. As soon as Yellow Hair heard Lin Feng's words, his eyes widened. What? A 5th-ranked ferocious beast? He shouted in shock. On the side, Minami's face was filled with shock at the words. Lin Feng gently smiled when he saw their appearance. Surprised, aren't you? It's also the first time I've seen a 5th-ranked ferocious beast, and this is from the headmaster. With that, he patted Yellow Hair's shoulder. Well, don't just stand there, hurry up with the stew, and I'll talk to you about something later. Yellow Hair nodded, suppressing his shock. Then he looked to the white bone arm, an excited smile on his face. This is a 5th-order beast. If it weren't for the class president, he would have never had access to it in his life. He couldn't help but rub his hands together at the thought, a hefty giggle escaping his lips. Then his hands made a claw shape and kept grabbing the air in vain. Hey, hey! I'm coming, Yellow Hair smiled with a big smile on his face. Next moment. Snap! He was slapped in the face with a white bone arm.
It hit me.
Yellow hair covered his face and shouted incredulously. Lin Feng immediately frowned in displeasure.
Not even when you're down to your bones,
said the man, a red light coming out of his eyes. A ray flew out and cut around the white bone arm in rapid succession. At once, the white bone arm was sliced into pieces.
And turned the corner.
Yellow hair looked at the aberrant light that shot out from Lin Feng's eyes, his face showing shock. He knew the squad leader had many abilities, but what were these?
Phew!
True chi surged out of Lin Feng's body. Then he collected the bones that were scattered all over the place and handed them to Yellow Hair in a large basin.
Here, now that it can't move, go make some soup.
Yellow Hair took it in a hurry.
Okay. Leave it to me.
With that said, he walked into the back kitchen with the basin in hand. Looking at the departing duo, Lin Feng waved his hand and the chunks of flesh from his arm fell onto the stage.
How do you eat all this meat?
Lin Feng held his chin in thought.
Just make a meat and tendon risotto, and sautéed pork chops.
He made his decision with a clap of his hands. When he finished, he put on his apron and began to work.
As he moves like water.
Soft and tender meat tenders are done.
The translucent tendons glowed tantalizingly.
Lin Feng picked up a piece and put it in his mouth.
A light bite.
First came the soft, sticky texture. Then the rich gravy burst in his mouth.
It smells so good.
Lin Feng's eyes widened and he almost swallowed his tongue. It took a few more bites before he forced himself to stop. Boil some more chili oil and splash it on the risotto later. Lin Feng wiped his mouth and said.
Just then,
the door to the cookhouse burst open.
What smells so good? Chapter 90 Returning to the City, Class A Ancient Martial Arts. Chapter 90 Returning to the City, Class A Ancient Martial Arts.
Lin Feng turned his head when he heard the sound. Only Nangong Shui stood back playfully, shrugging her agitated nose.
Why are you here?
Lin Feng asked in surprise.
Nangong Shui trotted over. I came to ask when you're leaving to go back to the city,
she said softly.
Tomorrow morning.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said. Originally, he had planned to go back with Yellow Hair after lunch. But halfway through, he was approached by Yi Fei to deal with the arm of a fifth-order ferocious beast. As a result, it has been directly delayed until now. However, it also resulted in 2 bottles of fifth-order essence blood, just in time to cure his sister.
Nangong Shui gently nodded. Okay, let's get together then.
Then she pulled out a small box from her arms and handed it to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng took it and asked suspiciously, what is this? Nangong Shui's small face was a bit unnatural when she sniffed. This was sent to you by Bella, and I brought it along for you.
Lin Feng was a bit surprised at what he heard.
From Bella?
Open it up, after all, it's a special gift from someone.
Nangong Shui said somewhat sourly.
Lin Feng shook his head helplessly at this. At the same time there was some curiosity in her mind as to how Bella had remembered to give herself something. With that thought, he opened the box.
It is!
Lin Feng looked at the contents of the box and let out a gasp. Only inside was a book. It was black in color with a few large, stamped letters. The Bloodshed.
Surprisingly, it's an ancient martial arts secret book,
Lin Feng said in surprise. Suddenly, Nangong Shui spoke up, there's a note underneath the book. Lin Feng picked up the book and held the note up to view it. Thanks for saving my life before, the employer of this mission ran away, and the A-ranked ancient martial arts secret book that was the cargo will be given to you.
Surprisingly, it's an A-ranked ancient martial arts secret book.
Lin Feng looked at the words on the note and said in surprise. It turns out that the cargo Bella was escorting was this secret book. No wonder she can afford to give this away when she's so poor.
Wow! She's so generous. Nangong Shui's tone was exaggerated. A class ancient martial arts less said big several million, do not keep to sell money, just so send you?
Suddenly, Nangong Shui exclaimed.
In an incredulous tone, she said, ah. She doesn't like you, does she?
Lin Feng saw her like this and revealed a helpless expression.
A gentle shake of the head.
Ignoring the Nangong Shui who had spilled her vinegar, she directly began to look through the secret book in her hand.
The more you look at him, the more his eyes light up. That's a lot of snow,
Lin Feng said excitedly. This secret book had actually recorded the method of condensing the true body of the martial Tao. You know, he's been parsing that fourth-order ferocious beast since.
It's a stone's throw away from being a list. Both the body and the innate aptitude were now slowly evolving. As long as he had condensed his true body of martial arts, he himself would be a Class A ancient martial artist. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's heart was incomparably excited. Couldn't even make dinner, rushed straight out of the kitchen. Before leaving, he yelled at Nangong Shui, "The rice is ready, help me cook the noodles." After saying that, he directly left without looking back. Nangong Shui looked at Lin Feng's departing back and revealed a dumbfounded expression. "Huh? Let me cook?" she said incredulously. After struggling for a moment, she picked up the colander and began to cook the noodles. "Hey!" she sighed. Who told her to like people? The moment. Lin Feng's residence. Phew. Accompanied by a sound like thunderous spitting. A black mist energy that was similar to a whirlwind kept pouring into the house. Lin Feng sat on the bed, running the blood fiend blade's chi, drawing determination. The cyclone in the sea of chi was liquefying rapidly. Not long after, an ocean appeared in the chi sea. It's done. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open, his face a surprise. With the A-class ancient martial arts chi drawing decision, coupled with the fact that he had parsed his natural aptitude, he had become several times faster in his cultivation speed again. Surprisingly, it liquefied right through. Keep in mind that this is a process that can take a normal person decades. And with the completion of the liquefaction of true chi, Lin Feng felt that the meridians had become much wider. The storage and strength of true chi had become even more powerful. Phew! Suddenly, Lin Feng's body was flooded with blood-colored true chi. A strong fury instantly filled the room. The true chi has turned out like this. Lin Feng looked at the true chi in his body in surprise. This bloodshed blade is different from the white rainbow power. The true chi that was cultivated unexpectedly carried extra attributes. According to the secret book, there were a total of 9 layers of the bloodshed blade. The first layer would be able to condense the offensive and defensive bloodshed blade chi. After cultivating to the 5th level and successfully condensing the true body of martial arts, one could officially step into the A rank. As for the later grades, it was the process of opening up the martial arts aptitude and continuously polishing the body. And the invisible force hasn't disappeared. Lin Feng's eyes stared, and several blood-colored true chi flew out of his body violently. True chi flew through the air like an arm. Then, with a wave of his hand, several blood-colored blade chi appeared out of thin air. Clank! The blade chi cut through the air and circled around Lin Feng a few times, then disappeared. Wow! Suddenly, the furniture in the room was suddenly split in two. I didn't touch it either. Lin Feng felt his heart dripping blood as he looked at the mess inside the house. This is all money. Oi! Forget it, cultivate first. Lin Feng said with a sigh. With that, he closed his eyes and began to continue cultivating. That's all. The night passed quickly. The first rays of the morning sun shone onto Lin Feng's face. He slowly opened his eyes. Phew! The body has gotten a lot stronger again. Lin Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said. After a brief wash, he made his way to the cookhouse. As soon as he came in, he saw Minami was busy with her work. Where's yellow hair? Lin Feng asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, a head popped out of the freezer on the side. What about this squad leader? Yellow hair said from a yawn. Seeing his appearance, Lin Feng was surprised and asked, No, you slept in the freezer last night? Ah, I think I accidentally fell asleep yesterday. Yellow hair scratched his head, embarrassed. Lin Feng was a bit speechless at his words. Thanks to his ability to be cryogenic. Otherwise it's going to freeze hard all night. Oops. I almost forgot my business when I interrupted. Lin Feng said with a tap on his head. Come here you two, I'll tell you something. He beckoned and said. Xiaonan and Yellow Hair stood in front of Lin Feng. The herbs have been found, I'm going back to the city now. Lin Feng slowly spoke. Yellow Hair sniffed and glared. Squad leader. I'll go back with you. Lin Feng glanced at him and said helplessly. There's only Minami left in the cooking class now, you want to wear her out? Minami shook her head and said softly, It's okay, if you're really busy, there are still people in logistics. Lin Feng sniffed and fell into thought. The soldiers who were controlled and forced to sing by the big crab before were the logistics people. They were actually considered Lin Feng's men. After all, he was ostensibly just the head cook. But the ranks are all second lieutenants now, the same level as Yifei. Okay, then you're with me for a piece.
Lin Feng nodded and said. Yellowhair's face was full of excitement at the words, and he directly jumped in place. He was about to say something when there was a footstep outside the door.
P.S. 3 more. Everyone point and click to urge more, over 100 plus more Chapter 91 Yellowhair breaks through.
Lin Feng looked and realized that it was Nangong Shui. She walked into the cookhouse with a satchel on her back.
Ready to go. Nangong Shui's pair of good-looking fox eyes stared at Lin Feng and said delicately.
Lin Feng nodded. Turning around, he patted Minami on the shoulder.
We're off, so we'll be working you hard for the next few days. Minami smiled sweetly and said, see you later, class president.
Lin Feng smiled faintly at her and turned around to leave with Yellowhair. Leaving the cookhouse, the group walked to the plaza. Take my car this time, military vehicles are too flashy. Nangong Shui said as she stood in front of an SUV. She opened the driver's door and was just about to enter when Lin Feng yanked her out. I don't feel comfortable with you driving, I'll do it.
Nangong Shui sniffed and looked at Lin Feng with a puff of air.
Somewhat defiantly, he said, I'm a good driver. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly.
If she's a good driver, it's no worse.
There was no further entanglement with her.
Walked straight into the cab and started the vehicle. Come on, let's go. The engine roared as the SUV kicked up smoke and slowly left the campground. A few moments later,
Lin Feng drove his car steadily through the wilderness.
Suddenly,
Yellowhair, who was sitting on the passenger side, pointed ahead and exclaimed.
Squad leader, there seems to be something there.
Lin Feng looked at it and it seemed to be a man in black with a hat. The other guy is waving his hand this way.
Lin Feng frowned and said, strange, why is there someone here? Nangong Shui poked her head out from behind and set against the side of his face.
Just go over and take a look, maybe it's someone from the demon suppression army, she said softly.
Lin Feng nodded, stepped on the gas and accelerated.
The vehicle approached and the man in the hat became clear.
What the hell is this?
Lin Feng's eyes widened.
Z.
He stopped with a sharp brake. On the side of the road stood a monster covered in black hair. It had a human face over its head, propped up and bulging as if on the verge of breaking. It grinned out when it saw the car stop.
Morahan's teeth leaked out and sticky saliva dripped down. Ah!
The co-pilot, Yellowhair, screamed at the top of his lungs.
He slapped frantically on the car door, squad leader. Drive! Nangong Shui covered her ears from the noise.
Lin Feng frowned and glanced at Yellowhair.
What's the point of panicking?
It's just a ferocious beast, look how scared you are. With that, he raised his palm to finish off the monster.
Wait, squad leader.
Yellowhair suddenly stopped Lin Feng. He took a deep breath and said, Squad leader, I recently made a breakthrough, let me do it.
Are you sure? This is a second stage ferocious beast.
Lin Feng replied back indifferently.
Yellowhair paused. I should be able to do it, I'm C rank now, said the man, and he was a bit out of breath. Forget it, I'll do it. Nangong Shui in the back of the car said.
She drew her short sword and a golden light lit up in her hand, pointing it at the ferocious beast not far away.
Yellowhair was instantly anxious when he took a look. Don't take out from me.
He opened the car door and stormed out. Lin Feng frowned at this.
He felt a little worried. Aya, it's just a second-order beast, we're both watching. Nangong Shui said as she hugged Lin Feng's neck from behind.
Lin Feng nodded his head gently as he sniffed.
It's been so long, it's time for Yellowhair to improve his strength.
The ferocious beasts on the side of the road swung their palms faster as soon as they saw someone getting out of the car.
A pair of small eyes were full of excitement, and saliva flowed out with an indisputable clatter. No, you put on the ice armor instead.
Lin Feng slapped the steering wheel and shouted anxiously. Yellowhair sniffed as chills spread across his body.
Blue ice armor was covered over his body and the ground was frozen under his feet.
Lin Feng nodded as he looked at Huang Mao's obviously much stronger cold chi.
Well, it did get stronger, he said.
At that moment, the ferocious beast suddenly stopped waving its hand. It looked at the Yellowhair and ice armor and took a step back. Then stretching his head, he sniffed the air. shaking his head and looking around, his feet carelessly approaching.
Suddenly, it accelerated violently and pounced instantly. Nima!
Yellow Hair was shocked.
Phew!
A fierce chill exploded from him, engulfing the other man.
Dang!
The sound of gold and iron striking came as Yellow Hair's body was sent flying. He crossed his arms and kept his feet back.
Roar!
A wave of sound traveled out, washing away the white chill of the field.
Hey! Ein yet!
Yellow Hair cursed and coalesced an ice shield in his hand.
Wow!
A cold ice chain was flung out by him and wrapped around the ferocious beast's body. He yanked hard, and the other man stumbled.
Roar!
The ferocious beast was instantly annoyed. The claws glowed with a white halo and rushed to fan Yellow Hair.
Bang!
Yellow Hair set up his shield to catch the blow steadily. A cold aura constantly emanated from his body, and a terrifying low temperature permeated around him. The ferocious beasts were immediately affected, and their speed became slower and slower. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw this. It's okay, surprisingly, you've gained the upper hand.
Nangong Shui also nodded her head gently.
Yellow Hair yanked the ferocious beast by its chains, forcing the opponent to fight him. The coldness constantly eroded its body. At first it was able to knock Yellow Hair back.
Gradually, ice began to form on it. Now it couldn't fight or run away.
Eyes were about to be worn down by Yellow Hair. Just then, a sudden sound came from the distance. Captain, there's a ferocious beast here. Several men in camouflage uniforms came out of the bushes. At the head of the group was a scarred face. He looked at Yellow Hair, who was fighting the ferocious beast, and revealed a smile. Those in front, this ferocious beast is our prey, hurry up and get lost. With that, he pulled the dagger from his belt and ran his tongue over it. This sword of mine is hardened with poison. Yellow Hair turned back and cursed while blocking the ferocious beast's attack.
Off Nima! You've been robbed!
When the other party heard Yellow Hair's words, they sneered and surrounded him.
Humph!
Here's to the toast. A group of men with bad faces pulled out their weapons.
Yellow Hair was suddenly in danger on his belly. Just then,
Lin Feng got out of the car and walked over. My team members have been fighting here for half a day, and you guys want to rob them at the drop of a hat? Scarface turned around violently, only then did he realize Lin Feng behind him.
He looked at the military uniform Lin Feng was wearing and asked tentatively, "Are you from the Demon Suppression Army?"
Lin Feng nodded.
Scarface wore a stony expression. Combat team?
Lin Feng shook his head and said truthfully, "We're from the cooking class." At these words, Scarface's expression instantly relaxed.
Hey! There really are some who aren't afraid to die, huh? He laughed and cursed at his teammates behind him.
It caused a roar of laughter. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Feng with a fierce expression.
"A fire burner and cook, how dare you raise your voice to me?"
With that, he slapped out a slap towards Lin Feng. A mocking expression appeared on the faces of those who were with him.
How dare a cook mess with the captain? This is going to be a good one. Next moment, everyone's eyes widened. Chapter 92, Call from the Regimental Commander, Urgent Mission. Snap!
A crisp ringing sound came. Scarface was slapped by Lin Feng and his body fell heavily to the ground. He slumped to the ground, frozen, covering his face.
What happened? The captain's been hit. Don't just stand there, hurry up and help.
A group of team members ran over to Scarface and were about to help him up.
Get the hell out of here!
He yelled, bracing himself violently. He looked at Lin Feng with a fierce face, and green poison suddenly emerged from his body.
Die for me! Scarface waved his hand and the poisonous gas instantly engulfed Lin Feng.
Squad leader!
Yellow Hair yelled from not far away.
He was about to charge up, but the ferocious beast slapped him on the ice armor. He had to stop and raise his shield to defend himself.
Just then,
the poisonous mist was suddenly stirred and Lin Feng's figure slowly emerged.
Phew!
He took a deep breath of poisonous gas and exhaled.
You think this will work for me?
Lin Feng said blandly. Scarface saw that he was fine with his poison gas being passed over his opponent's lungs.
An unbelievable expression appeared on his face. You! Who the hell are you? Suddenly,
Lin Feng's eyes lit up with a regal red light as he kept approaching Scarface.
You were saying, what happened to the cooker? As he moved, a shocking aura emanated out. The air became sticky and heavy. Gulp! Scar swallowed hard, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. You, stay back. Scarface stepped back with a horrified expression and fell to the ground on his feet. His teammates behind him had long been pressed to the ground by the aura, unable to move. Suddenly, Lin Feng reached out and squeezed his neck. Bang! He slammed Scarface to the ground. The ground cracks and kicks up dust. Immediately after that, fists kept blasting out like rain. You say no? Lin Feng asked viciously while beating Scarface. He was just about to open his mouth when Lin Feng punched him back. Say no. Before long, Scarface had been beaten beyond recognition. Mouth is still hard. Lin Feng said as he craned his neck. The breathless Scarface on the ground sniffed and shed tears. Ask instead. When he finished, his head fell over and he died. Lin Feng stepped over his body and walked towards Yellow Hair. The ferocious beast was chained by the ice chains, panting hard, and looked to be about to die of exhaustion. Yellow Hair set up an ice shield and stared at it dead-on, his hands trembling. I can fight you all day, he said through gritted teeth. The ferocious beast roared and swung out with a vicious claw. Dang! Yellow Hair raised his shield to parry, but was knocked back by the blow. Just then. Zip! A ray flew out and pierced the head of the ferocious beast. Parsing successful. Feral beast file, Shockwave Bear. Rank, Second Order Beast. Characteristics, bear family creatures, simple camouflage. Weakness, Shockwave bears have special fat and fear fire. Talent, Shockwave. When turned on, it fires a concussive shockwave. Lin Feng inhaled the green crystals from the ferocious beast's corpse into his palm. Has learned the gift of the Avatar. Oh, it's actually the same type of divine ability? Lin Feng said in surprise. He felt his shock power become stronger. It seems like the same type of aptitude will merge. After saying that, he looked at Yellow Hair, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and revealed a smile. Yes, you can, silly boy, well done. He didn't expect it. The upgraded Yellow Hair was able to fight a second-ranked ferocious beast like this. Maybe he even won without Scarface stirring the pot. Hey! Yellow Hair disarmed his ice armor and grinned a silly grin. He was praised by Lin Feng to the point where his tail was sticking up. Squad leader, what about these people? Yellow Hair asked as he braced himself. Lin Feng sniffed and looked at the people who couldn't move on the ground and walked over to a man. What do you do and why are you here? He asked in a cold voice. The man sniffed and swallowed, sweat dripping down his face. Shivering, he opened his mouth and said, we are mercenaries, guarding this place to beat the autumn wind. Lin Feng's face went cold when he heard that. These dogs. If I hadn't met myself today, someone might have been killed. When he thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up with a red light. Zip! The rays flew out, tracing a zigzagging path through the air. A group of mercenaries were hit by the aberration ray, their bodies twisted and exploded into a sky of blood mist with a bang. Let's go! Lin Feng said. That done, the pair got into the car. Lin Feng sat in the passenger side and was about to start the vehicle when the terminal on his waist suddenly rang. Who's calling me? He said suspiciously. When he picked it up, his pupils shrank. Surprisingly, it's the chief. He picked it up in a hurry. As the communication came through, the chief's voice came through. Lin Feng, the frontline camp is being attacked by ferocious beasts. I can't get away right now, go and support them. With that said, there was a loud bang on the other end of the phone. Then there was a violent cracking sound. After a few moments, the chief's voice resumed. I know how strong you are, but this isn't the time to lay low, so consider this a favor for me, okay? Lin Feng sniffed and said directly, Chief, don't worry, I'll be right there. Military orders cannot be disobeyed. What's more, the chief was in the urban area and did him such a big favor. Good boy. I really wasn't wrong about you. The regimental commander's voice was incomparably pleased. Well, I gotta go. As soon as the words left his mouth, the chief hurriedly ended the call. The people in the car looked at each other. So are we going back to the city now or? Nangong Shui asked. Lin Feng took a deep breath and started the vehicle. To the front line first. he said firmly. My sister is only in a coma and her life is not in danger.
The medicinal herbs and essence blood had all been found, so it wasn't too bad for a moment.
Just then, Nangong Shui spoke, why don't you guys go to the front line and I'll go back first with the herbs.
Lin Feng sniffed and thought for a moment and nodded.
It really is the best way to go. Nangong Shui he trusted. It would be good to bring the herbs back sooner rather than later as my sister was in a coma. Okay then, let's split up, how are you going to get back? Lin Feng asked. I've got a motorcycle in the trunk, you guys can take my car.
Nangong Shui said, getting out of the car.
A small pink motorcycle was carried down to her.
Lin Feng took the stone marrow out of the recluse space and gave it to Nangong Shui. He held the other man's small hand with a serious expression. My sister is counting on you, be safe. Nangong Shui said solemnly, don't worry, unless I die, no one can snatch the stone marrow. Lin Feng nodded his head gently as he sniffed.
Bye.
After that, he started the vehicle.
With the roar of the engine, the buggy traveled through the wilderness,
sailing toward the front.
A few moments later.
Lin Feng stopped with a brake. He looked at the front line not far away and frowned.
I thought there were ferocious beasts attacking the camp?
Just then, a sudden roar sounded ahead.
P.S. A previous reader said double title, my problem.
But now that it's uploaded, there's no way to change it, so please forgive me.
Chapter 93 Frontline Camp, 4th Order Fierce Beasts.
A roar came and Lin Feng looked over. Only a streak of fire was seen in the air, shooting toward a short distance away.
It's a flurry of rockets. The beasts are attacking.
Lin Feng's face changed and he hurriedly sailed towards the distance.
Off-road vehicles traveling at high speeds.
It wasn't long before we approached the frontline camp.
A barrier stands in the way not far away. A few soldiers standing guard stopped Lin Feng. Stop the car. No traffic ahead, hurry back the way you came.
Lin Feng directly got out of the car when he saw this.
Comrade, we're here to support the front line,
he said to the soldier.
The soldier frowned at that.
He looked at the military uniform on Lin Feng and spoke.
You're from the rear, aren't you? The front line is not your place, hurry back.
When Lin Feng saw that the other party wasn't getting any oil or salt, he was in trouble. It seems it happened so suddenly that the chief hasn't had time to notify this side. I'm afraid if I force my way in, I'll hurt these soldiers. Just then, a young soldier suddenly pointed at Lin Feng, his face astonished.
Captain Lin?
Lin Feng looked at him and had no impression at all.
My captain is Li Guang,
the young soldier explained. Lin Feng was instantly enlightened at his words.
Li Guang's men?
Let it go, class leader Lin can single-handedly kill a second-order ferocious beast, he can help. The young soldier explained with those around him.
And the other guy doesn't give an inch. No way.
A small wave of beasts is likely to have erupted in front of us, even if we can kill a second order, it's still a death sentence if we go. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the other party say this. He listened to the roars of the beasts from the front line, and the sounds of battle, and his heart was anxious.
If it drags on any longer, I'm afraid the front line will be overrun.
After all, the headmaster had come to himself, so it certainly wouldn't be a minor crisis. Just as he was about to make a hard break for it, a terrifying roar rang out.
A terrifying aura instantly emanated. That's a 4th-ranked ferocious beast,
Lin Feng said in shock.
No wonder the chief called himself in. It wasn't even a small beast wave.
As the terrifying roar of the beast came, the soldiers guarding the barrier instantly changed their faces.
You guys hurry up and run. Stop showing off,
the soldier who was blocking Lin Feng yelled. Lin Feng took a deep breath and gently shook his head. If he himself left, there would be no one to stop the ferocious beast.
Yellow hair, wait here.
After saying that, his body vaporized and rushed towards the front line. This 4th-ranked ferocious beast, if he could kill it once, he could kill it a second time.
Come back.
The soldier rushed to block it.
However, Lin Feng was like an illusory projection that wasn't blocked in any way. They could only watch Lin Feng leave.
All rest, just wait, Yellow Hair said to the soldiers. If the squad leader can't fix it, then no one here can.
The moment
Lin Feng ran towards the place where the sound came from the front line.
His body transformed into a phantom, making his way through the layers of obstacles. Gradually, the sight of the front line appeared before his eyes. Day. On the battlefield, hundreds of machine guns kept firing at the huge figure in the distance. The bullets formed a storm of metal. The turrets fired rows of missiles that broke through the airwaves and flew towards the ferocious beasts. Boom! Violent explosions continued to ring out, but they just couldn't stop the ferocious beasts from advancing. Roar! A roar rang out, transforming into a substantial wave of sound that continued to emanate. The smoke was lifted to reveal the body of the ferocious beast. A hideous head with exposed fangs, covered in pitch black. A pair of huge fleshy wings unfolded and slowly flapped. Surprisingly, it was a big bat. Thermal weapons disabled, drop combat teams. In the trenches, the gray-headed Li Guang gave the order. At that moment, dozens of combat squad members brazenly rushed towards the ferocious beast. Roar! When the ferocious beast saw the battle squad running, a humanized mockery appeared on their faces. It opened its mouth wide in the direction of the soldier. At once, an invisible force enveloped them. Wow! Blood exploded from the soldier's body, then turned into lines of blood converging towards the ferocious beast's mouth. They were sucked into dry bodies and fell to the ground. The blood coalesced into a large blood bead around the ferocious beast's mouth. Gulp! It swallowed the blood beads in one gulp. After doing so, he turned his attention back to the people behind him. With a wave of his wings, his body rushed up into the sky. A dive towards the soldiers at the trench. It's over. Li Guang, who was in the trench, looked at the fourth-ranked ferocious beast that flew above his head, his face showing despair. The next moment, he threw the walkie-talkie in his hand hard to the ground. Fierce beast! I stampo you! After saying that, he violently jumped out of the trench, his body lit up with flames, and rushed towards the big bat. He roared, the temperature of the flames on his body increasing. I'll fight you! Said the man, his body lit up with a dazzling light. He's going to blow himself up. Just then, there was a roar. The dark figure shot from the distance. Boom! A hammer with violent kinetic energy flew out. The big bat was slammed into the ground. Violent shockwaves emanated, lifting hundreds of meters of ground around them. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing the inside. The ferocious beast was sprawled out in a large pit, its body in a sorry state. Blood trickled from the wound. Lin Feng slowly stood up straight with his vibro hammer in hand. Captain Li, hurry up and lead the warriors to evacuate, he said to Li Guang in the distance. Li Guang looked at Lin Feng in shock, his face full of incredulity. Ace of the Special Forces? Then immediately reacted, this was not the time for idle chatter. Comrade, be careful, he said and turned to leave. Looking at the departing Li Guang, Lin Feng turned his head to look at the ferocious beasts in the distance. It hissed and staggered to its feet. Come on! Lin Feng looked at it with cold eyes. The ferocious beast looked at Lin Feng and opened its mouth to let out a silent hiss. At that moment, a sound wave came towards Lin Feng. Buzz! Lin Feng was caught off guard and was engulfed by the sound wave, covering his ears in pain. Get the hell out of here! He yelled. The eyes lit up red and a ray flew out. It drew a zigzagging trajectory in the air and charged at the ferocious beast. The beast stopped roaring at once. He hastily lifted his wings and flew up, dodging in a hurry. Next moment. Zip! The ray pierced its chest. Immediately afterward, his body fell helplessly to the ground. Lin Feng instantly rushed up. Boom! He swung the vibro hammer violently, and a violent shockwave emanated, lifting the ferocious beast's body violently. Brush! Several blood-colored blade chi flew out, instantly slicing off half of the ferocious beast's head. Solved? Lin Feng gasped and muttered. Nope. The system didn't prompt. His face changed, and his body suddenly turned on vaporization. Next moment. Clank! A bloody whip cut through, instantly slicing through everything around it. The machine gun emplacements, the facility tanks, they were all split in two. Roar! A wave of sound traveled out, and the ferocious beast's body reared up. The wounds on its body slowly healed. Bright red blood swirled around it. The corpses scattered around all turned into blood and converged towards it. Phew! A pair of bloody wings unfolded from its back. Lin Feng looked at its posture and revealed an ugly expression. This is trouble. Chapter 94 Blood-Winged Demon Bat. As the gathering of blood was completed, the aura of the ferocious beast instantly became even more powerful. Blood wings flapped, and a thick smell of blood came out. Lin Feng looked at the ferocious beast and his face was ugly. Damn. Is this head immortal? He had just sliced his opponent's head open. Just then, the ferocious beast swung its wings violently. Whoosh! Countless blood spikes instantly shot towards Lin Feng. Clank! Lin Feng's body flashed with red light and he instantly entered vaporization. Storms of dense blood spikes pierced through his body. A puff of smoke rose from the beaten ground. Heh, the power is good, but it's a pity that you can't hit it. Lin Feng hugged his arms and said calmly. The beast hissed angrily at the sight. In the next moment, the blood spikes that shot into the ground instantly exploded. Countless blood-red spikes grew out of the ground, turning the land into a jungle of thorns. Lin Feng snorted coldly, no brain, said slowly stepping out of the spiky thorns. The body was unimpeded as if it were an illusory projection. Seeing that the attack was useless, the ferocious beast couldn't help but take a step back and a threatening hiss was issued towards Lin Feng. Then with a wave of his wings, he rushed towards the sky. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk when he saw this and he hurriedly stopped it. You want to leave after eating someone? Dream on. His eyes lit up with red light and he rushed at the location of the ferocious beast with a fierce false grip. The transported man. A dark spatial vortex appeared, and the roots of the ferocious beast's wings were twisted and truncated. Roar! It hissed in pain and crashed towards the ground. The heavy body slammed hard into the ground, shaking the field with dust. Hiss! It collapsed helplessly to the ground, letting out a mournful cry. Lin Feng maintained his vaporization and slowly approached. Die! He waved his hand at the ferocious beast, and the twisting vortex appeared. Screwed its head right off. Looking at the ferocious beasts that had lost their vitality, Lin Feng frowned deeply. The system alert still didn't sound. No way, this doesn't even die? Lin Feng's brows furrowed as he stared at the ferocious beast and said. Just as he was about to go up to make up for it, his opponent suddenly moved. A tremor ran through the headless body of the beast. Blood gushed out of the neck cavity, then instantly swelled. A huge bat made of blood crawled out from the body of the ferocious beast. What the hell? Lin Feng was instantly startled. The blood bats instantly pounced towards him. But Lin Feng, who had turned on his virtualization, wasn't afraid of any attacks at all. It swooped right in. Suddenly, the blood bat exploded violently. It turned into a 100-meter river of blood. The river seems to be filled with countless agonized human faces. Lin Feng looked at the river of blood that was drowning him and said something bad. This obviously intends to spend with himself. There is no time limit on your own vapors though. But it still requires energy to sustain it. After all, he has not yet reached the A level, and he is afraid that he will not be able to consume this. Heh, I'd like to see how long you can spend with me. Lin Feng sneered. Just then, something unexpected happened to him. Only a few smaller blood bats emerged from the blood river and flew in the direction of the camp. Looking at the aura, it was surprising that they were all of the third rank. Come back here. Lin Feng's eyes were cracking. There were so many people in the camp, not to mention Yellowhair was still back there. Really, if we let them break in, it's over. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up with red light and the aberration ray struck towards the blood bats in the air. Just a moment before he materialized. The river of blood lashed out and squeezed towards him. The blood bats in the air also suddenly folded back and shot towards Lin Feng. Next moment. Pust. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Several blood thorns pierced his body. Heh, looks like I underestimated this. Lin Feng said as he covered his chest. With his words closed, his figure violently drew up, and his hideous bone armor covered his entire body. Get thee out of here! Lin Feng roared and his body glowed with blood-colored true chi. The blood-red blade chi instantly cut across the surroundings and swept up a whirlwind. He opened all of his natural aptitudes at the same time. Let's use this move to determine the winner. Lin Feng took a deep breath, all his power surged out and converged towards his hands. A small, blood-colored ball of light appeared in his palm. Terrifying temperatures and heat emanated out, and the aura of destruction was undisguised. Instantly, the river of blood boiled. The blood that had flooded Lin Feng faded and reformed into blood bats. It hissed and looked terrified as it was about to flee. Next moment, there was a flash of dazzling white light. The world seemed to turn white. Light and heat continued to erupt and silent vibrations emanated. A ball of light hundreds of meters in size appeared in place. A few moments later. Parsing successful. Fierce beast file, blood-winged demon bat. Characteristics, huge size, blood body, primary immortality. Weakness, complete destruction of the blood river. Gifted avatar, blood river. Controls the blood, absorbs life, and transforms into a river of blood. As the pitch-black spatial vortex twisted, Lin Feng's figure slowly appeared in place. He reached out and inhaled the purple crystals from the ferocious beast's corpse into the palm of his hand. The gifted avatar has been learned. As another ranked talent avatar was resolved. Lin Feng felt a strong force appear in his body. Although he hadn't condensed his true body of martial arts, nor had he awakened his domain. But this power is no longer different from a class. This power. It's even increasing. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said in surprise. He could feel that both his body and his innate aptitude were slowly getting stronger. I can't believe it caused so much damage, I'm glad it didn't reach the camp. Lin Feng looked at the hundreds of meters of crater that he had blown out and said somewhat thankfully. By the way, this move doesn't have a name yet. He said, cupping his chin. Let's call it the returning ruin bomb. Lin Feng made a decision. After saying that, he looked towards the previous location of the ferocious beast. There's nothing there anymore. It's a pity that the Essence Blood and Beast Dam were blown up and lost. Lin Feng shook his head and left. Moments later, the front line camp. Li Guang was standing in the doorway, looking anxiously into the distance. That explosion just now, that comrade don't be an accident he said worriedly. Just then, a soldier beside him suddenly exclaimed. Captain, look over there. Li Guang looked in the direction he was pointing and instantly showed a happy face. Only a hideous figure covered in pitch black was walking slowly. Don't just stand there, hurry up and take over. Li Guang immediately rushed up after saying that. He took a few steps to Lin Feng and held his hands in front of him. Speaking in a concerned tone, he said, Comrade of the Special Operations Team, are you not injured? Lin Feng shook his head. I'm fine, besides I'm not on Special Ops. With that, he directly lifted the soul-eating mode and smiled. Doesn't Captain Li recognize me? Li Guang looked at Lin Feng's face and immediately revealed an unbelievable expression. Class President Lin. How come it's you? You've joined the Special Forces now? He asked suspiciously. Lin Feng shook his head and spoke with a smile. No, I'm still the cook. That other ferocious beast has already been killed by me. When these words came out, the surrounding soldiers exploded. Chapter 95, A New Resignation. What? The cooker. Did I hear you right? A cook solved a fourth-ranked ferocious beast? The members of the surrounding combat squad stared at Lin Feng with eyes that looked at monsters. Their eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Well, now that that's settled, let's head back to camp. Lin Feng interrupted the soldiers' discussion. Right. Let's go back to the camp. Li Guang hastily agreed. Words closed, the group headed in the direction of the camp. A few moments later. Lin Feng was walking in the square, and Li Guang was on the side. Captain Li, I don't think my team has come in yet? Lin Feng said. Oh, you mean the lad, I'll send someone to fetch him in. After Li Guang finished speaking, he picked up his walkie-talkie and ordered a few things. After a while, a soldier trotted over leading Yellow Hair. Squad leader. Before he could get close, Yellow Hair shouted. With a few steps, he ran to Lin Feng. Squad leader, are you okay? He asked worriedly. Although he knew the strength of the class leader, it was a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. He had just been worried about not being able to. Lin Feng smiled at him and patted his shoulder. Do I look like I'm up to something? When he finished speaking, he turned back to Li Guang. Captain Li, this time it's the regimental commander's order to come to me for support. Now that the camp is secure, I'll leave tomorrow, just to be safe. Li Guang instantly nodded in agreement. Alright then, I'll go arrange a place for you to stay. When he finished speaking and was about to leave, a soldier ran in the distance and called out to him. Captain! There are orders from headquarters. The soldier ran to Li Guang and handed him a dossier bag. He opened the dossier bag to view it, and first his pupils shrank. Then a look of suppressed joy appeared on his face. Class leader Lin, it looks like there's no need to temporarily arrange a place for you to stay. Li Guang raised his head and said with a smile. The yellow hair next to him was dumbfounded. Ha? You want you to kick us out? He said dully. Lin Feng sniffed and tapped him on the shoulder, signaling him to be quiet. What does Captain Li mean? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Li Guang grinned at his words. From now on, you're going to be based here, he said, handing over the dossier bag in his hand. Lin Feng took it and looked at it for a moment. A sigh followed. The regimental commander transferred him here. Alright, being a cook soldier anywhere is being. Lin Feng said helplessly. In the past, he didn't want to come to the front line because he didn't have the strength. You can't even guarantee your own safety. Now that they were able to kill 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, they didn't have this concern. When Li Guang saw Lin Feng agreeing, his face immediately turned into a chrysanthemum smile. Okay. I'll take you to the appointment. Saying that, he pulled Lin Feng up and left, as if he was afraid that he would back out. On the way, Yellow Hair curiously came to Lin Feng's side and lowered his voice to ask. Squad leader, where are we going? Lin Feng glanced at him and said, Where else can I go? It's not until dinner time. Yellow Hair was shocked at hearing this. He thought the squad leader had been promoted. This didn't come to the front to cook, and it's coming to the front to cook. So you came all the way here for nothing? Not that he hated being a cook. It's the feeling that the other side doesn't value the class president. Just like that, the group followed Li Guang to a compound. Here it is, this is the cookhouse. Li Guang turned around and said. Lin Feng nodded. Come on, I'll take you in to recognize the people. Li Guang said. The compound was huge, several times the size of the previous cookhouse. Walked into the kitchen where several people were busy. Li Guang shouted at the top of his voice, Come, come, come. All look at me, I have an announcement to make. With his voice, the people in the room stopped their busy movements at once. Captain Li? What brings you here? When a big bald fat man saw Li Guang, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Li Guang said without any nonsense, pointing at Lin Feng behind him. Old son, this is Lin Feng, your new class president. At these words, the air in the room fell silent. Old son's smile froze and his face said with an ugly expression, Captain Li, are you telling me to get lost? He pointed at Lin Feng and smiled skinlessly. Even if you're the first sergeant, you don't have the right to stick this one in, do you? Lin Feng frowned at his words. He was about to say something when the yellow hair next to him popped up. Who the hell are you talking to? As he said that, a terrifyingly cold aura emerged from his body, and the temperature in the room dropped instantly. Old son looked at yellow hair with a disdainful expression. What? Want to make a move? He slapped his big face and said mockingly, Try hitting one? Bunny, I. The words were not finished. Snap. Yellow hair directly smacked him away with a big mouth. The heavy body of his opponent smashed the table behind him. Shocked dishes and chopsticks splattered. Mud. This is the first time in my life I've seen this kind of request. Yellow hair waved his hand dismissively. Lin Feng smiled slightly at this and looked at him appreciatively. Squad leader son. Why are you hitting people? Stop it now, don't you see he's an awakened? The cooks in the room murmured in shock when they saw yellow hair do it. Just then, a murderous squeal rang out. Ah! The awakened one is killing people. Come and see. Old son sat paralyzed on the floor with a bruised nose. Clapping his hands one at a time, his body swinging back and forth rhythmically. Lin Feng looked at his Roralama-like demeanor and had black lines on his face. Hey! You scream again. Yellow hair wasn't used to him at all and went up for a kick. With a few flying teeth, Old Son shut up. Old Son looked around at the people around him, and there was no one to stop them at all. Li Guang didn't give any indication. Lin Feng held his arms with a cold face, and the surrounding cooks didn't even dare to look this way. Yellow hair, on the other hand, was tugging at his collar, exuding chills. Old Sun only felt cold all over. In the past, this set of 100 tested blackmail tactics. Putting it on these people doesn't work at all. Let go of me," he said in horror. Yellow Hair saw this and raised his arm to slap him. Lin Feng suddenly spoke out to stop him. "Just teach a lesson, let go." Yellow Hair sniffed and obediently let go of his hand, returning to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng took out a letter of appointment from his dossier bag. Put it in front of Old Sun. "You say Captain Li has no rights? What about the chief?" Looking at the large letters on the appointment letter, Old Sun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Surprisingly, the chief himself gave the order. What the hell is he? Old Sun roared wildly in his mind. Lin Feng withdrew his appointment letter and swept his eyes around the cooks. Everyone he swept up on lowered their heads. "Don't just stand there, do what you need to do." Lin Feng opened his mouth and ordered. The people in the room glanced at each other at the words. Turned around and went to work. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at this. Turning back to Old Sun, who was frozen on the ground, he said, "If you're willing to stay, I can make you a subclass." Old Sun sniffed and climbed up, leaving without a word. "Come back." Lin Feng stopped him. Chapter 96, Sister Wakes Up. Old Sun paused at his words. Looking back at Lin Feng, he revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Can't I leave if I want to?" He clenched his fists and said shakily. Lin Feng frowned. "If you want to leave, you'll have to submit an application for my signature, or where will you get your discharge?" Old Sun relaxed as soon as he heard that this was the case. Next to him, Li Guang pulled out an application form from his pocket and handed it over. "Sign it, it's a matter of Lin's word." Old Sun sniffed and took the application form and signed it straight away. "As long as you don't card him, anything is fine." With that, Lin Feng signed the application form and agreed to let Old Sun go. "It's so dangerous at the front, it's good to let him go home. Lest you get yourself in trouble later." Seeing that Old Sun had left, Li Guang handed a key to Lin Feng. Grinning, he said, "Lin Banzai, here's the key to your residence, a small detached house, it's nice." Lin Feng reached out and took it. "I'll go back then, there's still a defense to rebuild there at the front." Li Guang finished and left directly. Lin Feng watched him leave and was about to take a look in the kitchen. The terminal on his belt suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was a video communication from Nangong Shui. Lin Feng couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly picked it up. As the video connected, Nangong Shui's face appeared on the screen. "Lin Feng, I have good news for you." Her face was full of smiles. Lin Feng's hanging heart dropped as he took a look. "Is it Linger waking up?" He hurriedly pursued the question. Nangong Shui sniffed and nodded gently. "Great." At this moment, Lin Feng only felt a huge surprise surging through his heart. My sister finally woke up. Just then, a hesitant expression appeared on Nangong Shui's face. Lin Feng immediately thumped in his heart. He looked anxious as he followed up, "What's wrong, has there been an accident?" Nangong Shui sighed softly at his words. "Gee, what can I say?" Seeing her sell out, Lin Feng was instantly anxious. "What the hell is going on, you tell me." Seeing Lin Feng in such a hurry, Nangong Shui opened her mouth and explained, "She is awake and in a fairly good state. But it was only a moment of clarity when I took the stone marrow." With that, Nangong Shui turned the screen around, exposing Lin Linger's body. She was seen lying on the bed, breathing evenly and looking like she was asleep. Erica sat at the end of the bed, her hands lit up with a soft green light as she brushed Lin Linger's body. "It's better if I do the talking." She stepped into the center of the frame. "The stone marrow you brought is indeed useful, and the riots in Linger's body have subsided." Lin Feng sniffed in disbelief and asked after him, "Then why are you still unable to wake up?" "She's dormant now, and can only be awake for a little while each day because there's still not enough energy," Erica explained. Lin Feng's heart was slightly stabilized when he heard this. Just fix the ability riots. At least it's awake. So how do we solve this problem? Bring back another bottle of stone marrow, Lin Feng asked. Erica sniffed and thought for a moment. Softly, he said, Linger's problem boils down to the fact that the awakened divine ability is too strong, while he himself cannot keep up. Let's just upgrade her. Lin Feng nodded his head as he sniffed. I'll figure it out, he said firmly. Well, you don't have to stress too much,
your sister is in a stable condition, just take your time,"
Erica whispered soothingly. Lin Feng and Erica talked for a while and ended the call. "Something to level up?" he muttered. Something like this he had never heard of. "Ask Li Guang later," Lin Feng said and went into the kitchen. "It's better to get down to business now. Got to cook."
Once inside, he surveyed the house's amenities. Clean and tidy floors, stovetop pots and pans all brushed and shiny.
"The environment is not bad," Lin Feng said.
He put on his apron, picked up the colander and walked out of the kitchen.
"What's cooking today?"
Lin Feng called out to a young cook. "They said this morning that a ferocious beast was being shipped over, and it hasn't arrived yet," the cook said truthfully. Lin Feng nodded and let the other party continue to go to work. Suddenly, he tapped his head and said suspiciously, "Who? Where's Yellow Hair?" He then realized that he hadn't seen Old Sun since he signed him out just now. "Strange, where did it go?" Lin Feng said with a frown. "How did this kid get away with it?" Just about to go out and look for it. There was a sudden clamor at the door.
Come on, come on. Move in." When Lin Feng heard it, wasn't that Yellow Hair's voice? Walked out in a hurry.
As soon as he came out, he saw a few soldiers carrying a pent-up ferocious beast.
Yellow Hair is directing from the front. "Where did you run off to just now?"
Lin Feng said with a frown. Yellow Hair scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. "I just went to the restroom, and on my way, I ran into the combat team transporting the ferocious beasts, so I went to help."
Lin Feng sighed. "Next time you go out and talk to me, move in first."
When he finished, he stepped aside. The soldiers were about to carry the ferocious beast in.
All that was heard was a boom and the rope was broken. Roar!
Freshly freed from its bonds, the ferocious beast roared up to the sky. Opening his mouth wide, he bit towards one of the soldiers beside him.
Ah!
The soldier's soul burst out. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The eye was about to be bitten off the head in one bite.
"My life is over,"
the soldier wailed in his mind. Just then, a flash of blood red suddenly flashed through the air.
Bang!
The large head of the beast fell to the ground with a grunt.
Parsing. Parsing successful.
Feral beast file, land fish.
Rank, second order beast.
Characteristics, hard scales, amphibious.
Weaknesses, both lungs under the ribs. Talent avatar, iron armor scales. Enhanced defense when opened.
Lin Feng looked at the green crystals on the ferocious beast's corpse and reached out to inhale them into his palm.
The gifted avatar has been learned.
Green crystals, just a C-ranked avatar. But it was better than nothing. At least Lin Feng felt that his defense had gotten a little stronger. Lin Feng looked at the corpses of the ferocious beasts and suddenly brightened up.
Right, try the Blood River avatar.
Words closed, he reached out to the ferocious beast's corpse.
Bang!
A blood mist exploded from the corpse and blood gathered towards Lin Feng's palm. It gathered into a fist-sized bead of blood. Looking at the color, it was actually essence blood.
This saves me the effort of refining,
Lin Feng said in surprise. He took out a bottle from the recluse space and filled it with essence blood. After doing so, he looked around him.
Well, get the body inside.
Lin Feng opened his mouth and commanded. But none of those present moved. Just as Lin Feng frowned, the field erupted in a gasp of surprise.
Who is that?
Surprisingly, he killed a second-ranked ferocious beast in seconds. That's our new class president.
He's surprisingly strong. If I'm not mistaken, was that a spatial ability just now?
All those present, except Yellow Hair, looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly.
Well, stop chatting and move in.
The surrounding soldiers sniffed and hurriedly lifted the ferocious beast's corpse and walked into the cookhouse. Lin Feng waved his hand at Yellow Hair and said, "Go, get to work." Just then, there was a noise from outside the yard.
Captain Lin. Chapter 97, Warzone Competition.
Lin Feng turned his head to look and realized that it was Li Guang's men.
Squad leader Lin, the captain asked me to deliver something to you, he said and gave over a sheet in his hand. Then he left in a hurry.
Squad leader, what's this? Yellow Hair said as he stuck his head out curiously. Lin Feng picked up the list and looked at it. Only a few large words were written on it. Registration form for the Warzone competition. Lin Feng immediately frowned.
A Warzone tournament?
He subconsciously tried to refuse.
There's so much to do, where's the time for that?
But when he took a closer look, his pupils shrank.
No! This treadmill applied for me?
Lin Feng said in surprise.
The form not only has your photo and details on it. I can't believe I even have a race number. The big game is tomorrow afternoon. Next to the yellow hair directly surprised, which hole? We just came today Lin Feng's face was ugly. You're privately enrolling yourself without even agreeing to it yourself? I'll ask Li Guang.
Lin Feng took out his terminal after he finished speaking. Just as he was about to dial, a voice suddenly came.
Don't bother looking for him, this is what I signed you up for.
Lin Feng sniffed and looked back, and his pupils instantly shrank.
Chief!
He shouted in surprise.
Then a quick salute.
When the yellow hair next to him saw the chief, his body hardened. He shivered and looked at the chief, trying to salute but couldn't even raise his hand.
You didn't hear the cursing just now, did you?
The regimental commander walked over and patted yellow hair on the shoulder with a smile. The latter shivered so violently that he shook out a few drops of urine in fear.
The regimental commander laughed softly and didn't bother with him.
He spoke to Lin Feng, knowing that you don't like the limelight, there's nothing I can do about it. Speaking of which, a soft sigh escaped. This Warzone tournament, ever since I became the leader, I haven't won a single match. He said with an exasperated face, those grandchildren at headquarters, they bury me with this every day. Lin Feng sniffed with a hesitant expression on his face.
But
when the regimental commander saw that Lin Feng was reluctant, he hurriedly shook his hand with a fervent expression.
I can only rely on you now.
Just do me a favor, okay? Lin Feng sighed when he saw this. The other party, being a chief, had put his posture so low.
He really didn't know how to say no.
All right.
Lin Feng nodded and agreed.
When the regimental commander heard this, his face immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum.
Good boy. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't let you work for nothing.
He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, in addition to the first place reward, I'll fulfill one more request of yours. Lin Feng sniffed and thought for a moment.
Opening his mouth, he said, I was wondering if there is something that can make people advance directly to the next level? The regimental commander looked at him strangely. I see you're close to a breakthrough here, too? It's just almost time.
Lin Feng gently shook his head.
I was going to use it for my sister. He said truthfully. The regimental commander nodded in understanding. He thought about opening his mouth.
The reward for this tournament, a 6th-ranked demonic pill, will allow one to advance. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately showed a happy face. He was previously worried about where to find something for his sister that could advance.
Isn't this a pillow for a sleepy head?
However, there is a chance of failure for a mere demonic elixir.
The regiment leader suddenly added.
Lin Feng's heart thumped when he heard this.
What should I do? Is there a way to increase the probability? Lin Feng pursued. The regimental commander grinned at that. You're asking the right person, kid.
He patted his chest and said, with my power crystals, I can turn that probability into 100%. Lin Feng immediately brightened up.
The regimental commander is still capable of such things? But well, this crystal can only coalesce when I'm in a good mood, you know? The regimental commander opened his mouth with a grin.
How could Lin Feng not know what he meant when he saw this? So he spoke up, just don't worry, I'm sure I'll get the first one back for you.
Good. You said it. I'll wait for your good news.
The regimental commander nodded with instant satisfaction and a childish expression. With Lin Feng stepping in, this first place is surely not up for grabs. The thought filled him with relief, and he turned away humming a little song. Lin Feng looked at the headmaster's disappearing figure and sighed softly.
Just then,
Yellow Hair, who had frozen next to him and saluted, was paralyzed when he saw the other man go.
Scared me to death.
He slapped his chest with a horrified look on his face. Lin Feng looked at him speechlessly when he saw this.
Look at you like that, the chief can't be bothered with you?
When Yellow Hair heard this, he was in tears. Shivering, he lifted the collar of his shirt, exposing his shoulders. Lin Feng looked at it and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air.
only to see that on Yellow Hair's shoulder, there was actually a purplish handprint imprinted on it. His fragrant shoulders were half exposed as he sat on the floor in an alluring pose. How come he didn't get on my case? I felt like dying just now, whoops. Yellow Hair cried out. Lin Feng was suddenly speechless. A look of disgust ensued on his face. Alright, get up. Yellow Hair heard no action, but instead stared at Lin Feng and opened his mouth. I do not, class president, you pull me. Lin Feng looked at Yellow Hair's dead out and his fists hardened. I'll give you 2 kicks in the ass, he said, flying up and kicking towards Yellow Hair's ass. Ow. Yellow Hair howled and popped right up, covering his ass. Lin Feng ran after him into the cooking class. The cook in the kitchen was busy. Squad leader. As soon as Lin Feng entered, the people in the room stopped moving. Constrainedly, she looked at him. After what happened before, no one dared to underestimate Lin Feng anymore. It's okay, you guys keep working. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling that they didn't need to mind themselves. Instead, it was Yellow Hair with his hands behind his back and his head held high in a bullish manner. I'll do a good job, don't be lazy, ow. This statement made the cooks tense with fear. Snap. Lin Feng slapped Yellow Hair. Get to work. Yellow Hair covered the back of his head and hemmed and hawed, running away. Lin Feng sighed softly at this and walked into the kitchen. The ferocious beasts had been laid out on the dais. Looking at the huge land fish, for some reason, Lin Feng felt a little excited. A fish that size has to be hundreds of pounds. This is the first time I've seen a fish like ferocious beast. How should I eat it? Lin Feng cupped his chin and fell into thought. Fish meat wrapped in dumplings, and then fish bones stewed into a broth for the dumplings. He clapped his hands together and made his decision. After saying that, he put on his apron, picked up his knife and started working. The blade slices through the scales and breaks open the fish's belly. In a short while, the crystal clear fish was neatly arranged on the counter. The meat is pretty good, Lin Feng said in awe. Then start chopping the stuffing. A few moments later, the white dumplings were wrapped. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Yellow Hair. Is the fish bone soup ready? He turned back to the outside and shouted. The words just fell. A clear girl's voice came out. Hey, coming. Lin Feng immediately looked ugly. Yellow Hair, if you ever pinch your throat again, I'll skin you. But the next moment his eyes widened. The curtain was lifted, but it wasn't Yellow Hair who came in. Chapter 98 Confident Hedgehog. Minami? Lin Feng shouted in surprise. He thought it was Yellow Hair. Benji. Minami carried a pot and smiled sweetly. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils shrank as he looked at her hand holding the pot. The bottom of the pot was reddish, and Minami was just holding it in her hands. Put it down. Don't burn your hands, Lin Feng exclaimed. Minami sniffed and laughed softly, walking over to the stove and setting down the pot. It's okay, squad leader, I've recently advanced, this temperature can't hurt me, you see? With that, she stretched out her hands, revealing her intact white palms. Lin Feng took a look and let out a sigh of relief. Reaching out, he stroked Minami's short hair. Came without a word. He chuckled. When Minami heard that, she immediately showed a puffed-up expression. She puckered her lips and said, Squad leader, why didn't you bring me along when you came to the new camp? She said, looking a little sad. Is it because I'm too weak? I'll try to be stronger, can you not leave me alone? As Lin Feng listened to Xiaonan's words, he only felt sorry for her in his heart. It came too soon and the front line was too dangerous. He was trying to get Minami to stay in the back for a while first. But now that she was here, she couldn't be whisked back. Thinking of this, Lin Feng let out a light sigh. Touching her head, she said, I was not thinking straight, and I won't leave you behind again. Aha! Minami sniffed and nodded vigorously. Lin Feng smiled slightly at her. Work first, I'll talk to you about something later. Minami smiled sweetly and walked over to the stove to start the dumplings. Before long, the translucent dumplings came out. Lin Feng smelled the fragrance in the air and revealed a satisfied expression. Let's go, get Yellow Hair and let's get some food. Lin Feng picked up the pot and walked out. Xiaonan followed him with a smile on her face. A few moments later, Lin Feng had already given everyone a good meal. A group of soldiers wolfed down the dumplings and ate them frantically. What kind of meat is this? Why does it smell so good? When did old Sun get so good at his craft? Not him, there's a new squad leader in the cooking class, and he can kill ferocious beasts. You just blow it. A cook is still in heaven? When these words came out, the combat squad soldier who had spoken immediately stared up. Straight up and at it. The people around him pulled in quick succession. Okay, all be quiet, no fighting. Lin Feng knocked on the pot with a spoon and shouted. You don't get to talk. The beaten soldier cursed. Lin Feng immediately frowned when he heard this. Is the quality of the soldiers at the front so bad? Just then, the yellow hair next to him slammed his spoon down on the table with a thud. He looked at the beaten soldier with an icy face, and a cold aura rose from his body. The soldier looked at yellow hair and was first stunned, not thinking that he was an awakened. Then he said disdainfully, "What? Not convinced?" He directly crossed the crowd and walked over to yellow hair. Come out and fight one-on-one if you don't want to. The soldier said mockingly. Forget it, yellow hair. Minami spoke up. At these words, the soldier gave a disdainful laugh. Wimp out and get the hell out, he said. Just then, Minami added with a smirk. You and the squad leader rest, I'll do it. When Lin Feng heard this, his tightly furrowed brows stretched. Okay, go ahead, don't hit too hard, he said with a smile. Yellow hair was going to go on by himself, but when he heard Lin Feng say that, he shut up. Ha ha ha. Did you guys hear that? She's going to hit me. The soldier pointed at Minami with a burst of laughter. But the people in the room just looked at him, and none of them agreed. The soldier was instantly humiliated. Row. Since you're looking for death, then don't blame me. He pointed at Minami angrily. Minami looked at him with a smirk and removed her apron to walk slowly out of the cafeteria. The soldier grunted and followed. The soldiers in the room saw this and picked up their plates and went out to watch the fun. Lin Feng and yellow hair looked at each other. Go out and take a look, Lin Feng said. All the way to the square. Minami was already standing in the center of the square. The soldier was holding his arms and looking at her with disdain. The soldiers held their dumplings in a circle, their eyes glowing as they watched the field. There's hilarity in eating. Lin Feng stood in front of the crowd, his expression indifferent. Yellow hair said worriedly, Squad leader, that bastard is a C rank, can Minami do it? It's fine, Xiaonan is stronger than you think, Lin Feng said with a smile. Yellow hair nodded at his words. If it doesn't work, then he's on. Just then, the duo on the field moved. The soldier took the lead and charged towards Minami. Pitch black spike suddenly emerged from his body, and he shouted, Eat my move hell demon light cannon. Xiaonan sniffed with a grave expression, and invisible energy flowed from his body as he took a defensive stance. But after the soldier shouted the name of the unknown move, there was no movement. It just stood up with its hedgehog-like spikes, charging towards her. Minami furrowed her embroidered brow at the sight. A straight punch in the air, kicking up a violent and powerful wind. An air cannon flew towards the soldier. Next moment. Bang! The soldier's body, at once, flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. A couple of heave falls to the ground and doesn't move. Minami looked at him dumbfounded, surprise on her face. Is he too strong or is his opponent too weak? Just then, the field erupted. That girl is strong. I can't believe I knocked the hedgehog down in one blow. Hiss, the sun is as terrifying as this. Yellow hair saw Minami hit his opponent in a second. He jumped up and down with excitement. Awesome! Lin Feng smiled slightly and looked at Xiaonan appreciatively. He had thought that she would put in more or less effort. I didn't realize the other side was so untouchable. Well done, come back. Lin Feng beckoned to her. When Xiaonan heard Lin Feng's praise, a blush appeared on her face and she trotted to his side. Just then, a loud roar came. What are they all doing? Lin Feng sniffed and looked over to find that it was Li Guang. He was poking through the crowd. Captain Li, this way. Lin Feng waved his hand at him. Li Guang's face eased up when he saw that it was Lin Feng. What's going on here, Lin Banchang? He asked suspiciously. Lin Feng briefly explained the cause with him. So this is so. Li Guang nodded in understanding.
He looked to the soldier who was defeated by Manami in the distance and was lying motionless on the ground.
The face came down hard. Shouting, "Hedgehog! Get your ass over here!" As soon as the words fell, the soldier called Hedgehog subconsciously shivered. Then it didn't move. Li Guang took a look and raised his eyebrows. "If you play dead again, I'll hang you up and whip you." At these words, the hedgehog crawled up with a grunt. He looked at the soldiers on the field staring at him, and suddenly his face turned red with shame. He didn't actually faint just now. It's just that you lose so badly that you don't want to get up and face the ridicule. Li Guang looked at the soldiers who had formed a circle and sighed lightly. "Squad leader Lin, I have a proposition." Chapter 99 Individual Competition.
Lin Feng sniffed and looked at him suspiciously. Without any nonsense, Li Guang spoke directly, "I'm here this time to organize our camp's individual tournament. It was supposed to be in the afternoon, and since everyone's here now, it's not too late."
Lin Feng sniffed and asked, "Okay, how is this an entry?"
Li Guang replied, "It's just one-on-one in the ring, and the last one left goes to the tournament."
"You actually qualify internally, but you can get on if you want to."
Lin Feng nodded.
"He's a bully if he's on. Let's see it first." With that, Li Guang walked to the center of the square and made the announcement. "What? The Warzone competition has begun? Hey, I'm sure I won't win again this time. Don't mention it, last time I put my best foot forward I got a top 20.
The soldiers were in an uproar.
Li Guang ignored them and simply yelled out a start and retreated.
As he goes on.
The field was silent for a moment. Then it boiled over instantly.
"I'll go first.
I'm going to challenge him."
The hedgehog on the field pointed at Lin Feng and shouted.
A hush fell over the words. "Go down you. Can't even beat a little girl."
"That's right, don't embarrass yourself there."
What exactly is this bastard's natural aptitude? Confidence? Hearing the taunts from the field, the hedgehog's eyes instantly turned red and he looked viciously at Lin Feng. "Keep hiding behind the crew if you can," he said.
Lin Feng frowned at his words, his face showing displeasure.
"Do you really think you don't have a temper if you don't get on his bad side?"
With that thought, his body suddenly disappeared. The hedgehog on the field wanted to say something else.
Next moment. Phew!
Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of him. When he stood still, a violent gust of strong wind instantly dispersed.
So fast. What class is he in? He's not supposed to be special forces, is he?
The hedgehog looked at Lin Feng, who had appeared on the field, and was startled. He took a few steps back on his feet. But I don't know what came to mind, but a confident expression reappeared on his face.
"Heh, finally dared to come up here?"
As he said that, pitch-black spikes violently emerged from his body and he looked at Lin Feng smugly. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently with his arms wrapped around him and didn't say a word. The hedgehog grunted coldly and instantly charged like a wild boar. He looked at the motionless Lin Feng and a hideous smile appeared on his face. It was as if he saw the sight of his opponent being impaled by him.
Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up red. Buzz! An invisible pressure immediately swept across the entire field. The hedgehog was instantly crushed into the ground.
"Ah!" He screamed miserably, only to feel his bones crushed. Lin Feng deliberately controlled his power without rippling the soldiers watching. They looked at Lin Feng in shock and let out a gasp.
Ta-da! Ta-da! Lin Feng walked step by step to the hedgehog and looked down at the other party. "Why don't you say anything? Keep fooling around."
Lin Feng lands a nice leg kick that just misses the hedgehog's mouth.
A few teeth flew out. "You!" The hedgehog's mouth was full of blood, and he opened his mouth vaguely to curse.
Before he could finish, a red light flared up and his arm was sliced off.
Ah!
The pain of the broken arm instantly made the hedgehog scream.
His eyes looked at Lin Feng in horror. He didn't think that he would dare to lay such a heavy hand on him in public. "Heh, so unconvinced? Fine then, I'll send you on your way."
Lin Feng sneered.
Said blood blade coalesced in his hand and stuck to the hedgehog's neck.
Feeling the cold touch on his neck and the appalling killing intent, the hedgehog crumbled. Yellow fluid was oozing from his crotch, and his body continued to struggle. Lin Feng immediately looked at him in disgust.
With a wave of his hand, the blood control ability was activated. Blood gushed from the broken arm on the floor and connected to the hedgehog's shoulder. "Get lost," Lin Feng said in disgust. This time the hedgehog didn't mouth off again, he was completely convinced. When they heard Lin Feng's words, they were suddenly like amnesties. Covering his freshly jointed arm, he ran off crying. As Lin Feng did all this, the field was in an uproar. Picked up. What is that ability? Isn't he a cook? How come he's so strong? The soldiers looked at Lin Feng in shock. Just then, Li Guang walked up and shouted, "The winner is Lin, the cook class leader. Who else is going to challenge him?" At these words, the air fell silent. They had seen Lin Feng's strength just now. So much for the elite of the special forces. Go up and hit him? That's not a joke. When Li Guang saw that no one dared to come up, he was in trouble. Just then, Lin Feng spoke. "I'll go down first, you guys continue." After saying that, he walked towards the audience. Li Guang was relieved to see this. It would be embarrassing if Lin Feng kept guarding the ring. Who can beat him? As Lin Feng walked on, the field was abuzz again. A group of soldiers served dumplings and watched the competition and ate them. After a while, the field pretty much hit the ground running. That leaves Yellow Hair and Nam. "Squad leader, let me go this time." Yellow Hair rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. Lin Feng didn't refuse when he sniffed. "Well, go on, get real for me," he said. "Okay, look, class leader. You just look good." Yellow Hair roared with excitement and jumped directly to the center of the square. As he took the stage, a dark-skinned man pushed his way through the crowd and walked up. "I'll challenge you," he said to. Yellow Hair sniffed and hooked a finger at him. "Come here, you." The man walked up to Yellow Hair and said with a cold snort, "Coyote." "What the hell?" Yellow Hair looked at him in confusion. "I said my name is Coyote," the man said with a black face. "Oh, if you scream, just scream, what's it to me?" Yellow Hair snapped his nostrils and said indifferently. Coyote snorted coldly and said viciously, "A sharp-tongued brat." The words closed and a direct punch was thrown. Yellow Hair bucks up and avoids it easily. "That's it?" he said mockingly. Instead, Coyote sneered, his arm suddenly extending. Like a whip, it fiercely lashed towards Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair shrieked in surprise and hastily raised his hand to block. The Coyote grunted coldly, and his elongated arm suddenly twined towards Yellow Hair. Then the body lengthened, like a rope, and wrapped itself around his body. "Kid, I'm going to strangle your bones," Coyote said viciously. Xiaonan under the field exclaimed, her small hand nervously clutching Lin Feng's hand. "Not good. Yellow Hair is going to be strangled." Lin Feng gently rubbed her head and comforted her, "It's fine, take a closer look." As soon as the words left his mouth, only a gasp could be heard from the field. Yellow Hair was filled with a cold aura, and the coyote wrapped around him was covered in ice crystals. The body shivered constantly. "Let go, or I'll freeze you hard and crack you straight up," Yellow Hair shouted. The coyote, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, his eyes bloodshot as he increased his power. Yellow Hair's expression was cold at the sight. The cold aura on his body instantly became extremely terrifying. Even the ground beneath his feet was frozen with a layer of solid ice. Just then, a loud roar came. "Stop. P.S. Everyone really did not expect to rush more than 100, said to do, today additional, 3 chapters to offer. Also, I'll probably be doing 2 chapters a day during the New Year's Eve, so I'll keep popping in when the year is over." Chapter 100 End of Individual Competition. Li Guan looked at the duo fighting for their lives on the field and rushed up to stop them. "Coyote, hurry up and let go," he said, his hands tugging at the entangled duo, his face full of anxiety. But both had already fought red-handed and wouldn't even listen. The coyote tightly wrapped around Yellow Hair as if it were a python, its body constantly tightening. Yellow Hair's eyes were bloodshot as he clawed at the coyote, his skinny arms bursting with monstrous strength. The opponent's body was frozen and cracked, and he was tearing it apart, and it looked like it was going to be torn apart. Just then, Lin Feng roared. "Yellow Hair, stop!" As the words fell, the cold dissipated. Yellow Hair stopped moving at once. The coyote on top of him roared as soon as he saw that he wasn't moving. "Who gave you permission to stop? We haven't split yet." Li Guang saw his chance and yanked him off. All right. You've lost. Coyote was thrown to the ground and looked at his dying body. Looking up again at the almost intact yellow hair, he dropped his head and hit the ground hard. I lost, he said with a resigned face. Egu, can you, almost strangled by you. Yellow hair craned his neck and walked up to Coyote, grinning. We're kind of not fighting anymore, don't be a sore loser, ow, said the Coyote, holding out his hand to the Coyote on the ground. A smile appeared on Coyote's tan face and he didn't refuse, being pulled up by Yellow Hair's hand. I'm not that kind of guy, he said. Then he patted Yellow Hair on the shoulder. Bring back the honor for me for the camp. After that, he limped away. Li Guan was relieved to see this. The winner is Yellow Hair from the cooking class, he announced loudly. The words were followed by a loud cheer from the field. Bravo! Yellow Hair is awesome. Who dares to say that we cooks are no good? Lin Feng looked at Yellow Hair with relief and waved at him. Yellow Hair's face was red with excitement. Looking at the cheering soldiers around him again, his heart was even more fluttering. It flipped directly in place. Immediately afterward, his legs were bent and his fists were clenched at his waist in a hair-raising motion. Red-faced, he yelled, "Cooks are the strongest." Yahoo! The soldiers on the sidelines burst into laughter at the sight. Lin Feng covered up his face, only feeling humiliated. Hurry down! He shouted with a black face. Yellow Hair hemmed and hawed. Stretching his hand out, he greeted the soldiers as he came. The playground hardened into a red carpet for him. Rest you! Looking at the Yellow Hair that was walking towards him, Lin Feng laughed and cursed and gave him a slap. At this time, Li Guan, who was next to him, suddenly came over. Class President Lin, there's still one last spot left, he said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Xiao Nan. Go on, when you win, we'll be just the three of us. Minami sniffed and nodded vigorously, her expression firm. Squad leader, I'll try. When she finished, she headed toward the field. The arena erupted in cheers as Minami took the ring. Her performance just now was there for all to see. It was hilarious, but more of an uproar. No one dared to go up and challenge her. Just then, a cold girl stepped out of the crowd. She walked up to Minami and looked at her with an icy face. It's Xia Bing. Why is she interested in entering the contest? Probably to avenge the hedgehog. As the soldiers murmured, she walked up to Minami. I'm not interested in this game, but you beat up my team, Xia Bing said with a cold voice. Minami sniffed and nodded gently, directly turning on her battle form. She could sense that the woman was strong. Come on then, Minami said as she assumed a fighting stance. As Li Guan announced the start of the match, the duo on the field instantly moved. Minami took the lead, her 6 arms swinging as several air spears were thrown at the woman by her. Dang! Electricity arcs exploded from Xia Bing's body, and his long leg kicked out, instantly knocking the air spear away. Immediately after that, he kicked out, and his body transformed into lightning as he attacked towards Minami. As he watched the strike, the field erupted into a chorus of gasps. It appeared. Summer Ice's kicking technique. This girl is afraid she's in danger. In the next moment, a scene that sent the crowd into a frenzy appeared. Only the kick that flashed with electricity was steadily blocked by Minami. Immediately behind him, the arm reached out and gave a vicious tug. The current on Xia Bing's body was actually like a piece of clothing that was stripped off by Xiao Nan. Ugh! Xia Bing revealed a dumbfounded expression. Minami ignored her. Straight up and at it. The thud punched her into a panda's eye. You! Xia Bing looked at Xiao Nan incredulously. How dare you punch yourself in the face? Xia Bing got beat up. No, she's too unsympathetic, isn't she? Dude, you're too armed, right? The arena gasped in shock as Minami simply ignored it. The 6 arms swung, bringing up a sky of residual shadows, and frantically thrashing Xia Bing. Not long after, Xia Bing's cold and beautiful face was beaten into a pig's head. I concede. Summer Ice yelled. Minami stopped her beating at that. As she stopped, Xia Bing covered her face and ran away crying. With Summer Ice out of the ring, Li Guan got in the ring and declared Minami the winner. The field was abuzz. Good job, cookbook girl. I can't tell, she's so strong. Stronger than Xia Bing, and prettier looking too.
Hearing the compliments from the people around her, Minami suddenly blushed. Exiting the battle mode, he buried his head and ran to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng smiled and touched her little head. "Well done, now we can compete together as a team." Minami blushed and nodded her head vigorously. "Aha!" At that moment, Li Guang walked to the center of the square. Come on, come on! Look at me all!" he yelled. Li Guang looked at the gathered eyes and nodded to the men around him. "It's awards time. Advance to the front." Lin Feng listened to him, exchanged glances with Xiao Nan and Yellow Hair, and walked up. There were 3 others who came up in one piece. Xia Bing, who was brutally beaten by Minami, and a twin brother. Xia Bing looked at Minami, who walked up and turned her head away with an embarrassed expression. The twin brothers were very friendly and nodded at Lin Feng. The crowd stood still. Li Guang took the prize from the warrior next to him. "Come on, everyone, ha!" he said with a grin. He said, passing the stainless steel tubs in his hands from one to the other. Lin Feng stared blankly at the basin in his hand, his heart bursting with incredulity. "A stainless steel tub for winning a race? No wonder you can't win." Lin Feng looked at the basin in his hand and opened his mouth to say something. But looking at everyone else who seemed to be quite happy, he didn't open his mouth after all. He, it's squad leader, look at this pot, it's really nice." Yellow Hair can he said. Lin Feng sighed lightly and turned around. Li Guang, however, stopped him. "Hey, don't go. There's more," he said. Lin Feng stopped at the words and looked curiously at Li Guang. And? Chapter 101, New Weapons. "Oh? What is it?" Lin Feng asked. Li Guang smiled a mysterious smile at his words and waved his hand at the soldiers behind him. A rectangular box was brought into his hands. He mysteriously walked up to Lin Feng and looked around. Then opened the box a crack. When Lin Feng looked at it, his pupils instantly shrunk. "This is what the chief told me to give you," Li Guang whispered. Lin Feng coughed and took the box without moving. The yellow hair on the side stretched his neck curiously at the sight. "What's that, Sarge?" Seeing his curiosity, I was about to show him, but thought better of it. It wasn't so much avoidance as it was the fact that Yellow Hair couldn't hide a thing when he was in a state of shock. "I'll show you later," Lin Feng said. Yellow Hair immediately scratched his ears anxiously, but he shut up honestly. As Li Guang moved, the others noticed the place. He coughed lightly and pulled out a couple more of the same boxes. "Come on, there's a share in all these fall pants." The crowd's curiosity was extinguished. "So it's fall pants." As the prizes were handed out, Li Guang announced the dismissal. The group of watching soldiers left in an orderly fashion at once. Only the 3 of them, Lin Feng, were left on the field. At this point, Yellow Hair couldn't hold back any longer. He rubbed his hands together as he walked up and said, "Hey, squad leader, just show me." On the side, Minami also stared with curiosity. The way Li Guang acted just now, it was obvious that he had given away something unimaginable. "Okay, show you guys." Lin laughed. Said the man, opening the box. "What is this?" Yellow Hair instantly exclaimed. Minami covered her mouth with an incredulous expression. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a high-level weapon?" she said. Lin Feng nodded. Laughing, he said, "That's right, from the chief." Yellow Hair was stunned at his words. The headmaster is surprisingly so willing to part with it? A high-grade weapon can't even be bought for hundreds of millions, he said dully. At that moment, Minami pointed at the box and said, "Squad leader, there seems to be something else inside." Lin Feng looked and saw that apart from the weapons, there were 2 potions and an instruction manual. He picked up the manual and viewed it for a moment. There was a soft sigh. The headmaster is really generous. This is actually a 6th-ranked weapon. When these words came out, Xiao Nan and Yellow Hair's eyes widened. A 6th-order weapon? Lin Feng directly took out the weapon from the box. It was a pitch-black, plain-looking battle sword. The blade is slightly curved with a guard. Lin Feng flicked a stroke into the air. A vacuum track appeared in the air. "So sharp," Lin Feng said in awe. According to the description in the manual, this battle sword was forged from the power of space and an entire 6th-ranked ferocious beast. Not only was it virtually indestructible, it could even absorb the power of the Talon avatar to evolve.
In turn, it feeds back to the user and makes them stronger.
Lin Feng lovingly stroked the battle sword and said, "This is practically tailor-made for me. Other people just have one natural aptitude, 2 tops at most. But you have your own parsing system. There is no limit at all to getting a natural aptitude." His heart blazed at the thought. He couldn't wait to see it. How far can this battle knife increase itself? But considering the occasion, he had to hold back his inner excitement. "These 2 potions, they're for you too," Lin Feng said, handing the 2 potions in the box to Xiao Nan in yellow hair. "Squad leader, what is this?" Yellow hair tilted his head, pretending to be cute. Lin Feng frowned. "Talk properly." Yellow hair sniffed and hammed and hawed. Lin Feng shook his head at this and explained, "This is a potion to aid in breakthroughs, you guys keep it for later. This is too precious, class president, use it yourself." Minami hastily waved her hand and refused. Yellow hair nodded in agreement. Lin Feng laughed lightly at this and directly stuffed them. "I don't need it, take it." It's not that he shrugs it off, but he really can't use it. This potion can only assist in breaking through to be rank at best. Yellow hair was touched to the core when he saw Lin Feng stiffen the potion to him. "Woohoo! Class president, you're so nice." Minami also spoke softly, "Thank you, class president." Lin Feng smiled gently at them. "Okay, back to work." The group headed toward the cookhouse. A few moments later, Lin Feng walked into the cooking class. The cooks are already washing dishes. Minami rolled up her sleeves at the sight and walked over with her battle form on. "Let me," said the man as he walked over to the sink. The 6 arms danced out remnants of shadows, and their speed was astonishingly fast. The crowd of cooks looked at her in shock. It's the first time they've seen someone wash dishes so fast. Lin Feng looked at her and smiled gently. Scanning around, I realized there wasn't much else to do. It's still early for the next lunch hour. So it left. He was going to check out his place. Lin Feng followed the door number. Came to a small detached courtyard. "Ooh. So big," Lin Feng said in awe as he looked at his place. Repeatedly confirming that this is where you live. Lin Feng opened the door and walked in. The walls of the courtyard were high, and the size of the interior was dozens of meters. Instead of rushing into the house, he took out his war knife and fondled it lovingly. "Try to see how much talent aptitude you can inject," Lin Feng said with glowing eyes. Buzz. Lin Feng first injected his true chi. At once the blackened blade was flushed with the color of blood. The true chi conductivity is good, but it just consumes slightly more. Lin Feng muttered. Could it be that some of it had been devoured and used to feed the battle sword? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Try increasing the output, Lin Feng said. His gaze was fixed and he tried to use 50% of his power. Me so. Instantly, a bloody light wrapped around the blade, extending a long bloody blade. Lin Feng flicked at the ground. The bloody blade sliced through the ground unhindered. Nice sharpness. Next up is the main event, Lin Feng said, his face showing excitement. He was going to try to see how much talent aptitude he could inject at once. With that, he directly injected the power of shock and flame. The warblade burst into flutter. There wasn't much of a reaction. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he injected the recluse light into it again. When he intended to inject the power of the blood river in, he realized that he couldn't do so. Is the current limit 2 BSNNA? Lin Feng said with a frown. And this sword light swallowed power and didn't feed back ah? Is it hard to take time? Lin Feng thought so, but he didn't stop injecting power. After a few more moments, when he felt that his power was about to bottom out, the warblade stopped absorbing. It's finally stopped, Lin Feng said with a sigh of relief. He held the knife in front of him and examined it carefully. Strange? How come there's no movement? The instructions are very clear. The first time you establish a connection with the warblade, that's how it works, huh? Is there something wrong with any of the steps? Lin Feng thought so. Suddenly, a few vein-like tentacles stuck out from the hilt of the battle sword and snapped into Lin Feng's arm. What the hell? Chapter 102 The Increase of the Battle Sword. Looking at the vein that was stuck into his arm, Lin Feng hurriedly had to reach out and yank it. But not only could he not yank it out,
there was a sharp pain in his arm. Damn! This sword is alive, Lin Feng said with an ugly face. Looking at the tendons spreading up his small arms, he blushed fiercely. Straight away, he put up his left hand and sliced towards his little arm. Hands grow back when they're broken. But let the damn thing run amok again. God knows what will happen. Just then, a vein stuck out from the knife, blocking Lin Feng's movement. Not good. A faint thought penetrated. Lin Feng's eyes looked at the battle sword in amazement. And talk? Just as he froze, a dark red energy suddenly lit up on the pitch-black battle sword. The energy traveled down the veins that were lodged in the arm. A wave of warmth traveled through his body. It is, Lin Feng said as he stared. As the dark red power entered his body, he felt that most of his depleted true qi and physical strength had been restored. Even the upper limit of true qi reserves had been raised. Lin Feng clenched his fists and said in surprise, even his strength has gotten stronger. And not only that. The innate divine ability that was injected into the battle sword just now had unexpectedly doubled in strength after the feedback. So this is the process of backfeeding. Lin Feng looked at the battle sword and was pleasantly surprised. I was wrong about it earlier. Thought it was going to harm itself. Lin Feng caressed the blade in admiration and said, "What a great weapon." When the warblade heard Lin Feng's words, it immediately held its head high and proud. Can you continue? Lin Feng asked. At these words, the warblade immediately deflated. The vascular tentacles are drooping. Lin Feng saw this and instantly realized that it wasn't going to work. So he opened his mouth and said reassuringly, "It's okay, a little while is great too." He'd read the manual before the battle knife was upgraded. Each natural aptitude can only be countered once. However, there is no restriction on the point of drawing on the user's power to evolve. The warblade heard Lin Feng's comforting words. There was a rush. It shivered and injected some more energy into its body. It made Lin Feng feel a little stronger. Seeing that it was so humanized, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Let's give you a name, he said. Finished thinking for a moment. Let's call you Blackie, Lin Feng said to the battle sword. When these words came out, Xiao He was instantly excited and his blade trembled. Stretching out his tentacles, he rubbed against Lin Feng's wrist affectionately. Feel its clinging emotions. Joy flooded Lin Feng's heart. Seems like loyalty is pretty high, too. Also, he was its first owner. Just like that, Lin Feng rested for a moment. Then he began to inject other natural aptitudes. Wait until all the natural aptitudes had been strengthened. It's getting late. Ooh. The power. Lin Feng said in admiration as he felt the increased true qi and divine abilities. Right now, he had no domain or martial true body except for the fact that he had no domain or martial true body. Based on strength alone, no one would believe him if he wasn't ranked. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at the time and said, "Oops, it's dinner time again, time to go cook." Words closed, he looked to Koro. Let's put you in the transported man first. With a distortion in space, Xiao He was sucked into recluse space. Go see if there's any good stuff this afternoon. Lin Feng clapped his hands and cheerfully walked towards the cooking class. A few moments later, Lin Feng came to the cooking class. He looked at the empty kitchen and frowned. No. Where are the people? He said suspiciously. After looking around for a few more moments, it was determined that no one was there. So he took out his terminal and called Yellow Hair. The call was instantly connected. Hey squad leader. Yellow Hair's big grinning voice came. Lin Feng frowned and asked, "Where did you guys go?" "We're helping out at the defense," Yellow Hair said. Lin Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. You're going to the defense? Isn't that nonsense? What does Li Guang think? He snapped off the phone and stormed straight out of the cookhouse. Drive the vanity all the way through the obstruction. It didn't take long to reach the vicinity of the defense line. Upon arriving at the place, there was no sight of artillery fire as he had expected. Why is it so quiet? Lin Feng said suspiciously. Then he suddenly glared. It's not going to be a reunion. Thinking of this, he hastened to look around like a madman. Yellow Hair, Nam, don't let anything happen to you.
Lin Feng was searching when he suddenly heard a laugh from behind a hill not far away. He narrowed his eyes and approached slowly. The sound became clearer. Lin Feng crossed the hill and looked towards the back. The sight that met his eyes instantly made him almost turn his back. Ha ha! 4 twos. Yellow Hair slammed the cards in his hand onto the table. The soldier next to him sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. You can second me with my 17 cards? He said incredulously. Yellow Hair grinned at that. Nobody? Hey, 2 kings, no more. He tossed the cards in his hand onto the table and wiggled his 10 fingers cheaply. Take the money, he shouted. Just then, an angry yell came. Yellow Hair! What the hell are you doing? Yellow Hair sniffed with a jolt. The body subconsciously stood upright. He looked back with a horrified expression on his face, only to see Lin Feng staring at him in death. He was so scared that he leaked a few drops of urine. Benji, he said, shivering. In the next moment, Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of him. Phew! As he moved, a strong wind shot out. The table and the people around it were flipped right over. But none of the soldiers were annoyed, they just left with happy faces. Hey, no need to pay. Lin Feng stared at Yellow Hair for half a day. A sudden grin. This smile directly scared Yellow Hair's legs. Squad leader, I was wrong. Yellow Hair said in horror. Lin Feng reached out and rubbed his head. Shady said, You're wrong? Where are you wrong? Gee, who doesn't know you're good enough to fight on the defense? He yelled directly after saying that. You think being C-rated is awesome? He said and gave Yellow Hair a direct kick. Any 2 second-ranked beasts would be able to tear you apart alive. Said the man. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Straight away, he wanted to hit on it. But consider that you've just been increased by the Warblade. Afraid of not being able to control the power to give Yellow Hair a beating. Had to huff and puff to hold it in. Just then, a weak voice came from the side. Squad leader, we're here to do chores and cook, the ferocious beasts have all been killed clean. Lin Feng looked and realized that it was Xiao Nan. Hearing her say that, Lin Feng's face eased slightly. Still a little disgruntled, he said, that can't just come. You two have only just become C ranks, you'll be done for if you run into a random small beast wave. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Nan, who didn't dare to speak after being lectured by himself. Was about to slow down his tone and say something. A sudden hiss rang out not far away. It's a ferocious beast. Chapter 103 The Tough Coyote. Chapter 103 The Tough Coyote. Lin Feng's face turned ugly when he heard the beast roar. It's true that what you fear comes to you. He turned his head to Yellow Hair and Xiao Nan and said, You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. Words closed, his body shape exploded out towards the place where the sound came from. Boom! Lin Feng's body broke through the air, tracing a trajectory like a discharged cannonball. Within moments, he reached the place where the beast's roar had come from. Phew! His body stopped violently in front of the huge pit. The strong wind that followed him instantly exploded, blowing sand and dust all over the sky. This is the pit I made earlier? Lin Feng said as he looked at the 100-meter pit in front of him. Only the front of the great pit was seen to be dug low, and a towering line of defense was built around it. This pit blown out by the return cannon had been transformed into an artificial heavenly danger. Just then, a loud roar came from the pit. You guys run! Dang! Coyote held his short sword in deadlocked against the ferocious beast's attack. One of his arms was broken, and his body was covered in cuts, large and small. Cold sweat covered his tanned face. The centipede's chevron teeth stabbed into the coyote's shoulder with ever-increasing force. Coyote! Get out of here and leave us alone! Behind him, a couple of frightened-looking cooks said. If it wasn't for the sake of saving them, the coyote wouldn't have been injured like this by this heavily injured third-ranked ferocious beast. Coyote sniffed and looked back at them, yelling, Get lost! Don't hold me back here! Just then, there was a click. The bones in Coyote's shoulder were crushed by the centipede. Ah! He yelled in agony. Even so, the coyote didn't take a step back. His eyes were bloodshot and his body bulged with a faint blood aura. This is a fight to the death with the ferocious beast. Just then. Zip! A crimson ray instantly struck. A couple of turns around Coyote's body to avoid him. Then the centipede ferocious beast was sliced into several pieces.
Parsing. Parsing successful. Fierce beast file, drilling centipede. Rank, 3rd order beast.
Characteristics, medium-sized, well-developed nerves, deadly. Weakness, destroying the body and waiting for it to die on its own, or burning to ashes.
Talent, false death.
Slipping into pseudo-death when about to die, the body moves on its own and resurrects itself after absorbing enough life. Lin Feng slowly came from the distance and reached out to inhale the crystals into his body.
The gifted avatar has been learned. It's fine already, I'm coming. Lin Feng walked over to Coyote.
The cook behind him froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that he had been saved.
Great!
It's the squad leader. They looked at Lin Feng with excited expressions. At that moment, Lin Feng frowned at the coyote who was sitting paralyzed on the ground.
He said, "Where's your arm? Find it quick and I'll put it on for you."
Coyote lifted his head with difficulty, an ugly smile on his tanned face. "Thanks, class leader Lin, don't bother, my arm was eaten a long time ago." At these words, the cooks around them were in a hurry.
"How about that? We'll help you find it."
After saying that, he began to look around. Lin Feng walked over to Coyote and pulled him up with one hand. Then the blood control ability was unleashed. At once, the blood from the coyote's body regressed back into the wound, and some of the dirt was repelled.
"Ahem. Thanks,"
he said in a cold sweat. Lin Feng's ability to make an immediate impact is just too painful.
A few moments later,
the cooks came forward, and they rummaged around half a dozen times, but couldn't find the coyote's arm. There was a look of self-condemnation on all their faces. Coyote grinned at the sight and was about to open his mouth to comfort.
He was interrupted by a miserable howl from the distance.
He didn't wait for him to say anything, but Lin Feng's pupils shrunk.
Out of breath, he shouted, "No good, yellow hair."
He was about to go over there when he saw a lumbering figure rushing towards the area.
Yikes!
Squad leader, help! He yelled. Only yellow hair was covered in blood. Carrying 2 plastic bags in both hands, with something in his mouth, he ran wildly towards Lin Feng. Behind him, he was chased by several large, pitch-black centipedes.
"Come over here!"
Lin Feng shouted at him.
It then instantly rushed over.
Phew! Lin Feng violently appeared in front of him. The strong wind that was kicked up directly blew Yellow Hair's face and twisted his skin.
Put! Yellow Hair was holding an unknown object in his mouth and crashed into Lin Feng's arms with a sharp break. Next moment,
Lin Feng took out his battle sword from the recluse space and swung it fiercely at the ferocious beast.
Clank!
Blood-red blade chi suddenly flew out, and the few centipedes in front of them were instantly cut off.
The blade went on and on, chipping away a corner of the distant hill.
"Okay, it's okay." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and before he could finish his words, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. Tugging on the collar of the Yellow Hair's expression sternly shouted, "What you gripped?"
"I'm asking you what's in your mouth."
With a bark, the broken arm fell to the ground in Yellow Hair's mouth. Yellow Hair said dully, "Just human arms, ah." Lin Feng looked at the broken arm and just felt like the sky had collapsed. He knew that Yellow Hair liked to mess around with food, but he couldn't have dreamed of it.
Yellow Hair is now perverted to this point.
Holy! Lin Feng tugged at the Yellow Hair with a scowl. He was about to continue saying something when the cook and Coyote ran up behind him.
Ugh! Isn't that my arm? Coyote looked at the severed arm on the ground with surprise on his face.
Then joyfully, he bent down to pick it up and blew the dust off of it. Lin Feng looked at this scene and immediately showed embarrassment.
Misunderstood.
So I picked it up for the coyotes. He let go of Yellow Hair and straightened his clothes for him.
Ahem. That, you pay attention. Disease enters by the mouth, you know.
Yellow Hair instantly deflated his mouth, his eyes grimacing.
Right, where's Showdown?
Lin Feng suddenly said with a frown. He then realized that the ferocious beast came after Yellow Hair, but he didn't see Showdown. Yellow Hair said, "Oh, she's still there and hasn't moved."
Still in place? Don't meet the beast.
Thinking of this, he hurriedly picked up the terminal and called Minami.
The call was instantly connected. Squad leader? Minami's puzzled voice came.
Lin Feng immediately put his heart down.
Don't you move, we'll be right there.
Lin Feng instructed a few more words and hung up the phone. Then he looked at the plastic bag Yellow Hair was carrying in his hand and opened his mouth to inquire. What is it? Yellow Hair was instantly energized at his words. He grinned and handed the bag to Lin Feng. Take a look. It was surprisingly full of beast pills. Most of them were second order, even mixed with a few third order ones. Lin Feng spoke in surprise, I'll go. Where did you find that? Yellow Hair scratched the back of his head, full of shyness. Ha. I dug it out of a ferocious beast on the ground when I came here, said he, as if remembering something horrible. With an unnatural expression, he said, I was just pulling it out when those big centipedes suddenly came to life. When Lin Feng heard this, he was instantly enlightened. It appeared to be the diamond centipede that had faked its death and was awakened by Yellow Hair. But the kid wasn't stupid, and he knew to run towards himself. Lin Feng let out a light laugh and said, Alright, take these beast pills yourself. Yellow Hair glared up and was about to open his mouth. A cough interrupted him. Ahem. That, Class President Lin. Chapter 104 Small Beast Tied. Coyote was seen clutching his broken arm, his face embarrassed. Lin Feng tapped his head when he saw this. Almost forgot the coyote still has a broken hand. Gotta get it hooked up quick, so it doesn't stink for a while. Thinking of this, he rushed forward. I'll get you hooked up. With that said, with a wave of his hand, the blood control ability was unleashed. Coyote's broken arm was received on his shoulder. Within 3 days, don't exercise strenuously, Lin Feng instructed. Coyote sniffed and jerked his arms a few times, beaming. Surprisingly, it's no different than before. He spoke gratefully, Thank you, Class Leader Lin. This ability of yours is too awesome. At that moment, Yellow Hair walked up to him, TSK on his lips. That's really your hand. I said, why does it look so familiar? He said, reaching out and poking the joint of the broken arm. Ah! Coyote yelped in pain. Lin Feng slapped Yellow Hair's hand away with a black face when he saw this. Don't get your hands dirty. Yellow Hair hemmed and hawed, I'm not curious. Coyote was furious when he heard this, curious, you study yourself. Why are you playing with my arm? Yellow Hair was instantly displeased. Hey! Thanks for being nice enough to pick up your arm for you. Coyote sniffs and stutters. He suddenly felt a little loud. So what, thanks. Coyote's voice was like a mosquito. Yellow Hair saw this and stuck his head around him. Bitches said, what did you say? I didn't hear you? Coyote blacked out and yelled in his ear, I said thank you. At that moment, Yellow Hair covered his ears and took a step back. Why are you yelling so loud? Lin Feng looked at them and let out a light laugh. Well, go back first. With that, he returned the plastic bag in his hand to Yellow Hair. Squad leader. I don't want it, it's for you. Yellow Hair said with a terse neck. Lin Feng frowned and shoved a hand directly into his arms. What you find is what you get, stop nagging, I'll go to the trading floor with you and sell it when we have time. Yellow Hair saw that he couldn't argue with Lin Feng, so he had to accept it with a face full of reluctance. After doing so, the group was about to leave the place. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait! He exclaimed. Coyote gave a puzzled look at this. What's wrong, Lin Banban? Lin Feng's face was ugly as he asked, were all the ferocious beasts you guys fought before these centipedes? Coyote nodded gently. This beast tied, it's mainly these centipedes, the rest are all unorthodox ferocious beasts. When these words came out, Lin Feng's face changed dramatically. They're all centipedes? Wouldn't that all be in a state of pseudo-death now, not dead at all? Thinking of this, Lin Feng anxiously asked, where's Li Guang? Coyote shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly pulled out his terminal and called Li Guang. After waiting a few moments, the call was answered. Lin Feng directly shouted, Li Guang. Quickly have the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield retreat, the ferocious beast isn't dead. What ferocious beast? I'm not in the camp now, what happened? Li Guang said in surprise. Lin Feng sniffed and briefly explained to him. Li Guang on the other end of the phone went numb. What about this? Hoping that the mini-beast wave is not completely resolved. Forget it, leave it to me. Lin Feng said. It's just some third-order ferocious beasts.
As many as he could kill. Hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked at Coyote. You used the walkie-talkie to inform the fighters to retreat in a hurry. Coyote nodded and started calling straight away. Yellow Hair, you take the team to meet up with Nan and go straight back to the camp. Squad leader, what about you? Yellow Hair asked worriedly. Lin Feng revealed a smile and walked towards the defense line. I'll crush them. He turned his head. Yellow Hair nodded vigorously. Looking at Lin Feng's back, he said, Xiaonan and I will wait for you at the camp. At this moment, the front of the defense line. What? You said the ferocious beast didn't die. Xia Bing shouted in shock with the walkie-talkie. Yet she didn't doubt the other woman's words. The Coyote is a man who, apart from his foul temper, is absolutely reliable in what he says. With that thought, she yelled to her teammates on the field, all of you. Retreat! At the word of command, everyone stopped what they were doing. Although puzzled, he did not disobey the order and ran directly to Xia Bing's side. Except for Hedgehog's. Captain, what's this fine withdrawal? Hedgehog was full of impatience. With that, he walked over to a burrowing centipede and kicked it with his foot. Dissatisfied, he said, the beast den of a third-ranked ferocious beast hasn't been dug up yet. Xia Bing's eyes widened when she saw his movements. Don't move! Get over here! When the hedgehog saw this frightened look on his captain's face, he showed a disdainful expression. That's all the B-level awakened people are? Not as good as yourself. He thought triumphantly, kicking his feet even more. Without noticing, the drill centipede's foot moved. Xia Bing was so scared that her heart tangled up. Hedgehog saw this and said mockingly, look at you scared, the ferocious beasts are dead. Pust. Before the words were finished, a pair of spikes penetrated through his chest. The hedgehog looked down incredulously. Next moment. Jabla. He was torn in half, and his underwater water flowed all over the place. Hedgehog! Xia Bing shouted. He was about to rush up, but stopped dead in his tracks. The surrounding drill centipedes had begun to move. We're pulling out, she said through clenched teeth. After saying that, he was about to walk back with his team. Captain, there's one there too. A warrior suddenly shouted as he pointed not far away. When Xia Bing looked at it, his pupils instantly shrank. At some point, a few drill centipedes stopped there. We're surrounded, she said with an ugly face. The drill centipedes that should have died all slowly crawled up after a shudder. A sharp hiss sounded. The dark armor glistened with an oily sheen in the sunlight. It's over. Xia Bing stared blankly at the revived drill centipede. A look of despair crossed his face. The Special Forces team left after resolving the wave of beasts, and Li Guang was not there. How could one possibly fend off these third-ranked ferocious beasts with just his own party? Just then, one of the team members behind her yelled at her, Captain, run, we'll hold these off. Hearing the anxious shouts of her teammates, Xia Bing snapped out of her desperate thoughts. Electricity sprang from her body and she chirped at her team, you retreat. That's an order, he said, suddenly running off to the side. The diamond centipede's eyes were instantly drawn to her. They were not conscious at the moment, it was all their bodies acting instinctively. They are in view. Xia Bing's vibrant breath of life deeply attracted them. In the next moment, countless drill centipedes chased towards Xia Bing. Looking at the faraway Xia Bing, the team members' eyes were bloodshot and they left with gritted teeth. Far away, the pitch-black waves composed of countless drilling centipedes were chasing after Xia Bing non-stop. She glanced back and her scalp tingled. Damn! What's with all this? And it's about to catch up with itself. Xia Bing could even feel that the tentacles on the drill centipede's head were sweeping his spines. She hastily arced her body and sped up. Suddenly, her eyes looked ahead in horror as she exclaimed, why there's one up ahead too. Chapter 105, Special Forces. Xia Bing looked at the drill centipede that appeared before him and despaired. She's being attacked back and forth. Somehow. Xia Bing, who knew that he was bound to die, suddenly calmed down in his heart. Looks like I'm done here, she said. With that thought, the electricity intensified in her. It was even vaguely blood-colored. She's going to spend her last life setting off a big firework. Even if it doesn't blow up the beast. At least die with a backbone. Thinking so, Xia Bing closed her eyes. The blood-colored electric light on his body also continued to ripple. The next second, she's going to be fragrant. Just then, a sigh came. You people, why do you love to blow yourselves up when you can't move? As soon as the words left his mouth, red light illuminated the surroundings. The drill centipede and Xiaobing were instantly fixed in place. Lin Feng walked slowly from the distance and stopped by Xiaobing's side. Rest you, he said, reaching out to put a hand on her shoulder. The ability of parasitic control was unleashed, and the power rioting within Xiaobing's body instantly calmed down. Lin Feng! She shouted in shock. Xiaobing never dreamed that he was going to die. Surprisingly, he was saved by the other side. Even the tide of third-order beasts that had left themselves helpless. It was also lightly fixed by Lin Feng. She exclaimed at the thought. So you're an A-lister. Lin Feng didn't retort at his words. Right now, he had no domain or martial true body except for the fact that he had no domain or martial true body. Based on combat power alone, it's right to say it's A-rated. Just then, Xiaobing suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Put! Lin Feng was shocked at the sight. It seemed that the power of her own recluse was too much for her. This wasn't a domain suppression after all. It's just a matter of crushing it simply by power values. It was normal for a weak awakened like Xiaobing to not be able to stand it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly lifted the recluse suppression. Moment! The group of deluged drill centipedes moved violently. Lin Feng sneered at the sight. Snap! He snapped his fingers. A blood-red fluctuation instantly dispersed. Next moment. Snap, snap. Countless drill centipedes were instantly sliced in half. Xiaobing looked at the strike and revealed a horrified expression. But look at the centipedes still crawling around. She shouted, Lin Feng, they're still alive. As soon as the words fell, a blood-colored fireball flew out. Phew! The blood flames fueled by the true chi instantly engulfed the still struggling diamond centipede. It works now, Lin Feng said. Feel the blazing temperature coming from the air. Xiaobing swallowed hard. The flames are also too terrifying. In just a moment's time, the drill centipede had completely stopped moving. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly tapped his head and said, Ah! Beast pills. Words closed hastily extinguished the blood flame. Run up and look over the charred body of the drill centipede. A few moments later. Phew! It's okay. Lin Feng said, patting his chest. The drill centipede's armor was hard, and the flames didn't hurt the beast Dan inside just now. Instead, he blew with his true chi and the body turned into ashes. The beast pills, however, fell to the ground intact. Counting, there were more than 400 of them. Good lord, a small beast tide, is that outrageous? Lin Feng said in awe. How did the people on the front line hold off one beast wave after another when they were such rookies? That doesn't make any sense. Just then, Xiaobing walked up to him and opened her mouth to answer his question. Wondering how we survived the wave of beasts? She asked with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Xiaobing sighed softly. Then of course we'll fill it with human lives, she said, shaking her head. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. Xiaobing snorted at the sight. And you really believe it? This time it was just an accident. Small beast tides are actually rare. Usually there are at most a few third-ranked ones that top the sky. With that, she sighed. But I don't know what's going on lately. First it's a fourth-ranked ferocious beast, then it's a third-ranked beast tides. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something as he listened to Xiaobing. It couldn't be the feral beast rift in the canyon of the engagement zone, could it? It's hard to believe that one's behavior of taking away 1,000 years of Morrow-thirsty milk. It's making the rift seal unstable? Thinking about this, Lin Feng felt a wave of self-blame. Mud, damn yourself! Just then, Xiaobing suddenly shouted. Ugh! Why are they back? Lin Feng thought there was another ferocious beast and instantly stood up. Turning his head to look, he realized it wasn't. Only in the distance, a transportation truck was heading this way. Before he could get close, he only heard curses coming out. Where are the dog-named ferocious beasts? I'm going to them up. As soon as the words fell, a figure cut across hundreds of meters and jumped over violently. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground shocked the dust. You guys, just when old man left, you come to kill people. The man in the pitch-black uniform cursed and stood up straight. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lin Feng. He froze at first. Didn't you say there was a wave of beasts? Where's the beast? But still, he said to Lin Feng, little comrade, there's a beast tide, run quickly. Saying that, he suddenly noticed Xiaobing behind Lin Feng. Ugh. You're not dead. Xiaobing's face darkened at his words. You're the one who's dead. With that in mind, I said hello to him anyway. Captain Li, don't be nervous, the wave of beasts has already been solved by Captain Lin. She pointed at Lin Feng and said. Li Yunfei's eyes widened when he heard this. He solved the beast wave? Lin Feng nodded. Pointing at the charred drill centipede on the ground, he said. These ferocious beasts didn't die before. Lin Feng said, explaining briefly what had happened before. Li Yunfei sniffed and took a deep breath, holding Lin Feng's hand. Comrade, thank you. He looked grateful. Then he said in an afterthought tone, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would have been a big disaster. Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Comrade, which special operations squad are you the leader of? I'll apply for a merit badge for you. Li Yunfei said gratefully. Lin Feng sniffed a little helplessly. Another one that misunderstands himself. He had to explain, I'm not in special forces, I'm in the camp cookbook. The air fell silent for a few seconds at these words. Li Yunfei's voice suddenly rose in pitch. What the hell? Cooking class. He looked at Lin Feng in shock. Saying that, he suddenly seemed to understand something. Opening his mouth, he said, oh I see. You're pulling this with me because you don't want merit badges, right? Lin Feng sighed lightly at the sight. No, I'm really a cook. Li Yunfei smiled without saying anything, looking like he had seen through Lin Feng's scheme. Come on, don't pretend. Make up a good reason. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Lin Feng had to hand him the nameplate. Li Yunfei took a look and was stunned. No. Are you really a cook? His voice was full of incredulity. Lin Feng said, now you believe it? Li Yunfei nodded dully. All he felt was numbness. What's wrong with the world? Aren't all cooks ordinary people? Why is there suddenly a ruthless person who can single-handedly destroy a wave of third-order beasts? Suddenly, a light went on in front of him. Comrade, are you interested in coming to the Special Forces? Chapter 106 Yellow Hair has a cold? Join the Special Forces? That question hadn't really occurred to him. Lin Feng joined the Demon Suppression Army as a cook at that time. It's actually a no-brainer. On the one hand, he needs money to buy sperm blood to cure his sister. He couldn't awaken his natural aptitude and had no strength, which is why he joined the cooking class. He held his chin in thought. Seeing this, Li Yunfei didn't rush and just patiently waited for Lin Feng's answer. After a few moments, Lin Feng made a decision. I'm sorry, Captain Li, I'm not going to change places just yet. He said with a slight apology. When these words came out, Li Yunfei felt a great pity. He sighed and pressed on undeterred, Comrade, are you really not going to think about it anymore? The treatment of our special operations team is good. I'll directly make you a vice captain if you come. It couldn't be helped, he really couldn't let go of Lin Feng, a good seedling. Lin Feng waved his hand and refused with his mouth full, I appreciate Captain Li's kindness, it's really not suitable for me to change places right now. He didn't care about himself, but he couldn't leave Yellow Hair and Minami behind. The immediate priority was to bring back the 6th Order beast pills so that his sister could advance smoothly. And it's good to be a cook. When Li Yunfei saw Lin Feng's repeated refusals, he had no choice but to stop. He pretended to be frank, alright then, feel free to find me if you change your mind, we're going to explore the neighborhood. I don't care about it on my lips, but I feel sorry for it in my heart. Finish the conversation. 1 step forward, 3 steps back. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly called out to him. Li Yunfei sniffed with an excited expression on his face. Fold back in an instant. Surprised, he asked, what, changed your mind? Lin Feng shook his head. Li Yunfei's little face instantly collapsed. Lin Feng was a bit helpless when he saw this. Opening his mouth, he explained, I would like to ask, with the ferocious beasts appearing so frequently lately, is something wrong in the warring areas? As soon as Li Yunfei heard that it was this matter, he was instantly enlightened. Nodded.
Lin Feng immediately thumped in his heart.
Could it be that it was really because he had taken away the stone marrow that the rift seal had loosened?
His fists clenched at the thought.
Deep self-loathing welled up. So many warriors were killed by Fourth Order ferocious beasts before. Just then, Li Yunfei's voice came.
A new rift has suddenly appeared in the belligerent zone recently, and the ace troopers have gone to suppress it. So far it's fairly stable. Lin Feng instantly raised his head at his words.
A new rift? So it's not because of yourself?
He breathed a sigh of relief.
Li Yunfei said, and suddenly his words changed. Rubbing his hands together, he hemmed and hawed, so you're really not coming to special ops?
Lin Feng still shook his head.
Li Yunfei saw this and sighed with a sigh.
This time Lin Feng wasn't stopping him.
Witnessed him leaving.
At this time, Xiaobing, who was on the side, suddenly said, Class Captain Lin, this special operations team is not easy to enter. She looked at Lin Feng, her face full of envy.
I've been to several auditions and failed.
As Xiaobing spoke, her tone was surprisingly a bit sour. But you don't have that trouble, the other ranked captain personally invited it. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw her like that.
Envious?
Then don't you just work hard to become stronger? He said with a smile.
Xiaobing blushed slightly when she sniffed. You're trying so hard. But how can it compare to a genius like you?
Seeing this, Lin Feng laughed softly and said, All right, let's go. Yellow Hair and the others are still waiting for themselves. With that thought, he left directly in the direction of the camp.
A few moments later,
Lin Feng returned to the campground. He was standing in the square, frowning at the terminal in his hand. His phone's about to blow up.
It's all from Yellow Hair and Nam. He was fighting earlier and didn't notice.
Lin Feng sighed softly, looks like it made them worry. With that, he called Minami over.
The call was instantly connected.
Squad leader, are you alright?
Minami's anxious voice came.
Lin Feng was just about to open his mouth when he heard a noise.
Ben, class president. Yellow Hair's trembling voice rang out. He apparently grabbed Minami's phone.
Lin Feng frowned and asked, Where are you guys?
I'm going over there now. We're both in medical class.
Yellow Hair replied, shivering. When Lin Feng heard this, he was a bit uneasy.
What happened to the medical class? Is it hard to get hurt? I'm coming over now. Not caring about anything else, Lin Feng hurriedly walked towards the medical class by the square.
It didn't take him long to find Yellow Hair in one of the wards.
No, what is it?
Lin Feng exclaimed. Only to see Yellow Hair wrapped in a thick quilt, squatting on the bed shivering. The exposed face was white. Lin Feng directly rushed up and hurriedly had to lift the quilt to check. Instead, Yellow Hair stopped him.
No, don't lift it.
Lin Feng's heart thumped when he saw this. How badly is this hurting, that you're afraid to let yourself see it? The thought made the corners of his eyes wet. With a trembling voice, he said, Yellow Hair, it's okay, huh?
Let me see.
Just then, Yellow Hair added in a shivering voice. Cold, cold. At these words, the air fell silent.
Next moment. Wow.
Lin Feng directly lifted the quilt. Yikes! Yellow Hair screamed at the top of his lungs.
The body arrived on the bed.
He was shivering and covered in a thin layer of ice.
A faint cold aura emanated out.
The body was intact and even changed into clean clothes. Lin Feng looked at him and let out a sigh of relief.
Luckily it wasn't what I thought it would be. It's good that you're not hurt.
But looking at Yellow Hair, he only felt doubt in his heart.
So asked. No. What's going on?
On the side, Minami sighed softly. Hesitantly, he said, the doctor said he has a cold. When these words came out, Lin Feng froze.
No, Yellow Hair, a C-rank awakened person, can still catch a cold? And afraid of the cold?
All he felt was ridiculous. Just then, Yellow Hair's voice came with a sobbing tone.
Squad leader, I'm cold, can you give me back my quilt?
When Lin Feng heard this, he hurriedly covered him with the quilt.
Fine, here.
Seeing him still shivering. With a stretch of his hand, a ball of blood-red fire emerged from his palm.
Searing temperatures emanated. It's not cold now, is it?
Lin Feng said.
Yellow Hair felt the temperature coming from the fireball and a soothing expression appeared on his face. "Ah, cozy," he groaned.
When Lin Feng saw him like that, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Then he looked to Minami and questioned her.
Why did Yellow Hair suddenly catch a cold? Wasn't he fine before? Minami wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead.
The temperature in the room at the moment was incomparably scorched by the fireball.
It was a little too much for her to handle. The doctor said it might be a cold,
Minami said as she tugged at her collar. As she did, a flash of snowy white leaked out. Lin Feng felt a bit speechless when he heard her words.
Ability to be a hypothermic awakened person catching a cold? Isn't that bull? Minami was also a bit embarrassed when she finished.
She didn't feel it was possible either.
Quacks hut him,
Lin Feng said indignantly. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the door to the hospital room opened.
A figure in a white coat walked in. Who are you calling a quack? Chapter 107. Lin Feng frowned when he saw the doctor who walked in. He's still not convinced. Yellow Hair, this doesn't look like a cold in any way. What's not a quack?
At that moment, Minami, who was on the sidelines, rushed out to round up the conversation.
That, class president, he's talking about someone else, she said awkwardly. The doctor sniffed coldly and ignored Minami.
Lin Feng's face turned a little cold when he saw this. Before he could say anything, the other man took the lead.
Colds are minor, get out of here, don't waste a bed here, the doctor said impatiently.
Suddenly, he frowned, puzzled.
Why is it so hot? Said the man, walking over to Yellow Hair.
When he saw the fireball in Lin Feng's hand, he immediately shouted.
How dare you play with fire in the hospital room? Get out of here right now,
he said, reaching out to tug at Yellow Hair's quilt.
Next moment. Snap.
Lin Feng opened his hand with a slap.
Don't touch my crew, he said coldly.
The doctor instantly covered his arm in pain and boomed.
Ah!
He screamed miserably.
After the reprieve, the god grimaced and tried to say something. But looking at Lin Feng's icy cold eyes and appalling aura, he was silent. How dare you cooks hit me? Wait for me.
The doctor ran away after saying that, afraid that Lin Feng would hit him again. Lin Feng looked at his departing figure and snorted coldly.
Yellow Hair looked at this scene and said worriedly, Squad leader, why don't we go?
Lin Feng glanced at him and sighed softly.
What the hell is wrong with you that we don't know yet? What's the point of going back?
Yellow Hair sniffed and scratched the back of his head.
I'll just go back to the fire, they don't welcome us either.
Lin Feng glanced at him and said indifferently, since when does coming to a medical class to see a doctor depend on whether the doctor is welcome or not? He said, clasping his arms.
Wait. He'd like to see who the man could bring in. A few moments later. Dean, that's him.
The doctor led in an old man with gray hair. The old man wore glasses and had a lot of wrinkles on his face. The body, however, is very straight. As soon as he entered, he first felt the temperature of the room. Eyebrows knit together as he looked at the Yellow Hair wrapped in a quilt. Ignoring the doctor behind him at all, he walked to Yellow Hair on his own.
A fine look around.
The doctor saw the old man ignoring him and picked his feet in embarrassment. He was bringing the other guy in to back himself up.
Why are you here?
Thinking about it, he spoke up, that, Dean.
Shut up.
The old man interrupted with a stern look. The doctor shuddered and dared not speak. After the old man had chided him, he began to concentrate on checking its yellow hair again.
It ended up going straight to the top. It shouldn't be,
he muttered, full of doubt. Lin Feng hugged his arms and looked at the old man with interest. There was no stopping the other man's movements. He could see that the old man wasn't here to pick a fight at all. Yellow Hair felt the old man's hand groping him and got goosebumps all over his body. Class president, he looked at Lin Feng with a horrified expression.
Who's this? Why do you come up here and make a move?
Lin Feng just gave him a slightly peaceful expression. Yellow Hair had to grit his teeth at the sight.
Suddenly. Aha!
Yellow Hair shouted with a flushed face. Lin Feng pulled the corner of his mouth when he saw this.
Good thing the old man ended it quickly.
He took off his glasses and let out a deep sigh.
Rubbing his hand over his brow. Yellow Hair's heart slowed down half a beat when he saw him sigh. No, if you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of sighing? How much time do I have? He asked shakily. The old man froze at his words. You're fine. I'm just tired. He explained in a rush. Yellow Hair let out a sharp sigh of relief at his words. You scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. He patted his chest. It really almost scared the piss out of him just now. Lin Feng's brows stretched at the sight. Not to mention Yellow Hair, the old man had startled him. He was about to open his mouth to inquire about the situation when the other man beckoned to the doctor behind him. Little Lua, come here. The old man said with a smile. The doctor was instantly delighted at the sight. Is that justice for you? So thinking, he ran over with joy. Pointing at Lin Feng, he said, Dean, this person just said. Snap. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped by the old man. Dean, what are you hitting me for? Xiao Lu covered his face and said dully. The old man glared and yelled, What did I teach you? Avatar overdose, you step on a horse and say it's a cold. Xiao Lu sniffed a bit unconvincingly and said, Colds are also the symptom. When the old man heard this, he felt like the sky was falling. I've been a wise man all my life, but I've taught such a thing? The thought of it broke him right down. Gamlin Ryu. He yelled and jumped Lu straight down. Then mounted him and beat him wildly. Xiao Lu screamed miserably. Lin Feng looked at this scene in awe. Good lord, this old man is so grumpy? After a few moments, the screams subsided. The old man craned his neck and stood up refreshed. Mud, I'm exhausted. He cursed. Xiao Lu on the ground had already been beaten into a pig's head, his nose was bruised and swollen. Oh. I want to go home, he whined. Yellow Hair snorted out a laugh. Xiaonan beside Lin Feng looked at Xiao Lu with pity and dislike on her face. I'm sorry, comrade, I was negligent in my discipline and let this sinful animal give you a hard time. The old man walked over to Lin Feng and said with an apologetic face. Lin Feng waved his hand at his words, It's fine, you'd better tell me what happened to my team members. All he cared about right now was what was going on with Yellow Hair. As for Xiao Lu, who was being punched on the ground, no one cared at all. The old man pushed up his glasses and said, Don't worry, it's a minor problem. He patted the covers on Yellow Hair and said with a smile, He's just recently upgraded, right? Lin Feng nodded. That's not surprising, he's having avatar overdose. The old man's mouth spat out a specialized term. Seeing that Lin Feng couldn't understand, he explained, after some people upgrade, because their abilities are too strong and their bodies are weak, they will experience this short period of loss of control. Lin Feng's pupils immediately shrunk. That sounds a lot like the sister situation. Thinking about this, he pursued, and what's going to fix it? The old man spread his hands. There's nothing to do but mend your body and you'll be fine in a few days. Hearing him say that, Lin Feng frowned. That's pretty much the same solution Erica was talking about. It seemed that one could only rely on the 6th order beast pills to advance his sister. But listen to the old man. It's also possible that the sister upgraded and is in the same situation that Yellow Hair is in now. What can we do about this? Can ferocious beast essence blood replenish the body? Lin Feng asked. The old man pushed his glasses and said, Of course that's possible. Ferocious beast essence blood is a great tonic. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief at his words. That's fine. After her sister was healed by the stone marrow, her ability no longer swallows semen and blood. This will only require the use of essence and blood to give your sister a good body. After getting the 6th ranked beast pills, he would then work with the chief's ability crystals to counteract the side effects of the beast pills. My sister will be completely healed. But now there's another problem. Lin Feng looked at the Yellow Hair on the bed. Yellow Hair, let me ask you something, what have you been doing lately that you're so weak like this? Chapter 108, The Great Tonic Soup. Yellow Hair's face instantly turned red into a monkey's ass when he heard Lin Feng's words. I didn't do anything. Just, he said, his tone suddenly faltering. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at this. An amused look came over his face. Looks like it's a mistake that I didn't hold back at night. But that's human nature. It was normal for Yellow Hair, an adolescent lad, to be unable to resist. Thinking of this, he coughed lightly and said, "Moderate yourself, look at how weak you are now." Yellow Hair was directly anxious when he heard this trumped-up charge. "Sadly," I said, "I really didn't. I just sneak in my own training at night." Lin Feng hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort him when he saw this. Okay, I'll believe you, okay?" Yellow Hair saw Lin Feng's tone of coaxing a child, so he knew he didn't believe it at all. The heart was more aggravated. He was getting weak from extra practice at night to get to the tournament. Really didn't do anything else. Just then, Lin Feng tapped him on the shoulder. Softly, he said, "Well, now that we've found the problem, let's go back." The old man beside him sniffed and pushed up his glasses. "You go back and remember to give him something hot to eat, it gets better fast," he said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. "That's a good one. That's the last thing the cookbook needs." He was going to go back and give Yellow Hair a big pot of tonic soup. Think of it this way. Lin Feng looked at Yellow Hair. Only he was still wrapped up in the covers and wouldn't get out of bed. Sighing helplessly, he walked over to his side. Hesitantly, he said, "Hurry down, are you going to go back under the covers?" Yellow Hair heard Lin Feng say this. Deflating, he reluctantly lifted the covers. Hiss. As soon as it came out, he sucked in a breath of cold air, holding his bladder straight. Since awakening the natural aptitude, he'd forgotten what cold felt like. Seeing this, Lin Feng helplessly increased the temperature of the fireball in his hand. Yellow Hair stopped shaking at once. But Manami, who was on the sidelines, was hot enough. "Benji, let's go," she said delicately. She just wanted to get out and get some air now. Lin Feng nodded. Taking them across the crying doctor on the floor, he left the ward. A few moments later, the cooking class. The searing heat permeated the large room. The time was approaching dinner and they were working feverishly. "Geez, Mom. It's hot as hell," one of the cooks said as he wiped his sweat with a towel. It is now fall and the weather has turned cooler. Instead, the temperature in the room was like a steamer. The culprit of all this was Lin Feng, who was busy in the kitchen. He hummed as several fireballs, radiating heat, were hovering around him. Gusts of heat emanated from the kitchen, drying the mouths of the working cooks. The only one who was not affected in the least was a blonde figure crouched on the ground, holding his bladder. Even every time he breathed, he spewed out white cold air. "Oops, you see, people are not hot," Cook Xiao Sun said conspiratorially. The people next to me chimed in, "That's right, I'm cold, I have to let the class president cure me." They didn't dare to say anything bad about Lin Feng, so they had to count Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair sniffed and glared at them, his face indignant. He's cold as hell right now, not to mention. It also costs the ability to control the mind. Otherwise an outburst would turn all these people in the room into ice slushies. They're still talking up a storm here. Just then, Minami wrinkled her embroidered eyebrows and chortled. "All shut up. Get to work." At these words, Xiao Sun scrunched his neck. "Just shut up and get to work." The cooks around them lowered their heads as well. There's no way around it, Nan isn't a Yellow Hair. She was literally going to hit it on the hand. Watch the dispersing cooks. Minami wiped the fine sweat from her white forehead. Tugging at his collar, he wondered, is the squad leader still not well? With that, she headed toward the kitchen. As soon as the curtain was lifted, white-hot air gushed out. Lin Feng's figure stepped out from it. Hi. The great tonic soup is ready." He was wearing an apron and carrying a pot with an excited look on his face. Grinning at Minami. "Here, you taste it too, it's full of great tonic stuff." Minami blushed at her words. Squirming, she said, "Oops, what do I make up for being a girl?" Lin Feng put the pot on the stovetop and waved his hand. "It's okay, make up what you need to make up, don't be shy." With that, he patted Yellow Hair's shoulder and said, "Otherwise it's not good to be weak by then, right, Yellow Hair?" Yellow Hair only felt his face burning at his words. Either way, he's really deflated now. Just then, Lin Feng opened the lid of the pot on his own. A strong fragrance spread to fill the surroundings. The cooks who were working stopped moving. "It smells so good. The squad leader's handiwork is great. Yellow Hair is blessed." Lin Feng saw them shrugging their noses with a gluttonous look. Smiling, he said, "Work first, you'll get less." This statement was made. The cooks cheered and worked much faster. The yellow hair squatting on the ground suddenly said, "Humph. I'll drink it all later. I won't even leave the soup base for you." Lin Feng laughed lightly at this. "Just drink it, hang on, there's more in the house." Saying that, he gave a big bowl to the yellow hair squatting on the ground and handed it over. Yellow hair took it and didn't mind the heat, directly drinking it all in one go. "Ah. Yes," he said as he wiped his mouth. Minami, who was next to him, also gulped. "Is it that good?" Lin Feng took a look and smiled as he gave her a bowl as well. "Thank you, squad leader." Minami happily took it and was about to pick it up and drink it. Instead, his face showed a hesitant expression. Lin Feng laughed lightly at this. It didn't take much to figure out what she was hesitating about. So he opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry about drinking it, there's nothing down and dirty in it." Minami was relieved to hear that. "Just don't have one." It's not appropriate for her, a girl, to eat that kind of thing. With that thought, she no longer hesitated. Straight away, he picked up the bowl and took a small, tentative sip. Next moment, she widened her pretty eyes. "Yummy!" she exclaimed. Then he cupped his hands around the porcelain bowl and took small sips. Just then, bump! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out. Lin Feng looked back and was shocked. Only yellow hair was seen holding the pot with both hands and a big belly. "That big pot of soup has dried up for him. You could at least leave some for Xiaonan," Lin Feng said in shock. "This animal, it's not afraid to hold out." Minami sniffed and shook her head. Facing pity, he said, "It's okay, yellow hair is so weak, it's better to let him drink more." The moment these words came out, yellow hair's smile froze. He grunted coldly and didn't retort. He was about to say something, but he covered his stomach and grimaced. "Squad leader, I feel sick." He didn't feel it earlier, he felt mushy now. Lin Feng shook his head at this. "That's really convincing. Wait, I'll give you the whole unctuous dish." When he finished, he looked toward the dishwashing sink. "Ugh. Shredded potatoes?" Lin Feng said in surprise. "Let's just make a plate of shredded potatoes in vinegar and relieve yellow hair of his fatigue." With that thought, he picked it up and walked into the kitchen. On the sidelines, Sun was dumbfounded. He just cut the ginger ah. Chapter 109 Shredded Potatoes. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, Xiao Sun reached out his hand and tried to stop it. But looking at yellow hair, who was holding his stomach on the side with a bullish look on his face, he stopped moving. Hey, spicy!" He gloated at the thought. As the tonic soup went down, yellow hair's deathly white face got a lot better. A warmth flooded through his body as well. "Hey! This soup really works," he said in surprise. Minami, who was beside him, gave him a blank look. The class president boiled it with the blood of ferocious beasts, can it not work? With that thought, she also felt energized. It was already hot in the house, but now it was even more unbearable. "I'm going out for some air." Minami ran out after saying that. In the kitchen, Lin Feng quickly fried the shredded potatoes. As the dish came out of the pot, he suddenly frowned. Why does it taste weird? It's supposed to be an illusion, right? It looks quite fresh," Lin Feng said. When he finished, he stopped dwelling on it. Walked right out with the dish. Lin Feng walked over to yellow hair and said, "Come on, eat." "Thank you, class president. You're so nice." Yellow hair took it in surprise. "Pick up your chopsticks and you're going to eat." When he turned his head, he saw Sun staring at him. He burst into a triumphant grin. Hey, you did you? I envy you." Thinking so, he gave Xiao Sun a provocative look. "Pick up your chopsticks and eat." Little Sun had an odd smile on his face when he saw this. Smiling, he watched as yellow hair stuffed a large bite of shredded ginger into his mouth. Next moment. Aha! Yellow hair stood straight up with a mouth full of vegetables. He was tense, the red spreading from his neck to his face. Then he tilted his head back and closed his eyes, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down. Next moment. Put! A mouthful of food spewed out. Shredded potatoes splattered and flung themselves onto the heads of the people in the room. He rolled his head in miso, ah! Hot damn!
When he finished, he started flying all over the house. Crackle! All of a sudden, pots and pans were flying around the house. Lin Feng stared blankly at this scene, his eyes wide open.
It's not. What happened?
What's wrong with being nice and having a seizure all of a sudden?
Yellow hair is crazy. What's wrong with eating shredded potatoes? Run! He's crashing through.
The cook looked at the yellow hairs flying all over the room with horror on his face. That's a lot of trouble to get hit. Lin Feng looked at yellow hair who was jumping up and down like a monkey. Harder fists.
Enough! He yelled. Seeing the opportunity, a leg kick is thrown. Bump!
The yellow hairs flying all over the room were kicked straight into the wall. His body smashed the table, shaking the dishes and chopsticks. Lin Feng went up and yanked up yellow hair's collar, his face grimacing as he yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Yellow hair looked up, snot and tears smeared all over his face.
So spicy, he said.
Lin Feng immediately frowned when he heard this.
What are you farting about? I didn't put any spice in it.
Yellow hair sniffed and cried, "That's not even shredded potato." Lin Feng yelled, "What else could it be if not shredded potatoes?
Shredded ginger?"
At that, he suddenly paused.
Do they look alike?
Thinking about this, Lin Feng immediately showed embarrassment.
I don't think I'm going to copy the ginger as shredded potatoes, am I?
He coughed softly and yanked yellow hair to his feet, sweeping the dirt off of him. Then he turned back to the cook, who was still fuming. "And who cut the shredded potatoes?" he asked with a dark grimace.
Little Sun in the crowd's cold sweat instantly came down. Bad. No one saw that, did they?
The crowd looked at each other, and none of them admitted it.
Xiao Sun's hanging heart dropped back into his stomach at the sight. Hey, nobody noticed.
Just then, a cry of alarm came from outside the door.
What the hell? Minami stood in the doorway, surprised at the mess inside the house. He said, walking over to Lin Feng.
Worried, he asked, "Squad leader, are you okay?" Lin Feng shook his head.
A brief explanation was given to Minami,
who knew that when she heard that, she directly raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Sun in the crowd.
Come here you! Minami bellowed.
Little Sun sniffed with a jolt. The face stiffened as he looked at her.
What? Minami grunted coldly. You cut this ginger, didn't you? Why didn't you say so just now?
When these words came out, Xiao Sun immediately pissed himself.
Bad. She saw it. Minami saw him stammering and stuttering, and rolled up her sleeves to strike.
Lin Feng hurriedly stopped her when he saw this.
Don't do it. Sun was relieved to see that. Just let him eat the dishes.
Lin Feng added with a smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, yellow hair brought over the food.
Ahem, shucks. He also spit the ginger in his teeth.
Eat it, it's copied by the class president himself, don't be disrespectful. Yellow hair said with a smirk. Xiao Sun saw Xiao Nan looking at him coldly, and next to him Lin Feng was holding his arms and smiling without saying anything. There was a momentary swallow.
It's eat or be beaten.
Shivering at the thought, he took it and forced himself to eat it.
Vomit while eating.
It's also spicy enough to make your eyes water.
Come on, take a big bite.
Yellow hair coaxed from the sidelines.
The cooks in the room laughed at the sight. What do you think? Is it good?
I'm sure it's delicious, it's so good it's making your eyes water.
Don't marinate in flavor for a while.
Listening to the teasing of the people in the room, Xiao Sun's grief came from his heart, and he directly cried out with a wail.
Crying? You have to eat even if you cry.
Yellow hair patted his shoulder and said in a manner. Lin Feng shook his head at this and snatched the plate. All right, next time grow a pair and get to work. Xiao Sun sniffed as if he had been pardoned and ran away, covering his burning stomach. Yellow hair sighed sadly at the sight. But seeing that Lin Feng had let the other party off the hook, he didn't say anything else. He felt his body that was no longer cold. Turning to Lin Feng, he said, "Squad leader, I'm feeling much better now, I'll definitely be able to participate in the competition tomorrow."
Lin Feng nodded. No more training tonight, get some rest.
When he finished, he looked at the wretched house and frowned.
Clean up the house for me. Look at you tidy up.
Yellow hair sniffed with some embarrassment.
He's just been running around and breaking a lot of pots and pans. Those are on me, haha. He said awkwardly. Lin Feng shook his head when he saw this and was somewhat helpless in his heart. Okay, no need, you. That's a few bucks for a little plate and bowl. When he finished, he headed toward the kitchen. Just now, we gave Yellow Hair a delay, and we haven't even made the meal yet. Any later and the soldiers will go hungry. Just then, a sudden sound rang out from outside the door. Captain Lin. Lin Feng looked and realized that it was Li Guang. Turned around and walked over. Smiling, he said, Captain Li, why are you free to come to the cooking class today? Li Guang grinned and pulled a file pouch out of his arms. The contest list is out, I'll bring it over to you. Lin Feng was instantly enlightened at his words. That's a good sentiment. It's best when you can get ahead of the enemy's intelligence. Thinking so, Lin Feng unwrapped the dossier bag and began to look through it. After looking at it for a while, he said in surprise, so detailed. Is this list for everyone? Chapter 110, List of the Grand Prix. Li Guang grinned at his words and came to Lin Feng's ear. This is from the chief, don't tell outsiders. Lin Feng immediately revealed a surprised expression upon hearing this. That's a foul, isn't it? But on second thought, this is a good thing. This first place reward, he had to take it. What's wrong with a foul as long as it's in your favor? And he just couldn't believe that if the chief could get it, the other side couldn't? Just then, Li Guang suddenly lowered his voice. On this list, there are 3 people you need to pay special attention to. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately had a serious expression. It wasn't that Li Guang didn't know his own strength. If he said that, then the enemy must be unusual. Li Guang looked at the cooks in the room and said, this is not the place to talk, let's go out and talk. Lin Feng nodded. It didn't matter to Yellow Hair and Minami, it was better for the others to pay attention. With that in mind, the duo walked to the SUV in the courtyard. Captain Li, go ahead. Lin Feng said to Li Guang, who was sitting on the passenger side. Li Guang nodded. A document was retrieved from the file folder. It was handed to Lin Feng. It's all up there, take a look. He said. Lin Feng reached out and took it, flipping through it. On the first page is a little girl. The age looked small, the face cold. Her name is Su Ninglu, she's in a rank awakened with the ability of electromagnetism. Li Guang explained from the side. Lin Feng was instantly a bit surprised when he heard this. She doesn't even look like she's an adult, so she's A-okay? Li Guang sighed and said, she's from the Ace Force, she joined the army a long time ago, she even plans to go to college after she retires. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately looked odd. It's against the law to send such a young child into battle, isn't it? Despite thinking this, Lin Feng didn't open his mouth. I only saw Li Guang continue, but she's quite nice to talk to, just be careful not to be gullible when you meet her. Lin Feng nodded. He continued to turn the page, this time to a fat man with a hat. With a scar on his face, he looks pretty badass. You'll have to pay heavy attention to this person. Li Guang said with a serious face. He pointed at the man's avatar and said, Xiong Gang, is from the scouting company, I'm not sure what kind of person, but he's a Class A ancient martial artist who has condensed his true body of martial arts. When these words came out, Lin Feng was instantly a bit surprised. Ancient martial artists? Still A-okay. It was the first time he had met someone who was able to practice ancient martial arts to this level. Is there any information about his true body of martial arts? Lin Feng asked after him. Li Guang shook his head. He's doing a good job of keeping it a secret, all we know is that he's a great boxer. Lin Feng sniffed with some pity. He still wanted to see what the true body of the martial way really was. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the tournament to meet him and find out. Just then, Li Guang frowned. Turned the document to the last page. It was a sickly man with a pale face and heavy black eyes. Only Li Guang said with an ugly face, actually, most of the reasons I came to find you are because of this person. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately became interested. Oh? Is this guy strong? He asked suspiciously. Li Guang sniffed with a complicated face. He's actually not from our demon suppression army. Not from the demon suppression army? So what's he doing here at the Warzone competition? Li Guang sighed, his voice low, and spoke slowly. His name is Sick Ghost, he's from the Feral Beast Institute. When Lin Feng heard this, he was even more puzzled. Do you want to explain that this Feral Beast Institute is?
Li Guang sniffed and briefly explained to Lin Feng.
This Fierce Beast Institute, it's a semi-official organization.
The predecessor was a small group of scientists. After the feral beast invasion, it was supported by the Alliance and began to specialize in this aspect of feral beast research. It was also the object of cooperation of the Demon Suppression Army. The ferocious beasts that were usually killed were almost always sent to the Institute.
So is there something wrong with this person?
Lin Feng asked suspiciously.
Li Guang sighed softly.
In fact, the Institute's relationship with the Demon Suppression Army has become very poor over the past few years.
With that, Li Guang clenched his fists.
Because they're researching experiments on the fusion of ferocious beasts and humans.
When these words came out, Lin Feng's pupils immediately shrank. Shocked, he said, no one in the urban area cares about such outrageous things?
Li Guang sighed deeply at his words and fell silent. Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists as he took a look.
The
Demon Suppressor Army was fighting to the death against the invasion of ferocious beasts on the front line. It's amazing that these people are doing this kind of experimentation beyond the bottom line of humanity. Suddenly, Lin Feng spoke with an ugly face.
So, this sick ghost is the product of the fusion of ferocious beasts? Li Guang returned, it's very likely this person was temporarily shoved in, maybe to collect combat data.
Lin Feng nodded at his words.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
The rest of the document was quickly read. Li Guang bid farewell to Lin Feng and left directly.
Looks like this competition isn't that simple.
Lin Feng said with a frown. So many strong opponents, even most of them are a list.
Himself is only AB grade now.
There was no difference in power, but there was no domain after all.
Once suppressed by someone else's field, it would be in an unfavorable situation.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng sighed lightly.
Let's go back to practicing first, he muttered. A few moments later,
Lin Feng had returned to his residence. He was sitting on the bed, his eyes closed as he practiced. The blood-colored true qi on his body surged, constantly gulping down the black mist energy.
Or not.
Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He was trying to follow the method on the bloodbath blade, gathering the true body of martial arts. But it failed.
Lin Feng said suspiciously, what went wrong?
The gong method had already been practiced to the 5th level by him. True Qi had also reached the level of condensing the astral deities outside the body.
But something is still missing. Can't it be that the gong method is fake?
Lin Feng said suspiciously.
After all, it was from Bella.
He didn't buy it himself personally. This has never been practiced, and the heart is muttering.
You know, according to the description on the Kung Fu,
he should have condensed his true body of martial arts long ago. Thinking so, Lin Feng took out the secret book and studied it for another half a day.
Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Nope. What about the security markings on the book?
It was important to know that all ancient martial arts techniques were organized and released through the Martial Arts Association.
Even if it's a family heirloom of ancient martial arts and you want to print it in a book,
it must also be vetted by the Budo Association. It's only after a judgment is made to determine the grade. That is to say, but any book with a ranked secret. It's all marked with anti-counterfeiting markings.
No. I've been practicing half a dozen times on my horse, and it's a fake.
Lin Feng stared, shocked.
Then how did you practice the bloodshed sword qi?
Thinking about this, Lin Feng's face was ugly.
Meanwhile the mind wondered. Could it be that Bella was deliberately trying to hurt herself? Shouldn't I? It's not like you have a grudge against her.
Lin Feng couldn't figure out why even if he picked his head out. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly froze.
Wait a minute. The one given by the old squad leader, it can't be a fake too. Chapter 111 Practicing a Fake Ancient Martial Art?
Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly rummaged under the bed and pulled out the iron fist given by the old squad leader.
Pick up a book and start flipping through it.
After checking for a moment, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief.
It's true, he said with a happy face.
The books were worn out, but they were clearly stamped with the Martial Arts Association's anti-counterfeiting mark.
This marking is made by special treatment and can never be faked. The old squad leader really didn't screw him over. Suddenly, Lin Feng tapped his head and said, right.
With that, he took out the white rainbow strength he had practiced before from the recluse space again. After a closer look, it turned out to be fine. Lin Feng sighed deeply when he saw this. Since the one given by the old squad leader was fine, the white rainbow power that I bought myself was fine as well. That would have to be Bella here. A pall of gloom rose in his heart at the thought. He said with a hard look on his face, "Is she unaware of this, or is she deliberately trying to harm me? Why don't you ask her?" But if she really did do it on purpose, she wouldn't be stupid enough to just admit it, would she? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to give Bella a call. He himself was now stuck with this secret book, unable to successfully advance to a rank. It would be fine if Bella didn't know. After all, this secret book was just something she got from her escort mission. Instead of selling it for money, she gave it to herself, at least with good intentions. But that was based on the premise that she didn't mean to harm herself. If it really is true that Bella is ungrateful and harms herself with questionable feats, eventually to the point where it resulted in him not being able to advance to the next level, then he wouldn't be able to let it go. Thinking so, Lin Feng picked up the phone with a gloomy face. After a few rings, Bella's lazy voice came through. She yawned and said, "Hey Lin Feng, what's up, sleeping?" Lin Feng listened to her voice and deliberated inwardly. He decided to try first. Instead of questioning, he said that he had some problems with his cultivation and was now unable to advance. As Lin Feng finished his explanation, Bella on the other end of the line instantly sobered up. "You're stepping into the A level?" she shouted out of breath. Seeing that the first thing she focused on was the fact that she was going to be promoted and nothing else, Lin Feng muttered in his heart. It's too natural to act like that. Is it possible that she really doesn't know what's going on? But it's impossible to tell by that alone. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't pick up the conversation. Instead, he continued to speak. "I would like to ask, where did the technique you sent me flow from?" At these words, there was silence on the other end of the line. Lin Feng frowned at this. There's something odd about that reaction. Just as Lin Feng couldn't help but open his mouth, Bella spoke. She first coughed lightly a few times, then spoke, "This is a forbidden ancient martial art circulating on the black market," she said, her voice a little worried. "Is it hard for you to get out of practice?" When Lin Feng heard this, his tightly furrowed brows stretched a little. Forbidden ancient martial arts, he had heard of them. Certain ancient martial arts that are powerful but have side effects, or that violate the rules of the Budo Association in some way. All of them would be categorized as forbidden arts and prohibited from cultivation. It's not surprising that something like this is circulating on the black market. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided not to hide it anymore. He said truthfully to Bella, "That's right, I can't condense my true body of martial arts right now, do you have any clue?" "Huh? How am I supposed to know that? I'm just a C rank, I don't know anything about the true body of martial arts or anything like that." Bella's voice came in a difficult voice. Lin Feng couldn't help but make a mistake when he saw that she was dripping with words. That said, he actually believed most of it about Bella by now. Originally, the two of them did not have any deep hatred. She also had no motive to do such a thing, at least as it stood now. But no matter what, the feats do go wrong now. Being stuck at B level myself, a solution had to be found. Just then, Bella spoke again. "You said that you couldn't condense your true body of martial arts, could it be that you don't have enough chi and blood values?" she said with some uncertainty. Lin Feng directly froze at his words. He was puzzled as he listened to the unfamiliar word. "What do you mean by not having enough chakra? Cultivating ancient martial arts, isn't it just a matter of transforming the black mist energy into true chi?" Lin Feng asked to Bella, "What's a chi blood value?" At these words, there was complete silence on the other end of the line. Next moment. "You don't know about chi and blood values? Then what ancient martial arts are you practicing?" Bella shouted in shock, her tone unbelievable. Lin Feng was even more puzzled in his heart when he heard this. He said in disbelief, "Isn't ancient martial arts about transforming black mist energy into true chi and then opening up acupoints and chi sees?" "What the hell?" Bella exclaimed. On the other end of the phone, she rose from the bed with a boop. Ignoring the cries of pain, Kyle walked straight to the window. "The chi drawing method is for you to raise your chi in blood, and the true chi is to run the great circumstance to grow," Bella said. Lin Feng directly froze at his words. "What the hell?"
The black mist energy that was absorbed was used to boost chi and blood. True chi is the cycle that runs around the world and grows? Lin Feng only felt numb now. No, you wait. Let's stroke it, he said. Then it was time to start reconciling with Bella. A few moments later, Lin Feng hung up the phone. He was currently lying on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Now there are two messages. One good news and one bad news. The good news is that he's not stuck with the kung fu. Although the bloodbath blade was a forbidden technique, there wasn't much of a problem with it except that it was too overbearing. The bad news was that he had never practiced ancient martial arts at all. Never practiced ancient martial arts in the formal sense, to be precise. Because he's been doing it wrong from the very beginning of the Chi invocation. From the Iron Fist secret at the beginning, to the Blood Fury sword later on. One of the Chi drawing resolutions, which was never mentioned, directly turned the black mist energy into true Chi. Now he realizes. The purpose of invoking the black mist energy into the body was to strengthen the body to raise the Chi and blood. And true Chi is the one that runs the circumference of the sky to be transformed by Chi and blood. As for filling the acupuncture points in Chi-Hai, this is the same process. In other words, he's simply the opposite. He was directly transforming his true Chi and finally using it to slowly warm and strengthen his body. This is troublesome, said Lin Feng with an ugly face. Let's not talk about how he managed to reverse the practice of kung fu. He didn't have any of this blood value at all. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said doubtfully, strange, my physical quality, it's obviously very strong? Even without using the innate divine ability, the physical body was far superior to that of a great ancient martial artist. There were also moves from the kung fu that he had practiced. It is even more effective than what is written in the secret book. For example, the bloodshed blade's protective blade chi was not as powerful as it was now. The highest power recorded in the secret book, even up to the 9th layer, could only leave the body by a few hundred meters. Whereas one's own blade chi could fly thousands of meters. Eventually the hills were cut off at one corner. Where exactly is the problem? Lin Feng chanted in disbelief. Whether it was physical fitness or true chi strength. He's all but surpassed the level of B grade, and is even on par with a grade. Even if the kung fu was practiced in reverse. But he is also practiced. Why can't you condense your true body of martial arts? Lin Feng cupped his chin in thought. Suddenly, a light went on before his eyes. In a hurry, he picked up the Bloodshed Blade's secret book and examined it carefully. After looking at it for a moment, Lin Feng slapped his thigh. I got it. I get it all. Chapter 112 Ancient Martial Reversal Exercise, Hidden Talent Avatar. Lin Feng looked at the secret book in his hand and was filled with excitement. His method of condensing his true body of martial arts was right. But one thing is not taken into account. That is, there is no chi and blood value in the body of the awakened person. Thinking about this, Lin Feng had a guess in his mind that it shouldn't be that I don't have a natural aptitude, he said with certainty. With a serious expression, he said, it must be that after obtaining the system, my natural aptitude has awakened with it. With that, he stretched out his palm and his true chi floated to the center of his palm. Immediately afterward, the mind moved. Phew! The true energy turned into black mist energy. When he saw it, he lit up. Indeed. It's just like he thought. He was the one with a previously undetected natural aptitude. This natural aptitude that belonged to himself, from what I could see so far, could convert energy. Even the system resolves the natural aptitude. There is no repulsion with the true chi, and it blends perfectly to use this point. Maybe it was also the effect of this hidden talent aptitude. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly brightened up. He has a natural aptitude, which means he is an awakened. He even practiced ancient martial arts in reverse by mistake through his transformation ability. And it worked. That means that I can condense both the true body of martial arts and the domain at the same time without having to choose one or the other. Lin Feng's face showed joy. Be aware of the promotion to a grade. Awakened people could only awaken domains, while ancient martial artists could only condense their true bodies of martial arts. The abilities of the two restrain each other. Domains could increase the power of natural aptitudes and could suppress and weaken the enemy. But when turned on, one becomes vulnerable. And the true body of martial arts, according to the Bloodshed Blade, it exponentially increases physical fitness when turned on, and as long as you don't get your brain and heart destroyed, you won't die. However, it would lose all long-range means and would only be able to fight in close quarters. Ancient martial artists in this state. An awakened person of the same level who didn't open the domain would only be seconded. And after Lin Feng reached the A rank, he perfectly made up for the shortcomings of both. He could have used the field with his martial way true body on. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's heart was stirred. He can't wait to move up to the A level right away. Moreover, I seem to know how I'm going to be promoted, Lin Feng said as he clenched his fist. Since he couldn't upgrade because he didn't have a blood value. Then first use the transformation ability to transform the true energy into chi and blood. After condensing the true martial way, it wouldn't be enough to transform the true chi back. Thinking about this, Lin Feng was simply bowled over by his own genius-like thoughts. So here's the question. What is the value of chi and blood? It should mean life energy, right? Whatever, let's try it first, Lin Feng said. Words closed. He closed his eyes straight away. With a thought, the sea of true chi in his body suddenly surged. Then it began to turn into life energy, flowing towards the limbs and bones. Gradually, Lin Feng felt some sort of change in his body. It is? He opened his eyes in surprise. He felt that the threshold, which had been just short of the threshold, had been directly crossed. Some kind of limitation has also been successfully breached. Just then, the sea of chi that had been emptied by Lin Feng's conversion ability suddenly surged with true chi. It even began to automatically circulate according to the bloodshed blade's circumference. Next, the liquid-like true chi slowly solidified and finally turned directly into a crystal-like form. Kara! With a crisp shattering sound, Lin Feng suddenly felt a moment of clarity before his eyes. It was as if a veil had been hanging over the eyes, and now it was suddenly lifted. Ding! Host upgrade detected, rewarded with 1 over limit fusion. The system prompt sounded after a long time. However, Lin Feng didn't have the time to check it out at the moment. He surveyed his body, feeling the experience as he never had before. Waves of shock rippled through his mind. Is this a rank senses? He said in shock. More than just power. Even the 5 senses were heightened to an incredible level. But there wasn't a hint of discomfort. It's as if they were born that way. This novel experience of jumping up in life tears made Lin Feng want to stop. He walked over to the mirror and scrutinized his current appearance. The features are the same as before. But the details have been optimized, and when you look closely, it's surprisingly handsome by more than 1 notch. After a brief survey, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to this. He closed his eyes and ran his gong method. Martial true body, open. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng's body flipped. His form drew up and his muscles swelled. Turned into a little giant. Then blood-colored astral energy covered the surface of his body, forming a translucent and hideous armor. A thick aura of fury filled the house. Huffing and puffing, he let out a cloudy breath. The stream of air smashed a small crater in the ground, then scattered in all directions. It blew the house in a gale. Lin Feng clenched his fists, and the air around him slowly distorted. He said in awe, "This power. I feel like I can punch the previous me to death." The current physical quality was more than 10 times stronger than when he hadn't opened his true body of martial arts. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That's right, try to see if the talent aptitude can be opened. Words closed, he closed his eyes. Next moment. Clank. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open and the regal red light suddenly lit up. Zip. A ray shot out of his eyes and cornered around his body. It traced out a roiling zigzag arc in the air. Ha ha. Sure enough, Lin Feng said with glowing eyes. The innate divine abilities in his body were surprisingly all unaffected. Lin Feng had an excited expression on his face. It seems like the idea of using both the domain and the true body of the martial arts at the same time. It is feasible. But how to awaken the domain? Lin Feng made a mistake. Being able to condense a true body of martial arts was due to having an A-rank ancient martial arts technique. But no one had told him how the domain was going to be awakened. Whatever, the body is still continuing to metamorphose, let's wait and see first, Lin Feng said. The opportunity for overdrive fusion given by the system just now hadn't been used yet. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly took out a large bag of beast pills from the recluse space.
This was obtained from killing the pumpkin monster in the valley of the engagement zone earlier. As the beast Dan entered his hand, a system prompt sounded directly. Ding! Third-ranked beast pills detected, can be used for overdrive fusion. This is a grade A ultra-limit fusion and requires the consumption of multiple beast pills. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the system's prompt. Why do you suddenly need more than one beast pill? However, considering that all of his current talent aptitude levels were very high, and there were even 2A ranked ones, the mind was relieved. Let's hope these beast pills are enough. With that in mind, he mumbled in his mind. Fusion. Ding. The beast pill has been consumed, please designate a talent aptitude. A system alert sounded and the bag of beast Dan in Lin Feng's hand was suddenly empty. It looks like a little over 130 of them, and now there are only a dozen left. Lin Feng was relieved to see this. Enough is enough, he said. Then he was lost in thought. Now there are only 2 in the A grade. Transported light and rivers of blood. Lin Feng was instantly torn. Which one to choose? The avatar does not disappear when incorporated. But the chosen ones get stronger. Maybe it'll become S ranked when it's fused. So if you're going to pick the strongest one you can. The blood river could absorb blood and turn it into life force, as well as manipulate it. It even turned into a river of blood, and the user would not die until the river was completely destroyed. It's a great ability to save your life. The transported light can open up a separate space to store objects and hide itself in. Dodge all attacks when voiding is on. It can also distort space and use the power of space to attack enemies. After thinking for a few moments, Lin Feng made a decision. Chapter 113, The Door That Wouldn't Open. Since I have to choose, I'll go with the one with the highest potential. What could be stronger than a recluse involving the power of space? One should know that an A-ranked transported light would possess the power of vaporization and spatial distortion. How far will it be raised after being fused by the system? Thinking about this, Lin Feng's heart blazed. System, select the recluse for me. Lin Feng murmured in his heart. Talent aptitude has been selected. Overdrive fusion has begun. As the system alert sounded, Lin Feng suddenly felt the talent aptitude in his body start to riot. Then a wave of excruciating pain suddenly struck. Ah! Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in pain. He clenched his teeth in death, veins rippling on his brain. Lin Feng felt like he was about to explode. Damn! How? Lin Feng was shocked and angry. How is the process so painful with this overdrive fusion? Just then, a soft energy suddenly surged out, instantly spreading throughout his body. The riotous forces slowly subsided. The pain, which seemed to be tearing the body apart, faded away. Huffing. Huffing. Beads of sweat dripped to the ground. Lin Feng breathed heavily. The power just now, was it the system? He thought suspiciously. Just then, a system alert sounded. Ding. Overdrive fusion complete. Talented aptitude fused into, return to the ruins. Avatar rank, S. Done. Sure enough, it's S-class. Lin Feng immediately showed a happy face. He surged to his feet, impatient to feel the new power. Let's try how much the spatial aspect of the power has increased first. Lin Feng said, and instantly turned on voiding. Suddenly, he frowned. Strange, I obviously turned it on? At the moment, Lin Feng's body was unchanged from the outside. You know that when voiding is turned on, the body will turn into an illusory projection like appearance saw. Thinking so, Lin Feng reached out and touched the table next to him. But it went through at once. Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight. It is! He swung his arms a few more times and unsurprisingly they all went through. Voiding is on. And it's without any warning or outward signs. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mind moved. After cancelling the bouquet, it was turned back on a few times. The front shake has disappeared too, he said in shock. With this, the last break in the vaporization disappeared. He tried it just now. Whether the ability is turned on continuously or directly, the usual fractions of a second of vaporous force shake are straight up gone. Lin Feng said in surprise, "Ha! This is invincible." Right. Try to enter the space and emerge from somewhere else. Say it and do it. As a pitch-black vortex appeared, Lin Feng's figure twisted and disappeared.
Next moment, he appeared in a separate space. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk just as soon as he appeared. The space area has gotten bigger too, he said in shock. Only the space that had been covered by the mists in the past, leaving only a small place. It was surprisingly spacious at the moment. Will the mists disperse after the upgrade? Lin Feng muttered. It wasn't as if he hadn't explored this space before. It's just that the area covered by the mists is inaccessible in any case. Lin Feng would only be able to use the small area that wasn't covered. Now as he reaches the A level. It's amazing how much this space has opened up automatically. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly realized that not far away, on the ground, stood an ancient stone door. What is it? He said curiously. Then walked straight through. This space was completely his. So Lin Feng wasn't afraid of any danger. Walking up to the stone door, he paused, cupping his chin in thought for a moment. Let's turn on voiding first. There's no danger in space, but behind the door it's a moot point. Clank! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Feng entered vaporization. He slowly reached out, his arm materializing. Pushed towards the stone door. No push. Lin Feng made a puzzled sound. He upped the ante. Still no push. Lin Feng frowned at this. He's an A-ranked awakened who also practiced ancient martial arts. You can't push a broken stone door? When he thought about it, he was outright disbelieving. Martial true body, open. Lin Feng roared and directly opened his true body of martial arts. He still doesn't believe it. With a tenfold increase in power, it could still not be pushed. With that thought, he simply exited the bokeh mode. The blood-colored astral aura of his body surged, and violent power instantly surged out. A surprisingly huge force was exerted on the stone door. Next moment. How is that possible? Lin shouted in shock. Surprisingly, he still couldn't push the stone door. What's this treadmill made of? Lin Feng shouted out of breath. With his current power, let alone a stone door. It's steel plate, and he can tear it up as paper. How come you can't push a broken door anymore? There's definitely something weird going on. As Lin Feng thought this, his figure slowly became smaller and he lifted his true body of martial arts. Started circling the stone door. He reached out and touched the rough texture of the door. Then he tapped his knuckles up and down, sniffing the top. Putting his ear to the door again in an attempt to hear any movement. It was so close to just sticking my tongue out and licking it. It's really strange, said Lin Feng with a frown. This odd door was standing directly on the ground out of nowhere. Can't see the exact material. It was only vaguely apparent that it was made of an unknown stone. It was also engraved with patterns of unknown significance. After studying it for half a day, Lin Feng hadn't come up with anything. Had to stop. Forget it. What the hell? He said with a sigh. But looking at this, I don't know what the hell. Nor the stone door that leads to nowhere. Lin Feng still felt diabolical in his heart. That's disgusting. He cursed. Then he turned his head toward the pile of clutter. A few moments later. That's good. Lin Feng said as he clapped his hands. He looked in front of him blindfolded by a white cloth. It was again tied with chains and ropes, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside to form a large cylindrical stone door. A look of satisfaction appeared. Now that's what's really coming out of it, at least it can be blocked. After doing this, Lin Feng tapped his head. Almost forgot the business. He came in himself to experiment with being able to spatially shift. Delayed until now by this weird stone door. Lin Feng said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Brainstorming about appearing in the yard. A dark vortex appeared and his body twisted and disappeared. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared outside of space. When he looked around, his eyes widened. Position shifted. The upgraded ability really allows for spatial teleportation. Lin Feng was immediately swept away by great joy. He couldn't believe that he had the spatial movement that none of the S-Class Awakened had. Now, there's really no one to keep me. Lin Feng said excitedly. Moreover, there seems to be a power that is being nurtured within. It's hard to believe that it's a field? Chapter 114, Awakening the Realm. Lin Feng felt it was very possible. As long as one is in a ranked awakened person, they will definitely have a domain. He had just upgraded before, and his body was still in the stage of adaptation. Thus the force was not perceived. Thinking of this, Lin Feng attempted to pull this force and tried to release it outside his body. Next moment. Buzz. A blood-red light instantly shone out. In an instant it enveloped the small courtyard. Is this the realm? Lin said in surprise. As this red light unfolded, he felt that the innate divine ability within his body became even more powerful. With that in mind, his mind moved. Phew! The domain was suddenly ablaze with ferocious flames. Terrifyingly high temperatures came from the air, even causing the air to become distorted. Next moment. Shock force, blood blade, poison miasma. One by one, they appear in the field. Seeing this, Lin Feng exclaimed, "The power has all been enhanced." And at that, he paused. It seems like my attacks can just appear in any corner of the domain. Lin Feng said in shock. Then, his mind moved. Clank! A blood-red chop suddenly appeared on the wigwam in the courtyard. The wigwam was instantly split in two. Lin Feng looked at this scene and revealed a smile. Sure enough. Each awakened person's field is different. In addition to the common suppression ability, all will have a special effect. And Lin Feng's is a sure hit. As long as one stepped inside the domain, any attack that Lin Feng sent out would inevitably hit the enemy. No, there seems to be another ability. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Just a wave of his hand, the flames and poisonous miasma on the ground. It was instantly transformed into harmless black mist energy. This is the effect of my own natural aptitude. Lin Feng said in surprise. With that, he rested his chin and thought. I just don't know if this ability works on other people's avatars. If you can transform someone's ability to attack, that would be awesome. Just imagine, as long as it was covered by Lin Feng's domain. Not only would they be unable to dodge his attacks, but even the innate divine abilities that attacked him would be dissolved. Only unilaterally take his beatings. Just thinking about that scene made Lin Feng want to laugh. Suppressing his agitation, he began to experiment with his last ability. That was to open the martial true body in the domain at the same time. Thinking so, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The true chi in his body surged, and his figure suddenly drew up. Brush! Countless blood-red chi blades swirled around Lin Feng's body. The astral body is possessed and transformed into armor. The true body of the martial arts opened. Lin Feng clenched his fist, shaking the air with a tremor. Sure enough, he said triumphantly. Now, the point that awakened people would become vulnerable when they opened their domains was also completely made up for by Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized. When one was in the realm, it seemed as if one could allow the talented divine ability and the true body of the martial doubt emerge. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't wait a moment. Straight away, he followed his instincts and released all of his natural aptitudes, then began to try. Next moment. Put. Lin Feng sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Not now? He said with an ugly face. When he tried to fuse them just now, he felt that all the powers were repelling each other. The feeling was similar to his killer ruin bomb. The feeling as if it would unleash a destructive attack as soon as the fusion succeeded. Thinking about this, Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression. Just the fusion process has this kind of power. Then if the fusion is successful, wouldn't it be comparable to an S rank? But when he thought of the chief's might that seemed to have stood still in time, Lin Feng calmed down again. That kind of power, one can't reach right now. But only temporarily. He who had opened both the true body of martial arts and the domain, and had no shortcomings in either. Already, you can crush people in your class. With the system, Lin Feng would be able to reach S rank sooner or later. And he had a hunch. At that time, he would be able to completely fuse the power of the two. Thinking of this, Lin Feng revealed a smile. He's happy now. The rank that had stuck him for so long was completely broken through just today. Lin Feng slowly dispersed the realm and his figure became smaller, disarming his true body of martial arts. Is it morning already? He said looking at the sky. Hadn't noticed it before. I can't believe I tossed and turned all night myself. Go straight to yellow hair and the others. Lin Feng said. It was then that he looked out into the wreckage of the yard. Though it was bound by the field and didn't ripple out. But the place that was covered just now had been destroyed beyond recognition. The wigwam was reduced to pieces and the ground was scorched by the flames. "Oops, I really don't want to clean up," said Lin Feng in a difficult manner. He had worked all night and had not slept or practiced. "Don't want to move at all right now. Why don't you let Yellow Hair do it?" The thought was vetoed by Lin Feng just as soon as it popped up. It wasn't true that Yellow Hair was a member of his own team, but it wasn't like he was his subordinate. Thought for a moment. Lin Feng suddenly brightened up. "Right. Just let it come. Think of it this way." With a direct wave of his hand, space distorted, and a pitch-black battle sword plunged into the ground. "Go on, Blackie. Clean up the yard for me." Lin Feng pointed at the charred ground and said. This statement was made. The air fell silent. A tentacle reached out from the hilt of Kuro's blade and pointed at himself. "Huh? Me?" Lin Feng felt its mental fluctuations and looked embarrassed. He coughed unnaturally. It does seem a bit outrageous to put a knife to work. But who made it so great? Besides, if it doesn't do it, who will? Yourself? Thinking this way, Lin Feng suddenly remembered a solution. Only he went up and stroked the hilt of Kuro's blade. With a pitying sigh on his face, he said, "AI, it's me who didn't think it through. You couldn't do such a thing even if you were more powerful, could you?" "It's okay, I don't blame you." Lin Feng said that he was going to put it back into the Ruodan space. Snap. Suddenly, Xiao He stretched out his tentacles and pressed them on Lin Feng's wrists, stopping him from moving. Next moment. Countless tentacles reached out from the blade. Blackie ran like a big octopus right into the corner. Grabbed a broom and without a word started cleaning like crazy. Lin Feng revealed a smile when he saw this. "You can't handle it, can you?" With that thought, he turned and went back into the house. Planning to wash up first. Lin Feng just went in. A thin figure came from the distance. "Geez, it's this time of day, why isn't the squad leader awake?" Yellow Hair said, scratching the back of his head. "Perhaps he's too tired, just tell him to get up," he said, walking towards Lin Feng's compound. Just as I reached the front door, I heard someone sweeping the floor inside. Yellow Hair eked softly, "So you're awake, huh?" He knocked directly on the door. "Squad leader. Open the door." Yellow Hair shouted with a big grin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door creaked open. Yellow Hair grinned at the sight. "Squad leader, I'm talking to you." Before the words were out of his mouth, his smile froze. It wasn't Lin Feng behind the door. Instead, it was a tentacled monster with a broom. Ouch-ah! Miserable cries came out at once. Chapter 115 Departure. Yellow Hair sat on his ass. He looked at the tentacle monster in horror, his body constantly backing up. Kuro saw this and was unsure. Scratched the hilt of the blade with a tentacle. Then stretching out his tentacles, he intended to help Yellow Hair up. Yellow Hair looked at the tentacles reaching towards him and directly peed in fear. Bound, entangled, through and through. The words popped into his head. He let out a piercing scream straight away at the thought. Yikes! Don't you come any closer! While shouting, he erupted into a cold aura. Several sharp ice picks shot towards Blackie. Dang! The ice pick hit Blackie with a crisp ringing sound. It doesn't do anything. Suddenly. Wow! Blackie's tentacles instantly turned blood red. It was enraged. The tentacles turned into spikes and instantly stabbed towards Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair's pupils shrank. At this speed, he couldn't avoid it. Seeing that he was about to be threaded into a candy cane, Yellow Hair wailed in his heart. My life is over. Just then, a loud roar came. Stop! Before the words fell, Xiao Hei's attack violently stopped in front of Yellow Hair's eyes. The blood-red tentacles turned back to black. Slowly, he backed away. Yellow Hair looked at Blackie who had stopped, and an unconscious huffing sound came out of his mouth. A dumbfounded expression was revealed. Survived. Just then. A rush of footsteps came. Lin Feng walked out of the house with a roll of paper in his hand. He grimaced and clenched his fists tightly. I just sprouted my horse, what the hell are you screaming about? Lin Feng yelled with an ugly face. Yellow Hair took one look at him and instantly rose from the ground, flying towards Lin Feng. Whoops! Squad leader, I almost died just now, he cried out. Lin Feng's face showed disgust when he saw this and directly pushed him away. What the hell? Yellow Hair huffed and pointed at Blackie. That's it. This monster almost killed me. When Lin Feng heard this, he was instantly enlightened in his heart. It seemed that Blackie had mistaken Yellow Hair for an intruder. Luckily he got out early. Otherwise the silly boy is afraid he's done for the day. A pang of fear ran through him at the thought. Then he looked at Xiao He with an ugly face. Come here for me! Lin Feng roared. Blackie's body shivered at the words and his tentacles drooped. Like a child who had made a mistake, he crawled to Lin Feng. Remember, you must never attack him in the future, understand? Koro sniffed and lowered the hilt of his blade even more. It braced its tentacles against the blade and made a motion similar to nodding its head and shaking the hilt. Lin Feng's anger in his heart quenched a little when he saw this. The yellow hair on the side saw Lin Feng scolding this tentacle monster like he was training a new recruit. All of a sudden, his eyes were glowing and he looked at Lin Feng adoringly. Squad leader, what is this thing? He asked suspiciously. Lin Feng forgot about the life and death crisis just now when he saw him turn his head. Couldn't help but shake his head. This is Kuro, my battle sword, he said truthfully. Yellow Hair was shocked when he heard this. Is that the knife? What's with the tentacle monster? Suddenly, Yellow Hair's eyes swept up and saw the broom that Blackie was holding. And this is? He asked suspiciously. Lin Feng heard Yellow Hair's question. There was a look of embarrassment. I don't know what to say. Does it mean that one is lazy and makes a knife to clean? With that in mind, he still coughed lightly and explained truthfully. I sent Blackie to clean up. Yellow Hair was stunned when he heard this. What the hell? What did he hear? Letting a knife do the cleaning? All he felt now was absurdity. But looking at Blackie's flailing tentacles. And the thing that just nearly killed him. Again, he felt quite normal. Just then, Lin Feng spoke. Did you come to see me about something? Hearing this, Yellow Hair remembered the purpose of his visit. He tapped his head and said, Captain Lee sent me, saying he was leaving for the tournament this morning. Lin Feng froze when he heard this. What's the rush? But it was normal to be anxious when you thought that it was quite far to go to the Warzone station. Okay, wait for me, Blackie. No more attacking people without my order. Lin Feng first commanded with Yellow Hair and then turned his head to scold Xiao He. Yellow Hair smiled and nodded. Blackie quickly raised his broom to show that he wouldn't do it again. Lin Feng revealed a satisfied expression when he saw this. Go back and keep Ting. Yellow Hair's eyes dripped when he saw Lin Feng enter the house. Keep an eye on Blackie. Hey! He laughed triumphantly. Then he reached out and grabbed in vain, heading towards Blackie. I'd forgotten that I almost got killed just now. Blackie took a step back directly at the sight. I'll work for you, said Yellow Hair with a smile. Blackie saw this and turned his back directly to his broom. Not given. Then ran to the center of the yard and just started cleaning like crazy. Afraid that Yellow Hair would rob him. Hey! You're still not happy about helping you? Yellow Hair said with dissatisfaction. Without any further argument, he directly squatted on the steps and started waiting for Lin Feng. A few moments later. Lin Feng walked out of the house. Let's go, he said in a refreshed manner. As soon as he came out, he saw the cleaned up yard. There was also Koro, who stood in front of the door, angling the hilt of his sword, looking like he was waiting for a compliment. Lin Feng revealed an amused expression when he saw this. Walked up and held it. Good job, Lin Feng complimented. When these words came out, Xiao He immediately swung his tentacles in excitement. Blackie, carrot carrot. Feeling its joyful emotions, Lin Feng smiled and stroked its blade. Took it back into the recluse space. Huang Mao, who was squatting on the ground, stood up and said, Squad leader, it's almost time, let's go. Lin Feng nodded and left the residence with him. All the way to the square. Lin Feng saw that the soldiers had gathered here early. A transport truck pulled up in the middle of the square. Just as he walked past, he heard a crisp sound coming from him. Squad leader, this way. Lin Feng turned his head to look and realized it was Xiao Nan. She's carrying a large backpack here and waving in this direction. A look of readiness.
Lin Feng smiled at this and walked towards her.
Good morning, class president.
Xiao Nan looked at Lin Feng playfully. She patted the package on her back. Whispering, squad leader, I've got all the daily supplies. Lin Feng nodded and reached out to touch her short hair. Soft to the touch. You don't have to bring so many things, the hosts can't arrange nothing. Lin Feng smiled and opened his mouth.
Minami smiled petulantly at her words. I'm not taking precautionary measures. Saying that, a pair of big eyes stared at Lin Feng. Softly, he said, squad leader, I should be quite useful now, shouldn't I?
Lin Feng opened his mouth when he sniffed.
I don't know what to say.
This silly girl.
Still holding a grudge about not calling on her when she came to camp earlier, huh?
Thinking so, Lin Feng smiled at her.
We're a team of 3, we won't be separated again. Minami sniffed and nodded vigorously.
Just then, Lin Feng's eyes turned to a figure in the distance.
Why is he here? Chapter 116 The Eyeless Xiaobing.
Lin Feng looked at the coyote on the transportation vehicle and was surprised.
Wasn't he eliminated?
At that moment, Coyote also saw Lin Feng and a smile appeared on his dark face.
Squad leader Lin, this way. He shouted.
Lin Feng directly walked over when he saw this.
How's the arm?
Coyote smiled at his words and said, thanks to you, it's already healed.
Lin Feng nodded. Puzzled again, he asked, you're going to the war zone for the tournament?
That's right, the twin brother got hurt and I had to fill in.
Coyote said truthfully.
Lin Feng's heart was clear when he heard this.
The twin brothers?
They weren't really any stronger than the coyotes, it was just that their abilities could work with each other.
Plus, the coyote met yellow hair, and that's what got him eliminated. Alright, this time we'll just go together.
Lin Feng smiled at him and said.
Briefly, he talked to Coyote. Everyone who went to the tournament is here this time.
Except for the 3 Lin Fengs. There was also Xiaobing, who wore a pitch-black combat suit and had a slender figure. Sitting with the coyote was his twin brother, Big John.
And Li Guang, who stood in the middle of the 2 rows of seats. Alright, since everyone is here, let's get going.
As his words fell, the transport truck drove slowly away from the camp.
A few moments later.
The purpose of this time is clear to everyone, and that is to take first place. Li Guang stood in the carriage, holding the armrest and said. When these words came out, apart from Lin Feng, everyone had a difficult look on their faces.
Especially Coyote's.
He's participated in both several times.
Which one didn't take the top 20 and thank God for it?
Thinking about it, Coyote spoke awkwardly. That, Captain Li, my strength try hard to get a top 20 is okay, this first place. Li Guang sniffed coldly.
Disgruntled, he said, is that all you've got? I'm telling you. The regimental commander has given a death order. If you don't get your first place back, you're going to get disciplined. Coyote was instantly disliked. The people in the car also frowned at the words. If you don't get your first place back, you'll be punished? This is not nonsense.
Just then, Lin Feng spoke.
Don't be discouraged, everyone, I've got my back this time. He said lightly.
When these words came out, the people in the carriage looked at each other. Xiaobing spoke up, Class Leader Lin, I know you can solve the third order beast tied by yourself. With that, she sighed softly. But a rank-awakened people are far more powerful than you think, they are existences that can deal with 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. Lin Feng was instantly happy when he heard this.
4th degree? You've been fighting casually since you were AB rank, huh?
Just then, Yellow Hair spoke up unhappily.
Hey! What do you mean you?
Don't you trust our squad leader?
He said with a glare.
Xiaobing saw Yellow Hair like that and didn't want to be general with him. A cold grunt averted his head. I say, don't underestimate Class Leader Lin so much either, if you ask me, he's no worse than some class.
Coyote suddenly opened his mouth to dislike Xiaobing.
He had seen Lin Feng's strength, the one who had attached his broken limbs to himself, and the ability to space.
Even if it's not as good as a real A grade, it's not far off.
Xiaobing just shook his head at his words and didn't say anything else. He felt that the coyote had been saved by the other party, which was why he defended Lin Feng. Just then, Li Guang frowned and said, alright, stop arguing.
We haven't even had a match yet, and the infighting is on. When these words came out, both Coyote and Summer Ice shut up. The two stared at each other with eyes full of defiance. Minami looked at Xiaobing with displeasure at the situation. This woman, why is she destroying her own people here? Cowardice before battle is a big no-no. Lin Feng looked at the farce in the car and shook his head helplessly. He never should have opened his mouth. Just now, when I saw how bottomless they were, that's why I subconsciously comforted them. I didn't expect Xiaobing to be such a buzzkill. But on second thought, it also felt normal. After all, they weren't sure that they had broken through the A grade. Even more so, he had awakened his true body and domain of martial arts at the same time. Now with his strength, let alone a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. It's the 5th order, by virtue of the S-rank returning transportation. Doesn't necessarily mean it's unbeatable. Just then, the vehicle braked hard and sharply. Bump! Along with this heavenly rotation, the transportation truck directly lost control and rushed towards a cliff on the side. Not good. Something's wrong. Lin Feng was secretly shocked in his heart. Next moment. Clank. He instantly turned on voiding. Then the red light of his eyes flashed, and a dark spatial vortex appeared, sucking the yellow hair and Xiaonan beside him into the ruined space. Although Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast, he completed the set of movements in a flash. However, it still took a few seconds to inhale yellow hair and Xiaonan into the returning ruined space. The vehicle had gone completely off the cliff and crashed in diameter. Lin Feng. Li Guang then reacted to what had happened. He let out a cry of surprise as flames ignited in his body. But his natural aptitude didn't allow him to take to the air. All you can do is watch as you are thrown out of the transport vehicle. Just then. Phew! Several blood-red tentacles of true chi reached out and curled around Li Guang. Dragged Coyote and Big Strong again as well. Only Xiaobing's body instantly exploded with arcs of electricity, fiercely glaring at the carriage and rushing out. Lin Feng's true chi tentacle grabbed an empty hand. Holy! He cursed. Is this woman too armed? It's not like she can fly. Wouldn't it be better to scurry out and fall straight into summer ice sauce? But it's already too late. He sighed at the sight and his true chi tentacles grabbed the crowd. The body twisted and disappeared. Road. Along with the pitch-black whirlpool distorting space, Lin Feng's figure reappeared. Snap. He placed the crowd, which his true chi tentacles had grabbed, on the ground. Once out, Yellow Hair yelled. Posing for battle. He hadn't reacted to what had happened until now. Xiaonan exclaimed, grabbing and tugging at Lin Feng's arm. Coyote sat paralyzed and stupefied. Shocked, he said, what happened? They didn't even see what just happened. All I felt was a twirl in the sky and I appeared on the road. Li Guang, who was on the sidelines, had a good look at it. I was about to say something about it when I felt a wave of nausea. Couldn't help but bend over and throw up. Vomit. The yellow hair closest to him jumped instantly. Don't you puke on me. Lin Feng couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth when he saw this scene. It seems that it was the spatial teleportation that made him dizzy. But even Yellow Hair was fine and he threw up. What a super ultra sensitive body. Okay, it's okay already, everyone check your belongings for missing items. Lin Feng's voice pulled the crowd's panicked thoughts back to reality. They hurriedly began to check their backpacks and belongings. After a quick inspection, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Except for the items that were placed in the car and disappeared with the vehicle off the cliff. No important items were lost. Is everyone okay? Li Guang, who was on the side, finally finished vomiting and wiped his mouth and inquired to the crowd. The words were followed by a weak voice. I think I'm up to something. Chapter 117 Xiaobing who fell off the cliff. Lin Feng followed the sound and saw Dajiang, who was sitting under the coyote's butt. He weakly slapped the coyote's butt, trying to get him up. Coyote looked down and exclaimed. Climbed up in a hurry. Are you okay, why don't you squeak? He said with slight reproach. Dajiang laughed outright in anger at Coyote's words. You're an animal, at least 300 pounds, you didn't crush me to death. Coyote sniffed and scratched his head in embarrassment, as his rubberized body was indeed heavy due to his natural aptitude. Dajiang said suddenly pointing to his thigh with a short knife sticking out of it. Also, this is your sword, right? Coyote took one look and was shocked. Why is his own knife at his place? Sorry. I'll pull it out for you. He bent down in a hurry and drew his dagger straight out. Big Strong's thigh was suddenly bleeding. Blood was bared and splashed onto the coyote's face. De Zhuang looked at this scene and froze directly. Ah! He screamed miserably, who told you to just pull it out like that? He yelled at the coyote. Coyote flinched at his words, his hand ghosting back in. Ah! Big Strong stifled a grunt. The pain recoiled. He was red in the face, like an earthworm caught in the sun, and kept meandering. You're okay. Coyote exclaimed. He sucked in a breath of cold air as he watched the big strong man twist and turn. Does it hurt that much? Dejang, who had stopped moving like a salted fish that had lost hope. Hearing this, suddenly raised his head. Why don't you try? He said with a glare. Coyote waved his hand at that. He didn't want to try, his own dagger was hardened with poison. His heart thumped at the thought. There's poison on my dagger. Coyote exclaimed. The air froze for a few seconds at these words. Then Big Strong let out a scream that didn't sound human. Yeah. I don't want to die. Somebody help me. As he shouted, the scene was a mess. Li Guang anxiously ran forward and frantically shook the coyote. What have you stepped on? He yelled. Yellow Hair also ran over and tested Big Strong's nostrils with his hand. Xiaonan held Lin Feng's hand and looked at the latter. Lin Feng sighed deeply at the sight. Hesitantly, he stepped forward. You're in disarray over this small matter, thanks to you being the elite in the military camp. He shook his head. Then with a reach, the blood control ability was unleashed. The short blade on Big Strong's leg was instantly topped off with blood. The blood that flowed onto the ground was also drained of impurities by Lin Feng, slowly retreating back into the wound. At once, the stab wound closed and a blood scab sealed the wound. There! Yellow Hair exclaimed. De Zhuang saw that Lin Feng had instantly cured himself with a wave of his hand. Unable to stop the pupils from quaking. What power this is! It was simply more powerful than the B-rank healing awakened in the medical class. The coyote on the sidelines saw that Big Strong was better. First, there was a sigh of relief. Again, he couldn't help but grin at the shocked look on his face. Silly, aren't they? I told you that class president Lin is great, and you still don't believe me. Coyote said smugly. He really wanted to show that woman Xia Bing at the moment. Not only did Lin Feng save everyone, he also cured De Zhuang. Just then, Li Guang exclaimed. Nope. Where's Xia Bing? At these words, everyone then realized that there was one person missing. She scurried out on her own before I didn't have time to save her. Lin Feng said in a brief, appalled voice. Li Guang was directly anxious at his words. The band hasn't even gone to the game yet, and it's missing a guy. No way. Go look for her, maybe she hasn't fallen to her death yet. Li Guang said anxiously. Lin Feng sighed at his words. He walked over to the cliff and looked down. This height, I'm afraid. Before the words were out of his mouth, he shook his head. Okay, let's go look for it. In the meantime. Under the cliff. Cough. Xia Bing coughed violently a few times. Slowly, he opened his eyes. His head was buzzing and he couldn't see much with his eyes. This is, where? She said weakly. I just tried to get up, but my hand grabbed empty. His body was unsteady, and he fell straight off the branch. Bump! Her body slammed into the ground, shaking the dead leaves. Ah! Xia Bing cried out in pain. The fall straightaway cleared her numb head. At once, a sharp pain came. She felt like her body was falling apart. The body struggled a few times and fainted. A few moments later, Samurai slowly turned awake. Where am I? She said suspiciously. Then he cupped his white chin and thought. I fell off a cliff. She sat up with a mischievous thud. Hiss. It also pulled on the wound due to the movement. Looking down, he checked to make sure it was nothing serious. And breathed a sigh of relief. Nope. Where are Li Guang and the others? Shouldn't have left me behind and gone. She exclaimed. But after quieting my mind and thinking about it, it's unlikely.
Even if they thought they were dead, they would at least come looking for the body. She looked up at the sky. It was almost noon. If I don't meet up with Li Guang and the others, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the competition in time. Thinking of this, Xiaobing's heart was anxious. A grunt crawled up, then limped away, covering his arm. As soon as she was out of the way, Dai Zhang came out of the bushes on the side. Strange, I can clearly smell her, huh? He said suspiciously. Then he turned his head and shouted, "This way." As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng's figure slowly appeared. You found her? The big strong man nodded affirmatively. Well, she has a distinctive scent, I can't mistake her. Lin Feng sniffed and nodded gently, directly closing his eyes. A spiritual force was released by him, probing towards the surroundings. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Found her, Lin Feng said. Then there was a frown. Not good. A ferocious beast is attacking her. Big Strong let out a gasp of surprise at his words. I'm going to call the reinforcements. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Lin Feng looked at his departing back and didn't stop him. A dark vortex appeared and his figure disappeared in place. Turn the moment. With the distortion of space, he arrived at Xiaobing's position. Before he could stand still, he saw a pair of long legs that kept flopping around. Looking down, it was a toad covered in pus. It was biting into its mouth and swallowing slowly. It seemed to enjoy the sensation of its prey's constant struggle in its throat. Lin Feng looked at the familiar pair of leather boots and his pupils instantly shrunk. Xiaobing! He exclaimed. A regal red light then emerged from his eyes, and a ray instantly shot out. Zip! The blood-red ray made several turns in the air to avoid the toad's mouth. Pierced its skull. Bang! The plasma exploded in the sky. Summer Ice fell into a puddle of underwater water. She struggled to hold herself up. Vomit. Another dry wretch vomited the unknown object in her mouth. Immediately after that, he sat paralyzed in the bloody water and looked at Lin Feng. What happened? She said dully. Chapter 118, It's late. Lin Feng looked at Xiaobing, who was covered in water, and huffed. Ignore her. Look directly at the system panel. Parsing. Parsing successful. Feral beast file, 3-legged toad. Rank, 3rd order beast. Characteristics, medium size, strong acidic gastric juices, flexible tongue. Weaknesses, inside the mouth. Talented aptitude, shocking sound wave. Letting out sharp bursts of sound and attacking the enemy with sound waves. Lin Feng looked at the blue crystals on the corpse of the ferocious beast and directly reached out and inhaled them. The gifted avatar has been learned. Only after doing this did Lin Feng look at Xiaobing. Is everything okay? With that, he reached out, intending to suck the blood out of his opponent. Wait! Xiaobing suddenly stopped Lin Feng's movements. Lin Feng looked at her suspiciously. Xiaobing showed an embarrassed expression at the sight. My clothes are corroded. She said, embarrassed. Lin Feng sighed lightly when he heard this. With a reach, a dark vortex of space appeared and a piece of clothing fell into his hand. He threw it directly to Xiaobing and turned his back. This is Ninami's clothes, you put them on first. With that said, with a wave of his hand, the blood control ability was unleashed. The blood of the ferocious beasts all gathered in his palm. Ah! Xiaobing exclaimed. Holding the body. But looking at Lin Feng, he had already turned his back and even helped himself to clean the bloodstains on his body. Her little face burned and she got dressed without a word. Okay. With Xiaobing's voice, Lin Feng turned around. See her squirming all over the place, tugging at her slightly baggy dress. Lin Feng only felt helpless. What are you covering up? It's not like Nan's clothes are leaking anything. Besides, they won't hold up with your figure. Lin Feng shook his head and directly turned around. Let's go, the race is almost over. Xiaobing saw this and hurriedly followed. A few moments later, at the bottom of the cliff valley. Little Lu, you're still alive. Li Guan cried out in surprise. Only a young soldier was seen sitting on the twisted and deformed transport vehicle. He was the driver on this occasion. Li Guan walked up and gave him a bear hug. No injuries? He asked worriedly. Xiao Lu sniffed and shook his head.
Seeing this, Lin Feng walked over and unleashed his ability to probe. The other was found to be unharmed. What happened before? He inquired with a frown.
It was going along fine on the road before when the transport truck suddenly went out of control.
It's a good thing everyone's okay.
Xiao Lu sniffed and scratched his head.
Confused, he said, huh? I couldn't get there? I followed the navigation.
When Li Guang heard that, he gave him a direct slap.
That treadmill is a dead end and you don't know it?
Xiao Lu sniffed and pouted in aggravation.
How should I know?
Hey!
Li Guang sniffed and glared, about to clean him up.
Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him.
Forget it, he didn't mean it. Li Guang stopped huffing and puffing. Then a sad look came over his face.
With this delay, it's already noon, I'm afraid it's too late. This statement was made.
The crowd was in a hurry.
Yellow Hair scratched his ears anxiously.
Minami looked worried. Coyote and Big Strong looked at each other inside.
At that moment, Xia Bing spoke up.
We can't win anyway, so late is late.
Li Guang heard her talking demoralizingly there again. Straight up glares.
And you have the nerve to say it.
If it weren't for looking for you, we'd have crawled all the way here. Xia Bing sniffed and cried, I don't want to, why are you so mean? Li Guang's heart became even more angry as he looked at her crying and wailing. Pointing at her, her lips trembled with anger. Lin Feng saw this and rushed forward to stop Li Guang.
Okay, don't get so mad.
Li Guang's chest rose and fell violently, but for Lin Feng's sake, he didn't have another attack. However, Xia Bing muttered under his breath and was surprisingly a bit unconvinced.
It's just a contest, I wasn't trying to enter in the first place.
Lin Feng frowned at this. What a face for her.
He gave Minami a direct wink.
Xiaonan blinked her pretty almond eyes and instantly understood what Lin Feng meant. She smiled brightly, giving a look that said, let's see how I do. Then he rolled up his sleeves and charged towards Xia Bing.
Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Minami directly gave Xia Bing a big mouthful. She raised her embroidered eyebrows and chortled, speak. Why are you wearing my clothes? Xia Bing covered her face and looked at Minami dumbfounded. Ha! This is Lin Feng. Snap!
Before she could finish her words, Minami slapped her again.
How dare you slander the class president?
Xia Bing received 2 slaps for no reason and was also directly enraged.
How dare you hit me? I'll fight you.
Said body exploded with arcs of electricity and kicked towards Minami.
Minami grunted at the sight. It's so unmemorable.
Invisible energy flowed through her body, and she didn't even turn on her combat form. Directly grabbed Xia Bing's feet. Then, as it were, it grabbed the current and yanked. At once, Xia Bing's current was like a piece of clothing that was stripped off by Xiaonan.
Yikes! Summer ice covered her body and screamed. As if violated. Minami met with disdain and simply ignored her dead out. Get on it and hit it.
The fists kept smashing down like rain.
Beat her like crazy.
After a while, he felt it was almost time, and then he slowly stopped. A kick sent her to the ground. Ignoring the crying Xia Bing on the ground, he turned to look at Lin Feng.
Showing a look that begged for a compliment.
Lin Feng looked at Xiaonan dumbfounded, his pupils filled with shock.
No, I'm asking you to scold her twice.
Li Guang was shocked as he watched Xiaonan violently beat up Xia Bing and was directly stunned. It happened so suddenly that he didn't even have time to stop it.
Yellow Hair, on the other hand, was terrified and quietly retreated behind Lin Feng. Coyote and Big Strong looked at Minami.
A cold sweat ran down his forehead.
Mentally, I began to calculate that I hadn't normally offended her, had I?
Just then, Lin Feng coughed dryly a few times.
Okay, come back. He waved at Minami. Minami smiled at his words and joyfully trotted to his side.
Blinking her bright almond eyes at Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng patted her head and said awkwardly, oops, why are you suddenly hitting people? Saying that, he walked over to Xia Bing and helped her up.
Apologize to the people.
When these words came out, Xia Bing shivered. Oh, I'm sorry, she sobbed. Lin Feng slapped his head when he saw this and hurriedly explained.
No, I'm asking Minami to apologize to you. Minami sniffed with a puzzled expression. But still, he dutifully opened his mouth. Xia Bing, I'm sorry. She said delicately.
Lin Feng apologized when he saw that she was unapologetic and was only listening to her orders. There was some helplessness in his mind.
Minami is good at everything, but she's just too cold to outsiders.
At this point, Li Guang rushed over to round up the conversation.
Well, people have apologized Minami, so this is over, ha.
Xia Bing said with tears in the corner of her eyes, okay, I didn't take it to heart at all.
Put. Minami laughed outright when she saw her like that.
Lin Feng frowned. He was about to say something when the terminal on Li Guang's waist suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, and immediately looked terrified.
It picked up instantly. As soon as the call came through, a voice of suppressed anger came through. Li Guang. Why haven't you guys arrived yet? 119, home demolition.
Lin Feng couldn't help but freeze when he heard the voice coming out of the terminal.
Isn't this the chief?
Just then, the voice on the other end of the line suddenly got louder. Give Li Guang, who was holding the terminal, a direct spray. His ears hurt from the cursing and he couldn't help but hold the terminal away from him. But they didn't dare not stop, and could only agree while being scolded. After a while, the chief's emotions subsided and his voice trailed off.
Give the phone to Lin Feng, he said.
When Li Guang heard this, he was as if he had been pardoned. Hastily, he handed the terminal over to Lin Feng like he was holding a hot potato. Lin Feng took it and was a little apprehensive in his heart.
Hello, chief? He said cautiously. But the imagined accusations did not come.
Only a helpless but soft voice said, Lin Feng, you have to hold on tight. I'm in the command room right now, but I'm being laughed at. He said, his voice slightly agitated.
Those old things, how dare they say you are afraid to come?
Lin Feng heard him clanging the table.
The regimental commander continued, I've already requested a delayed entrance for you, and I'm counting on you now. Don't worry, we'll be there right away.
Lin Feng said firmly. After a few more words, he hung up. Li Guang walked over and took the terminal in Lin Feng's hand.
Scat at him. The regimental commander is too good to Lin Feng, isn't he? It's all delayed.
Giving himself a spray, but softly explaining matters to Lin Feng. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of taste in his heart. Lin Feng only felt his scalp tingle when he saw Li Guang's eyes looking at him with a grudge.
Coughing lightly, he said, let's get going.
With that, he looked to the transport truck that was about to twist and break in front of him.
Hiss, it's pretty badly broken.
Lin Feng marveled. Just as well, after all, falling from such a high cliff.
It was sturdy enough that it didn't just explode. Can it still be driven?
Lin Feng turned his head to the driver, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu scratched his head with a dumbfounded expression.
Opened his mouth. Okay, you don't have to say anything.
Lin Feng helplessly interrupted him.
Looking at him like that, he's just saying he doesn't know.
Xiao Lu smiled sarcastically at the situation and didn't open his mouth again. Ignoring him, Lin Feng walked over to the transportation truck in diameter and looked it up and down.
The front end is badly warped, the tires are still intact. The wagon is half deflated. What can we do about this?
Lin Feng said with a frown.
It's okay to be alone. Definitely runs faster than a hauler.
Li Guang, as a B rank, slowed down himself and might be able to keep up. But not Yellow Hair and the others. Physical strength should be fine, but definitely not enough speed.
Why don't we take them to use the ruin escape?
This idea was dispelled by Lin Feng just as soon as it came out. Not to mention the fact that the returning ruin transportation to take people with him was going to be more physically exhausting than instantly moving on his own.
Most importantly, one wants to move to a place one has either been to.
Either that or it's within the range of psychic detection. It was fast enough with just mental power combined with short-range movement.
Physical strength must be quite depleting. There's a race coming up.
You have to save your strength.
He wasn't so arrogant as to be blind.
Just as he was in a quandary, an idea burst into his mind. This might work. Lin Feng suddenly shouted. It scared Xiao Lu to death.
Couldn't care less.
Lin Feng directly began to busy himself as he wanted. Both hands grabbed the transportation vehicle and his true chi wrapped around the body. Then his arms shot up and held him up easily.
Bang! The massive body was swung upright and the heavy weight hit the ground with a muffled thud.
It rocked a few times and came to a crooked stop.
The crowd on the sidelines was startled by the sudden movement. noticed this way. Yellow Hair walked over to Lin Feng and looked at the transportation truck curiously. Squad leader, what's going on here?
Lin Feng smiled at his words.
Slapping the bucket of the transporter, he said, of course I'm driving it to the race.
When these words came out, Yellow Hair was filled with surprise.
It's broken down like that and still drives?
He said incredulously. However, there was no doubt about Lin Feng's words. After all, in his mind, the squad leader was the one who could do everything.
Alright then, I'll drive. Nodding to Lin Feng. Said he was about to yank open the warped car door.
Lin Feng hurriedly stopped him when he saw this.
You really drive, huh?
He said helplessly. Yellow Hair was a bit puzzled by what he heard.
Didn't you say you could drive?
Lin Feng smiled when he saw his confused look.
Now for a task. He said. Yellow Hair snapped a salute at that. The action was surprisingly very bored. Promise to finish the job. He yelled. Lin Feng's head tilted back at his noise. Can't help but feel a little helpless. Don't worry, it's your best. He said. Yellow Hair sniffed with curiosity. His best? Is it hard to turn a cartwheel? What is it, squad leader? Yellow Hair was full of doubt. Lin Feng grinned. Housebreaking. He said in short, appalling words. Yellow Hair froze when he heard that. Lin Feng, however, raised his head at him. What are you looking at me for? Go on. He said. Seeing Lin Feng's tone didn't seem to be hypocritical. Yellow Hair put his heart on the line, rolled up his sleeves and got busy. Hands covered in solid ice, hands and feet began to dismantle the parts on the transporter. Remember to leave a car frame. Lin Feng added to Yellow Hair. The crowd, in the distance, saw them chatting for a few moments before they began to dismantle the car. Surprise was in his eyes. No, what the is this? Li Guang said in shock. Dai Jiang shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Without a word, Coyote ran straight up to help. Xiao Bing covered her face, which had already faded red and swollen, and let out a light tsk. Disgruntled, he said, it's that time of the day, and you still have the heart to play. Minami, who was next to her, kicked her straight in the face when she heard that. It caused Xiaobing to cry out in shock and fall to the ground. Just about to say something with an indignant face. But seeing Minami's cold and icy look, he was so shaken that he didn't dare to say anything. Minami gave her a look and ran up to help. Class President, I'm here to help you, she said delicately to Lin Feng. Then he turned on his battle form and helped dismantle the transporter. Before long, there was just a frame left. Li Guang walked over inside. Helplessly, he said, Lin Banzai, whatever you're going to do, you have to hurry up, time is really running out. Lin Feng smiled slightly at his words. Answered him directly with action. Phew! Blood-colored astral energy surged out and wrapped around the bare frame of the car. It then condensed into a translucent-shaped armor. From a distance it looks surprisingly similar to a car made by amber. Let's open this straight away, Lin Feng said with a smile. Li Guang looked at Lin Feng's astral energy that had formed the body. Showed an exclamatory expression. This martial arts cultivation is a bit too strong. Still, there was a look of disbelief as he looked at the transportation vehicle with only the shell. The engines are removed and there's no power source? In the next moment, Lin Feng's actions directly caused his eyes to widen. Chapter 120, Sparks and Lightning along the way. Only Lin Feng walked to the end of the carriage and his body contorted. Pitch-black bone armor covered his entire body, and several blood and flesh-turned jet tubes protruded from his back. It's simple, I'll be the power source no less, he said lightly. After saying that, his body was flooded with blood-colored astral aura, and fierce flames emerged from his jet pipe. Phew! A violent shockwave immediately rose behind Lin Feng. A loud roar came out. The wind blew wildly, blowing sand all over the sky. That momentum, it's like a jet. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used his true chi tentacles to plunge into the ground and immobilize the transporter. It flew out long ago. Awesome! Yellow Hair exclaimed. Xiao Nan's face was red with excitement as she looked at Lin Feng adoringly. Li Guang, who was the closest, used his hands to fend off the strong wind that was about to blow him away. Loudly, he shouted, Class Leader Lin. Quickly put away the avatar.
But the huge roar drowned out his voice, and Lin Feng didn't even hear it. He excitedly increased his output. It seems to be experiencing the limits of power of its own making. But the frame of the car was making the sound of metal twisting, and Lin Feng didn't feel the limit. Even the true chi and stamina weren't too depleted. Just then, he turned his eyes to see Li Guang, whose expression was hideous and whose features were deformed by the strong wind. Hastily, he withdrew his power. At once, the roar subsided, and the fierce winds around them disappeared. Li Guang lowered his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if looking at a monster, he looked at Lin Feng. "I'll be damned, your ability is too unbelievable," he said in surprise. I knew that Lin Feng was powerful, but I didn't expect it to be this powerful. He had once met an A-ranked airflow system awakened person. She couldn't even achieve this kind of might when she used her divine ability to fly. At that moment, Yellow Hair ran to the car with glowing eyes. "Squad leader, someone has to take direction when we drive up later, right?" He rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. The meaning is self-evident. Lin Feng sniffed but shook his head. "No way. I'll drive," he said with a frown. "Later that speed, just with Yellow Hair's reflexes. You simply can't avoid obstacles when you encounter them." He was confident that both himself and the vehicle's astral shell were fine. But the others are afraid they'll have to turn into mincemeat. As soon as Yellow Hair heard that Lin Feng didn't agree, he immediately deflated his mouth. Full of grudges. But obediently stepped aside. "Okay, let's go." Lin Feng looked at the crowd as they all got into the car and opened his mouth. "That, Class President Lin." Li Guang suddenly spoke up. His expression was unnatural, and his legs were even shaking a little. "Is this safe?" he asked cautiously. Lin Feng grinned at the sight. Confidently, I said, "Just put your heart in your stomach. It's absolutely safe." Having said that, the astral aura of his body surged, and the raging power continued to accumulate. Even the carriages shuddered. "Hold on to all of them," he said excitedly. Li Guang looked horrified at the situation, and the words to stop him hadn't been uttered yet. Lin Feng yelled, "Go you!" The words closed, and a violent roar sounded. With a strong feeling of pushing back, the scenery around them flew away, and the transporter scurried away in an instant. "Ah!" Li Guang let out a shrill scream and grabbed the seat in a death grip. Yellow Hair and Coyote hugged onto Big Strong, their faces full of horror. Xiaonan hugged Lin Feng's waist, her face buried in his abdomen, unable to read her expression. As for Xia Bing, she had long since burrowed under the chair, shivering. "Ha ha ha! I can't believe it's so fast." "Yes!" Lin Feng shouted. With that, he wrapped his arms around Minami and sped up again. Boom! A loud cracking sound rang out, and the entire car flew straight up. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk and he hurriedly controlled his speed. Bang! The vehicle landed, shaking the carriage violently. So close. It almost got out of hand. "Squad leader, slow down, you're too fast." Minami in her arms raised her rosy face and said. Lin Feng nodded his head and hurriedly controlled his driving speed. Feeling the slowed down Lin Feng, Minami breathed a sigh of relief. A few moments later. Warzone camps. "It's going to crash." Yellow Hair yelled in horror. He let out a scream as he clung to the big strong man. Just a short distance away was a barrier. The transporter, which was racing to its limits, was about to crash. Just then, blood-red tentacles of true chi stretched out from Lin Feng's body and fiercely pierced into the ground. A drift and a steady stop in front of the level. As the vehicle came to a stop, Minami went straight to the ground. "It's finally over." She was panting violently, beads of sweat covering her forehead. Lin Feng wiped her sweat for her when he saw this and revealed a helpless expression. It was also exhausting for her. Then he looked to the crowd in the carriage. Yellow Hair got up from the ground and shook his head. Xia Bing was still hiding under the seat and shivering. Big Strong's face was peaceful and his eyes were closed. Li Guang is standing upright on the ground, twitching straight. His eyes widened momentarily. "What is this?" Lin Feng exclaimed. Only Li Guang was seen foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground in constant convulsions. Coyote is choking his manhood with a look of horror on his face. "Captain Li."
Wake up! Seeing that he was still unconscious, he slapped him directly and frantically. With a crisp sound, Li Guang slowly turned awake. He was confused for a split second at first. Then looked to Coyote, who was choking the others. Glaring up, he slapped his hand away. Is that how you choke a man? It's the chin. Coyote snapped and let go of his hand. Lin Feng was relieved to see this. He smiled and said, Captain Li is seasick? Li Guang's old face reddened at his words. Everyone else is fine, he's the only one who smokes. That's a lot of shame. Just then, a voice came from outside. Modified car in front. Stop right there and prepare for inspection. Outside the car, a group of heavily armed soldiers surrounded it. The leader of the group walked to the front of the car and poked around, but couldn't find where the window was. No. Where's the door? He said in surprise. Just then. Phew. The shell congealed by the astral body disappeared. At once the frame of the wagon, with only 4 wheels left, appeared before the eyes of the soldiers. They looked at Lin Feng and his group in shock. Open mouth. Both sides were wide-eyed. What are you looking at? Yellow Hair said coldly. The soldier at the head of the group furrowed his eyebrows. What am I looking at you for? Ahem. In the middle of his sentence, he coughed dryly. With a serious look on his face, he said, Don't interrupt. What are you doing here? Do you have your papers? Yes, comrade. Li Guang took out his papers and documents from his arms and handed them over. The soldier took a look and his expression eased. Oh, so you're here to compete? He said with a nod. Li Guang smiled and nodded. But the soldier's next words froze the smile on his face. Aren't you afraid to come? The soldier said suspiciously. Li Guang's face was grim as he sniffed. Comrade, what do you mean by that? The soldier scratched his head and looked helpless. Waving his hand, he said, Don't get mad at me, it's not like I'm the one who spread the word. Said he grinned. Hurry up and get in there, don't delay the game. Li Guang sniffed and extinguished his thoughts of reckoning with him. Let's go. He said helplessly. A few moments later. Contest site. The huge venue was abuzz with people. On the martial arts stage, someone is fighting. Lin Feng stared at a large screen on the grounds. The face is hard to see. This one is a points race. They entered last and are now completely behind. P.S. The year is over and I'm starting to work on my code. 3 shifts for 3 shifts. Chapter 121 Backwardness. Lin Feng stood on the bleachers, staring deathly at the screen displaying the points. It showed the points of his party. Third sight, 0. When he saw it, he felt nothing but anxiety. Such a low score and the entrance bout was nearing the end. How are they going to win? Just then, Li Guang, who was next to him, came over. Pressed against his ear, he whispered, Class Leader Lin, what now? Lin Feng shook his head as he sniffed, stating that he didn't have too good a solution either. Now it's all about luck, Yellow Hair, and the others, they can't lose a single game. He sighed softly. As soon as Li Guang heard this, his palms couldn't help but grab the iron railing. The railing was pinched out of his hand. What's to be done about this? He was assured of Lin Feng's strength, at the very least there wouldn't be a problem with the budget race. But the others are not as strong. Yellow Hair and Minami were okay, not top-notch in terms of strength, but not bad at all. But Coyote and Big Strong are of average strength. As for Xia Bing, the salty fish, she will never play seriously. Just as he was worried, Lin Feng suddenly let out a light eep. Walked over to the bleachers. What's that? He asked curiously, pointing to a field not far away. Li Guang sniffed and walked over. Sticking his head out, he showed a look of relief. Explaining to Lin Feng, he said, This is a guard ring, the host runs it, win and get tons of points, lose and the whole team retires. Lin Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. Isn't this a pillow for a sleepy head? He was guilty of worrying about how to take the game without losing a single game. That's where he found a way. Since Yellow Hair they have a chance of losing. Why don't we just keep them off the field? By going straight to challenge the guards themselves, they could at least take Yellow Hair and Minami to advance. Thinking of this, Lin Feng spoke, I'm going to challenge the guard ring. When these words came out, Li Guang was immediately shocked. Class President Lin, you have to think carefully, guarding the ring is no joke. If you lose, you'll be in trouble. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at him with a helpless face. What difference does it make? The way things are now, no matter who loses, we'll lose our chance to advance. Li Guang paused at that. Yeah, what's the difference? Crossing the line is a chance. It would be better to let Lin Feng take a gamble. Thinking about this, Li Guang's face was serious. Opening his mouth, he said, okay. That's it then. With that, he picked up the terminal and was about to apply to challenge the guard ring for Lin Feng. Just then, Xiaobing, who hadn't spoken for a long time, spoke up. Captain Li, do you trust Lin Feng that much? If he loses, we'll all have to go back and get disciplined. At these words, the scene went cold. Yellowhair directly jumped up and cursed, I can go to your bar. Where did you get that face? Saying that, he directly rushed to Xiaobing and pointed at her nose. If it weren't for you losers, we'd be here already. Xiaobing's face turned green and red as he sniffed. Gnashing of teeth. Pointing at Yellowhair, he said nothing for half a day. She knew that the other woman was right. But so what? Who are they to accuse themselves? At the thought, she scowled and was about to open her mouth to spray back. Minami, who was on the side, however, snorted coldly and came straight at her. Xiaobing watched her come over, and his hairs stood up in fear. What are you going to do? I'm not afraid of you, she said with a stern inward look. Minami didn't answer, just raised her hand. Ah! Xiaobing instantly screamed in shock and covered her head in fear. Minami snorted and didn't hit her. Look at you, you're such a wimp. You're the class president. Xiaobing sniffed and turned red. Just as he was about to continue to retort something, he was interrupted by Li Guang. That's enough summer ice. I've made up my mind. With that, he turned his head to look at Lin Feng. Class President Lin, I'm really applying. Lin Feng nodded. Li Guang clenched his teeth at the sight. Take a gamble. With that in mind, he pressed the application button directly. The moment he pressed it, the big screen in the arena suddenly flashed a string of announcements. Participants apply to challenge the guards, please stand by the guards. With this broadcast, the crowd in the stands exploded. How dare someone challenge the guards again, looking for death? Yeah, isn't it good to be alive? You can't get it out of your head. Looks like another one who wants to take a gamble. Li Guang's face was ugly as he listened to the chatter around him. He looked at Lin Feng with an expectant expression. Captain Lin, make sure you win and hit them hard in the face. Lin Feng nodded at him. Straight to the guard ring. As he went off the field, the soldiers began to talk again. Isn't that the third resident? I heard they wimped out before and didn't dare come? Maybe it's early and didn't dare to get off the field. Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists as he listened to the murmurs. These. You have nothing to eat and nothing to do but spread rumors. They obviously had an accident and that's why they were late. He grunted coldly at the thought. At this point, explanations are useless. It's best to speak directly with actions. When he wins, these people will naturally stop barking. Lin Feng thought as he reached the center of the field. The overhead announcement sounded. Players enter, please have the guards ready. A tall man wearing an undershirt walked up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him, his face showing surprise. The man's left hand, surprisingly, was a metal arm. The other party saw Lin Feng staring at him and shook his arm uncomfortably. It made a mechanical turning sound. The arm cracked and slit and glowed like lava. He grinned. You're the third one to come to the challenge today, the previous ones lasted the longest at 11 seconds, I hope you can last longer. Lin Feng stared at him without saying anything. Next moment. He directly turned on the soul-eating mode. The figure instantly drew taller, and pitch-black bone armor covered his entire body. The eyes lit up with a regal red aura. A terrifying aura that didn't resemble a human instantly erupted. The guard's eyes' pupils shrank at the sight. Fierce beast! He exclaimed. He frowned again when he finished. The siren didn't go off and the ref didn't move. Shouldn't be. This gesture looked very much like the true form of the martial arts. His expression became serious at the thought. If it's the true body of the Wudao, it's not good. What an ability! Look at that aura, it's at least AB class, a deep hide. The soldiers on the audience stage gasped.
At this point, the judges' table.
The judges looked at Lin Feng's Soul Eater mode with surprise on their faces. Battalion Commander Son, is this the true body of martial arts? Li Yang asked the old man beside him. The other party was an ancient martial artist, so he definitely knew more than he did. Battalion Commander Son narrowed his eyes, sized up the situation for a moment, and shook his head. No.
He said in short, appalled words. Just as Li Yang was puzzled, Quartermaster Zhaoshan, who was sitting on the side, suddenly interjected. This should be the flesh and blood transformation's natural aptitude.
Having said that,
Zhaoshan stared at the duo on the field without another word.
Just then. Dang!
A clash of metal overpowered the noise on the field.
Lin Feng's figure collided with the guard. Chapter 122, Battle Against the Guards.
The two figures collided with each other, making a loud sound.
The ground under his feet instantly cracked.
Violent shockwaves surged out, shaking the field with dust. The next moment, the audience on the field exploded.
How could it be? I can't believe I blocked it. The B+ awakened before were all knocked out of the ring with a single move. The scene they expected, where Lin Feng was sent flying with a single move, didn't appear. Instead, Lin Feng looked like the one who had the upper hand. Only the guard maintained his punching motion, and the metal arm was steadily caught by Lin Feng. He slowly powered up. With a twisting sound of metal, the guard's metal arm was actually directly wrenched to the side. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Feng. How can that be? He exclaimed.
Then his right hand built up its strength and he threw a ferocious hook punch, striking at Lin Feng from the bottom up.
Rising Dragon! He yelled. Lin Feng laughed coldly and his secondary limbs popped out instantly from his back. The 4 secondary limbs traced a trajectory towards the guards. The guard's pupils shrunk when he saw this, and he halfway stopped the hook punch he was striking at Lin Feng. Changing to block, he hastily blocked in front of his body. Pust! Blood spilled into the air. The guards took dozens of steps back from the blow. Finally, his feet stepped into the ground before he managed to stop his backward momentum. The air on the field fell silent. The guard looked at the bone deep wound on his right arm with a dumbfounded expression. What happened? He thought incredulously. Suddenly, earth-shattering gasps rang out from the stands. What the hell? The guards are being repelled. Don't! I'm buying this kid getting seconds. The gasps of the audience brought the guard's thoughts back to reality. Reacting to what was happening, the skin on his face gradually twisted. Kid! Die for me! He roared, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed towards Lin Feng. The ground under his feet was stepped on and burst into pieces in layers. The guard looked like a raging brute at the moment. Lin Feng smiled disdainfully at this. At this speed, it was like a snail's crawl for him. Easily dodged. But he bent over and made a move to fend it off. He's going to crush his opponent from the front. Next moment. Boom! A violent shockwave suddenly exploded on the field. The berserk power scattered in all directions, shaking the soldiers in the front rows of the stands to the east. The aftermath blew into Yellow Hair's face, scraping his cheeks raw. Squad leader! He yelled. Thin arms subconsciously grabbed the metal railing. With a surprisingly monstrous force, it tore right through the railing. Cold air surged out of his body uncontrollably, and he was anxious to jump down. Minami saw this and hastened to stop it. Come back, don't go making a mess, the squad leader is fine. She said, pointing to a spot obscured by smoke. Yellow Hair retracted his half-extended leg and looked out onto the field. Suddenly. Phew! A strong wind violently dispersed, instantly blowing away the smoke. A view of the field is revealed. Yellow Hair's eyes widened at the sight. The only thing that could be seen was that the guard, who had been so imposing earlier, had slumped to the ground. Lin Feng's body, covered in pitch-black bone armor, was pressing down on him with deadly force. One hand was still on the guard's head, pressing his face into the ground. As this scene appeared before the eyes of the crowd, the lively stands became silent. Next moment. Earth-shattering cries of alarm rang out. The guards are defeated. The Yellow Hair in the stands froze for a moment, then roared with excitement. Yee-haw! The class president won. He was so hot with excitement that he flipped right over in place. Xiaonan was also looking at Lin Feng with a flushed face. Excitement sparkled in the nice almond eyes. Ha ha ha. Good. Li Guang slammed the railing. Nearly swept away by the great surprise. Coyote and Big Strong looked at each other, the shock in their eyes spilling over. Xiaobing's face was dull and completely devoid of joy. That's a win? That's it? She thought incredulously. Just then, Minami suddenly exclaimed. Nope. How come the points haven't updated yet? She pointed at the screen displaying the points in surprise. Li Guang, who was enjoying himself, almost lost his breath when he heard this. What? He hastily looked at the points display. Just see the number under the third resident, still 0. Could there be a delay? Coyote said with a frown. Li Guang sniffed and was about to say something. But it was overshadowed by a sudden cry of alarm. The guards are standing up. He only saw the guard who had been suppressed by Lin Feng struggle to raise his head. A pair of bloodshot eyes were revealed. Ah! He roared wildly as his body slowly braced itself. Suddenly, a few cracks opened up in him, and searing steam erupted from them. Buzz! A mechanical rumble rumbled from inside the guard's chest. Puff! Flop! A loud heartbeat sounded and his chest became transparent. The outline of a heart is faintly visible. Each beat of the heart brought with it a searing temperature. The metal arms of the guards made a piercing sound of mechanical operation. It became crimson. Kid! You're strong. You're the first one who can force me out of overload mode. He said with a scowl. He said, his body pressing down. With his right hand stretched forward, his metal arm pulled back slowly as if wound up. But it ends here. As he said that, the heat wave on his body grew stronger and even his skin started to become charred. The guard yelled at Lin Feng, "This move is the product of me turning on my auxiliary colonization and divine powers to the limit. It's a rank, and it can only be injured by me." Words closed, feeling the power in his body that had reached a critical point. The heart said it couldn't be delayed any longer. As his power built up to its limit, the air began to shake and the entire ring shivered. The soldiers in the stands gasped as they watched the impending attack. Why is he aiming this way? Run! The field was a mess. Suddenly, the guard roared and threw a straight punch at Lin Feng through the air. Boom! An air cannon flew out instantly. Lin Feng looked at the guard's attacks with an odd expression on his face. How does this look like your own cracking palm? He posed there for half a day. Abilities are turned up to the limit. The result was to make a casual strike that he had made it be rank? Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately lost his patience. He didn't even bother to dodge, standing still and not moving. The guards smiled sardonically at the sight. No reaction? Then you die. Just then, a few people in the referee's chair noticed the place. They looked at Lin Feng, who didn't blink or dodge, and their faces showed strange colors. This kid is too much of a trustworthy person. Company Commander Li Yang said with a frown. Battalion Commander Sun, who was on the side, was also staring at the duo on the field with unblinking eyes. Quartermaster Zhao Shen's face was expressionless, as if he was looking at a dead man. Just then, an explosion went off. There's no need to look at his side, this person is finished. Zhao Shen said coldly. Li Yang sighed at his words. This kid, at least, is the soldier of Captain Zhou, and he just folded here. He sighed deeply at the thought. Suddenly, Battalion Commander Sun shouted. Look, you guys! Chapter 123. With Battalion Commander Sun's voice, Li Yan looked towards the field. Only a large crater was blown out of the center of the ring. The air was filled with choking black smoke. The smoke slowly dispersed, and a figure holding his arms and standing still appeared in place. This is the only extent of your full power strike? Lin Feng said indifferently. That would be disappointing. He shook his head. His pitch-black bone armor had a few tiny cracks on his chest. With the breath, surprisingly, it was slowly disappearing. The guard looked at the intact Lin Feng and slowly widened his bloodshot eyes. No way! How can you be okay at all? He shouted incredulously. That look, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. He himself fought with everything he had, even melting and destroying part of his core. Surprisingly, it didn't even break his bone armor? What the hell is he? He roared wildly in his mind as things blurred before him. The aftermath of overload mode came up.
His body shook for a moment. At this moment, a few people in the referee's chair began to talk.
Li Yang looked at Lin Feng in awe, his eyes full of amazement. This kid is actually fine? That blow just now, even an A rank wouldn't dare to take it hard.
Next to him, Battalion Commander Sun smiled at that.
You still think he's just AB until now?
Zhao Shen looked over at his words. A look of disbelief passed through his eyes. When Battalion Commander Sun saw the two, he couldn't help but shake his head.
He's A-list, didn't you guys see that?
What? Li Yan was shocked at his words.
Class A? No wonder it's so strong.
Zhao Shen, who was next to him, was also stunned when he heard that Lin Feng was A-ranked. There was a sudden inexplicable gleam in his eyes. He changed his previous cold demeanor and stared at Lin Feng on the field with a deadly stare.
Couldn't help licking the corners of his mouth. Class A, and it's not special forces. In other words, not much of a background. Maybe we can give it to that.
Thinking of this, an imperceptible look of greed appeared on his face. Several people in the referee's chair had different thoughts, staring intently at the duo on the field. The heart was very much looking forward to what other surprises Lin Feng could give them.
On the field.
Cough. The guard spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was at its limit and he could no longer stand. It fell to the ground with a thud. Just then, the announcer suddenly sounded. The contestant defeats the guards and is rewarded with points.
Resident 3, 90 points. Current ranking, first.
Lin Feng listened to the broadcast and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The stage suddenly erupted in a gasp of surprise.
He actually defeated the guards. Points countered?
Yellow Hair, who was in the stands, first froze when he heard the announcement of Lin Feng's victory. Then a wave of ecstasy surged out of his heart.
The class president won. Ha ha. What else do you have to say?
He held his head high with a godly look on his face. His hands were pointing at the soldiers who didn't look at Lin Feng favorably just now. The people he pointed at all turned blue in the face,
staring with an angry look on his face.
The ones with explosive tempers straightened their necks and sprayed up against him. Yellow Hair rolled up his sleeves at the sight.
Back.
Retreat. He stomped his feet hard as he pressed forward, his hands still pointing hard at the ground. Those soldiers who sprayed against him immediately kept retreating with ugly faces.
That's a lot like an old lady.
In this way, Yellow Hair alone pressed several people to abuse madly. On the side, Xiaonan looked at Lin Feng, her little face red with excitement.
Small hands tugged unconsciously at the corners of his coat.
Banshee surprisingly did beat the guards, reversing an unfavorable situation. They had entered so much later, but now their points had unexpectedly overtaken them and they had become the first place in a flash. When she thought of this, she looked at Lin Feng with blazing eyes. Lin Feng looked at the excited few people on the stage and smiled slightly.
Waved a hand at them.
Then he turned around and was about to leave the grounds. Just then, a voice came and stopped him in his tracks.
Slow down.
Lin Feng looked back, the guard had actually trembled and climbed up again.
He frowned at once.
It's over, isn't it?
Almost got it, you've already lost.
The guards listened to Lin Feng's words, lowered their heads, and hemmed and hawed a few times.
He didn't want to. What's the point of playing with your life for a couple $1,000 a month? But someone had to take his life.
With that thought, he clenched his teeth. It violently tore through the outer armor of the robotic arm.
Tinkerbell.
The armor was thrown to the ground by him. Where the mechanical arm had been torn open, a denso void vesicle was revealed. Underneath this arm, it's not mechanical at all. Instead, it was disgusting twisted flesh and blood. The guard reached in with his hand and violently ripped out a struggling blood-red tentacle. As he did, gasps rang out from the stands. The guard looked at the tentacle with a rueful smile. A wave of despair flooded his face.
Finally, I don't know what came to mind.
With a bite, he shoved it into his mouth. Zhao Xin on the stage revealed a cold smile when he saw this. Lin Feng watched him, putting a thick and long tentacle.
It was like eating spaghetti and just shoving it in your mouth.
A look of horror in his eyes.
Not buddy? What the hell are you eating?
Pervert it. The next moment, only a bang was heard. The guard's body suddenly exploded with a shocking aura. He threw back his head and roared furiously, the skin all over his body flushed crimson. Dark veins rippled and the figure slowly grew larger.
Dang!
The mechanical arm fell to the ground. The blood and flesh out of the broken arm twisted and a hideous blood-red arm grew. Lin Feng frowned deeply at the situation.
It's very wrong.
He looked to the judge's table, his face inquiring.
He's like this, don't you guys care?
Lin Feng asked. Even the guards froze at these words. It wasn't even expected that Lin Feng would say that.
Shouldn't you be shocked at the power I have now? I've given my life, and you have the audacity not to be afraid.
At the thought, he roared with a scowl on his face.
Die for me! With that, he instantly rushed towards Lin Feng. Li Yang, who was on the judge's table, stood up in a mischievous manner.
Stop! He shouted, and was about to rush down. The guards didn't know what they had eaten, and their breath had become so strong. If this went on, Lin Feng was bound to lose, maybe his life was in danger. He had just taken a step when a palm rested on his shoulder.
Company Commander Li, don't rush, look again.
Zhao Shen said with a smile. Li Yang's shoulders shook and shook off his hand. It was too late to tangle with him, and he rushed straight down. However, he was stopped by Zhao Shen and still delayed the moment. The guards had already rushed to Lin Feng.
Damn!
At this distance, it's too late to unfold the domain, he said anxiously. Watch as the guard swung his fist out, shining it at Lin Feng's head. His eyes wanted to crack. Just then, Lin Feng moved. Buzz! A violent shockwave suddenly exploded from his body. The air trembled with a piercing hiss. A white halo appeared on Lin Feng's body. From a distance, it looked like it was wearing a layer of white armor. Rest you! Lin Feng swung out with a direct punch. The violently vibrating white light instantly shattered the air. Hidden black energy wrapped around it. The incoming guard was directly hit by Lin Feng. Next moment. Bang! The upper half of the guard's body was directly shattered as the blood mist exploded in the sky. Wow! The downward mix of plasma flowed all at once. Only half of his body was left, and he fell into a pool of blood. The punch kicked up a wave of air carrying several chunks of intestines that flew into the stands. Eliciting a shrill cry from Yellow Hair, he kept shaking his hair, which was stained with chunks of meat. Minami paled a little at the sight. Couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was a scene that was a little too much for her. On the field, Lin Feng slowly closed his fist. With a shake of his hand, he shook the blood from his body. You all saw it, he attacked me first, he said to the three people in the referee's seat. Li Yang's face eased at the sight and he let out a sigh of relief. It's good that Lin Feng is okay. Otherwise the players are winning and the guards can't afford to lose and suddenly go berserk and attack the players. If this gets out, it's over. He gave Lin Feng a reassuring expression. Just about to say something with a softer demeanor. Zhao Shen, who was on the side, spoke with an icy face. Kid! How dare you lay such a heavy hand?